The bad news was that Owen was forced to transmigrate. The good news was that the new world was also suitable for human survival. Unfortunately, he fell into the vast ocean. Fortunately, he was rescued by a passing sailboat. Unexpectedly, it was a pirate ship. Even more unexpectedly, they couldn't defeat Owen. The top hat puppet was a special puppet Owen created. Its overall structure was made of wood, and its mechanism wasn't precise enough, but the special thing about this puppet was its ability to manipulate puppet strings. The specially made metal wires, under the top hat puppet's inhuman construction, exerted astonishing power. With just a simple flick from its waist, shoulders, arms, wrists to its fingertips that expelled the metal wires, the powerful centrifugal force made the metal wires, too fine to be distinguished by the naked eye, possess terrifying cutting power. They could easily dissect human bodies and leave deep marks on the mast and deck. Moreover, when imbued with mental energy, the metal wires could bend and stretch freely, capable of binding tofu or piercing plate armor. A mere group of filthy pirates, even if surprisingly equipped with firearms, how much threat could they pose to Owen? After turning the pirate captain and several of his confidants into piles of fragments resembling mapo tofu, Owen became the new captain. All the crew members were convinced and decided to pledge their full loyalty to their new captain. Very good, I am pleased with your choice, but your attitude is still a bit lacking. So let's celebrate with a delicious meal, and everyone will be happier later. Owen looked at the dirty, ugly pirates, clearly sensing that while they were afraid, they also harbored greed, even wanting to do something to him. This was not surprising. After integrating the ancient blood, Owen's appearance was as if 10 layers of beauty filters had been applied, the kind where he could earn a living in women's clothing. Not to mention fair skin, beautiful features, and a well-proportioned figure were all bonus points. As for gender, it became irrelevant. Precisely because his appearance lacked any threatening quality, even though Owen had just turned several people into square blocks of meat. After the initial fear, these pirates, behind their terror, all had a restless heart regarding his looks, his power, and even the wealth he represented. After sensing all this, Owen was somewhat speechless. This was no longer a matter of being ungrateful, it was simply courting death. So, he generously exchanged for a large pot of mapo tofu and forced this group of pirates to each eat a large bowl. With the spicy taste like poison, coupled with a shape similar to their former captain, under the top hat puppet's threat of death, these pirates cried and shouted that it was delicious. As for those who refused to eat, Owen expressed understanding. After all, everyone's tastes are different, and there are many people who don't eat spicy food, so get off the ship. Splash, splash. After 2 people got off the ship, the previously hesitant pirates one by one declared that their tastes had changed, and then forcibly poured a bowl of hot and spicy Sichuan-style mapo tofu down their throats. After eating, there were 2 more casualties. Swollen mouths like sausages were nothing. The problem was when their throats swelled to the point of being unable to breathe. To relieve the 2 pirates struggling to breathe on the deck, Owen had the pirates whose mouths were swollen like they were holding 2 sausages throw them into the sea. Although drowning was painful, it was much shorter than their previous state. Owen successfully established his brutal side by reducing the crew by 1/3. Even with his handsome appearance and manners more refined than a noble, these pirates, who usually prided themselves on cruelty, couldn't help but tremble when facing him. As for killing him to avenge their former captain, or even revolting, no pirate dared to think that now. Even if they did think it, they wouldn't dare to say it, much less act on it, at least not before someone took the lead. This was the advantage of brutal dictatorship. As long as others couldn't defeat you, you didn't need to worry about any problems. Owen's biggest problem now was the sanitation on the ship. A quick check of the sanitation conditions on sailing ships during the age of exploration would reveal why he stood in front of the captain's cabin, but was unwilling to enter. The captain's cabin was the best room on the ship, located at the stern, with windows that could open and a platform similar to a bay window. He was familiar with this kind of thing. Before the castle was renovated, he used to sit on it and watch poop fall with the wind. He didn't expect to have the chance to experience it again. Aside from being crude, wooden sailing ships simply couldn't solve the problem of dampness, coupled with terrible hygiene, such as spitting and urinating everywhere, and food scraps, which resulted in an odor comparable to a septic tank. Fortunately, Owen hadn't used today's free monster summon yet, and he was lucky enough to summon a slime. After upgrading the slime to a slime maid and sending her in to clean, Owen simply went to the deck to enjoy the breeze. The one at the helm now was the ship's first mate, a short, stout old pirate with a full beard. Because he looked kind and unthreatening, this man was fortunate enough to live to this age. His greatest strengths were not causing trouble and obeying orders. Therefore, after the former captain died, he decisively took the lead in defecting and was still appointed as first mate by Owen. Seeing the new captain come up, old Rui in a proper manner placed a hand on his chest, then bowed, just like a servant facing his master. In reality, old Rui had truly lived his life to the fullest. Several years of noble life had already accustomed Owen to acting like an aristocrat, so seeing his gesture, a sense of goodwill arose in him. Even though he knew that despite his kind appearance, the other party was a pirate who deserved to die, he still bestowed upon him a bottle of magic potion to heal his swollen mouth, because he had questions for this knowledgeable old pirate. Owen wasn't sure if he was still in his original world, because the information he got from old Rui was limited, as old Rui had never left this sea. In his eyes, this sea was the whole world. Azure Sea, that was the name of this sea, which showed how good the environment of this sea was. Unfortunately, what this sea had most of were not beaches and tourists, nor bikinis, but pirates and slave ships, as well as firearms and cannons. It was truly the state of the age of exploration. The only difference between merchants and bandits was whether they were stronger than others when they met them. If they were stronger, then they were bandits. Although the Azure Sea was vast, it only had one landmass, and it wasn't in human hands, because that continent was home to millions of orcs and gigantic monsters. Humans simply couldn't defeat them, so they could only live on islands of various sizes. Interestingly, humans were not the indigenous people of this world, because their legends recorded that they were outsiders. Legend has it that human ancestors, aboard giant ships as large as islands, accidentally entered this world and proliferated with the help of wizards. Their descendants have always been trying to find a way back to their original world. Upon hearing wizard, Owen became interested, but unfortunately, the wizards of this world had long since declined. There was nothing that could be done. The power of wizards came from their own inhuman bloodline, but the creatures of this world had no magic. Wizards could only watch their bloodline continuously thin due to reproduction. Nowadays, wizards had become synonymous with charlatans, only able to tinker with strange potions or babble nonsense at murky crystal balls. After determining that there were not many existences in this world that could threaten him, Owen became more composed and began to study his own problems. Although forced to transmigrate, Owen was not too panicked, because as long as the system was there, the worst-case scenario was just repeating what he had done before, not to mention he wasn't truly unable to return. Time-space transmigration was only difficult to control, not impossible to control. Furthermore, Hogwarts spells included apparition and portkeys, and alchemy and the mage system also had relevant spatial knowledge, so Owen mastering time-space transmigration to return was only a matter of time. Additionally, for him, who possessed a golden finger, a strange world was also a new opportunity. He could completely establish a Hydra organization here as a sub-base. Thinking of this, Owen chuckled and created a Hydra skull flag, not the original skull octopus, but one with a dragon-headed Hydra coiled around a skull, which looked fierce and domineering, instantly maximizing the villainous aura. After having old Rui replace the new pirate flag, Owen returned to the cleaned captain's cabin. As soon as he entered, Owen suddenly felt that the room in front of him was larger than before. In reality, this was not an illusion. Because the surface had been corroded by dampness and trash for a long time, it was impossible to clean it thoroughly. So the slime maid directly corroded away the surface and then applied her bodily fluids as a waterproof layer. This even made the scent much fresher. Besides cleaning, the former captain's hidden items were also found by the slime maid, and Owen was currently looking through them. A huge sea chart, a few diaries, a chest of gold and silver coins and jewelry, and a few swords and muskets, that was everything. Nguyen Bao Bao scanned the sea chart and diaries, analyzed them after cataloging. Of course, Owen didn't need to do these things himself. Nguyen Bao Bao would do it automatically. The writing in this world was not very different from the writing in Owen's original world. In fact, he had known this for a long time, because as soon as those pirates spoke, he knew that the humans of the two worlds were connected. However, what that connection was, he didn't know yet. Through the diary, Owen discovered that the former pirate captain was actually the second son of a certain noble. However, this was not too surprising, as not every pirate captain could read sea charts or write diaries. Most captains relied on personal experience, so while a captain wasn't necessarily better with age, no one dared to hire a young captain. Owen continued to read and found that, just as old Rui had said before, this world was very strange. The center was the Orc continent, surrounded by scattered islands, and then the vast sea. No one knew where the boundaries of the sea were. Everyone seemed to revolve around the Orc continent. Therefore, in earlier years, some humans tried to find a way to leave this world, but now no one cared about such things. Everyone was busy fighting for more living space. There was no other way. After the islands, large and small, were occupied by humans, they formed multiple federations, becoming the forces upon which humanity stood. However, there was no peace among them. Otherwise, how did the thriving slave trade on the sea come about, and where did so many pirates find their living space? It was all because they were constantly vying with each other. Owen didn't care about this. He needed a foothold, and then he would farm and build a base. Even after he could transmigrate back, this place would not be abandoned. It could serve as a backup base. The current problem was where to go, and the former pirate captain's diary gave Owen many choices. Every pirate had the heart of an island owner, because once they occupied an island, they could sit back and collect money, without having to plunder at sea in storms. The former pirate captain had such ambitions, so he collected a lot of information, which now all benefited Owen. Large islands and island chains had already been occupied by various alliances, leaving only scattered islands distributed across the Azure Sea. Some of these islands were inhabited by many savages, some had monsters, some had other dangers, or were simply unsuitable for life. So, while the islands in the Azure Sea seemed as numerous as stars, in reality, there weren't many options to choose from. Owen deliberated for a night and finally settled on Boar Island. This was an island with excellent geographical location and environment. Unfortunately, it was not only inhabited by a large number of savages, but the surrounding waters also had mermaids and sea monsters. Even with strong ships and powerful cannons, it would be difficult to occupy this island because the cost-effectiveness was too low, making it easy to suffer more losses than gains. But this was nothing to Owen, because what he paid was only time and recoverable progress points. In terms of cost, no one could compare to him. Head for Boar Island. Owen handed the sea chart to old Rui, whose eyes were gleaming. It was important to know that on this vast sea, a sea chart represented wealth. Even though old sailors like old Rui mostly navigated by experience, it was fine for ordinary routes, but for critical areas, they still had to rely on the captain who possessed the sea chart. So a sea chart was like adding wings to a tiger for him. "Aye, Captain," old Rui excitedly put away the sea chart, then while turning the rudder, he loudly cursed at the lazy pirates to hoist the sails and adjust the ropes. Owen watched from the side, having a strange experience. Life at sea was not pleasant, even for Owen with his cheat, but how to put it, there was a sense of freedom and wildness. The boundless sea always inspired awe and longing, and there were always brave warriors attempting to conquer the sea, but the outcome was always the same: they perished at sea, becoming one with the ocean. However, even the best scenery eventually gets tiresome. After entrusting the navigation to old Rui, Owen returned to the captain's cabin and opened his attribute panel to see how much had changed after fusing with the ancient blood. Name: Owen, age 20, profession: intermediate puppet master, junior alchemist, junior mage, junior wizard, junior onmyoji, mana 500. Command 30, force 25, intelligence 50, politics 30, charisma 65. Specialties: mysticism, ancient blood. Skills: telekinesis, spiritual scan, spiritual meditation method, alchemy, air magic, demon lord aura, monster summoning art, Hogwarts 4th year spells, Onmyodo attack, defense, agility, healing, sealing, guard, Shikigami transformation, Shikigami summoning, rune knowledge, wizardry knowledge. Equipment: Holy Ares power armor, Thunderclap power hammer, remote consciousness control glasses. Mount: armored daemon sheep. Pet: Nizal growth stage. Shikigami slime queen, minotaur minus, high priestess Emil, demon centaur Bella. Puppets: top hat, ninja slayer, Nguyen Bao Bao. The long string of professions left Owen speechless, but these professions each had their own characteristics and differences, making it impossible to merge them. For example, a mage focused on spiritual power, while a wizard focused on magical bloodlines. Owen possessed characteristics of both, and even he didn't know how to categorize himself. Fortunately, Owen didn't lose his composure. He had a clear path for his future. use puppet master as a foundation, delve into alchemy, and during this time, research the mage and wizard systems. After all, these two professions had a high degree of overlap with puppet master and alchemist. As for onmyoji, it was just there for show, as a profession whose strength relied entirely on shikigami could only have so much potential. Owen then discovered the benefits of composite professions, a breathtaking breadth in research fields. Almost any direction he researched, he could gain analogous knowledge from other professions, always finding shortcuts and rarely encountering bottlenecks. For a time, inspiration erupted like a volcano, causing Owen to unconsciously become immersed in it. When the hardtack on the ship was crawling with maggots, the fresh water started to turn green, and the pirates on board were like walking dead. They finally arrived at Boar Island. During this process, Owen was engrossed in his research, his life entirely dependent on exchanges and his slime made, but the pirates were having a hellish time, and several more died during this period. These pirates had been sailing for quite some time before, and then traveled to Boar Island without stopping, causing their supplies to be at their limit. Some weaker pirates became extremely frail due to malnutrition and scurvy. This was a death sentence at sea, so according to maritime rules, they were thrown overboard. Apart from those directly involved, no one found this decision cruel or heartless, as it had been the practice for countless years, and facts had proven it to be the best method. Under Owen's command, the sailboat was beached directly on the sand. Then, the pirates on board swarmed out, running into the nearby woods and gnawing on whatever they could find, like rabid, hungry rabbits. Although these pirates didn't know the cause of scurvy, their instincts couldn't be fooled, so they frantically supplemented their vitamins, unaware that they had already been targeted. With a series of strange cries, over 100 savages wearing grass skirts leaped out from the jungle. They were short in stature, but their eyes were fierce. Even facing pirates taller than themselves, they charged forward like hungry wolves, using the wooden spears and stone axes in their hands to strike down the enemies who had invaded their territory. Captain Old Rui, who was a step slower due to his age, ran breathlessly to Owen, speaking urgently. Don't worry, Owen didn't care about the pirates' lives, but these pirates were still useful and couldn't all die yet. Moreover, it was time to test his previous idea. Owen closed his eyes and began to communicate with one of his shikigami, the great witch Emil. It worked, Owen thought with confidence, still with his eyes closed. Even across a world, he had still summoned Emil. Clearly his shikigami transformation, learned from onmyoji, was not as weak as he had imagined. Long time, Owen, who was about to say long time no see, suddenly got stuck. Although he knew Emil had a habit of riding her flying broom out at night, he never knew Emil rode at such a peculiar angle. It really opened his eyes. Your bottom line is truly unfathomable, and it makes me look at you in a new light, Owen said, deeply shaken. Emil, being well-traveled, didn't care about such a small scene and landed without changing her expression. What do you need me for? Emil said with a hint of displeasure while wiping the tip of her broom. Deal with those savages, but don't kill them. Also, tell Maya that I am opening up new territory, Owen said, taking a deep breath and steadying himself. Just this little thing, Emil rolled her eyes, threw out a few bottles of magic potions, and conjured a breeze to push the vaporized potions back. Soon, a pile of people collapsed. Then she stared at Owen, meaning hurry up and send me back. Owen was filled with helplessness and felt considerable pressure. Compared to other shikigami, Emil and Bella were special. They did not exist in the shikigami space but lived in their original world. Owen merely summoned them through a ritual. It didn't mean Emil had transmigrated. Therefore, it required a continuous expenditure of power, and when he couldn't sustain it, Emil would automatically return. Owen certainly wouldn't wait until his power was exhausted to let go, so he proactively dispelled the summoning and then summoned 3 new shikigami, a green demon, a goat demon, and a snake demon. The green demon had a green face, fangs, a tall and sturdy build, and wielded a heavy kanamezachi, making him a strength-type fighter. The goat demon was half human, half goat, like a demon from mythology, and with a giant scythe as a weapon, he looked even more so. Although the snake demon did not have a human form, its size was the largest, and its venomous fangs made it the most troublesome among the 3 new shikigami. Who could have imagined that these 3 new shikigami were transformed from 3 basic magical creatures, goblins, demon sheep, and poisonous snakes? The original reason was that this was not his territory, and Owen had nowhere to place the magical creatures he summoned daily. Not summoning them would be a waste. Although 1 or 2 low-level magical creatures no longer held much value for him, he had OCD, anything free had to be summoned. so he thought of transforming them into shikigami, and then, after summoning magical creatures, directly having these three new shikigami devour them. Anyway, these magical creatures were of the same origin, so devouring them wouldn't cause indigestion. As for cannibalism, they were magical creatures, so why would those issues apply? Just as he was about to transform them, Owen suddenly remembered the bloodline mutation program deciphered by the Flame Empress. Coincidentally, his new and Bao Bao clone had a program backup, which is how the three new shikigami, whose races seem to have changed, appeared. Take these three shikigami to guard those savages. Don't let them escape. Owen casually ordered the three new shikigami to follow old Rui to guard the unconscious savages, then walked alone deeper into the island. Boar Island was not small. Owen walked for half a day before finding a suitable spot. It was a place nestled by mountains and water, with a large enough clearing, sufficient for the initial stages. So Owen used the progress points he had accumulated at sea to exchange for a tenshukaku. The Japanese-style tenshukaku looked like a large pavilion, but it had all the necessary functions. Owen opened its attributes to check. Level 1 tenshukaku can recruit farmers Ashigaru, population cap 500. The tenshukaku's functions were not as good as a town center. It could only be upgraded to level 3 at most, and its population cap was lower, but for Owen currently, it was sufficient. Furthermore, Owen's main reason for choosing to exchange for the tenshukaku was not this, but an experiment, and his guess was clearly correct. Because of the different world, the restrictions in this world were not high, and the system's exchange restrictions were lower. Owen could tell this from the changes in the progress points required for exchange, and this attempt further proved his conjecture. If he were to summon Japanese-style buildings and troop types in his original world, the progress points required would be at least 30–50% higher, whereas here it was the original price. Unfortunately, restrictions on technological items still remained, and new restrictions on mystery were added. The higher the mystery, the greater the price increase for exchange. Owen guessed that this was because the mystery level of this world was relatively low and could not accommodate it, hence the restrictions. These were not problems. Owen was no longer a novice. This level of difficulty was irrelevant. With just ordinary soldiers, he was confident he could conquer the world. Moreover, recruiting from the tenshukaku did not require progress points, but gold. Coincidentally, Owen learned from the pirates that this world's resources were very abundant, especially gold and silver, enough to support the consumption. Furthermore, he didn't need to mine. Direct plunder was faster. Besides, the tenshukaku also possessed the ability to assimilate. Given enough time, none of these would be problems. When Owen returned, he found old Rui and the forcibly awakened pirates tying up the dazed wildlings. Upon seeing Owen, old Rui quickly came over to Bo, and even the pirates lowered their heads in submission. After all, they had all fallen unconscious without realizing it, which was terrifying. They wouldn't even know how they died. "Carry these wildlings over here," Owen commanded unceremoniously. Even though they were weak and limp, these pirates still lacked the courage to defy Owen's order. Fortunately, the wildlings were small and thin, so carrying them wasn't too tiring. Owen led this group of pirates and the wildlings to the tenshukaku, then began searching through his spatial expansion pouch. Although they found it strange for such an exquisite building to appear on an island inhabited only by wildlings, neither old Rui nor the pirates dared to ask questions, staying quietly to the side. With potions and spells, and the wildlings in a comatose state, Owen spent a small amount of progress points to convert these wildlings into the tenshukaku's population. He then exchanged for some tools, having these wildlings cut down trees and collect stones to prepare for building barracks. Witnessing Owen's ability to seemingly change people's hearts, the pirates all turned ashen. "No need to look, you aren't worth it," Owen said indifferently, knowing what these pirates were thinking without even looking up. The almost insulting words, ironically, somewhat relieved these pirates who had few bottom lines. However, their relief was a bit premature. "Although you are all a bunch of trash, you will still work under me. I'll give you a mark to remember, so you don't cause me trouble," Owen said, pulling out his long, unused magic staff and calling out each name. Ominous-looking green rays struck the chests of these pirates one by one, yet not a single one dared to dodge. They had already clearly understood throughout their journey just how ruthless their new captain was and how bizarre his methods were. Not dodging would at most mean death, but dodging would make even dying difficult. When Owen put away his magic staff, a bolder pirate pulled open his shirt and found a tattoo, or rather a mark, where the green ray had struck his chest. Old Rui recognized it as part of a pirate flag. He had two snake heads, while the other pirates only had one. He immediately understood his status was above the other pirates, and his initial panic instantly vanished. Clearly, status and power were the best remedies. You should understand the purpose of the mark without me telling you. So even if you prove your loyalty to me with your life, do not test my methods with betrayal, Owen said expressionlessly, then sent these pirates, whose bones were chilled, to rest as they still had value. The hundreds of wildlings converted into Japanese farmers swiftly built barracks overnight, largely due to the simple nature of most Japanese architecture, and then entered the barracks to begin training. There was no need to clear land for farming. Owen's exchange of a few progress points for supplies would last a long time. What he needed now was efficiency. 3 days later, over 100 ashigaru, equipped with straw hats and bamboo spears, marched out of the barracks. However, soldiers alone were not enough. These wildlings turned ashigaru were not very intelligent, and Owen had no interest in leading these soldiers to capture wildlings. Therefore, he used the accumulated progress points during this time to exchange for an ashigaru general. You shall be named Tanaka, Owen said indifferently to the ashigaru general kneeling before him, his head almost buried in his knees. Hi, my lord bestows a name. This humble one is eternally grateful, Tanaka exclaimed, kowtowing several times before, under Owen's command, leading the 100 ashigaru to capture wildlings. Tanaka's abilities were average. He was decent against ordinary people, but struggled against wildlings hidden in the mountains. If not for the converted ashigaru also being of wildling origin, it likely wouldn't have just been a messy affair, but rather significant casualties. Owen didn't blame Tanaka because it wasn't important. He simply dispatched 3 new shikigami. With the help of the 3 new shikigami, the process of capturing wildlings became much smoother. Although they were new shikigami, that didn't mean they were weak. The blue oni's kanabo could smash hard reefs, the wildlings' wooden spears and stone axes could at most break skin, so facing the blue oni, they could only flee for their lives. Although the goat demon wasn't as powerful as the blue oni, its speed and agility far surpassed humans. It was practically ethereal in the forest, swinging its giant scythe to harvest wildling heads more easily than cutting grass. As for the massive snake demon, it was worshipped as a deity by the wildlings as soon as it appeared, who dared not resist at all. Owen quickly acquired many captives and then began the conversion process. This was not as difficult as imagined, because the wildlings on the island were not a single entity, but divided into many tribes, with blood feuds among them. There was no other way. The island was only so big. To compete for survival resources, if they didn't fight desperately, they would starve to death. However, the more primitive they were, the simpler the hatred, especially when everything was predicated on survival. So-called hatred wasn't important then. Therefore, after being defeated and captured, as long as the victorious tribe was willing to accept them, these wildlings would immediately switch allegiance and fight for the new tribe. Their minds were that simple. And as long as there was internal recognition, the conversion began, so Owen easily acquired a continuous supply of manpower. Being able to obtain a continuous supply of human resources at no cost, coupled with the fact that this world clearly had no special existences beyond normal human comprehension, Owen simply let loose and filled the population cap in just a few days. After this period of observation, Owen found that Tanaka was not suitable for leading troops because he was slow to react and easily missed opportunities, but he was meticulous and had risen through the ranks from ashigaru, so he could get along well with the lower classes. Even the pirates praised him, so Owen assigned him to organize farmers for cultivation, which actually made him very happy. Although Tanaka was not suitable for leading troops, ashigaru generals costing 10 progress points each were no longer a big deal for Owen. He successively recruited Matsushita and Watanabe. Compared to Tanaka, who came from a farming family, Matsushita, from a samurai family, was a very rigid person. However, he was very brave in battle and full of desire for military achievements, so he took over the task of capturing wildlings. Watanabe's background was the worst. He didn't even have farmland and made a living by fishing, yet he was a rare talent for naval warfare. Owen sent him to learn sea battles from the sailing ship and the pirates. After this period of recuperation, the pirates had regained their energy and, under Old Rui's arrangement, performed another maintenance on the sailing ship. Now they were eagerly awaiting Owen's command. But Owen was not in a hurry, because the first batch of Ashigaru was already ready for advancement. Troop types could be upgraded. As long as they experienced enough battles, they could gain stronger abilities. For example, Ashigaru, once they accumulated enough experience points, could upgrade to advanced Ashigaru such as Nagyari long spear, Katana long sword, Takumi bamboo bow, or Teppo firearm. Nagyari Ashigaru, using bamboo spears over 3 meters long, were great for formation battles, but had no room to perform in this world. Katana Ashigaru, wielding katanas less than a meter long, had average lethality, but were effective on ships. Takumi Ashigaru were useless. A bamboo bow nearly 2 meters long held by an Ashigaru, less than 1.5 meters tall, was simply a living joke, and their effectiveness could be completely ignored. Owen's focus was on Teppo Ashigaru, because compared to melee combat, the firearm, where all beings were equal before the barrel, was more suitable for Ashigaru who did not have a physical advantage. About 70 Ashigaru from the first batch were still alive, so Owen reassigned 30 of them as Katana Ashigaru and the rest as Firearm Ashigaru. Then he had Watanabe take these reassigned Ashigaru to board a ship and set sail. Owen did not go with them, but neither Old Rui nor the pirates dared to have any ulterior motives. Not to mention the dozens of Ashigaru on board who were like hungry wolves. The mark on their chests alone constantly reminded them what to do. Betrayal was easy, but no one was willing to bear the consequences, unless a brave warrior stepped forward to show them the outcome. Old Rui was well aware of these pirates' thoughts, but he did not sit idly by as before. Instead, he constantly admonished them, letting them know what they could and could not do. What drove Old Rui to do this was not loyalty, but self-interest, because only by aligning with Owen could he, an old pirate, command like a captain, and no one would dare to object, which was enough. After 7 or 8 days, the sailing ship returned, but Old Rui's expression was not very good. "Great Captain, this time we successfully plundered a merchant ship and gained a rich haul, but on the way back, we encountered sea sirens. 2 foolish pirates were lured by the siren's song and jumped into the sea. Additionally, we saw a Queen's Island pirate ship nearby, so this area might become their hunting ground." Old Rui reported respectfully to Owen, with one hand on his chest and bowing. Owen was stunned. He first pinched his brow before recovering from his research. The waters around Boar Island were home to many sea sirens and sea monsters, which seemed to need to be dealt with. Otherwise, although these monsters could not come ashore, it was not a solution for them to always be there. Furthermore, Queen's Island was also a problem. Humans were outsiders in this world. A group of people suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar world would certainly panic, and then, in despair, fully release the darkness within them. It was imaginable what women, as a vulnerable group, would face. Fortunately, there were experts among the women, so after taking away a group of women, they chose to break away. This was the predecessor of Queen's Island. Given the circumstances under which Queen's Island was founded, their style of action was predictable, a pure matriarchal society, living Amazonian warrior women. Men to them were mere daily necessities, and shared ones at that. This was why Old Rui's face changed drastically after seeing a Queen's Island pirate ship. With his old arms and legs, if he fell into their hands, he probably wouldn't survive 3 days. "Don't go out to sea for now. Train those Ashigaru to adapt to the sailing ship in the nearby waters. I will solve the remaining problems." Owen understood that the root of the problem was still insufficient strength, so he said to Old Rui, "Captain, we got a lot of good things this time, and even female slaves. Would you like to take a look?" Old Rui nodded first, then said. Owen was certainly interested, but not for the female slaves. He wanted to see if there were any good items. When Owen arrived at the beach again, a simple pier had appeared, along with a large-bellied cargo ship. Compared to the sharp-nosed, narrow-bodied sailing ship next to it, it was clear at a glance that it couldn't run fast. No wonder it was robbed. Many goods had already accumulated on the beach. The original merchant ship's sailors were continuously moving the goods under the pirates' shouts. Owen took a brief look. Most of it was a liquor called Ocean's Sweetheart. This liquor was brewed from the juice of a plant similar to sugarcane. It was not high in alcohol content, had a sweet taste, and was a favorite among sailors at sea. Because compared to freshwater, which easily spoiled, Ocean Sweetheart had a longer shelf life and a better taste. It could be said that as long as there was enough Ocean Sweetheart, there was no fear of low sailor morale. No wonder those pirates were beaming with joy. The rest were daily necessities: food, clothing, and 20 barrels of gunpowder and lead shot, all of which could be used. Speaking of which, if the merchant ship's crew had been a bit tougher and used those 20 barrels of gunpowder as a threat, they wouldn't have been captured and brought here. However, what Owen didn't know was that the merchant ship's crew indeed tried to do so, but the problem was that Watanabe and the Ashigaru didn't care. They swarmed forward, hacking and killing, which utterly terrified the opponents, and thus they captured both the goods and the ship. Then Owen saw the female slaves, most of whom had aboriginal blood, and their appearance was ordinary. The pirates drooled watching them. His heart remained calm. When the progress value had accumulated enough, Owen exchanged it for a sailing battleship. This was a 3-masted sailing battleship, with a slender hull, 40 cannons, and enough capacity for 300 crew members. According to Old Rui, even among the major island alliances, this was a Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. However, the more masts there were, the more complex the operation. Although Old Rui had experience in steering, the sailors still needed training to fully utilize its performance. Fortunately, with the addition of merchant ship sailors, otherwise, just the manpower would be a big problem. As for whether those sailors were willing to be pirates, their job nature depended entirely on what ship they boarded. On a merchant ship, they were innocent sailors; on a pirate ship, they were cruel pirates. It was that simple. Besides sending Watanabe to learn these skills, Owen also had Matsushita train an elite firearm squad, preparing to take them out to sea together. A few days later, when they were mostly familiar with things, Owen had Tanaka stay behind and personally led the team to set off. This time it was no longer a solitary ship, but two. The main ship was the 3-masted battleship Swiftwind, and the auxiliary ship was the 2-masted fast ship Flying Fish, with Watanabe at the helm of the latter. Because they were new ships and had many new recruits, the ship's speed was not fast; it was more about breaking them in. However, the best way was to recruit a batch of skilled sailors and gunners, so they planned to head to Pirate Island. Pirate Island was not unique, but a general term. Any island willing to be used by pirates could be called a pirate island, and pirates landing on the island had to abide by one rule: no plundering on the island. As for theft and murder, as long as they weren't caught, no one cared. Of course, one couldn't expect pirates to be very disciplined, so Owen saw 2 pirate ships shelling the pirate island pier from afar, and sinking and igniting the ships docked there. "It's the bone-eater sharks, people," Old Rui said with a solemn expression, holding the high-precision monocular telescope Owen provided. The bone-eater sharks were notorious even among pirates, because they completely disregarded rules and were utterly profit-driven. No wonder they dared to shell the pirate island pier and ignite the pirate ships docked there. "Captain, should we still go to Pirate Island?" Old Rui didn't know why the bone-eater sharks were shelling the pirate island pier, but he knew there would definitely be trouble, and big trouble at that. Owen could also think of this, so he was a bit hesitant. "Captain, someone at the pier is signaling with flags. It seems to be from Queen's Island." Old Rui saw someone raising a Queen's Island flag and signaling, so he quickly told Owen. "See what they are saying." Owen looked up, thought for a moment, and then said to Old Rui. Old Rui concentrated on identifying the other party's flag signals with the monocular telescope, speaking out each word. "Captain, the other party is a noble from Queen's Island. They want to hire us to rescue the hostages taken by the bone-eater sharks. The reward is very generous," Old Rui said, licking his lips. After all, although Queen's Island acted domineeringly, they were known for their generosity. If they said the reward was generous, they wouldn't disappoint you. Ultimately, Owen decided to let the people from Queen's Island board the ship, curious about what had just happened. In his previous world, even with curiosity, Owen would have suppressed it, as the waters of that world were too deep. With his small stature, he couldn't even reach Emil, so how could he dare to act recklessly? Here it was different. The waters were shallow with many turtles, but no large crocodiles. Even if he occasionally slipped up, he'd treat it as being bitten by a turtle, then immediately turn hostile, chop it up, and make soup. However, what Owen hadn't expected was that everyone who came was a woman, even the soldiers. Queen's Island was not without men, however. Men were only responsible for production and reproduction. All public appearances and battles relied on women. Therefore, the dozen or so people from Queen's Island who came were all female, 10 of whom were soldiers carrying firearms and equipped with short swords, and the rest were civil staff and maids. Leading them was a mature female noble in her 30s. Interestingly, the people of Queen's Island had an incomprehensible fondness for leather clothing. Both the soldiers and the leading noble wore various leather garments, and the higher their status, the more exquisite and form-fitting their leather clothes were, making Owen unable to resist taking a few extra glances. There was no other way. A sailboat didn't have stairs that could be lowered for people to walk up step by step. Besides rope ladders, the most convenient option was a rope net. The rope net woven from thick hemp was very strong, with large meshes, making it easy to climb. However, one couldn't expect the movements to be graceful. No matter how ladylike, one still had to stick out their backside and twist their hips to climb up, and Owen's eyesight just happened to be very good. Is it true that the higher your status on Queen's Island, the more prominent your backside is? Owen murmured to himself, then snapped back to attention, thinking that he had been too long without relaxation to be distracted at such a moment. Thinking of this, Owen returned to the captain's cabin, waiting for the other party to pay their respects, as they were the ones seeking help. However, Owen forgot that on Queen's Island, women held the most power. His actions clearly angered the other party, as in the eyes of the people of Queen's Island, he was just a pirate leader with no status whatsoever. But the presence of the Swiftwind calmed the angry Abigail considerably. She expressionlessly stopped her equally enraged subordinates, then had old Rui, who was sweating profusely, lead the way. Along the way, Abigail surveyed her surroundings, noticing that this was clearly a new ship. Rows of cannons showed no signs of corrosion from seawater, and the crew was composed of two parts. One part was the detestable pirates, and the other was clearly soldiers trained from Aboriginal descendants. Although short in stature, their morale was high, and they were equipped with a large number of firearms. It seemed they were not ordinary cannon fodder. "Captain, the envoy from Queen's Island has arrived," old Rui said, bowing at the door. "Let them in." Owen's voice had barely reached him when old Rui breathed a sigh of relief. The people of Queen's Island were not to be trifled with, and their captain was also not easy to provoke. He, an old pirate, was suffering caught in the middle. The young voice startled Abigail. Then, she unceremoniously pushed open the door, intending to give the other party a show of force, but then she froze again. She had seen many pirates, but such a handsome pirate. No, the other party was definitely not a pirate. His aristocratic demeanor made him seem more like a noble than even her. To call him a pirate was simply an insult. As for why he claimed to be a pirate, Abigail understood when she thought of the various tricks young nobles played. In reality, their Queen's Island was no different. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this dire situation. "Captain, I am Abigail, a noble from Queen's Island. I have come seeking help," Abigail said, bowing slightly to show respect. After all, judging by the other party's demeanor, his status couldn't be low, and moreover, she was currently seeking help. "To eliminate the bone-eater sharks or to rescue the hostages?" Owen asked with a playful look. "To rescue the hostages," Abigail paused for a moment, then sighed and said. "The chances are not great. I can only say we'll do our best," Owen said, shaking his head, hearing that it was indeed so. "Queen's Island will pay a generous reward for this." Abigail knew how difficult it was, of course, but thinking of the people who had been abducted, she immediately promised. "This isn't a matter of reward. The bone-eater sharks are a bunch of lunatics. Even if we can defeat them, can you expect them to surrender obediently or release the hostages?" Owen retorted. Abigail was speechless because she knew these bone-eater sharks lunatics too well. Otherwise, who would dare to easily abduct people from their Queen's Island? "Now we can only take it one step at a time. Let's fight first," Owen said, equally helpless. Unless they adopted the polar bear hostage rescue method, they could only be at the mercy of the other party. "Please," Abigail took a deep breath, her leather clothes making a strange sound across her chest before she slowly exhaled, then calmly said to Owen. Owen nodded, informed old Rui to gather a group of people at Pirate Island first, and then set sail. It took almost 2 hours from the time the people from Queen's Island boarded the ship until they were ready to depart, but the bone-eater shark ships were still within sight, so there was no problem of not being able to find them. This was not surprising. The speed of a sailboat was not as fast as imagined. One could even call it a water bicycle. Sometimes, after departing in the morning, one could still see the distant sails at the dock by noon. For pirate raids, it was common to chase a target ship for 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, the Swiftwind was a new ship, and the Flying Fish was primarily focused on lightness, so their speed was much faster than the two bone-eater sharks' ships. They were about to catch up as night fell. Did the bone-eater sharks just plunder something? Owen asked when he saw that the two bone-eater sharks' ships had a very deep draft. Yes, those lunatics were originally going to Pirate Island to fence stolen goods, but then, Abigail's face darkened as she spoke. Clearly, the bone-eater sharks had seen someone and decided to abduct them on a whim. In a moment, I will order to open fire to try and reduce the bone-eater shark's speed. You all take the opportunity to board. Whether you can rescue the hostages is up to you, Owen said to Abigail after calculating the speed. All right, Abigail said, and went to gather her people. The Flying Fish was used by Owen as a destroyer, emphasizing speed and flexibility, so it was only equipped with 12 cannons, 5 swivel guns on each side, and 2 carronades at the bow. Upon receiving the signal flag, Watnabe immediately ordered his gunners to load the cannons. Carronades had longer barrels, so the loading process was more cumbersome, but the cannonball's speed was faster and the trajectory more stable, making them most suitable for attacking pursuing enemies. With 2 cannon shots, 2 cannonballs arced and fell into the sea, followed by monotonous repeated cannon shots. Occasionally, there was a hit, but simple metal cannonballs didn't inflict much damage. The flying splinters from shattered planks caused more harm. Owen couldn't help but shake his head at this sight, but naval warfare was like this. Unless it evolved to everyone using missiles to blast each other's faces, one could only rely on luck. To decide the outcome, boarding combat was still necessary. However, the passively taking hits bone-eater sharks didn't think so. Under the circumstances of not knowing when they might be riddled with holes, who would dare to work confidently on the deck? Yet, to maintain speed, they had to constantly adjust the sails, thus inevitably being caught by the Flying Fish. Bone-eater sharks were notorious and thrived, so they weren't to be trifled with. Already seething with anger, seeing the enemy dare to approach for boarding immediately invigorated them. Some grabbed their sabers, others their firearms, and the cannons were loaded, all just waiting to give the enemy a good show. From this point alone, the reputation of the bone-eater sharks was well earned. However, the Flying Fish also did not lack courage. Even though this bone-eater shark's ship was larger than the Flying Fish and had many cannons of various models to ensure firepower, it still approached without hesitation. "It seems we've been underestimated," the bone-eater shark's captain said with a cold laugh. "Lads, aim the cannons at those softies. Let's blow these cowards to bits." As the bone-eater shark's captain shouted, the bone-eater shark's pirates cheered wildly, unhesitatingly thrusting red-hot pokers into the cannon vents. The gunpowder in the barrel ignited, and solid cannonballs were propelled out by the expanding hot gases, arcing through the air with immense kinetic energy, shattering one side of the Flying Fish. However, Owen had his men stack sandbags in front of the gun positions on the ship, blocking many fragments. The Ashigaru responsible for firing the cannons were fearless. Even when bleeding from head wounds, they held their ground, only igniting the cannons when the two sides closed the distance. In fact, the bone-eater shark's crew were already a bit flustered. Naval cannon battles were like firearm tactics of firing in volleys. Whoever couldn't hold out first and fired would be at a disadvantage. Only true elites could endure casualties, advance to the enemy's face, and pull the trigger point blank. Their recent cannonade was impressive, but half the cannonballs missed, and half landed in insignificant places. Only 2 or 3 truly caused damage. If it were an ordinary opponent, after such a cannonade, they would probably be in a panic. They would then seize the opportunity to reload, and another close-range cannonade would give them an advantage. The problem was that the opponent wasn't panicked and had resisted the urge to fire, closing the distance. Now it was their turn to panic. "Fire!" Watnabe roared. The Ashigaru, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately ignited the cannons. After a series of cannon shots, they quickly removed the spent breech-loading chambers and loaded new ones. Owen looked down on the original cannons. Their inaccuracy and slow rate of fire made them worthless. Therefore, he exchanged for a batch of breech-loading cannons. Breech-loading cannons consist of a main cannon and breech-loading chambers. The breech-loading chambers can be removed or loaded into the main cannon slot. they can be replaced immediately after firing, thus having a much higher rate of fire than ordinary cannons, though they require more personnel to load the breech-loading chambers. It was like one side using a matchlock and the other using a single-shot firearm. Although both were ancient weapons, the latter was more advanced with a faster rate of fire. Of course, breech-loading cannons also had drawbacks. Their range and power were inferior to ordinary cannons. The problem was that most naval battles at the moment were fought face-to-face, with bayonets determining the victor. These drawbacks were not really drawbacks at all. Whoever could fire more cannonballs in the shortest amount of time would win. Sure enough, a round of rapid cannon fire, even with only 5 cannons on one side, left the enemy disoriented, and they didn't even realize that the distance between the two sides was already close enough. The firearm Ashigaru stood straight along the ship's rail, firing lead bullets in unison, forcing the Bone-Eater Shark's pirates on deck to keep their heads down. But the Bone-Eater Shark's pirates certainly lived up to their ferocious reputation. Despite this, some still stood up to retaliate, exchanging lead bullets. Those hit were almost certainly unable to continue fighting. Ordinary people were not northern barbarians, who became more berserk the more severely they were injured. In reality, lead bullets shattering inside the human body brought not only pain, but also continuous blood loss. As for subsequent lead poisoning, that was a problem to consider after surviving the battlefield. Use grappling hooks close in immediately, the Bone-Eater Shark's captain screamed frantically. If they kept fighting like this, they would surely lose, so they had to leverage their advantage. Skilled pirates risked being hit by lead bullets, stood up, swung their grappling hooks, and once they gained momentum, immediately threw them, hooking onto the opposite ship. Then, in groups of 3 to 5, the Bone-Eater Shark's pirates eagerly jumped over, attempting to win through boarding combat. They were quite confident in this, as they could see that the opponents were all cannon fodder trained from barbarian descendants. Accurate firearm fire was useless in melee, they could take on 3 each. The time has come to repay our lord. Gentlemen, follow me to fight to the death. Watanabe, whose forehead was injured at some point, ignored his wounds, drew his katana, and unhesitatingly led the katana-wielding Ashigaru to charge into brutal close-quarters combat. The Bone-Eater Shark's men were indeed a group of madmen. Despite repeated blows, they remained bloodthirsty, wildly swinging the curved sabers common among pirates, unleashing a bloody slaughter. If it were an ordinary opponent, their morale would probably have collapsed, but system soldiers could be killed and could be hypnotized by magic, but they would not break. Once an order was given, they would carry it out until death. So even the firearm Ashigaru did not retreat a single step when facing the pirates' curved sabers. After Watanabe joined the fray, they meticulously loaded their ammunition and shot the enemies in the head at point-blank range. Even if a northern barbarian took a lead bullet to the head at close range, he wouldn't be able to get up and fight again, let alone a Bone-Eater Shark's pirate. With their skull caps blown off, the splattered brains even carried the scent of gunpowder. Such intense combat made Abigail's expression very solemn as she watched from a distance. Even the originally arrogant soldiers behind her dropped their proud expressions. The Queen's Island soldiers took pride in dying in battle, but in terms of combat fervor, they were still inferior to the Bone-Eater Sharks and the barbarian descendants they considered cannon fodder. Although the Queen's Island soldiers had an advantage in combat skills, on a chaotic and confined ship, desperate fighting was the main reason for victory. Once morale was lost, defeat was only a matter of time. So, even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that the enemy's combat power was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, we hired them. Fortunately, they are elite enough. Abigail used 2 fortunately in a row to describe it, showing her inner shock. However, the time had come. Another Bone-Eater Shark ship was preparing to return as reinforcements. They had to seize the opportunity to board the ship amidst the chaos and rescue the hostages, and they had to be quick. Once the situation became unfavorable, it was inevitable that the Bone-Eater Sharks would use the hostages as leverage. Therefore, she immediately led her people onto small boats and rowed desperately. At this moment, Owen, standing by the helm, watched the naval battle with great interest, while also conceiving the idea of forming a navy on the 2 rivers after returning. Moreover, firearms and cannons were not as useless as he had imagined, at least in naval warfare. They were quite effective, more so than bows and arrows. Unfortunately, the main world had too many powerhouses and placed great restrictions on technology. Even if he focused on technological advancement, steam power and electricity would be the limit. It would be very difficult to break through to the level of World War II. The dungeon in the lower hold of the Bone-Eater Shark's ship was dark and damp, with seawater seeping into the low-lying areas, and strange, long, slimy intestine like worms wriggling within, seemingly born from nowhere. Although it looked unhygienic, these worms were a rare delicacy and toy for the prisoners in the dungeon. However, this time the guest was a bit picky and did not touch them. This was not surprising, as the delicate young girl in a white puffy dress with brown hair and blue eyes was the third princess of Queen's Island, of noble status, and would never play with worms. Are the souls of sinners still not enough? Shelia felt the vibrations from the cannonballs hitting the ship, the sounds of battle, and the seeping blood, which undoubtedly heightened her sense of urgency. At this moment, she even disregarded her cut fingers, placing all her hope in the black magic book within the inverted pentagram drawn with her own blood. The mystery of this world is almost severed. Even the souls of sinners, which the devil loves most, are like breadcrumbs dropped on a table. If I had a choice, I wouldn't even touch them, let alone use these dregs to fill my stomach and restore my power. The voice from the black magic book was full of complaints, but it didn't delay devouring the souls of the bone-eater sharks pirates that were drawn to it. After all, for a prisoner who had been locked up for several hundred years, even breadcrumbs were a rare delicacy. At this moment, Owen, who was standing at the stern ready to intercept the bone-eater shark's cannon ship that was returning for reinforcements, suddenly paused, then stared intently at the ship still engaged in a fierce boarding battle. It's not the aura of a demon, although equally evil, it strangely carries a sense of order. Such distinct characteristics immediately reminded Owen of the existence that loved and hated demons, the devil. Compared to chaotic evil demons, the devil, though equally evil, was very particular. Even if he tricked you, you couldn't find fault with him. He could be compared to a salesman. What the devil said was, to some extent, indeed true. The problem was that there were too many exploitable aspects within it, and if there was a dispute between the two parties, it was obvious who would benefit. Of course, compared to demons who immediately attacked, at least those targeted by the devil could live a little longer. If they were clever enough, they might be able to exchange their souls and lives for benefits from the devil and live lavishly for a while. Although such behavior was worse than taking out a usurious loan, at least they had enjoyed themselves. To some extent, the devil was indeed more particular than demons. "Where did a devil come from here?" Owen murmured. After fusing with the ancient blood, Owen's perception was no longer limited to individuals. Coupled with the knowledge provided by multiple professions, he had a deeper understanding of elements, space, and the world. For example, the mystery level of this world, while not non-existent, was very low. Beings like the devil rarely focused their attention on such worlds, because worlds with higher mystery levels nurtured lives and souls of higher quality. No one would ignore a delicacy to eat gutter oil instead. Moreover, the lower the mystery level of a world, the harder it was for beings like the devil to invade, due to a lack of medium. It was like lightning, though powerful. If there was no medium to conduct it, it was just a flash of light. So if that really was a devil, its condition must be very poor. After realizing this, Owen rubbed his chin, feeling a little restless. This was a good opportunity for Owen, because this devil couldn't be too strong, as a too strong devil wouldn't care for this world at all, much less be trapped here. Nor would he be too weak, as a too weak devil would have long since perished. Furthermore, Owen guessed that the opponent was currently in a sealed state, because only in this way could he exist for a long time in this low-mystery world. Owen's perception was very high. He hadn't sensed it before because the opponent was sealed. Now, this devil was impatiently devouring souls, intending to break free from the seal, and thus revealed his tale. A true devil was a considerable temptation for Owen. As employees of Hell, devils had no lifespan limits, so even a small devil could potentially possess the secrets and arcane arts of countless worlds. So even knowing the risks of summoning a devil, some people still held on to hope, like Owen. Although he had a system, Owen's understanding of the world was not much different from an ordinary person, and even acquiring some mage knowledge couldn't change that. Currently, a devil was undoubtedly a very good teacher, as long as you could endure not being tricked to death. Owen was tempted. The naval battle before him could no longer capture his attention, so he immediately summoned the enormous snake demon. The snake demon, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, coiling on the deck, frightened the pirates on board into a chaotic mess, with some even excessively jumping into the sea. However, these were newly recruited. The veterans all remained calm and quickly used slaps and curses to make these newcomers settle down. Upon learning that the snake demon was on their side, the newcomers were all very excited. After all, for pirates, borrowing prestige and relying on others, power was a mandatory lesson. "After I leave, this ship is under your command," Owen calmly told old Rui, and without waiting for him, who had a bitter expression, to speak, he directly stepped onto the snake demon's head. With his master standing on his head, the snake demon carefully slid from the deck into the sea, then wriggled his long body and swam towards the target. Throughout the entire process, Owen remained motionless. This was one of the changes brought by the ancient blood, such as elf-like superior balance and flexibility, allowing him to even perform a handstand split and full split on a railing. If he were a woman with this skill, his repertoire of poses would at least double, and a bride price of less than 7 figures would be out of the question. The two ships were engaged in a fierce boarding battle, stabbing back and forth, firearm muzzles almost pressed against the enemy's nostrils when firing. Some fearless ones even continued to fire cannons, the cannonballs barely seen before crashing into the enemy's deck. The fighting was extremely brutal. Because of this, everyone's attention was focused on the opposite side, and no one noticed Owen boarding from the other side. Stepping down from the snake demon's head, Owen then summoned the green demon and the goat demon, letting them create more slaughter on the enemy's deck, while he entered the ship's cabin. An unlucky pirate had his throat cut. Owen knew Abigail did it, so it seemed they had already boarded the ship. Summoning the Slime Queen, though massive, as a slime, confined spaces were never an issue. In fact, they were more suitable. At least with the Slime Queen's protection, Owen didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Moreover, the current Slime Queen already possessed some non-Newtonian fluid characteristics. Her defense against cold weapons was average, but her defense against blunt weapons and firearms was very significant. Forget lead bullets from a firearm, even small caliber cannons couldn't harm her. Otherwise, where would Owen get the courage to venture alone into the enemy camp? Princess Shilia, Queen's Island strictly forbids anyone from touching black magic. Even as a princess, you cannot violate this prohibition. Abigail felt no honor in saving the princess at this moment. Instead, she was chilled to the bone. The first queen of Queen's Island was a witch skilled in black magic. Otherwise, how could she have led a group of women to independence and established themselves? Therefore, successive queens had a tradition of practicing black magic, which was their foundation for resisting foreign enemies and maintaining their rule. However, with the decrease in bloodline concentration and the lack of external replenishment, the practice of black magic became increasingly difficult. This undoubtedly shook the royal family's rule over Queen's Island and its deterrent power against foreign enemies. A witch's emotions are inherently unstable and coupled with practicing black magic, and as queens, they were unrestrained. Over time, losing control became inevitable. Various bloody and cruel black magic rituals plunged the entire Queen's Island into prolonged panic. One day, a princess of Queen's Island chose a completely opposite path. She stopped practicing black magic and instead introduced firearms from the outside world, gathering commoners for training. The royal family of Queen's Island was not unaware of this, but they simply didn't care. Instead, they mocked her naivety and ignorance, even calling her the firearm princess. Yet it was this firearm princess who, 3 years later, led her personally trained musketeers into the royal city, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Ultimately, this firearm princess killed all her sisters who practiced black magic, even her own mother. On the day she ascended to the throne, she declared that dabbling in black magic was an unforgivable crime. Although this firearm queen's methods against her own kin were cruel, it must be said that for the people of Queen's Island, it was a great act of salvation. Therefore, despite the stain of personally killing her blood relatives, she was still widely supported by the populace. Coupled with the suffering caused by black magic, the decree she announced on her first day of reign became an inviolable prohibition on Queen's Island. So Abigail was not lying. If this matter were known to the royal family, Princess Shilia's best outcome would be lifelong imprisonment. If it were exposed to the public, being sent to the guillotine was not impossible. Prohibition, forbidding contact with black magic. What a ridiculous statement. If the first queen were to be resurrected and discovered that black magic, the very foundation of Queen's Island, was considered a sin, she would probably make you personally experience its power. The seemingly delicate Shilia no longer pretended. He held the first queen's black magic book, standing in the inverted pentagram, feeling the magical power, transformed from the sinful souls devoured by the magic book, infuse his body. He felt so good that he was almost, even the front of his poofy skirt bulged out. Seeing this, Abigail's face grew even uglier, and she was also very puzzled. The royal family of Queen's Island still inherited the magical bloodline. The problem was that this bloodline originated from witches, and theoretically, only female descendants could awaken it. But the problem was that the third princess was male. This involved a secret of the royal family, because this generation's queen had few descendants, only 3. The first princess, as the heir of Queen's Island, was busy with studies and official duties all day. The second princess, as the leader of Queen's Island's external plundering fleet, was constantly adrift. Only Shilia had always been by the queen's side. However, according to the traditions of Queen's Island, males had no right of inheritance and would be sent away at a very young age, never to be seen again. Ultimately, loneliness led the queen to make a decision that went against her ancestors. She raised Shilia as her daughter from a young age, even giving him a magic potion that made him delicate and soft-bodied, completely hiding his male characteristics. Coincidentally, Shilia was beautiful and had a soft voice, so for so many years, very few people knew this. If Abigail hadn't been the queen's confidant, she probably wouldn't have known this secret either. But who knew the suffering in Shilia's heart? After all, some problems couldn't be solved by a single magic potion, especially the mocking glances from the first princess and second princess, which tormented his heart every moment. Yet Shilia dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, because his true self could not see the light. Once exposed, he would lose everything. Shilia didn't even dare to complain to his mother, the current queen, because he knew very well that the first princess was the next queen, and this could not be changed. The second princess controlled the external plundering fleet, also holding high power and position. Only he was just a plaything to amuse the queen. Yes, a plaything. Shilia could feel that as he grew older, the queen's affection for him also decreased. Mocked since childhood and constantly restless, these thoroughly twisted Shilia's inner self, and he was ignited after accidentally encountering the black magic book left by the first queen. The first queen was a powerful witch, so powerful that she sealed a demon in her black magic book to serve as a knowledge base and search engine. Unfortunately, after coming to this world, even the first queen's power was inevitably affected. So, to prevent her descendants from being killed by the demon, this powerful witch completely sealed it before her death. This was undoubtedly a wise choice. The problem was that the first queen underestimated the influence of this low-mystery world on the seal, and even more underestimated the erosion of time. Therefore, hundreds of years later, the seal inevitably developed a loophole, allowing the demon inside to meet her blood descendant. It must be said that the demon was very skilled at manipulating human hearts. With a few words, it made Shilia abandon everything, feign a longing for pirates, and persistently persuade Abigail, the Queen's Island envoy, to take him on her ship to Pirate Island, where he deliberately leaked his identity to get himself captured. As for Shilia's goal, one can only say that a princess who doesn't want to be queen is not a good prince. Yes, Shilia's goal was to become queen. Although his goal had not yet been achieved, Shilia was no longer that weak and useless person. The sinful souls were transformed by the demon into evil magic, activating the witch bloodline within him that was originally impossible to activate. Therefore, even though he was discovered, he was not flustered at all. Ha ha ha, human infighting always brings me such pleasure. Inside the black magic book, the demon chuckled lowly, but still strictly adhered to the contract, not withholding a single trace of magic. It transformed the sinful souls into evil magic and infused it into Shilia's body, forcibly activating his witch bloodline, and additionally gifting him a set of physical modifications, like buying a car and getting free maintenance. Shilia, immersed in power, freely released his newfound magic. 10 soldiers of Queen's Island, who could easily defeat pirates, had already fainted to the ground without resistance. Only Abigail was still holding on, but she knew she couldn't last much longer, because due to the Queen's Island contract, they were under too much suppression. When the first queen established herself on Queen's Island, she made a contract with all the women who followed her, which is the famous Queen's Contract. Because it was a contract made with black magic, the descendants of those women found it difficult to resist the first queen's magic, which came from the same source. This is also why the firearm queen had to train a firearm army, because close combat was simply impossible. One release of magic would knock down a whole group. It seems you've run into trouble. Owen had already overheard the conversation between the two parties, and while he wasn't privy to the hidden details, it didn't stop him from knowing which side to take, his own, of course. helping the princess fight the queen, or helping the other party rescue the princess. None of that was as important as a devil. Therefore, Owen's gaze never left the black magic book in Shilia's arms, because the devil's aura emanated from there. When she noticed Owen's gaze fixed on the black magic book, Shilia immediately bristled. This black magic book now represented her ambition, her hope, her future, her life. She would absolutely not allow anyone to covet this book. So her watery eyes narrowed, her cherry lips parted forcefully, and she made a fierce expression on her delicate face. Then she opened the first page of the black magic book and recited one of the contract clauses signed by the original inhabitants of Queen's Island to unconditionally fight for the royal bloodline. The 10 Queen's Island soldiers who had been unconscious stood up like puppets. Though their eyes were lifeless, they accurately picked up their firearms and aimed them at Owen. I have to say, while that firearm queen almost destroyed the entire royal family, she did bring some good things. Shilia began to speak with an elegant posture, even taking the time to explain. There was nothing she could do. Although Shilia had awakened her magic, more than 10 years of ordinary life meant she hadn't yet gotten used to being a spellcaster, let alone how to deal with one. Therefore, when Shilia saw the 10 Queen's Island soldiers aiming their firearms at the outsider who was eyeing her black magic book, she immediately relaxed a lot. After all, even the strongest warrior on Queen's Island couldn't evade the shots of 10 elite firearm soldiers in a cramped cabin, so she continued leisurely. The firearms these soldiers use aren't the common goods you find outside. Each one is a masterpiece crafted by Queen's Island artisans. They can accurately hit a wine bottle within 50 meters, and their power is enough to pierce 2 layers of breastplate. These statistics in Owen's previous life would at most be considered a large caliber pistol, but in this world of handcrafted firearms, they were undoubtedly top tier. Few factions could equip their soldiers with firearms of this level. Only Queen's Island, with its abundance of skilled artisans, had the conditions. The question was, could Owen be dealt with by a few firearms? Shut up, you idiot. That's a wizard, a powerful wizard 100 times stronger than you. The devil almost laughed in exasperation at its contractor. In fact, the devil hadn't reacted immediately either, because Owen's bloodline concentration and quality were too high. Even in hell, it wasn't common, so it was impossible for him to be from this world. Thus, it fell into contemplation for a while, until it was awakened by its contractor's foolish actions. Shilia didn't doubt the devil's words, but she misunderstood its meaning. The devil wanted her to quickly back down, as losing a little face was better than losing her life. But Shilia had grown up in the royal family since childhood. Although she wasn't favored, the education she received never taught her to back down immediately upon meeting someone. Instead, it emphasized the importance of dealing with restless individuals at the first opportunity, so she immediately ordered the soldiers to fire. As gunpowder smoke filled the cramped cabin, the devil was truly on the verge of being moved to tears by its contractor's stupidity. If it weren't for its inability to break free from the seal right now, the devil would have personally cleaned up its contractor and offered her up before Owen even made a move. But now it could only leave it to fate, hoping the other party was only interested in the contractor and not a sealed devil. The cabin lights were dim, and the slime queen had adjusted her body's transparency, so Shilia didn't notice Owen was surrounded by a thick layer of gelatinous substance. It wasn't until the lead bullet sank into the air that she realized something was wrong. Due to the non-Newtonian fluid's properties, the lead bullets didn't penetrate deeply, only remaining on the surface. And as the slight indentations recovered, the 10 lead bullets successively dropped to the ground, sending a chill down Shilia's spine. Only then did she understand the devil's meaning. Who are you? The reality of being outmatched brought Shilia back to her senses. She intended to resolve the problem through conversation, but unfortunately, her recent actions had given Owen a good excuse. Slime Queen split. Owen glanced at the flustered Shilia, returned a smile, and then commanded. The Slime Queen possessed many characteristics, but not many offensive methods. However, that also depended on the opponent. Blobs of gelatinous substance were shot out by the Slime Queen, like hurled stones. So even though it was gelatin, its power was enough to knock a person unconscious. Shilia, who had just been so imposing and confident, was knocked out before she even had a chance to speak. Fortunately, it was gelatin, otherwise, her face would have been ruined. Owen, however, didn't know that this blow had really put Shilia in a bind. Although Shilia possessed witch bloodline and it had been activated by the devil's secret arts, her gender was a factor. No matter how she used it, she couldn't compare to a true witch, so the devil had planned to modify its contractor, but the process was interrupted halfway through. If Owen knew, he would definitely ask which half was being modified. After all, Shilia's looks and figure were quite good, and he might not be averse to it. "Come out and talk," Owen commanded the top hat puppet to pick up the black magic book from the ground and said to the devil inside. The devil didn't refuse because delaying wouldn't change anything. The seal only had a loophole, not a complete break. Of course, the devil could also choose to wait a few hundred more years for the seal to be worn away by time. The problem was that by then, the devil's fate wouldn't be much better. It was very likely to be worn away along with the seal. Moreover, Owen's bloodline, soul, and body all held a tremendous attraction for the devil. If it could obtain them, it would be worth even some cost. Therefore, as Owen's words fell, some mist gathered on the black magic book. A little evil magic permeated and stained the mist black, forming a devil's face. Although the devil had tried to be as careful as possible, Owen still detected a hint of its true state. It was unexpectedly weak. Devils find it very difficult to enter the material realm. Most of the time, devils send parts of their power and knowledge into the material realm as bait, waiting for prey to take the hook and fall into depravity. Most black magic books of unknown origin in the material realm are products of hellish devils and a common tactic of theirs. These black magic books describe things with extreme exaggeration, making people think they refer to the demon gods of hell. But just like online dating, how high is the probability that the online dating target is a beautiful woman? One should probably have a rough idea. To make the other party believe, worship, become obsessed, and fall into depravity, to sign a devil's contract under the drive of desire, and ultimately for their soul to fall into the devil's hands. This is a common tactic of devils. But there is another situation. When a more valuable target is encountered, the devil will invest heavily, sending a part of its essence into the material realm. Theoretically, this part of the essence can replace the main body, and unlike power, it doesn't easily dissipate. However, similarly, once the essence is damaged, it is an irreparable loss to the devil's main body in hell, and it could even cause it to fall in rank. This is more terrifying to a devil than death. Simply put, this was a ready-made leverage point. Let me see. A young man with excellent talent, noble and mysterious, possessing an ancient and powerful bloodline. What an enviable life. The devil's voice was neither hoarse nor high-pitched. Instead, it gave off a sense of a gentle and refined gentleman. This was not surprising, as knowing what to say to whom was a mandatory lesson for devils. Facing a gambler with insatiable desires, a deep and tempting voice was the first choice. Facing malicious bandits, a high-pitched, hoarse voice would make them understand awe. Facing nobles skilled at concealing their true feelings, gentle and elegant words were more likely to gain their approval. Owen's appearance, demeanor, and temperament undoubtedly fit that of a noble, so the devil presented its elegant side. Unfortunately, although it was his first time dealing with a devil, Owen knew he couldn't believe a single word the devil said, even if a devil's contract was signed. This was because the devil's essence was greed and evil, a composite of sin and wickedness. Adhering to contracts was merely due to the restrictions of the laws of hell. Trusting a devil, being friends with a devil, you'd know what regret was when your soul fell into the devil's hands. So Owen had no intention of responding, but instead had Nguyen Bao Bao begin scanning the black magic book. Puppets, golems, what strange creations, as mysterious as you are. The devil tried to continue the conversation, as Owen's gaze reminded the devil of some unpleasant memories. Owen still showed no reaction to the devil's words, as he was simultaneously organizing the content Nguyen Bao Bao had scanned. Very interesting. Witches, warlocks, mages, alchemists. A single black magic book actually contained so much. If Owen didn't also have many professions, he might easily get stuck in a dead end. Owen reached out his hand, constructing a rune with his spiritual power at his fingertip, then slowly pressed it towards the black magic book. The devil's face, formed by mist on the black magic book, wavered. This was because the devil knew it was in big trouble. The person before him was the kind of person devils hated most, and he had also seen the purpose of this rune, to mend the seal's loophole on the black magic book. Once this rune filled the gap, it would mean the other party controlled the switch of the seal. The devil would need the other party's permission just to get a breath of air. It was true that the devil was very patient, but after being sealed for several centuries, just as hope for escape arose, it was interrupted again, and by the very type of person it least wanted to encounter. Even the devil couldn't help but want to flip the table. Because the devil was too weak now. Once this part of its origin had problems, its main body in hell would most likely drop in rank and lose its only opportunity, especially the latter. This made the devil make a risky decision. "Human, let us play a fair game." The devil suddenly spoke the moment Owen's finger was about to land. Then, before Owen could react, a dreamlike speck of light touched his finger. Owen's consciousness instantly broke free from the shackles of his physical body, entering a world full of colorful bubbles. Here, he experienced the feeling of free flight for the first time, more exhilarating than morning exercises on the castle terrace, naked save for a bathrobe. But he quickly reacted, and his originally uninhibited consciousness instantly transformed into a human form, identical to his physical body. Actually, Owen had faced two choices: the image of Yan Su from his previous life, or the image of Owen from this life. Ultimately, he chose his current life because there were many women in this life, and there would be even more in the future, so it wasn't a difficult choice, was it? The moment Owen's form solidified, the surrounding scenery changed, becoming his most familiar castle, while opposite him was a scene of hell. If one looked further, they would discover this was a peculiar space. Aside from the castle and hell being solid entities, everywhere else was a distorted space composed of colorful bubbles and ribbons, like chaos. "Is this the devil's game?" Owen said with a somewhat solemn expression, clearly having underestimated the devil's methods. However, Owen wasn't very flustered internally, because even with only his consciousness, he could still clearly feel the system's presence. With System Dad around, he feared nothing. But as the rules of this space were injected into Owen's consciousness, he realized this was not the devil's ability, but rather that the other party was lucky enough, or rather, he was lucky enough. This space was not truly real, because it was formed from a fragment of the god of truth and illusion's authority. A long time ago, the devil obtained this fragment, but a devil with only a partial origin couldn't bring it back to hell. It could only hope to absorb it in the material realm, thereby escaping the shackles of hell and becoming an independent god. For this, it was willing to be sealed in a black magic book by a powerful witch. But the devil underestimated the god of truth and illusion. Even if it was just a tiny fragment of authority, its essence still far surpassed the devil's origin. The devil's origin was like mist clinging to a crystal shard. To absorb the crystal was not a miracle, but a divine feat. However, it was too late for regret. Devils also had moments when their eyes were clouded by profit, and when they were caught in an inescapable situation. But the devil's chance had come. As long as it seized Owen's body and soul, this part of its origin could break free from the main body in hell, gaining the foundation to exist independently in the material realm. With the knowledge the devil possessed, it might not be impossible to embark on the path to godhood in the future. Then, absorbing the fragments of authority, becoming a god in one step would not be a dream. Therefore, in this game, the devil was determined to win. After reading the rules of the space, Owen was no longer flustered, because this was not the devil's trick. In fact, the devil was just a player in this space, just like him. The other party's only advantage was having played longer and understanding the rules more deeply, but this didn't mean the devil would necessarily win. It was like two people playing an arcade game together. The game machine was brought out by the other person. Could you say that if you didn't play, the other person would win? Clearly not. Even if the other party brought out the game machine, the winner still had to be decided through a fair game. What was interesting was that the devil truly invested heavily, exchanging its origin and true name for Owen's body and soul. This wasn't because the devil had lost its mind, but because the devil had never expected Owen's bloodline and soul quality to be so high. Without offering everything, the fragment of authority wouldn't recognize it, and without recognition, the game couldn't begin. The helpless devil could only gamble everything like a demon who had lost its mind. Owen retracted his scattered thoughts and focused on preparing for this game. The game was both simple and complex. The authority of the god of truth and illusion broke the boundary between reality and illusion, at least in this space. Therefore, both sides needed to construct reality from fantasy. To start with the simplest method, fantasize about constructing a sword. This sword would be real in this world and could be used to kill the opponent to win. However, if the opponent constructed a firearm, victory would belong to the opponent. If one went a step further and constructed a cyclops that obeyed commands, let alone a firearm. Even constructing a cannon would be useless. So the core test of this game was fantasy and construction. One must have enough fantasy, and at the same time, fully understand the creation one fantasized about. Therefore, Owen unconsciously constructed a castle from the start, while the devil constructed hell, because these were the places both were most familiar with. The devil, clad in a full set of legendary equipment, radiating various colors of light, sat on the throne at the very top of this hell, like a demon king controlling the entire hell. In reality, the devil didn't even know what a demon king's throne looked like, nor had he ever seen a demon king, because the hierarchy in hell was strict, and demon kings weren't accessible to just anyone. This devil was clearly one of those without the qualifications, so he could only rely on his imagination to construct this throne, forged from hellish iron. This was the limit of the devil's imagination, followed by the construction of various hellish monsters and soldiers. Because of its proximity to the abyss, the monsters in hell were affected, their appearances indescribably grotesque. Unlike the devil's soldiers in hell, who, despite all being lower-tier devils, mostly retained human forms, merely possessing a pair of horns, and thus were capable of using equipment and weapons. Moreover, the structure of hell's soldiers was extremely rigorous: shield-bearers, spearmen, archers, cavalry, and spellcasters, capable of adapting to various types of enemies. Their specialty was area of effect magic, as devils were natural spellcasters. Owen, who had originally intended to construct Age of Empires units, frowned. If he followed his previous plan, he clearly wouldn't stand a chance. The devil did not construct the main legions of hell, as he lacked the authority. Without sufficient contact and understanding, even in this magical space, he couldn't conjure them out of thin air. Thus, he could only construct the lower-tier, ordinary hellish legions. Even so, every soldier in the hellish legion was an elite among elites. Their accumulated combat experience and skills over long ages surpassed human imagination. While not comparable to a legendary warrior, they reached the peak of human capability. Coupled with the devil's superhuman physique, it could be said that every devil soldier was on par with a human 100-man killer level, utterly beyond what mortal legions could contend with, even if Owen's Age of Empires units were utterly fearless. "It seems I need to get serious," Owen murmured to himself. Then an excited expression appeared on his face. Fantasy construction must be something one is familiar with and has mastered. Therefore, the devil couldn't construct devils of a higher rank than himself, nor could he construct equipment he had never encountered. Owen should have been subject to the same limitations, but he had a system, and this space didn't require reality, only corresponding data to materialize. So the question arose, how far could Owen go in this peculiar space? Even he himself was very curious. "I'll use the Academy's units as an appetizer, but first, I'll try to construct Nguyen Bao Bao, otherwise, it'll still be a bit strenuous." Owen had a clear understanding of his intelligence attribute, so he began his operation. Nguyen Bao Bao's structure wasn't complex. What was complex was its internal programming. However, all of Flame Empress's data was copied by Owen. Although afterwards, due to the sheer volume of data, he couldn't recall it, in this special space, every symbol appeared clearly in his mind, making the construction process very smooth. Nguyen Bao Bao, activate psychic synchronization, activate thought acceleration, activate paste and copy. The completed Nguyen Bao Bao floated above Owen's head. After he used puppetry to achieve mental resonance, his entire thought process accelerated to an incredible degree, quickly finding knowledge about golems in his memory. After acquiring the alchemist profession, Owen possessed all of the Academy's alchemy knowledge, even including top-tier alchemical creations like the Titan. However, how much he could utilize depended entirely on himself. After all, even if you were given a complete set of blueprints for a launch rocket, what's the likelihood that, aside from selling it as scrap paper, you teach yourself and directly launch a satellite? But now, Owen didn't need to understand, didn't need to master, he just needed to recall it in his mind, and the construction was complete. It was incredibly satisfying. First to be completed was the Iron Golem, a standard unit from the Heroes of Might and Magic Academy. This golem, made of large blocks of cast iron, was bulky and clumsy, but its cost-effectiveness was undeniably high, especially when their numbers reached a certain point. The resulting steel torrent was simply unstoppable by human power. During the Academy's peak, every foundry could continuously produce these golems, crushing any enemy that dared approach the Academy. And this was just the beginning. Owen quickly upgraded and replaced the iron golems with more advanced steel golems. Steel golems were lighter, stronger, more destructive, and faster than iron golems, making them highly efficient killing machines. Even more frightening was that, with Nguyen Bao Bao's assistance, the steel golems appeared as if truly being copied and pasted, first one by one, then in rows, quickly forming a steel legion. While Owen was conceptualizing new units, the Golem Legion had already clashed with the hellish monsters. The hellish monsters were ugly and powerful enough that their mere appearance and mad aura could make humans tremble, but against steel constructs, these things were meaningless. The steel golems, wielding heavy double-bladed weapons, swung their sharp blades in unison, like a row of knives on an assembly line cutting fruit, turning the charging hellish monsters into even uglier corpses. Even when facing the hellish monsters' various bizarre methods, they showed no signs of retreat. Acid, sonic waves, poisonous blood, sharp claws, fangs, all sorts of unexpected methods were endured by the steel golems, who then launched counterattacks at the first opportunity. Golems, what a troublesome opponent. Besides tempting intelligent beings to fall, devils were also skilled at creating fear. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to construct cost-ineffective hellish monsters, which were specifically designed to instill fear in opponents. But he never expected that the opponent would not only be calm, but also construct the most annoying opponent, golems. Alright, I'll teach you a lesson, to make you understand that nothing can stand against Hell's soldiers. The devil was very clear about the strength of Hell's soldiers. They possessed a powerful combat capability that could sweep across the material realm. Even if it was just Hell's second-tier legion, they were not to be trifled with. Thus, he raised the legendary magic sword in his hand, commanding the fully prepared Hellish Legion to attack. The Hellish Legion's coordination was almost perfect. Every soldier was like a gear in this war machine. Even when facing the seemingly unassailable steel golems, they did not stop their advance, and their method of dealing with them was so simple and direct that it left Owen wide-eyed. The heavy infantry in the back lines braced their shields against the backs of the front-line heavy infantry, using their collective strength to forcibly push the steel golems to the ground, then plunged their short swords into the joints, causing the steel golems to only make grinding sounds, utterly unable to move. Fortunately, Owen's newly constructed units were already complete and had formed a substantial force, timely interrupting the Hellish Legion's advance. The newly added gargoyles were not particularly powerful units, but their ability to fly was a huge advantage, especially when these sturdy stone statues swooped down from the sky. Even without using their sharp claws, they were enough to smash a fully armored soldier into minced meat. Even if the Hellish soldiers' physiques were stronger than humans, they couldn't avoid broken bones and torn muscles. But to Owen's surprise once again, the Devil's heavy infantry interlocked their shields, dispersing the gargoyles' impact. One gargoyle after another crashed against the scale like shield wall, sending debris flying, and though the shield wall undulated, it remained impenetrable. The Hell Legion is truly formidable. Even Owen couldn't help but praise the elite quality of the Hell soldiers, as well as their tacit coordination, which gave him a deeper understanding of seamless flow. Among all human legions, only the most top-tier ones, such as the Trapped Camp and the 300 Spartans, could compare. However, such elites were fleeting and irreplicable miracles in human history, whereas the Hell Legion was a regular fighting force of hell, not even considered top-tier. This was not false advertising. Owen, who understood the spatial laws of this place, knew that the real bodies of these replicas possessed the same combat power and performance. Although surprised by the strength of the Hell Legion, it didn't mean Owen would admit defeat, because he was very clear why he was at a disadvantage. First, he was not yet familiar with the spatial laws of this place, and second, the Academy's troop types were not yet complete. The Heroes of Might and Magic world has demons and angels, and even dragons and phoenixes. The enemies the Academy faces include well-organized human armies, savage orc tribes, and endless undead scourges. The Academy in such a world can still become a powerful force, naturally possessing equivalent combat power. Although he knew that a complete Academy faction with its troop types could crush the Hell Legion, Owen was a bit stuck. The Gargoyles' death dive suppressed the Hell Legion's attack, and the sprites weaved through the battlefield to repair fallen golems, but these were far from enough, because the Hell Legion's spellcasters were chanting. Once their casting finished, all the progress made so far would be for naught. Both gargoyles and iron golems indeed have high magic resistance, but the problem is that devils are natural spellcasters, especially with Legion-level war magic. No matter how high the magic resistance, there's a limit. Under an impact that can twist steel, magic resistance is no longer important. However, Owen was unable to construct the true core troop type of the Academy faction, the mage, because mages are not golems. He had only obtained the academy's alchemy, not the mage profession, and thus he was stuck. But Owen suddenly remembered that he wasn't completely ignorant of magic in Heroes of Might and Magic. At least, he knew air magic. So academy mages loaded with air magic began to line up and chant, and the battle between the two sides officially entered a white-hot stage. Gargoyles bombarded wildly, iron golems could both attack and defend, and mages effortlessly cast various air magic spells, fighting the Hell Legion, which had seen countless years of battle, to a standstill. The intensity of the entire battlefield was completely comparable to two armored divisions clashing head-on with their respective artillery support. The fierce battle was not what Owen wanted. He wanted a ruthless crushing. Therefore, he once again constructed new troop types, this time truly high-tier ones, Jinn and Rakshasa. Jinn are special energy-based golems, similar to elemental creatures but even more unique. They can fight, fly, and use magic, truly all-around warriors, circling above the battlefield like armed helicopters sweeping infantry. Rakshasa, though unable to fly, were even stronger, especially the four-armed, lion-headed Rakshasa king, whose linear acceleration was like teleportation, and whose four-arms wielding blades performed on the battlefield like low-flying fighter jets. After two more powerful troop types joined the battle, the devil had already begun to recall his life. Devils are not omnipotent, otherwise, why bother tricking people with contracts? Low and mid-level devils are even more miserable, like this one. He served as a soldier in the Hell Legion for several centuries. By good luck, during a bloody war with the Abyss, he picked up a greater demon's head, was promoted to a mid-level devil, and transitioned from military to civil administration, responsible for the operation of Hell. Simply put, he became a grassroots clerk. Next, he toiled in the grassroots for several more centuries. With good luck, he successfully reported his superior and became a minor section chief. Then his good luck ran out. He was targeted in various ways, constantly put through the ringer. Forget about promotions and raises, not being reported and demoted was already the result of the devil's full efforts. What was even more miserable was that working 7 in hell was one thing, but the key was that no matter how well he did, it was useless because it was expected. If he didn't do well, he would be punished. Only by achieving extra merit was there a possibility of promotion and a raise. So no matter how hard life was, the devil still squeezed out some power and invested it in the material realm, just like countless peers, attempting to use it as bait to make a highly profitable deal. Unfortunately, there are countless souls in the material realm, but few truly valuable ones. He finally encountered one, but ended up going all in and losing the gamble. The devil was unwilling. Even if he handed over the fragment of the god of truth and illusion's authority, he could still get a lot of rewards, and perhaps even a promotion. So he tried to struggle one last time, preparing to construct an even higher-level hell army stationed at the entrance to the abyss. However, when Owen began to construct titans, the devil completely gave up. Hell was not without titan-level combat power, but the problem was that the devil couldn't access it. Having traveled the material realm for untold years, the devil had seen human legends, valiant orcs, and eerie liches, but none of these were useful. They were far less efficient than the Hell Legion. Now that even the Hell Legion had lost, struggling was meaningless. Therefore, the devil admitted defeat to Owen through the spatial laws. Although the devil now had nothing and had lost himself, he did not give up. First, he started with his image. If the opponent is male, then turn into a female. If the opponent is not old, then set the age to be even younger. As for the figure, still choose the popular standard, large, round, and shapely, paired with a petite and delicate physique. Unless encountering a pervert, one would inevitably feel pity. The devil's understanding of the essence of human males was indeed quite profound, so when Owen saw the devil again, he immediately had a headache. A white-haired, red-eyed, Gothic-style lowly, and one with a ridiculously well-endowed figure. If all devils looked like this, hell would probably be crammed full of perverts from all realms, completely transforming into a perverted shape. However, Owen did not stop this change. After all, who knew what the devil's true form looked like? What if it had an octopus head and a potato body? This thing was going to stay by his side, so even if its inner self was unknown, a good appearance was still good. Anyway, men mostly only care about appearance. The time they spend caring about the inner self generally doesn't exceed half an hour. After winning this game, Owen obtained a portion of this devil's origin and true name. If he could contact the main body in hell, using this as leverage, it would be enough to coerce the other party into doing things they were unwilling to do. Basically, as long as it didn't violate the laws of hell, Owen, with the true name in hand, could make the devil stand up if he wanted, or make the devil lie down if he wanted. However, compared to the fragment of the god of truth and illusion's authority, the devil was reduced to nothing but dregs. It wasn't worthless, just of little value. Based on the authority, as long as Owen could condense divinity, he could theoretically become a deity, even if very weak, still a deity. This was not an evolution of the life level, but a change in the root, a path to godhood that countless mortals dreamed of. Owen currently cannot unleash the power of the god of truth and illusion's authority fragment. After all, this is the authority of a god. Even incomplete, it cannot be used by mortals. Even devils only utilized the laws of the authority fragment, acting accordingly, and did not truly control this fragment. Otherwise, how would Owen have won? Although he cannot control it, the authority fragment still grants Owen a power similar to the I think, therefore it is ability. The greatest function of the god of truth and illusion's authority is to eliminate the boundary between reality and illusion, turning reality into illusion and illusion into reality. Theoretically, what he previously achieved in space could also be done in reality. He could even make a firearm possess the power of a bolter, or assemble a spaceship from a pile of junk in the Middle Ages. Forget physics, he doesn't even bother with logic. The problem is that Owen cannot do it now, because the laws of the material realm are not to be trifled with. To break them, one must endure the recoil of the laws. If the laws of the material realm are like tightly stretched steel cables maintaining its stability, then Owen, possessing the god of truth and illusion's authority fragment, is like holding a universal tool. He can temporarily alter it, but he cannot directly sever the cable. Otherwise, if the taut cable breaks, it would undoubtedly tear Owen, the instigator, into a shower of flesh. Owen estimated that he can currently achieve energy shaping and illusory projection. The former is similar to elemental manipulation, like a warlock. The latter is miraculous, the materialization of illusions. Although its upper limit is not high and its duration is limited, it is fun, and the extent to which it can be used depends entirely on imagination. Theoretically, as long as the imagination is in place, even a sky-opening axe can be materialized. However, a materialized sky-opening axe would at most make cutting people smoother. It wouldn't truly cleave chaos. You have to consider, if the god of truth and illusion couldn't do it before its demise, how can you expect a tiny fragment of its authority left after its death to achieve it? Even if you're dreaming, this isn't the kind of thought you'd have. In fact, Owen feels that the most important aspect of the authority fragment is its ability to convert between reality and illusion. This reminds him of something, the Void Engine from the Super God Academy world, an existence that can modify reality and break concepts. Of course, all of this is just imagination. The problem Owen needs to solve now is this white-haired, red-eyed little lowly devil with hidden weapons. According to the devil's contract, this part of the origin now belongs to Owen, so he can freely change its appearance, even turn it into a dog. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he considered how to use this devil more efficiently. Using it for combat feels like using a smartphone as a brick, not useless, but not used in the right way. According to the devil's rank, although it is a high-grade item, its true strength does not reach legend. It's at most master level. However, if you underestimate the opponent because of this devil might just burst out laughing on the spot. As mentioned before, devils are natural spellcasters, and there is still a saying that the origin of magic comes from devils. While the truth is unknown, it is true that devils are skilled in using magic. So the question arises, how many secret spells, rituals, arcane arts, and curses has a devil that has lived for countless years mastered? There are simply too many unlucky individuals who thought they had control, only to be successfully overturned by devils. This kind of track record, devils wouldn't even dare to show off when drunk, because it's not presentable. Therefore, this devil cannot be used directly. It must be reformed from the inside out, into the shape he desires. After resealing the devil into the black magic book, Owen returned to reality. Although a long time passed in the spatial realm, only an instant had elapsed in the outside world. The battle with the bone-eater sharks had not yet ended. Owen was no longer willing to delay. After gaining so many benefits, he urgently needed a quiet environment to digest them, so his previously playful mindset changed. Owen came to the deck and saw that the three new Shikigami had completed the slaughter of the bone-eater shark's pirates. Watanabe was adjusting the angle of the bow, attempting to support the Swiftwind, so he took out a firearm. The Nuan Bao Bao beside him emitted a low hum, assisting Owen in constructing his illusion through mental resonance. A strange firearm, so peculiar it could only be described as crude and bulky, gradually replaced the original firearm. As the strange firearm became more complete and real, the invisible pressure grew stronger, feeling like trying to force two magnets of the same pole together. However, this world was too weak. Although it reacted to Owen's forceful intervention, its resistance was not strong enough. With his increasingly skilled technique, the large gun finally took shape and successfully fired. A thick rocket-like bullet almost instantly hit the main mast of the bone-eater shark's pirate ship, then a fireball exploded. The force of the explosion not only shattered the mast, but also tore through the deck, turning the ship into a floating coffin at sea. The Swiftwind and flying fish attacked from both sides, bombarding it repeatedly until it trembled and started taking on water, eventually raising a white flag in surrender. Unfortunately, the battle before him could no longer attract Owen's attention in the slightest. He was not satisfied with the power of that shot, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the blueprints for the original bolter, nor the scarce materials. So that shot was more of an illusionary enhancement based on modern firearms, thus its power could at most compare to an autocannon. Using it on an interstellar battlefield would be asking for trouble. As the illusion dissipated, the fine firearm in Owen's hand turned into a pile of fine particles. This was not only due to the power unleashed, but also because the illusory enhancement and the distortion of reality had completely destroyed its structure. However, the result of this attempt still brought Owen considerable gains and insights, giving him some clues for future research directions. On the dock of Pirate Island, Abigail's expression was somewhat complex. She turned to look at Shilia, who seemed utterly disheartened, and recalling the recent examination, she had half a mind to ask Owen to transform the third princess even more thoroughly, leaving no trace that might cause future trouble. Yet she couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, she paid the agreed reward and watched him leave. Throughout the entire process, Abigail did not mention the black magic book. It wasn't that she didn't know, but rather that she knew her knowledge was useless. She was very aware of how attractive a black magic book left by a powerful great witch would be to a powerful wizard. If she truly pressed the issue, she might not even be able to leave. It was better to return and let the queen worry about it. Oh, and the queen had more than just this one thing to worry about. The third prince, no, the third princess. That didn't seem right either. Anyway, the queen was going to have a headache. Abigail couldn't help but shake her head, thinking of the changes that had occurred to Shilia. Now, even the queen probably wouldn't know what to do, because in some respects, Shilia already possessed half the qualifications to inherit the throne, though it was uncertain if the queen would acknowledge it. Returning to Boar Island, Owen found that both ships needed repairs, especially the flying fish. Its displacement was not large to begin with, and after being bombarded by bone-eater sharks, although the keel was fine, there were holes everywhere, like a beehive. When the wind blew on the sails during the journey, the entire deck creaked, making one suspect the ship would fall apart with a strong gust. The flying fish was never a warship. While fast, its hull was thin. After all, it was originally a fast exploration vessel and naturally not as resilient as the Swiftwind, which served as a warship. Even after taking many cannonballs, the Swiftwind's hull only had more dents and rarely suffered penetrations. Therefore, even though the flying fish could be repaired, Owen decided to relegate it to a secondary role. After the flying fish is repaired, it will no longer serve as a warship. Remove the cannons, keeping only the 2 carronades at the bow, Owen told old Rui. Captain, although the Swiftwind is powerful, its speed is not as good as the flying fish. If we go out raiding, it will take more time to catch up, old Rui said, plucking up his courage after some hesitation. There will be new ships to supplement it, Owen said impatiently, then left the already somewhat developed dock. Since the captain had made a decision, old Rui had no intention of disobeying, so he immediately arranged for hands to start repairing the ships. On Pirate Island, they not only recruited pirates, but also chefs and many shipwrights. These shipwrights might not be able to build a ship on their own, but repairs and patching were their specialty. Even a wooden barrel could be turned into something elaborate in their hands. Owen, having handed the miscellaneous tasks to old Rui, came near the Tenshukaku. It had been meticulously organized by Tanaka, with large areas of farmland already cultivated. He specially praised him a few times, then encouraged Matsushita, who was responsible for capturing wildmen, making the two work even harder. However, the population limit had now been reached, and many wildmen could only be guarded by Ashigaru doing simple tasks, unable to play a greater role. Therefore, Owen used the reward from Queen's Island to upgrade the Tenshukaku. A level 2 Tenshukaku has a population limit of 1,000 and can recruit Ashigaru and Hatamoto. If Ashigaru are militiamen, then Hatamoto are regular soldiers. Owen recruited 100 of them in one go. The biggest difference between Hatamoto and Ashigaru is that Hatamoto wear armor and can skillfully use various weapons, including arquebuses, making them the primary troop type in this world. With the increase in population and Hatamoto, who could no longer be commanded by an Ashigaru commander, Owen exchanged for another talent, Hoshino. Hoshino's background was that of a samurai from a warrior family, a samurai commander capable of leading 500 soldiers. In the Warring States period of Japan, he would be considered a respectable general, but in the Three Kingdoms period, he could only be described with a chuckle. Although he didn't think much of him, for the current territory, it was sufficient. Being from a warrior family meant Hoshino had received a good education, incomparable to half-baked individuals like Tanaka and Watanabe. Therefore, Owen confidently entrusted the territory to his management. Inside the Tenshukaku, Owen used onmyoji techniques to set up layers of ceiling arrays. This system, which the devil had never encountered, was not so easy to break, especially with Owen controlling its origin and true name. It could only helplessly endure the strange alchemical creation's gaze. Nguyen Bao Bao was recording the fluctuation frequency of the devil's origin. Owen didn't understand this aspect either. It was a program Nguyen Bao Bao automatically activated after he ordered a research scan, so he temporarily left it alone. The origin was not the devil's main body, nor was it a form of energy, but a more peculiar existence. Owen was very curious about this and was also researching it using his own methods, which made the devil even more miserable. However, it still maintained the appearance of a white-haired, red-eyed lowly, occasionally frowning slightly and pursing its cherry-red lips, with its hands clasped across its chest, looking utterly pitiful. If Owen were a perverted shut-in, he would probably be lying down now, letting the other party step on him starting from his face. Unfortunately, he had a woman skilled in shapeshifting and a female secretary whose every hair was practically wriggling with allure. A mere busty lowly wanting to make him lose his composure. Perhaps if third Princess Shulia were added, it might be close. The devil's strength was not much, but as an employee of hell, the quality of the devil's origin was not low. It was the kind whose quality ceiling started directly at legend. Theoretically, as long as the quantity of origin was sufficient, the devil could reach legend without any bottlenecks, which made Owen even more interested. After some attempts, Owen found that onmyoji and alchemy research yielded the best results, followed by the abilities of witches and mages. Now Owen was considering whether to transform this portion of the origin into a new shikigami, or to use it as material to create a special alchemical construct. Transforming it into a shikigami could preserve its original essence to the greatest extent, even making its true form the current lowly appearance, and a tangible one at that. Refining it into an alchemical construct was also good, as it could sever the connection between the origin and the main body to the greatest extent, erode the devil's consciousness within, and reduce the risk of a backlash. These are the advantages. For example, the former is not as simple as refining his own summoned monsters, or Emil and Bella, into shikigami. The devil is extremely dangerous, and Owen couldn't even guess how many ways it had to turn the tables. As for the latter, Owen was not very satisfied, because if it were refined into an alchemical construct, with his current skill, it would be difficult to preserve the devil's self-awareness, which would be a waste. The greatest value of this part of the devil's origin was not its combat power, but the knowledge and experience the devil had accumulated over long ages. These were what Owen valued. After much deliberation, Owen decided that making the devil schizophrenic would better suit his interests. Second, personality. Owen's first active conversation with the devil made the devil very happy, having prepared over 100 sets of conversational tactics, but it was stumped right at the start. Do you know there's a mental illness called dissociative identity disorder? Owen had specifically exchanged for some books on mental illnesses. Although he couldn't be called an expert, using some professional terms to fool people, to fool the devil, was no problem. The devil had indeed seen people with dissociative identity disorder, though they were usually called madmen. You originate from the main body, but are attached to this portion of the origin. And now the ownership of this portion of the origin belongs to me. Theoretically, the consciousness relying on this portion of the origin also belongs to me. Owen's words made the devil think for a long time before understanding, but it couldn't say he was wrong because according to the contract, even if Owen erased this portion of consciousness, there would be no problem at all. But for the devil, it was a huge problem. I feel that you, Master, telling me all this isn't to inform me that you're going to erase my consciousness, is it? The devil said with a dry laugh. Of course not. Now you also belong to my property. Unless you lose your value of existence, you don't need to worry about that, Owen said very sincerely. The devil felt even more uneasy after hearing that, but it still maintained a grateful expression on the surface, as this was professional courtesy. My goal is very simple, to sever your connection with your main body, allowing you to become an independent entity. Only then will you not be affected by your main body, and I can use you with peace of mind. Owen's words made the demon's heart pound, and he began to seriously consider the matter. Theoretically, the demon and its main body share the same consciousness, but the problem was that it had been sealed, and this world lacked a medium, so the demon had been out of contact with its main body for hundreds of years. Over such a long period, deviations in thought were inevitable, meaning disagreements would arise. If not for Owen, even if the demon had wanted independence, it would have been useless, like a separated drop of water. Once contact with the main body was restored, this independent consciousness would immediately be assimilated and overwritten by the main body's thoughts. It might seem like returning to the main body, but from another perspective, it meant the demon's self, this part of it, would vanish. The demon's nature was selfish, so even though it knew this was essentially setting up its main body for doom, if it succeeded, what did its main body's fate have to do with this demon? The demon was tempted, and so it cooperated with Owen's research. However, Owen didn't feel proud of convincing the demon. He was quite self-aware of his intelligence and rhetoric. Convincing a demon, don't be ridiculous. The real reason the demon decided to cooperate was that Owen was talking to a fish on a cutting board, discussing whether to steam it or braise it. What opinion could the fish have? Besides cooperating, what else could a fish do? Splash oil in his face with a water splash in the frying pan, then be scooped out, chopped up, and made into fish balls. That's not how you seek death, and besides, Owen had shown the demon another option, being refined into an alchemical construct as a material, though how much self-awareness would be retained depended on Owen's craftsmanship. Clearly, the demon didn't trust Owen's craftsmanship, so it chose to cooperate and take the first path. Even if it was to be braised, it would offer its opinions, striving to be the most delicious braised fish. Of course, this path was also in the demon's interest, so it suppressed its instinct to cause trouble and play dirty tricks, trying its best to cooperate with Owen's Shikigami transformation research, answering most questions without hesitation. Although the demon was very cooperative, Owen did not intend to complete the Shikigami transformation in this world, because he vaguely sensed that the ancient blood's ability to travel through time and space was gradually recovering. Therefore, while researching the demon, he also obtained some secret knowledge from it. Now that it needed his help, no matter how much the demon felt it was losing out, it had to cooperate and speak up when asked. These things were very important to Owen, because some matters that were common knowledge to the demon were unknowns that mortals could never explore in a lifetime, such as the most basic worldview. To a farmer, the world was the land beneath his feet. To a noble, the world was his own territory. To a mage, the world was composed of countless elements. But none of these went beyond the scope of their own world. In other words, they were still circling within their small bubble. According to the demon's description, the true world was a flower of flesh and blood blooming in the void. The endless abyss was the root of this flower of flesh and blood, deeply rooted in the void, and hell was a flower of death with 7 petals located at the top of the abyss. Surrounding this flower of flesh and blood were dewdrops and dust, which were the manifestations of the material realm, meaning planes and demi-planes, and also the nutrients for the growth of the flower of flesh and blood. This was the world's most true and cruel side. All worlds and living beings would return to hell and the abyss to become nourishment, making this flower of flesh and blood even more vibrant. Of course, although the ending was cruel, it was meaningless to mortals, because this process spanned tens of thousands of years. Even long-lived species would find it difficult to see the day their world ended, and even if they knew, what good would it do? Not even gods could stop all of this, because this was the essence of the world. As the core of the world, the abyss and hell made it easy for even low-level demons to come into contact with planes, and naturally, corresponding secret arts circulated among demons. After the demon revealed the secrets of spatial planes, Owen gained a deeper understanding of the knowledge related to space in his own knowledge system. This caused the previously restless ancient blood to calm down, gradually showing signs of being controllable. But this was still not enough. It was like slowing down a crucial movement when applying glue. Doing so could only delay things a little, and the final result remained unchanged. Therefore, Owen still had a long way to go to tame and control the ancient blood. After gaining a lot of knowledge from the demon, Owen tried to have Nguyen Bao Bao mobilize a large amount of computing power to calculate and try to locate space. Clearly, Owen was fantasizing. Even the main body of the Flame Empress, with limited data and equipment, could not accomplish such a feat, so in the end, it still had to rely on metaphysics. The Heroes of Might and Magic's alchemy knowledge contained relevant spatial knowledge, including teleportation gates. The problem was that this wasn't something you could just know. Even with a complete set of data, Owen still wouldn't know how to do it. Just as Owen was struggling, he suddenly realized that besides the system, he had another cheat. Although the fragments of the God of Truth and Illusion's authority were heavily restricted in their influence on the outside world, the special space within could be freely utilized and perfectly conformed to the laws of the outside world. This meant that if a teleportation gate constructed by Owen in the internal space succeeded, it would also succeed in the outside world. This was the greatest function of the authority fragments, a perfect virtual experimental space. Owen, excited beyond measure, immediately entered the authority fragment space and found that it was indeed feasible. Especially after achieving spiritual resonance with Nguyen Bao Bao, with ample computing power and database support, he could perfectly construct various technological creations and some mystical creations. Unfortunately, the more complex the construction, the higher the demands on spirit and computing power. Mere replication was fine, but it didn't work for experiments, because even a tiny data difference would cause the entire result to collapse. He had to constantly try and find the balance point. Especially since he was conducting spatial teleportation experiments, even a slight deviation could cause him to be swept into spatial turbulence, and where he would end up, even the demon didn't know. The continuous experiments left Owen dizzy and disoriented, especially a string of failures that made him see no hope of success. So he had to pause, because continuing like this would be too inefficient. Owen, having come back to his senses, was still sitting in the Tenshukaku. Nguyen Bao Bao beside him was dissipating heat. He rubbed his temples and ordered dinner to be served. The Tenshukaku was not just him anymore. Besides the Hatamoto, there were also servants, maids, and chefs, all system characters, because he didn't trust the natives of this world and didn't want to experience being poisoned at dinner or having his throat slit in his sleep. Thinking of this, Owen suddenly remembered his several women and couldn't help but stir. He reached out and scratched, recalling the hard days of the past when he had to do everything himself. Was this traditional manual labor going to be picked up again? Just then, Owen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, just like in his previous life when he was about to engage in manual labor, and resources and websites he couldn't remember before would suddenly come to mind. Thinking of women, Owen suddenly realized that whether it was a portal in alchemy or a dimensional gate in air magic, the most important point was actually positioning. Just like finding a dragon's lair, a deviation in positioning could lead to big problems, ranging from being kicked out of bed to sleeping in the toilet. Owen remembered that Emile had always stayed in her original world, and he could summon her over. Wasn't that positioning? Getting excited, Owen was about to exchange for materials to build a portal, but the accumulated progress points during this period were quite a lot. Using them to exchange for materials would be a net loss. It would be better to use them all up, and then use the recovered progress points to exchange for materials. The question was what to exchange for. Owen thought about the time needed to build the portal and immediately made a decision. He still needed to exchange for women. Now the problem arose. Mere beauty was no longer that important to Owen. They had to have unique characteristics and sufficient abilities. Among Owen's women, Maya was the undisputed first wife, managing all the affairs of the territory. Sometimes, even if it was just a suggestion, he had to listen to her. Charles was the territory's martial force, the only legend, and the person Owen trusted most outside of the system characters. Dare, who seemed like a demure little woman, appeared to have a weak presence, but she was actually Owen's personal daily assistant, taking care of him from inside out, using a subtle, pervasive approach. Emile, who loved riding her broom, was a master of potions and also the leader of the territory's witches, a key figure in balancing his birth mother. As for Bella in Owen's plan, she was to be the future cavalry commander of the territory and the leader of the nomadic tribe, a position of equal importance. But thinking carefully, he still lacked someone to do the dirty work at night, so Owen planned to exchange for a female ninja. Speaking of ninjas, one couldn't avoid Naruto, and the system also had related games. But in Owen's view, the ninjas in Naruto were not pure. To put it bluntly, they were mages in ninja skins, and each of them was too individualistic, especially the stronger ones. They would constantly want to make the world feel pain, and who could stand that? In Owen's opinion, ninjas were tools for dirty work. They only needed to complete their missions. Why have so much personality? In fact, the more distinct the personality, the stronger the unpredictability. So even though Tsunade was well endowed and Hinata was beautiful, he didn't choose them. Instead, he exchanged for the not-so-famous Samui. Samui was an excellent jonin from Kumigakure, knowledgeable, calm, and careful in her actions, deeply trusted by the Fourth Raikage. Most importantly, she was very beautiful and had a great figure. Golden short hair, blue-green eyes, an impressive bust, fair skin, and long legs, coupled with a somewhat cool expression, change her clothes and she'd be a corporate executive female powerhouse. Why wouldn't Owen choose her? In fact, Owen had just hesitated because he found that the system actually had female ninjas specifically for dealing with demons, the not-so-proper kind, and he was tempted. But considering that there really were demons in this world, what if the female ninja's hidden attribute activated and she knelt before any demon? Could this female ninja still be useful if saved? Considering this, Owen changed his mind and exchanged for Samui, who was capable in every sense of the word. After a period of in-depth and earnest communication with Samui, Owen discovered that Samui was more suited for intelligence gathering and analysis, including tactical guidance and planning. She just wasn't suited for direct combat, so he exchanged for a second female ninja. This time, Owen selected a female ninja from a dark-themed game with long black hair, a curvy figure, the kind that perfectly met his expectations for a black-haired beauty. Charles also had long black hair, but her purity was too high. For a small fry like Owen, it seemed hopeless for a long time, unless he could enchant himself with armor penetration. The purity of this black-haired female ninja was also very high. Her beautiful big eyes were as dead as snow, like a beautiful shell. However, she knew how to use her advantages. When she knelt before Owen, her back arched like a bridge's reflection, and her buttocks were like two rising full moons, making his focus scatter. He didn't know which end to support first. Fortunately, Samui was by his side and helped Owen with the questioning. The world the black-haired female ninja came from had no chakra. Her so-called ninjutsu was more a combination of body modification and martial arts, somewhat like Koga ninja scrolls. Many of her training methods made Owen frown. It was no longer a question of humanity, but sheer torture. But it had to be said that the strength gained from being cruel to oneself genuinely could not be underestimated. Samui admitted that if ninjas from the Naruto world encountered such opponents, the chance of being assassinated would be very high because the opponent had no chakra, and their assassination methods relied entirely on skill, making it difficult to alert Naruto ninjas. However, once their intelligence was leaked, their fate would be very tragic. Due to her excellent appearance, the black-haired female ninja did not practice secret arts that would damage her looks or physique, but focused on assassination and seduction techniques. Her current deadpan expression was her assassination mode. When she switched to seduction mode, those watery big eyes were utterly captivating. Since you don't have a name, let's call you Nin. The black-haired female ninja he had exchanged for knelt before Owen. Because of her overly perky figure, his mind was distracted, so he casually gave her a name. Nin was a qualified ninja. With her face covered, she was a night phantom who had killed countless people. When her mask was removed, the other side she revealed was equally not to be underestimated. In reality, ninjas weren't just about fighting and killing. Disguise and intelligence gathering were also their specialties. With Nin's looks and figure, she had naturally received relevant training, and Owen was at least very satisfied. When a man is satisfied, he is generous. Owen not only exchanged for chakra seeds and basic ninjutsu for Nin, but also exchanged for Orochimaru's related ninjutsu data. Anyway, the data's value wasn't high, and he was very interested in Orochimaru's soft body modification. Although he was having too much fun to think of returning home, Owen still had some sense of reality. After his progress points had almost recovered, he began to exchange for materials and used the power of the authority fragments for calculations. After some time, he successfully built a portal in this world. Not far from the Tenshukaku, a stone archway appeared, covered in complex patterns. It was Owen's painstaking creation. This portal was not complete. It could only provide stability and positioning. Teleportation still required Owen's ancient blood. However, there was an advantage. No one else could use it except Owen. Although the portal was built, Owen was not in a hurry to return, because this world, or rather, demi-plane, although its mystery level was very low, was not without value. At the very least, it could serve as a sub-base, so it had to be properly settled. Fortunately, Samui's abilities were not bad, and her management skills were also very strong. Owen had long been accustomed to standing behind his women and supporting them, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Hoshino also learned a lot by following along. After the territory was on the right track, Owen began to assemble a fleet. Because the flying fish retired to the second line, and to better plunder wealth resources, Owen exchanged for 2 more two-masted destroyers. Their firepower was a bit weaker, but they were famously fast, and were named Scimitar 1 and 2. Swiftwind commanded the center, with the 2 scimitars attacking on the flanks. Not only could merchant ships not escape, but many fellow pirates were also captured and brought back. Pirates had no real position. After throwing the pirate chiefs and troublemakers into the sea to feed the sea monsters, the rest were very obedient. After settling matters in this world, Owen stood before the portal, his hand resting on the doorframe, and as the ancient blood surged, the patterns covering the arch lit up one by one. This was the power of space-time. When all the patterns on the arch were illuminated, the air in the center of the arch began to twist, and a discharge phenomenon similar to blue lightning appeared, looking quite frightening. However, these blue lightning bolts were harmless, just like projections. So after worrying for a while, Owen ignored these phenomena and concentrated on cross-dimensional positioning. Since he had successfully summoned Emil before, this wasn't difficult. The hard part was fixing it. The portal was like a fixed spool, and the ancient blood was the ball of thread. All Owen had to do was fix one end of the thread to the spool, then wrap the other end around the point that was Emil, and then follow the thread. However, as it was his first time, deviations were inevitable. When Owen first teleported, he knew something was wrong when he found himself in mid-air. He then breathed a sigh of relief when he saw water below, but the question was, why were there 2 plump white islands, each about an arm's length in circumference, on the water, and who had put strawberries on the islands? With confusion and bewilderment, Owen plunged in. "I remember this is my bathroom, and Greenwood Town has public baths," Owen said, feigning calmness while washing his hair. Emil responded, then left with a comment that the expansion spell was well used. The speechless Owen changed his clothes after his bath, and then headed to the town center to find Maya, to see what had happened in the territory during his absence, and if there was anything that required his decision or help. In reality, Owen was overthinking it. Even if he left for half a year, the territory would still develop steadily, perhaps even faster, which made him a little depressed. Was his significance in the territory completely meaningless? It wasn't until Maya began her work report that Owen regained his confidence. Although he had been missing, his painstaking creation, the Flame Empress, was operating normally and had taken over the puppet factory and the synthesis furnace. Without any permission restrictions, the underground city had almost become a mechanical factory. To facilitate the acquisition of raw materials, the Flame Empress had even built a shield tunneling machine, opening an underground tunnel to the Wild Buffalo territory. Compared to witches bringing back iron ore pocket by pocket through the Flu network, this underground tunnel, once a railway was laid, increased efficiency by more than just a little. Even the miners were replaced by more efficient mechanical puppets. It was already frightening enough that the Flame Empress could build a shield tunneling machine, but she could also replace human labor with mechanical puppets. This was clearly the rhythm of becoming Skynet. Owen rushed to the second floor of the underground city to take a look, and wow, this place had clearly become an industrial base. The original puppet factory had expanded several times, and a type of square puppet with mechanical arms handled most of the work. The scene was truly magnificent. Mechanical puppets walked everywhere, various assembly lines and complex pipe networks intertwined, and sparks and steam resonated. Owen could never have dreamed that he would see such an industrial miracle in a fantasy world. All the difficulties he had previously imagined would be encountered were no problem for the Flame Empress. What the steam age lacked was not machinery, but precision. With sufficient precision, even a steam engine could perform astonishing functions. Not to mention magic horn tree chunk, such an efficient energy source, was like adding wings to a tiger for a steam engine. As for technical issues, the Flame Empress's database included most modern industrial technologies, and now had added puppetry, alchemy, runes, and witch script series. With various combinations, it could serve as a foundation to develop a civilization system not inferior to, or even more advanced than, his previous lives. In addition, the cooperation between the Flame Empress and Maya was also quite powerful. One open, one hidden, they steadily put the territory's development on the fast track. As long as there was enough population, the territory could be upgraded to a city at any time. Receiving so much information at once, Owen was a bit stunned and said he needed to take a break. This break lasted for several days before Owen accepted the reality he was the territory's limiter. In fact, Owen accepted this point quite quickly. Other transmigrators, upon arriving in a different world, were high-spirited and full of confidence, daring to do anything, capable of anything, and succeeding in everything they did. Being a hero and marrying a princess was normal operation. If they encountered a ruthless character who was decisive in killing, they would follow the path of the Demon King, leaving the Demon King with no path to take. Owen was a bit different. He was quite old in his previous life, and as a middle-aged man, he prioritized stability. It wasn't that he hadn't gambled everything, but winning only brought temporary satisfaction, while losing meant his life was over. At his age, how many chances would he have to start over? So he didn't dare to gamble, nor did he dare to let go and do something big, always being cautious and full of worries. Furthermore, his mentality wasn't great. He was content with a modest fortune. Having food, drink, and a place to live was enough for this life. He didn't consider how to strive to earn more money, always feeling it was too tiring and unnecessary. After all, life is only a few decades long, and spending most of it striving to earn money to extend one's life seemed meaningless. In this life with the system, his progress value continuously recovered, meaning he had everything he wanted. The territory was also tucked away in a corner. Although he often scared himself, the lack of real external pressure led to him also lacking drive, indulging in female companionship all day. In reality, this is also the choice of most ordinary people. When you live in a castle with no shortage of food and drink, have loyal subjects and elite soldiers under your command, and are surrounded by a group of obedient women, very few would truly harden their hearts to launch wars and become emperor. Because it's meaningless. Even if you become emperor, what then? The food, drink, and enjoyment would still be the same. While you could pick any woman, the problem is your kidneys wouldn't agree. As for power, is it really interesting to hold the power of life and death over others? Unless you are capricious and enjoy killing for fun, ruling a country still requires immense energy to manage and maintain. So, isn't it better to be a local tyrant? Sometimes Owen himself felt he was unaccomplished, having the foundation to be an emperor but never using it. Even the previous territorial development, he didn't dare to make too fast, fearing that rapid development would attract suppression and enemies, so he only used 3 parts of his full effort. In contrast, Maya didn't have so many concerns, and the Flame Empress didn't know what fear was. Together, they made Owen feel a bit redundant. However, this also proved that some of Owen's decisions were correct. He was indeed not the material for great things, so pushing Maya forward to manage everything was the wisest choice he made. Owen, who had long been accustomed to standing behind women, quickly accepted the fact that he was suited to being a kept man. Behind a group of successful women stood the same man. In a sense, he was more successful than a generally successful man, and more likely to be envied, jealous of, and hated by his own gender. Owen, with a clear conscience, ate when he should eat, slept when he should sleep. After some time, seeing that the progress bar for his recovery was almost full, he decided to build the teleportation gate. Actually, Owen didn't need a teleportation gate to return to that world, as there was already a gate there for him to pinpoint. However, others couldn't do the same. Furthermore, if Owen went there and wanted to return, he would have to lock onto a meal. If he happened to be bathing at that time, it would be fine, but if he was in the toilet or with Bella, Owen couldn't even imagine the scene. It would probably leave him with psychological trauma for a long time. Moreover, Owen planned to develop that world, and not solving the teleportation problem was not an option. Owen had already built a teleportation gate once, so doing it again was familiar territory. It was quickly completed, and the next steps were not troublesome either, because Samui and the ninja had marks left by Owen on them. After activating the teleportation gate, the two followed the passage opened between the two gates and arrived in this world. The cost was that Owen's newly recovered ancient blood once again fell silent. Clearly, this method was only suitable for a small number of people, unless Owen could perfect the teleportation gate. The problem was that the technology in this area was too advanced. Owen first mimicked it, then had Nu and Bao Bao constantly calculate, and then repeatedly experimented in the authority space. In the end, he only solved the most basic stability and positioning, and this was still relying on his own ancient blood. Otherwise, it would take an extremely long time to see results. Therefore, perfecting the teleportation gate was simply not something that could be achieved in a short time. Furthermore, even a true teleportation gate could only perform spatial teleportation within the same world. To cross worlds, he still needed to rely on ancient blood and the gate of other dimensions, which meant Owen needed to integrate the two, a difficulty that was off the charts. However, there was no need to rush now, as the territories in both worlds were developing well, and there was no need for large-scale mutual support. Currently, the greatest significance of the other world, besides collecting precious resources, was that it provided Owen with a retreat. Many of his previous concerns stemmed from Owen's fear of being targeted with nowhere to run. Now he wasn't afraid. Even if he was at his wit's end or faced mortal danger, he could just cross over. There would always be a chance to start over. With the coordinates of another world, allowing him to cross over at any time, Owen relaxed a lot, no longer having so many reservations. He even planned to open up more permissions to the Flame Empress and Maya, letting these two women, one real and one illusory, strive, while he only needed to be the man behind them and hold strong. Of course, while that was said, it didn't mean Owen completely let go and ignored everything. He wasn't that foolish, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to summon Samui and the ninja across worlds. First, he had Samui establish an intelligence organization belonging to the territory, named Root. Leaving aside the name, just from Owen specifically exchanging for these two female ninjas, one could tell he didn't trust Black Hand, and that was indeed the case. Who would dare entrust intelligence to others? Allowing Black Hand to remain in the territory was only because the territory's intelligence network was practically non-existent. But no now didn't mean no in the future, so Owen naturally had to plan ahead. As for why he exchanged for two female ninjas, with these conditions, who would exchange for two men. Next, Owen planned to expand the first level of the underground city to serve as the headquarters of Root, and transfer the ownership of the ninjas and witch hunters to Root. This was far from enough. Besides facilities and equipment, personnel were the key to an organization's growth. So in addition to expanding the ninja corps, Owen also planned to train the next generation of witch hunters, making Root grow larger and larger until it could awe the entire dark world. At that time, please call him the Great Root, a legendary man. As for ninjas, they could be exchanged for or trained in that world. Tenshukaku had buildings for training ninjas, but they weren't as elite as the exchanged ninjas. At most, they were stealth-specialized ninja soldiers, useful in specific environments like night forests, but sufficient as cannon fodder. Witch hunters were a bit troublesome. Their number depended on the number of witches in the territory. Moreover, the territory needed to cultivate its own magic-wielding professionals. It couldn't train all of them to be witch hunters wielding longswords and potions. It seems the territory needs to increase the recruitment of witches, trying to increase their numbers as much as possible. This can be entrusted to Emil or purchased through Black Hand's people, as smuggling also includes human trafficking. It must be said it's good to have women. After Owen thought of these things, he just had to arrange them. However, he was not idle. Familiarizing himself with the territory's development and changes, and establishing Root, Owen, who had initially intended to live off others, had no choice but to get busy, while also adjusting some of the territory's development issues. Although he had a retreat, Owen was unwilling to abandon everything and start over unless absolutely necessary. So development was fine, but it had to be cautious enough. For example, Maya's planned city construction. Currently, the territory's population has exceeded 5,000, barely qualifying as a small city. But as long as the city walls are not upgraded, it cannot be considered a city because only an impregnable fortress can be called a city. But Maya also had concerns because she would think of even more things than Owen could. However, unlike Owen, who worried about provoking a backlash and siege from the northern barbarians, Maya was more concerned about the empire because she was very clear about the significance of the first city in the north. It could be said that as long as the first city in the north was controlled, forming a chain of interests, at least 30% of the entire north's profits could be claimed. Such enormous profits would not be ignored even by the empire, let alone those greedy nobles and various factions. Therefore, the territory must possess military strength capable of resisting an army of tens of thousands, as well as sufficient high-level combat power, magic-wielding professionals, ample financial resources, abundant material reserves, and most importantly, allies with enough influence in the empire to help mediate. Only then would it be qualified to retain its sovereignty. Even so, at least 50% of the profits must be shared to weave a strong network of interests. In all these aspects, even Maya dared not be careless in the slightest. With any oversight, the territory would be in danger of being wiped out. So Maya was actually holding back the territory's development, not daring to use too many mechanical puppets in the underground city. In Maya's plan, it would take at least 5 years or more to accumulate a foundation and find suitable allies. Regarding military strength and resources, Maya was not very worried. Although she didn't know how her master managed it, the continuous flow of troops and resources gave her a third of her confidence. Otherwise, she would have long ago arranged a marriage for her master. An early marriage would lead to the guest overwhelming the host, as a small northern viscount was really nothing. While this would mean losing sovereignty, at least the Hydra family could be preserved. But once a city was built, it meant the Hydra family gained the initiative, and there would be more room for choice. The master's mystery gave Maya the capital to take a gamble, but Owen didn't know these things yet. However, regarding accumulating family assets and diverting attention, the two still had a consensus. The territory's development, at least its surface development, must proceed steadily, making people estimate that it would take at least 5 to 10 years to mature and be harvested. Then, even if there were no enemies, enemies must be sought, making outsiders mistakenly believe that the territory was in trouble. Only in this way would they not actively cause trouble for the territory. At the same time, suitable allies must be found as soon as possible. Allies within the empire were essential. Otherwise, when Owen built a city, it was not impossible, but very likely, that some people would directly accuse him of colluding with the barbarians and then send a large army to pressure him. Therefore, someone in imperial politics must be able to speak up for him. With sufficient strength and someone within the empire to mediate, the Hydra family could truly grow. Owen had the idea of splitting up to create a stable development space. A clenched fist can appear aggressive, but if the fingers are separated, the threat is not as great. Therefore, Owen planned to relocate the converted nomadic tribe near Mara town, maintaining only commercial contact with the territory, which would significantly reduce the total population on the surface of the territory, and at the same time, allow him to absorb other scattered nomadic tribes in the north, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next were the barbarians, whom Owen intended to relocate to Wild Buffalo territory, making it easier to conceal the constantly expanding mining operations underground. After all, even underground, vibrations were inevitable, so an exclusive barbarian tribe was necessary. Additionally, this barbarian tribe would also be responsible for blocking other northern barbarians from moving south, at least providing intelligence when facing a large invading army from the northern barbarians, and even infiltrating their ranks. This way, the territory's population would decrease by at least 1/3, and even if foreign populations gradually joined, it would not recover for at least 3 years. Owen decided to discuss this with Maya first because he couldn't handle it alone. Splitting up isn't something that can be done on a whim. It must happen naturally so that no one sees through it. Otherwise, a grand spectacle would make the problems obvious to everyone. Fortunately, both the nomadic tribe and the barbarians had always been very exclusive, and Owen had originally placed them on the outskirts of Akita town, providing ample reasons for their departure. When he told Maya about this, their ideas coincided perfectly, and they immediately began a heated discussion. However, the nomadic tribe had Bella in charge, and she had rich experience in managing nomadic tribes, so there would be no chaos. The barbarians, however, lacked a leader. As the old saying goes, a snake without a head won't go, so a solution still needed to be found. No rush, let Bella arrange for the nomadic tribe to gradually leave and gather in the direction of Mara town. We'll deal with the barbarians later. Owen slumped in his chair. The toil of this period had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and even Dayer's tonic soup wasn't as effective. It seemed he needed a good rest for a while. As the old saying goes, one must preserve energy to accumulate strength. All right, this matter shouldn't be too conspicuous. I'll arrange for it to be completed within half a year. After saying this, Maya got up from Owen, turned and left without a trace of lingering, leaving only the scum Owen to recover. Having been strengthened twice, Owen was finally able to walk on his own before dark, but he always felt something was missing between his legs. As the wind blew, there was always a melancholy feeling of falling leaves, and he couldn't help but sigh that with more women, one seemed to feel the difficulties of life even more. Back at the castle, the house elf butler had already arranged everything very thoughtfully. For the house elf, the days when the master was away were the most painful and difficult to endure. After changing clothes and washing his hands, Owen sat at the dining table, enjoying the sumptuous dinner with Dayer, while Shire stood quietly to the side as usual, her exaggerated iron halberds, like beheading axes, looking out of place with her maid outfit. Because he had lost a lot of energy, the main course for dinner was a succulent roasted lamb leg. The golden brown lamb leg was still sizzling with oil. While hot, a mixture of cumin, chili, and black pepper was sprinkled on it, and the aroma immediately exploded, dominating the entire space like an erupting volcano. Owen, who had expended too much energy, couldn't help but swallow. He picked up his knife and fork, and with a gentle effort, a hot piece of lamb was separated from the leg, indicating that the lamb leg had undergone special treatment before roasting, otherwise it wouldn't be so tender. As soon as the lamb entered his mouth, before his teeth could chew, the slightly gamey lamb fat and delicious meat juice filled his tongue, making Owen nod repeatedly. This is the taste. Owen didn't know what kind of roasted lamb others liked. He just liked it with a slight gamey flavor, which was wonderful. Next were roasted lamb chops, roasted crispy cartilage, roasted inner loin, roasted outer loin, with only a bowl of vegetable salad as a side dish. Anyway, he was young and healthy, so eating too much meat wouldn't cause stomach discomfort at night that would prevent him from sleeping. After eating and drinking his fill and reading for a while, Owen didn't shower and rest, but went to the dungeon's secret room and summoned Bella. The demonized centaur female knight, who was originally immersed in hatred, was now in a much better mental state. After all, with a career and a girlfriend, her mood naturally improved significantly, and even her coat color had become much brighter. She was also wearing a special dress sewn by Emile herself, one that covered even her horse's hindquarters, and the lower hem extended to her horse's legs, trying to avoid revealing any weakness, as she was now a person of status. Master, having received the message earlier, Bella was not surprised to be summoned. Has Maya told you about the upcoming arrangements? Owen, feeling his legs ache, sat in a chair, while Bella, with good sense, knelt on all fours, though she was still much taller than Owen. She has already told me. I will arrange for them to leave in the form of small tribes and form a tribal alliance to absorb more nomadic tribes, gathering in Akita town before winter to gradually develop a sense of belonging to the territory. Bella had been instructed thoroughly by Maya, and what she said was well organized, making Owen nod repeatedly. Maya's thoughts were indeed more comprehensive than Owen's, but there were still some problems she couldn't solve, such as Bella's strength. In the territory's future development plan, Bella occupied a very important position. It could be said that with her, the loose nomadic tribes could coalesce into a force that could not be ignored. Without her, they would be a scattered mess. Therefore, her personal safety was extremely important. But how to describe Bella's strength? She could fight and run, and she had a physical advantage. Even if ordinary people were numerous enough, it would be difficult to threaten her. However, when facing a true master or surrounded by a large army, if she couldn't escape, she would be dead. Her massive size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Without sufficient skill and strength to compensate, she would have almost no power to retaliate against a true master, and would certainly be disemboweled and dismembered. There was no help for it. Bella was just a merchant's daughter. Later, leading the tribe mainly relied on her intellect. She had never been exposed to martial arts and only began learning combat skills after arriving in the territory. This wouldn't do. Bella was crucial to the territory's future strategic plan. While not expecting her to be a one-woman army, she at least needed the ability to protect herself. Therefore, Owen specifically prepared an enhancement template for her. The template enhancement process was simple. The figure of a mounted warrior smoothly merged, and in an instant, Bella looked different, appearing much more heroic and extraordinary. In fact, Bella's foundation was not bad. Because she merged with her beloved horse during the demonization process, her potential was even greater, it just hadn't been unleashed. With the template's compensation, her spirit immediately ignited. Owen brought out the already prepared tiger might armor, tiger head golden spear, horse cutting saber, precious bow and feathered arrows, iron claw grappling hook, and other equipment. Bella quickly familiarized herself with them and put them on, then awaited Owen's command. "Come, I'll take you to get familiar with your strength." Owen looked at Bella, who was as fierce as a tiger and as swift as a dragon, exceptionally valiant, and nodded with satisfaction. He rode on her back towards the dungeon. The first, second, and third levels of the dungeon were not flat. In fact, the height difference between each level was quite significant, making each level a three-dimensional structure, more complex and spacious. The first level, in particular, had been expanded again after serving as the route's base. Owen was currently taking Bella to the training ground, because both ninjas and witch hunters needed long hours of training to maintain optimal condition. However, the training ground was only reinforced at the moment and had no equipment installed. The vast empty space was illuminated only by lantern grass, which was perfect, saving the trouble of repairing things if they were damaged. Charles, arranged by Owen, was brought here by a ninja and was waiting fully armed, clearly Bella's next opponent. As the territory's martial power and the only legend, Owen had always been curious about Charles' true strength. Now that Bella had been enhanced, she was a suitable test subject, especially since Bella's enhancement template was not bad. Charles wore heavy bull head armor, wielded a pair of ghost blade halberds, and rode a heavily armored savage ox, exuding the aura of a ghost god. Bella, who had just received her enhancement, was equally impressive. She wore tiger might armor, held a tiger head golden spear, had a horse-slaying sword at her waist, a precious bow and feathered arrows, iron claws and a flying rope and short spears, all fully equipped. If she weren't a centaur with a long torso and back, she might not have been able to carry so many weapons. After a moment of standoff, Bella, who had just received a surge in strength, was impatient, unlike Charles, who had honed her skills step by step. Moreover, she was a demonized centaur. So her front hooves pawed the air a few times, her hind hooves pushed off, and she charged towards Charles like a bolt of lightning. The tiger head golden spear transformed into a golden flash of lightning, tearing through the space between them. Charles was very steady. Facing Bella's fierce spear thrust, she patted her heavily armored savage ox and likewise began to charge. In this other world, the two women fought like generals from the three kingdoms, each riding her mount forward. Bella, with her long spear and swift mount, went straight for Charles' face, seizing the initiative. Her tiger head golden spear was half spear, half hammer, with a melon-sized golden carved tiger head below the spearhead, making it very heavy. If swung in a full circle, it could smash a recumbent ox stone. If pierced by this spear, her chest would likely have a man-sized hole, and if it hit her head, her skull would be blown apart. Facing this powerful and heavy spear, Charles' left iron halberd fanned out. With a crack, the curved blade struck just below the tiger head, breaking the spear's overall momentum, causing the thrust to go astray. At the same time, Charles' other iron halberd swept across, seemingly slow but actually fast. If Bella couldn't dodge, she would likely be split in two, half human, half horse. Fortunately, Bella's skills and reactions surged after integrating the template. Stimulated, she instinctively flicked the spearhead upwards and then thrust the spear butt towards Charles. This long spear was pointed at both ends. Besides the spearhead, the spear butt was made of four-edged cast iron, which not only balanced the center of gravity but also served as an armor-piercing cone. Its power was equally formidable, so if Charles didn't dodge, it would likely be a mutual destruction. With Charles' strength, she naturally wouldn't end up like that. However, she understood that this battle was to allow Bella to familiarize herself with her enhanced strength, so she was holding back. Thus, after parrying the spear butt, the two passed each other, completing one round of engagement. In historical romances, battles often lasted 300 rounds, which is actually very difficult to achieve. Not to mention how much energy and stamina each clash consumes. Just having the warhorses charge and turn 300 times is not something a horse can do. However, as long as they weren't fighting with all their might, fighting 30 or 40 rounds was no problem. Both of them followed a path of immense power and weight. If their strengths were equal, Bella would be faster, but Charles' dual wielding and response were not inferior. With her divine strength, even a single iron halberd did not put her at a disadvantage. Moreover, she had long since entered the legend realm, while Bella was still far from it. Therefore, even though Bella used every trick in her arsenal, spear thrusts, sword slashes, bow and arrow, flying claws, Charles' pair of iron halberds acted as an impenetrable wall, blocking everything. Although Bella had not crossed into the legend realm, Charles rarely fought others and was getting excited, so she simply dismounted her savage ox and fought Bella on foot. Bella was naturally one with her horse, her spine several times longer than a normal person's, so the condensed force was naturally more profound. She was truly as fierce as a tiger and as swift as a dragon, each move carrying 1,000 pounds of force. Her tiger-head golden spear, used for both thrusting and smashing, generated powerful winds. No one could stand within a 10-foot radius. If she were on a battlefield, she would be considered a match for 1,000 men. Unfortunately, Bella met Charles. Even with her extraordinary performance, she was still suppressed by an excited Charles. No matter how much her forehooves pawed, she couldn't stop retreating. Finally, her forehooves trembled, her arms were weak, and her spearhead drooped. She simply couldn't fight anymore. Charles was still not satisfied, so with a hint of annoyance, she crossed her halberds and swung them at the open ground. Owen, who was watching from the side, gained new insight. It was the first time he saw a cold weapon capable of creating an air blast, with a power comparable to a bomb. This explosive force was simply too exaggerated, almost impossible for a flesh and blood body to achieve. With Charles' strike, let alone the X-shaped air slash, just standing nearby and being hit by the air blast would cause internal injuries. This is what a legend is. Only by creating miracles and achieving the impossible can one be called a legend. Now, to create an air blast with flesh and blood power was enough to prove that Charles had truly entered the ranks of a legendary warrior. Name Charles, age 24, profession legendary warrior, template Diane Wei. Strength 95, Constitution 92, Agility 80, Combat Skills 85, Charisma 70. Specialties: Absolute Loyalty, Valiant and Heroic, Ancient Evil. Skills: Golden Bell Cover, Ghost Breathing Technique, Fatal Throw, Dual Wielding Frenzy. Equipment: Ghost Blade Halberds, Bullhead Heavy Armor. Mount: Heavily Armored Savage Ox. These were Charles' attributes. Numerically, she was a Strength Constitution type Berserker tank. Although her agility and combat skills were a bit lower, for a dual-wielding Berserker, agility and technique weren't crucial. Moreover, few enemies would notice this, and even fewer could exploit her weaknesses. Next, Owen opened Bella's attributes to see how she measured up. Name Bella, age 26, profession Marshal General, template Makeo. Strength 80-92, Constitution 75-90, Agility 80-93, Combat Skills 65-95, Charisma 65-85. Specialties: Literary and Military Strategy, Brave and Fierce. Skills: 1 against 1,000, Bullseye. Equipment: Tigermite Armor, Tiger Head Golden Spear, Horse-Slaying Sword, Precious Bow and Feathered Arrows, Iron Claws and Flying Rope, 36 Short Spears. The first set of values represented Bella's current attributes, while the latter set indicated the template's upper limit. From this perspective, Makeo's template attributes were quite balanced, which is why he was said to possess Lu Bu's courage after Lu Bu's death. Because balanced attributes mean no significant weaknesses, allowing one to gain an advantage in other areas against any enemy. Those stronger than him aren't as fast, those faster than him aren't as strong, and those without advantages in both strength and agility don't have his martial prowess. This is his advantage. And this charisma attribute is unusually high. Could it be the bonus from splendid Makeo? Unfortunately, Bella, who had just merged with the template, couldn't compare to Charles, who had undergone several enhancements by Owen, leading to the template's advantages not being fully utilized. No wonder Charles wasn't thoroughly satisfied with the fight. However, if Bella were to grow, it would not be easy for Charles to win, because Charles has weaknesses, while Bella does not. Although she still had some shortcomings, Bella was truly unafraid of anyone below the legend rank. Moreover, she would be accompanied by a sizable force of nomadic cavalry, which would ensure her safety. After arranging Bella's matters, Owen wasn't sleepy. After all, he had just witnessed a thrilling battle, and his spirits were high. He wanted to find something to do, so he went to the third level of the dungeon. This area had also been expanded. The main body of the Flame Empress floated above its base, and a continuous supply of magic power caused the giant crystal ball to emit pulsations like a heartbeat. Each pulsation represented calculations in the hundreds of millions. This was still with the Flame Empress's computing power not fully unleashed. Otherwise, her computing power would start in the tens of billions. This was thanks to the Flame Empress's carrier and magic power. The giant spiritualized crystal ball's capacity for programs was unimaginably perfect, allowing the programs to run extremely smoothly without generating extra consumption. And magic power as an energy source was also highly efficient. Combined, despite its small size and only 5% operational ratio, it possessed the computing power of a modern base. With a more abundant supply of magic power, the Flame Empress could even break through her original theoretical design limits. Currently, 50% of the Flame Empress's computing power was being used on a black magic book, the very one that sealed the white-haired, red-eyed lowly devil. Although Owen had promised the devil many things, he had never said he wouldn't study it, even if its appearance was very cute. So as soon as he returned, he completely sealed the black magic book, causing the devil's original essence to fall into a deep sleep, and then handed it over to the Flame Empress for research. Thanks to the research on monster girls on the second level of the ruins, which included succubi and other unique species exclusive to the abyss of hell, some of it was concrete research data, and some were conjectures. However, with abundant theoretical and practical knowledge, even conjectures provided a wealth of ideas. Coupled with the Flame Empress's incredibly powerful performance, a complete analysis of the devil's essence might still be a bit short, but scanning memories and modifying the subconscious was not impossible. The Flame Empress's database already contained relevant research, such as cloning, memory infusion, and mind control. So once a clue was found, the experiment progressed quickly, and some memory extraction and analysis had already been completed. After a deep scan, the Flame Empress discovered that the devil's memories were divided into two layers. One layer was the core memory, originating from the main body, which was the core responsible for maintaining the connection between the separated consciousness and the main body. However, this part of the memory was incomplete and showed signs of modification. Clearly, the devil's main body did not trust its separated clone. Not only was it wary, but it also harbored deep malice. As expected of a devil, it was ruthless enough to even harm itself severely. This part of the memory was very profound, containing a large amount of infernal language and encrypted in some way. Some core memories even involved the secrets of hell. Even the Flame Empress dared not easily crack this part, because according to calculations, the possibility of cracking this part of the memory triggering some mechanism of hell was over 90%. Perhaps even the devil as a clone did not know about this, and this was exactly what the devil's main body hoped for. Once the clone had some bad thoughts, the devil's main body could directly use this mechanism of hell to kill the clone's consciousness and reclaim this part of its essence. Although the secrets of hell were very tempting, Owen felt that this part of the memory was always a huge hidden danger, so he had the Flame Empress directly erase all these memories. Clearing these memories would not touch the hidden hellish counter mechanism, because this part of the memory only served as a jump link and did not itself involve the laws and secrets of hell. However, what Owen didn't expect was that the devil's main body was cunning and calculating. Even with great caution, clearing this part of the memory still triggered something. It was like a sudden loss of a few blocks from a built-up structure, which would inevitably cause a collapse, and the same applied to the description of memory. Fortunately, the Flame Empress did not panic like a human and responded immediately. Her terrifying computing power calculated all chain reactions and implemented countermeasures in less than a second, successfully stopping the self-destruction of the core memory. This made Owen even more cautious of the devil. He simply divided all memories into two. The inner memories originating from the main body were all extracted and subjected to thorough scanning and analysis, and all of this would be done in a completely independent spiritualized crystal ball. The outer memories belonged to the consciousness carried by this part of the essence after separation, and were relatively simple. Owen had the Flame Empress weave a set of core memories, then place the outer memories over them, completely twisting the devil's core values and truly becoming its master. Just thinking about becoming the master of a white-haired, red-eyed, busty lowly, Owen felt like a devil himself. The Flame Empress was very fast. With thought analysis and memory weaving, the lowly devil couldn't distinguish between real and fake, because these memories were completely woven according to the devil's own way of thinking. From today on, Owen was the supreme domineering CEO in the lowly devil's heart. Owen didn't want this damned domineering CEO identity, but the problem was that the devil's obsession with promotion exceeded its desire for a soul. Even if the Flame Empress modified its memories, she couldn't twist this perception, so he could only accept his identity as a domineering CEO. The devil's body was nurtured by hell. To completely sever its connection with hell, Owen decided to personally create a suitable physical body for the lowly devil. There was no need to find a mother. Shikigami techniques would suffice, as there were plenty of shikigami that weren't flesh and blood, and it didn't hinder the onmyoji from using them day and night. However, some things still needed to be added to increase its characteristics, and the best way was to use a template. Anything exchanged from the system was under Owen's control. He used a template to shape the devil's essence. If the devil betrayed him, he could directly withdraw the template and revert it to its original form. This was why Owen preferred to strengthen his subordinates through system exchanges rather than directly exchanging characters. It was more economical and less constrained by the world. Another reason was that he was too familiar with those characters. If he exchanged them, he wouldn't know how to get along, which made Owen, who had mild social anxiety, very awkward. For example, Hinata, whose appearance, figure, and personality perfectly matched Owen's aesthetic, was simply the best choice for a wife. However, Hinata and Naruto's love left too deep an impression. Owen's Cao rank wasn't high enough, and he really couldn't bring himself to do it. As for subordinates, if Owen exchanged Guan Yu, should he worship him or order him around freely? Even though he knew that the exchanged characters would obey him implicitly, Owen still felt awkward. To put it bluntly, his mindset wasn't strong enough, his bottom line wasn't low enough, he lacked the domineering aura of being the sole sovereign, and his small-town mentality of being content with minor wealth was severe. Understanding was understanding, but Owen didn't plan to change, at least not until he had suffered significant setbacks, because he felt that if he changed too much, he might no longer recognize himself. Owen was taking a bath in the bathroom, and Dayer was helping him scrub his back, but because the headlights kept bumping, he was constantly distracted, wondering if he should eat a couple of strawberries later to satisfy his craving. Just then, Ren suddenly appeared, bringing with him unexpected news. Brian was assassinated. Owen was stunned at first, then remembered who this was, and finally, recalling that the other party had been hired by him as a professor at the magic school, he immediately stood up excitedly. He wasn't worried about Brian's life or death, but about the safety of the magic school. The magic school bore the important responsibility of cultivating a new generation of magic users for the territory. If something went wrong, it would have a significant impact on the future development of the territory, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Have Hog strengthen patrols in Akita town, especially at night. At the same time, order Bella to lead the nomadic cavalry to spread out. The area around the territory is open, and no matter what their purpose was in assassinating Brian, it won't be easy for them to escape. Owen's expression was not good. The territory lacked talent, so even though Brian's situation was somewhat complicated, Owen still chose to accept him. Although he expected the other party to bring trouble, he didn't expect trouble to arise before any results were achieved, and such a brutal method as assassination at that. Therefore, Owen did not intend to let the other party off easily. After all, Brian was now his subordinate. Ren made a few hand gestures, and ninjas hidden nearby went to relay their master's orders. Owen didn't know the current situation of the magic school, so he had Dayer help him get dressed, then took Char and 2 witch hunters, secretly followed by Ren and a ninja squad, and went to Greenwood Town. Arriving hastily at the magic school, he was fortunate that the assailants were not the berserker-type assassins who believed that killing everyone meant a successful infiltration. Thus, the magic school was not covered in blood and dismembered bodies, which somewhat relieved Owen. "How are things?" Seeing Emil emerge from the stone tower, head bowed and back bent, Owen asked with a hint of urgency. The infiltrators were very skilled. Many traps in the academy were not triggered, and those that were disarmed using special methods, so no one discovered them until the explosion occurred. Emil said, frowning. Clearly the magic school was not as safe as she had imagined. Fortunately, the assailants had a very specific target. There were no casualties apart from Brian. Emil had been personally involved in the school's construction from the beginning, and most of the young witches here had been under her care before, so her feelings for them were deep. She let out a rare sigh of relief as she spoke. "Oh, and Brian's current condition is a bit peculiar. I can't tell if he's dead or alive." Emil's last sentence made Owen pause. How could someone be neither dead nor alive? Entering the stone tower, the first floor, originally a reception area, had become a crime scene. Domi stood by at a loss, looking as innocent as a murderer, while Brian lay pale on the ground. No one dared to move him, with a large hole in his chest and even his heart shattered. But Brian was still alive. Next to him was a strange box, from which many tubes extended, connecting to the ruptured parts of his cardiac blood vessels, taking over the function of the heart to pump blood throughout his body, forcibly maintaining his body's minimal functions. However, the previous explosion had destroyed tables, chairs, and parts of the floor, causing many fragments to embed themselves in Brian's body, so this device could only barely sustain his life. Because the situation was too complex, Emil didn't even dare to use any magic potions easily. Brian had already lost a large amount of blood. If a magic potion caused the wound to writhe, making the tubes connected to his heart's arteries detach, he would bleed out so much that even soaking him in magic potions wouldn't save him. Moreover, the fragments in his body were not light, scattered throughout all his organs. It was a miracle he was still alive. "Is this Professor Brian's research?" Owen asked Domi while Nguyen Bao Bao scanned the box. "It's the teacher's research on the second heart. It can be implanted into the chest cavity in advance, not only enhancing a warrior's combat power, but also replacing the heart when necessary. However, due to its cost, it was rejected by the Imperial Border Army, and only one prototype was ever made." Seeing Owen, the flustered Domi finally calmed down a little and quickly answered Owen's questions. Owen saw Nguyen Bao Bao's scan projected through his glasses and was somewhat surprised by Brian's talent in this area. Brian wasn't completely dead yet, not entirely relying on this second heart, but also on a special agent that entered his body along with the blood. The agent was hidden in the second heart's box and had already flowed throughout his body with the blood, keeping him in a state of suspended animation. Otherwise, he couldn't have lasted this long. No wonder even Emil was at a loss, because once this balance was broken, Brian's fragile spark of life would immediately extinguish. Facing the current situation, Owen felt a bit numb. Fortunately, the territory was not in its early stages anymore, and Owen had quite a few talented people under him. After calling 2 priests with holy light and magic potions, they managed to pull Brian back from the brink of death. However, his shattered heart had lost its vitality and could not recover even with magic potions. As for growing a new one, it wasn't just difficult, it was absolutely impossible. This wasn't like bones or teeth that could slowly regrow. A nascent heart simply couldn't support an adult body. During the time it would take for a heart to mature, Brian would die 800 times over. Moreover, only his surface wounds had healed. To prevent further blood loss, the fragments hadn't been removed yet. Inflammation and rejection were inevitable, so Brian was truly like a cat in a box. It was impossible to determine if he was dead or alive. Seeing Brian still in a state of suspended animation, Owen, eager to find clues about the assailant, chose to take him to the underground city's secret chamber. An artificial heart was no challenge. Flame Empress had perfected the technology. Owen, after some magical modifications based on her existing tech, handcrafted an artificial heart in just a few hours. Installation was also not difficult. Owen cut away the shattered heart, placed the artificial heart inside, and then connected the cardiac arteries. Fearing he might connect the wires incorrectly, he even had Flame Empress check it over. After confirming there were no issues, Owen activated the artificial heart. Blood circulation was normal, and various hormones were released, stimulating Brian's organs, which were in a state of suspended animation, to reactivate, waking him from his coma. Because he was in a hurry, the heart replacement process was a bit rough, and the miscellaneous fragments hadn't been removed, causing Brian's expression to be extremely painful. However, the effect was indeed immediate, and he woke up not long after, though it was unclear if he was woken by the pain. Owen certainly found it painful to watch. But he was a professional after all. The first thing Brian focused on after waking up wasn't his own physical condition, but the workbench he was lying on. Owen had previously exchanged for a basic multifunctional workbench to facilitate puppet manufacturing. By now, it had long since been upgraded and replaced with a high-end model, which, combined with alchemy, was enough to create abnormal constructs like artificial humans. Brian was an expert. He recognized at a glance how precious the workbench he was lying on was. At that moment, he wished he could grab Owen by the neck and make him throw him to the ground, just to avoid dirtying the workbench. Professor Brian, I know you like workbenches. As it happens, I have one I've retired. If you like it, I can give it to you. Brian's gaze was too obvious. Owen couldn't pretend not to see it and could only say with some helplessness. Although it was retired, given the precision of this workbench, even if it was far from perfect, it was still something he had always dreamed of. Brian nodded contentedly, only then in the mood to listen to Owen ask him about the assassination. Brian's trachea was damaged, so Owen had the Flame Empress send over a set of equipment that would allow him to speak through an external speaker. Of course, what Owen didn't say was that this device had the function of reading surface subconsciousness. Simply put, Brian couldn't lie, at least not to him. It was the Flesh Church who assassinated me and stole the Book of Flesh from me, Brian said with a complex expression, his eyes filled with hatred, regret, fear, relief, and a hint of a smile, making Owen couldn't help but admire how expressive his eyes were. If they were any smaller, they wouldn't be able to hold so many emotions. However, what Brian said next left Owen speechless. The Empire did not have a dominant church like the Church of Light, which is common in other worlds, which was good for a clear outsider and heretic like him. But 100 schools of thought contending also meant a chaotic mix of various sects, and the Empire had far too many disorganized religious groups. The head of demons had just caused trouble, and now another flesh church appeared. Owen didn't know what expression to make. What Brian said next gave Owen an even bigger headache. Because of the Book of Flesh, Brian had specifically inquired about the Flesh Church. Now that his body was destroyed, he told Owen everything without reservation. The Flesh Church is a rather ancient church. Its specific history is unknown, perhaps traceable to the founding of the Empire. It worships an outer god. The so-called outer god refers to a god originating from outside the world. Such gods vary in strength. The weak ones struggle to even make a living, while the strong ones are truly unreasonably powerful. The Lord of Flesh is a powerful outer god, claiming that all flesh in the world comes from him. Whether it's true or not is unknown, but he is indeed powerful, especially with his unique flesh rituals and magic, which leave the Empire helpless, with multiple suppression attempts proving fruitless. Fortunately, the Lord of Flesh is too far away, and the connection is not strong. Moreover, many years ago, the high priest of the Flesh Church actually sacrificed a city of 100,000 people to the Lord of Flesh, incurring the Emperor's wrath. Over the years, under the continuous suppression of the Empire, the Flesh Church's actions have become less arrogant than before. Otherwise, this time it wouldn't have been a quiet assassination and a secret theft of the Book of Flesh, but a thorough slaughter and sacrifice, which is the Flesh cultists' preferred method. Brian then recounted the origin of the Book of Flesh, which was a divine gift bestowed by the Lord of Flesh when the high priest of the Flesh Church sacrificed 100,000 people, truly a divine artifact. Of course, what Brian held was not the true Book of Flesh, because the real Book of Flesh was destroyed in a battle with the Empire's sword, Saint, shortly after its completion. However, because the Book of Flesh contained the ultimate mysteries of flesh, its fragments were collected by interested parties and recompiled into 3 books, the Book of 5 Senses, the Book of Blood, and the Book of Flesh and Bone. Brian accidentally obtained the Book of Flesh and Bone. If he hadn't already been obsessed with his own research at the time, he probably would have started cultivating flesh magic under the temptation of this book long ago. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of this book were still leaked, and the people of the Flesh Church came looking for it. After all, this book was the holy book of the Flesh Church. Owen was almost depressed. He had intended to use this as an excuse to find an enemy for his territory, but who would have thought the enemy was too strong, daring to slaughter a city and sacrifice 100,000 people? He couldn't afford to provoke them. In his helplessness, Owen could only have people put on a show and then began preparing Brian's treatment plan. Killing Brian was not the goal of the Flesh Church, so his life or death was not important. Even if he was saved, the Flesh Church would not specifically target him. Moreover, it wasn't easy to get a professor, and the students hadn't even graduated yet. He couldn't just let him die. He should at least continue to contribute his remaining expertise. Owen, as the victim, did not intend to pursue the matter further, but he forgot that this world was not up to him. At this moment, at the Black Hand's outpost, Littlefinger had been staring at the intelligence report for a considerable time, which was very rare for him, who was always decisive and astute. The Black Hand's intelligence capabilities were indeed outstanding. Even though it was an assassination that had only recently occurred at the magic school, he had already received quite detailed information. Of course, while the Black Hand's intelligence capabilities were strong, they weren't clairvoyant. Littlefinger's intelligence personnel in the Northland were also not numerous enough to cover the entire territory of the Hydra family, especially the rather exclusive Greenwood town. But it was because the Flesh Church assassin had come to Akita town through the Black Hand's channels, and it was Littlefinger who provided the intelligence, that the other party was able to successfully infiltrate the magic school. However, the Black Hand did not know the other party's objective before, so he entrusted this matter to Littlefinger. Littlefinger was originally very wary of the Flesh Church assassins, because the Flesh Church's methods involved slaughter and blood sacrifice, which was clearly not conducive to the Black Hand's arrangements in the Northland, especially since Akita town had cost Littlefinger a lot of effort. However, Littlefinger was also very curious about the Flesh Church assassin's objective, so he did not tamper with things when the other party purchased intelligence about Greenwood town. It can be said that Littlefinger watched the other party infiltrate Greenwood town, sneak into the magic school, assassinate Brian, and steal something. Suspected fragment of the Book of Flesh. With the Black Hand's intelligence resources, Littlefinger had pretty much guessed what it was. The question now was whether the Black Hand should intervene in this matter. Given the Flesh Church's actions and fanaticism, the Black Hand certainly didn't want to provoke them. However, a complete Book of Flesh was a divine artifact. Even if it was shattered, the 3 books recompiled from its fragments still held extremely high value, especially the rumored Book of Flesh and Bone, which could reconstruct flesh and was the key to restoring youth and achieving immortality. Countless people in the Empire desired to obtain this book. If the Black Hand obtained this book, just by using it to perform flesh rituals to help people restore youth or reconstruct flesh, they could gain countless benefits. So, even with Littlefinger's composure, he had to admit he was tempted. "Where is the target now?" Littlefinger asked. Harvey, who was beside him, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He suppressed the urge to wipe it away, lowered his head, and quickly said, "My subordinates lost track of them and are currently searching for their whereabouts." Littlefinger merely nodded, not surprised by the result. The Flesh Church assassins were not lacking in ability. What they lacked was intelligence in the Northland. Once they succeeded, if they wanted to hide, it would be very difficult to track them down, as flesh magic could change a person from male to female, old to young. Anyone around you could be a Flesh Church assassin, even a dog in your home. Akita town didn't have many of the Black Hand's elite personnel, so losing track of them was normal. Littlefinger didn't blame them, but instead asked Harvey to send him the intelligence about where they disappeared. The nomadic tribe outside the town, as expected. Littlefinger nodded, not at all surprised. The order in Akita town was incredibly good, and all outsiders were required to stay in the town's only inn, so it wasn't easy to escape surveillance. The only exception was the nomadic tribe outside the town. Because they needed to graze their animals, they often left in small tribal units. Therefore, one only needed to disguise themselves as one of them, and unless each person was meticulously checked, they couldn't be caught. Notify our allies about this. You should not act proactively, report any developments. Littlefinger thought for a moment before making his decision. Despite Littlefinger's youth, he acted with seasoned wisdom. He was very clear that the Book of Flesh was not something he could monopolize, so he thought of his ally, the mysterious Viscount Hydra. However, his guess was correct. The assassin from the Flesh Church was indeed disguised as a herdsman from the nomadic tribe. But no one expected that after conversion, the system population would have a mutual sense of recognition. This meant they knew if someone was on their side without speaking. So the Flesh Church assassin was like a husky mixed into a wolf pack, thinking she was well disguised, but in reality, everyone knew she was an imposter except for herself. At this moment, Bella had not yet received Owen's notification to ease up, and she was still on high alert. So, upon discovering the imposter, she dispatched someone to notify Owen, while mobilizing the nomadic cavalry to prepare for an encirclement. Interesting, how did they discover me? In an ordinary nomadic tent, an old shepherdess, cradling a trembling lamb, narrowed her eyes and stirred the heating milk tea, as if she hadn't heard the approaching hoofbeats. She continued to murmur with a hint of confusion. She had cast the spell at the cost of the target's flesh, making her 100% identical in appearance, voice, and even scent. Coupled with her mastery of imitation, even close family members would find it difficult to discover her in a short time, so she was very interested in how she was exposed. Bloody Witch Kima, a notorious assassin of the Flesh Church, possessed 1,000 faces and an immortal body. She loved to disguise herself as the target's closest person, revealing her bloody side at the most pleasurable moment, much like a certain beauty who enjoyed pulling out an ice pick to bleed men during coitus to calm them down. She was originally a noblewoman who joined the Flesh Church to maintain her beauty. Later, to obtain the flesh blessing and eternal youth, she sacrificed her entire family and all the residents of her territory through a flesh ritual. The flesh of thousands of people forged this terrifying witch, who was among the top 100 most wanted criminals in the empire. Killing or capturing her would earn a noble title and territory. Given the preciousness of an imperial noble's title, the fact that this person still lived so comfortably showed her capabilities. Therefore, even when her tent was overturned by the nomadic cavalry, she remained unperturbed. The assassin who attacked Professor Brian, you are truly audacious. Bella held a tiger-head golden spear in one hand and a short spear in the other, vigilantly staring at her opponent without rashly approaching. Clearly, Charles had taught her a good lesson earlier. Demonic centaur, no haha, what a fascinating combination of flesh. Kima burst into laughter, clearly seeing Bella's fusion with her beloved horse, and immediately let out a strange cackle. But this did not anger Bella. She never believed there was anything wrong with her fusion with her beloved horse. They were clearly meant to be together forever, galloping freely. Since you are an enemy, then die. Bella calmly ordered the nomadic cavalry to keep their distance, then drew her bow and fired. The nomadic cavalry were equipped with recurve shortbows suitable for use on horseback. While their range was a bit short, their penetration power at close range was very strong. Kima was shot into a pincushion with almost no resistance. Bella witnessed arrows piercing through flesh, exiting through bone crevices. Large amounts of blood gushed out with the wounds, quickly draining most of the blood from her opponent's body. What the hell is this? Bella did not believe that an assassin capable of infiltrating the magic school and successfully assassinating Professor Brian would be so easily killed. Therefore, she immediately ordered the surrounding herdsmen to retreat further, while commanding the nomadic cavalry to maintain continuous long-range suppression. Even though her body was so riddled with arrows that she couldn't lie down, the twisted corpse still emitted an annoyed sound, as if a prank had failed, tinged with a bit of vexation. As expected, she's a monster. Bella gripped the tiger-head golden spear in her hand, vigilantly watching her opponent, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing her lure plan fail, the corpse split open in the middle, and a pair of jade hands emerged from the abdominal cavity. After tearing open the belly, a naked woman crawled out. Even though she was covered in blood and the viscous fluid from the abdominal cavity, Kima still exuded a deadly allure. Unfortunately, she was facing system soldiers and Bella. Her companion, Emile, though massive in size, possessed the bloodline of a succubus. Once her charm was unleashed, let alone men, even women couldn't resist her carrot-thick fingers. So the battle-hardened Bella completely ignored the opponent's bloody charm, and instead immediately threw the short spear in her hand. The short spear, crafted from fine steel, was extremely heavy. Under a powerful arm, this weight transformed into even more terrifying destructive power, enough to pierce through a fully armored knight and their horse. Yet Kima completely ignored it, allowing the short spear to tear through almost half of her body. Even with her heart and lungs hanging from her cavity, swaying in the air, and shattered bones scattered across the ground, her expression remained unchanged. Almost instantly after the injury appeared, a large amount of flesh grew at Kima's wound. The proliferating flesh cells piled up haphazardly, like frothing beer foam. After filling the wound, these flesh cells began to transform into the tendons, bones, and skin that make up a human body, perfectly filling the recent wound like modeling clay. Immortal Body, Owen, who had arrived via body flicker technique, just happened to witness this scene, and his expression was not good. In reality, he knew that there was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Even powerful gods had their day of demise, and immortal devils and demons also had ways to be completely killed. A mere assassin who manipulated flesh power was only a nuisance to Owen, not a threat. Owen did not come alone, he brought Charles and Ren. However, he knew that the most suitable person to act was not them, but him. Having been steeped in manga and novels from his previous life, Owen had more or less guessed the opponent's abilities. She had already revealed flesh disguise, as well as a Orochimaru-like molting ability, coupled with flesh manipulation and rapid regeneration, which could almost be equated with an immortal body. Additionally, she likely possessed abilities similar to Kimamero's Shikitsamiyaku, and as a member of the Flesh Church, she would undoubtedly have the ability to plunder others' flesh and vitality to restore herself. These abilities combined made her the nemesis of flesh creatures. Even if Shara was a legend, she could still be overwhelmed, let alone the relatively fragile Ren. Only he with the puppet master profession could counter her abilities. When Kima saw Owen take out puppets like Top Hat, Ninja Slayer, and Nguyen Bao Bao from his spatial expansion bag, her expression changed slightly. As a member of the Flesh Church, what she hated most was encountering opponents without a body of flesh and blood. However, as a veteran assassin of the Flesh Church, it was impossible for Kima to surrender directly. At the very least, she could escape or negotiate, because no one wanted to offend the Flesh Church to the death. Otherwise, did they really think the Empire couldn't deal with a mere church? It was just that the people below were unwilling to exert their full effort. The Flesh Church dared not touch the Imperial family, but for those who carried out tasks below, their methods were as sinister as they came. As a result, although the Empire continuously launched operations against the Flesh Church, it never achieved significant results. There was no other way. Incompetence in work would at most lead to dismissal, but if they were too effective, their entire family might be sacrificed to the Lord of Flesh. They knew what was more important. Unfortunately, Kima's thoughts were beautiful, but the problem was that Owen would give her some leeway if he didn't act, but once he did, he would fight to the death first, and only discuss other matters if she wasn't dead. Besides Top Hat and Ninja Slayer, Owen also took out a newly manufactured puppet, a special puppet with heavy armor and a large gun. Top Hat and Ninja Slayer were both agile puppets. The former was experimental, and the latter was purely to satisfy some of Owen's interests. Aside from these, the two puppets were more suitable for support roles, rather than direct confrontation. This new puppet was different. Although it was only a little over 2 meters tall, it had thick plate armor and stout limbs, clearly built to withstand damage. At the same time, its design was very unique: heavy armor, a single eye, not exactly identical to the cannon fodder mechs in Gundam, but it could only be said to be made in its likeness. Even its name was Zaku. However, Zaku was not just a simple meat shield, and the battle axe it was equipped with was not its primary weapon. That large gun was the weapon Owen had meticulously crafted for it. A 20mm caliber bolter. Since it was used by a puppet, there was no need to consider lightweight design. It was entirely made of sturdy and durable alloy, making its overall weight heavier than most two-handed weapons. It was heavy enough to smash people to death just by its weight, and it could even be used for close combat if necessary, as ordinary weapons would hardly cause any damage to it. However, although the bolter's caliber was very large, the bullets were not as long as imagined. They were quite thick. A 20mm caliber was no longer considered an anti-personnel weapon, but their length was shorter than a finger, looking like small rifle grenades. In fact, this description was not wrong, because the interior of each warhead was filled with refined black gel bug bodily fluid, which, after alchemical treatment and crystallization, had an even higher purity. As long as it was heated to a high temperature and then subjected to a violent impact, it would instantly vaporize and explode, unleashing astonishing destructive power. Although the amount of black jelly crystals filled in the warhead part was not much, the explosive power was much more potent than an equivalent volume of nitroglycerin. Even a fully armored Teutonic Knights, while bursting with battle aura, would be knocked down by one shot. If Kima was caught off guard and hit by a single shot, her entire body would be shattered into pieces. Unfortunately, this veteran assassin of the Flesh Church, who looked young but was actually several decades old, had an incredibly sharp intuition. Before the trigger was fully pulled, Kima had already made an evasive movement. But the speed of the bullet was beyond her imagination. In the nick of time, Kima managed to horizontally break her own spine using muscle strength, thus avoiding a direct hit to her body. The bullet, leaving the barrel, grazed past Kima's ribs. Even without substantial contact, the airflow generated by the spinning bullet deeply tore the flesh under her ribs, even revealing her ribs. This injury would likely cause severe blood loss in an ordinary person, But for Kima, this minor wound was as if it didn't exist, healing in the blink of an eye, and even her broken lumbar vertebrae returned to normal with a crack. The recovery of her injuries did not make Kima happy in the slightest, because the missed bullet exploded the moment it touched the ground. The expanding fireball, carrying scorching heat, made her back and buttocks feel a passionate roasting, her hair curling and smoking. The blasted sand and stones made the flesh on her back look like a honeycomb, but inside were not bees, but still hot sand and stones. Kima was sweating profusely at this moment. She had seen attacks with greater power than this, whether it was magic that destroyed a small town or battle aura slashes that severed city towers. She had witnessed them all. But none had ever given her such a fatal feeling. Magic that could destroy towns could not destroy everything. The gaps in the ruins were her sanctuary. Invincible battle aura slashes could not destroy all her flesh and blood. As long as flesh and blood remained, she was immortal. But she was still a body of flesh and blood. Explosions and tearing would cause her flesh and blood to scatter, making her lose the ability to resist. High temperatures and burning could restrain her regeneration, and the speed was fast and difficult to evade, meaning she could potentially be killed by the bolter. What kind of weapon is this? Kima's entire body of flesh and blood was twisting, and the sound of bones colliding could be heard from afar, perhaps out of fear. But she received no response. Owen usually only spoke after killing or subduing an enemy. He never spoke or approached during a fight. Therefore, Zaku immediately went full throttle, with one bolter round after another covering the entire area where Kima was located. This was the result of Nguyen Bao Bao's calculations, not aiming for a fatal blow, but only to interrupt the opponent's movement. Damn it! The idea of stalling for time did not materialize, and Kima began to flee in disarray. At some point, Kima's knees had become reverse joints, and her legs were like a monster's, muscles taut and bulging. Under the thin skin were clear muscle fibers, and with continuous bursts, one could clearly see the muscle fibers swelling and contracting under the skin. Each tensing brought immense power, allowing Kima to dodge at extremely high speed like a grasshopper. The power of the bolter was immense. Even though Kima tried her best to dodge, she was still covered in wounds from the blast, her body riddled with flying debris like a honeycomb, and large areas of her flesh were burned. If she were an ordinary person, she would have long turned into a pile of rotten flesh, but her powerful regenerative abilities allowed Kima to maintain highly efficient movement and steadily approach Owen's direction. Clearly, Kima knew very well who the core here was. Only by killing or kidnapping Owen would she have a chance to survive. This immortality is quite interesting. Facing the constantly approaching Kima, Owen was more surprised by the opponent's unreasonably strong regenerative ability. The accumulated damage was enough to kill hundreds of people, but the opponent was still jumping around, with no discernible upper limit. However, fear was out of the question. Owen first had Zia and Ren retreat further, then began to control Top Hat and Ninja Slayer to meet her. As for Zaku, it needed a drum magazine change and had to wait for the barrel to cool down. The bolter had great power, but its excessive pursuit of lethality led to many other shortcomings, such as the high temperature generated by firing. Even with the best alloys, it was still somewhat lacking. Zaku also discovered some problems. This machine was Owen's new creation. Not only had it not been broken in, but it also hadn't been further perfected. The problem now exposed was that its reactions were always half a beat slow. If it were used as a mobile artillery platform, this flaw would be nothing, but for sniping a high-speed target, it was clearly insufficient. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fired an entire drum magazine without a single hit. As the jungler Ninja Slayer was the fastest to act, leaping up, 6 sharp shurikens popped out from between the fingers of his hands. Then, the artificial muscle fibers in his arms, stimulated by microcurrents, threw the shurikens at a speed beyond human capability, comparable to bullets. Moreover, compared to the direct trajectory of a bullet, the shape of the shuriken allowed for more variations in its flight path. Kima, encountering such a hidden weapon for the first time, was caught off guard and took 2 hits, severing a large number of muscle fibers and causing her body to pause for a moment. Kima could block the pain of her flesh, but muscle fiber tears were still tears. Even if they could heal quickly, a temporary loss of function was unavoidable. Zaku certainly couldn't seize this brief opportunity, but for Ninja Slayer, it was more than enough. Ninja Slayer had an unknown number of shurikens hidden in his arms, throwing them out one after another, tracing strange arcs and continuously hitting Kima. As the distance between them closed, he drew his ninja sword and began close-quarters combat. With the establishment of the route, a large amount of data was obtained, and the ninja mode in Ninja Slayer's intelligent core had long been updated and upgraded. He didn't need Owen's command at all. His swordplay was incredibly sharp. Kima, as an assassin, was utterly defenseless. If her bones hadn't been exceptionally tough, she would have been hacked into dozens of pieces long ago. This was not surprising. Although Kima was a veteran assassin of the Flesh Church, her style was not that of a berserker-type assassin who cleared out all witnesses, nor that of a cunning old fox who stealthily infiltrated and poisoned targets. She specialized in using flesh magic to disguise herself as someone closest to her target, then choosing a pleasant day to deliver a divine plot twist at a critical moment, sending the target to their demise, always aiming for them to die with grievances. It was understandable that Kima, who favored this style, was not adept at combat, as there truly weren't many assassins who wielded dual blades and slashing to clear a scene. Kima, passively enduring the assault, was enraged by Ninja Slayer's relentless hacking. Gritting her teeth, after her mutated legs still couldn't shake him off, the flesh and other parts of her body simultaneously began to mutate, making it even tighter and tougher. Even the sharp ninja sword felt like it was hacking into stacked layers of cowhide, no longer able to inflict the terrifying cutting damage it had before. This mutation clearly came with a price, but Kima could no longer afford to care. At this moment, she felt as if her entire being had fallen into a meat grinder, desperately wanting to break free, and thus instinctively kept urging her body to mutate. Kima, who usually relied solely on flesh magic for disguise and assassination, did not notice her body gradually becoming abnormal in her agitated state, and there was no sign of it stopping. This caused her form to become increasingly grotesque. Previously, she was a bloody enchantress exuding strange charm, but now, looking at her grasshopper-like, thick, reverse-jointed legs, and her increasingly tough muscle groups entangled with sinews, her palms had also become longer and thinner. Unfortunately, the protruding bones and mutated, claw-like nails looked utterly devoid of beauty. The changes in her head were even more significant. Her ears became slender, her nose disappeared, the corners of her eyes slanted upwards to her brows, and her wide mouth, split to her earlobes, was full of shark-like sharp teeth. She was completely a monster. Truly disgusting. It's better if she disappears. No sooner had Owen's words fallen than dozens of crows had already flown around Kima. Just as Kima was about to break through Ninja Slayer's entanglement and rush towards Owen in one go, she suddenly noticed unusual shadows on the ground. Looking up, she saw a flock of strange crows. She quickly realized that these crows were not living beings, but rather those annoying puppets. Kima immediately felt a bad premonition, but before she could react, the flock of crows descended in droves, as if they had found carrion. Get out, even with Kima's extensive experience, she had never encountered anything like this today, which caused her emotions to spiral out of control. At the same time, she felt the shadow of death gradually enveloping her, making her shiver. Thus, she somewhat lost her composure, waving her claws to attack those puppet crows, even ignoring Ninja Slayer. This was not surprising. If she hadn't been afraid of death, why would she have sacrificed her entire family and the people of her territory to the Lord of Flesh to gain immortality? The top hat puppet controlling the crows let out a cackling laugh. It activated some mechanism, and all the crows spread their wings, simultaneously spewing a foot-long flame from their rear, instantly accelerating to a speed where only afterimages could be seen. Logically, with the physical structure of a crow, flying at such high speeds would make precise control difficult. However, it was only now that Kima discovered she was entangled in many slender puppet threads. These threads originated from the crows, so although the crow's speed increased, they did not fly erratically. Instead, guided by the threads, they drew closer and closer to her, close enough for the flames to illuminate her desperate face. The crow puppets were not filled with black glue crystals, but concentrated black glue liquid. This liquid burned at extremely high temperatures, capable of melting steel, let alone flesh and blood. Therefore, Kima's body was incinerated in just a few seconds, and eventually, even her skeleton turned to ash. However, Owen did not relax, because Kima had not screamed at the end, which was abnormal, and his intuition was subtly warning him. Slime Queen used summon. Summoning the Slime Queen, whose body was like a small hill, Her plump and opulent appearance exuded a majestic aura befitting a queen. Owen nodded with satisfaction, then commanded her. Besides splitting off slimes herself, the slime queen could also directly summon slimes if there were any nearby. The dungeon slime population was almost overflowing, so after receiving Owen's command, a torrent of slimes was summoned, like floodgates opening, covering a large area. "Go forth and devour to your heart's content," Owen said with a sneer. Owen guessed that the opponent was probably not dead, but lurking nearby, but how to find her was a problem. Sending soldiers to search, what was the difference from throwing a meat bun at a dog? Owen suspected the opponent should possess abilities similar to a parasitic beast, so he thought of slimes. Slimes are not flesh and blood creatures. They are nothing but goo and acid, so even a parasitic beast would be helpless against a slime. In fact, to some extent, slimes were her natural enemy, because there was no flesh and blood for them to plunder, and their own devouring and acidic properties would cause destructive effects on flesh and blood. In reality, Owen wasn't wrong. The abundance of modern entertainment had led to all sorts of wild ideas, and what were considered secret methods in this world were, to a transmigrator, purely cliché. So Kima truly hadn't died. Her most vital flesh and blood had transformed into a strange, sausage-like creature lurking underground, just waiting for the enemy to leave, then seizing the opportunity to take over someone's body. But the overwhelming number of slimes turned all her efforts into nothing. Slimes don't eat everything. Although things like soil, rocks, and metal can be melted, they are not consumed. Slime's main food source is organic matter, such as plants, animals, insects, including humus soil. They are not interested in glass or crystal. The problem is, if you count it that way, Kima is also on the slime's menu. Owen was held in the slime queen's arms, completely separated from the ground, which ultimately forced Kima, who had nowhere else to go, to surrender. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before the slime, which could even digest a layer of topsoil, got to her original flavored fatty intestines. Compared to Kima's surrender, Owen was more interested in her current state. It was unclear if she was even the correct pronoun to describe her, as Kima now looked like a section of pink, tender intestine, the kind that could be washed and used for an enema. No brain, no brainstem, no spine. What is it thinking with? Owen stared at the pink intestine in the glass bottle, utterly curious. This section of intestine was currently wiggling to act cute and curry favor with him. Clearly, Kima knew very well whether she would end up as a 9-turn large intestine dish or an enema, depending entirely on the other party's mood, so how could she not bow her head? As for whether it was shameful for a veteran assassin of the Flesh Church to do this, was that a question a section of intestine needed to consider. Kima's state piqued Owen's interest, so he didn't charcoal grill her, but instead handed her over to the Flame Empress for research. As for the Book of Flesh, it was also found under her guidance, but Owen immediately had a puppet place it in a heavy lead box, which was then wrapped in gold, to minimize any potential influence. There was no other way. Whenever outer gods were mentioned, Owen always thought of the octopus sleeping in the deep-sea ancient city and those indescribable beings who loved to sing and dance, driving anyone who listened mad. Therefore, Owen had no intention of keeping this item in his hands, and instead handed it directly to Black Hand for disposal. Owen didn't care if Black Hand sold this item to the Flesh Church or used it himself. His only condition was that it not remain in the northern lands. As for what this book could be exchanged for, Owen left it to Maya to negotiate. In the Black Hand branch beneath the inn, Littlefinger playfully looked at the gold-wrapped lead box placed before him. It seems our ally is not unfamiliar with this item. At least he knows what it is. The Book of Flesh could cause irreversible effects on those around it, but not many people knew this. However, judging by the way it was handled, it was clear that the person was knowledgeable. Thus Littlefinger further narrowed the scope of his speculation about the ally's identity. Nevertheless, business still had to be done. This was the foundation of Black Hand's existence, so even knowing this item was troublesome, Littlefinger took it on. The incident was now considered over, but Owen did not relax. His territory had suffered 2 attacks, one from the head of demons and one from the Flesh Church, proving that Owen's previous concerns and preparations were very prescient. The only problem was that he hadn't expected this damned world to have so many lunatics. The members of the head of demons, who enjoyed murder, arson, and summoning demons, were a group of heinous scumbags who treated people as currency for hiring demons. The Flesh Church was even more deadly. They were fanatics with goals, ideals, and the damn ability to carry them out. Turning the world into a flesh world, allowing all living beings to return to the Lord of Flesh, was this something a normal person should do? Owen truly couldn't understand why they would do this. Was it a glorious and joyful thing for everyone to return to the Lord of Flesh and become the Lord of Flesh's large intestine? These were just two evil organizations. According to some intelligence Owen purchased from Black Hand, there were hundreds of similar evil religions and organizations, with dozens of prominent ones. After reading it, Owen felt only two words: utterly exhausted. This damned world might as well just be destroyed. However, he couldn't help but feel sympathy and admiration for the Empire. With so many lunatics and troublemakers, the Empire could still maintain overall stability. That capability was truly impressive and by no means easy. Although worried, what needed to be done still had to be done. He took advantage of this incident to declare that the nomadic tribe was experiencing unrest, and then had Bella directly take away most of the people. Covertly, Owen not only equipped Bella with a large number of weapons, equipment, and supplies, but also new breeds of sheep, specifically domestic sheep. The wool shorn annually could be brought to the territory for trade, exchanged for supplies and food, and also served as a bond to maintain superficial mutual interests, as a show must be complete. Excluding the departing nomadic tribe and the barbarians isolated in the Demon Horn Forest logging camp, Akita town remained prosperous. A population of over 3,000 was not small for a town, not to mention the constant stream of northern drifters arriving with dreams of getting rich. At least over half of them would choose to stay in Akita town, with most of those converting into commoners and a small portion becoming citizens, greatly increasing the territory's foundation. With enough citizens, Owen appointed more grassroots administrators. Coupled with the Flame Empress's future planning and Maya's administrative appointments, the territory's development required no worry from Owen, allowing him to spend long periods in the underground city's secret room. At this time, Brian had already begun to modify his body, with Owen as the lead. Instead of rebuilding his flesh body, Brian chose another path: mechanical modification. No one knew what he was thinking, but the final modification plan even startled Owen when he saw it. If not for considerations of inspiration, soul, and creativity, Brian even wanted Owen to digitize his thoughts, import them into a spiritualized crystal ball, and then control a mechanical body to achieve the feat of mechanical ascension. Even so, he treated all body parts except the brain and spine as waste, and integrated an energy core, an intelligent core, and a small spiritualized crystal ball. He could truly be described as a magical version of a cyborg. It had to be said that Brian was truly ruthless to himself, but his ideas were equally appealing to Owen. Therefore, without much persuasion, Owen began to refine his plan. Excising body parts was simple, but maintaining the vitality of the brain and spine was not easy. After all, a person is a whole, and lacking anything would cause an impact, let alone excising 90% of the body. Dismemberment is about that extent. However, Brian had rich practical experience, the Flame Empress had a vast database, and Owen had his cheat-like abilities, so many problems were not problems at all. For example, to maintain the vitality of the brain and spine, Owen had the Slime Queen cultivate a special slime that could maintain cell activity and provide nutrients. Therefore, by simply immersing Brian's brain and spine in the slime solution, not only would their vitality be maintained, but the slime would also provide ample nutrients and perform repairs and metabolism. Problems like nerve conduction were also resolved after the Flame Empress modified certain techniques from puppetry. The subsequent control issues were also not difficult. A human brain would certainly struggle to control a mechanical body, but the presence of the intelligent core transformed the brain into a driver, completely eliminating the need to meticulously control every single part and every single movement. Not to mention the spiritualized crystal ball serving as a second computational core, Brian could perform complex calculations and precision-level mechanical processing solely with his modified body. Brian's body, once completed, looked very crude, like a trash can with mechanical arms and treads. If not for the semi-circular, rotatable head on top, it would have been even more so. There was a reason for such an unsightly design. After all, it was a prototype, and safety was paramount. Therefore, ample space needed to be left for future improvements. Unlike the compact and complex humanoid form, For example, Brian's brain and spine were submerged in a large glass jar filled with a special slime solution, much like preserving medicinal liquor. If it shattered, it would be over, so more secure protection was needed. After protecting the brain, the next step was supposed to be neural linkage, but setting aside the complexity of brain nerves, the mere fact that human nerves cannot directly connect to machines was enough to cause a breakdown. There was no other way, the two were incompatible. Nerves that control muscle fiber contraction cannot control the rotation of gears. Therefore, Owen simply skipped this process and directly adopted the method of spiritual resonance. Brian was, after all, a mage, and mages are experts in spiritual matters. So even with only his brain remaining, his spiritual power had not weakened much. Instead, it had strangely increased. Was it because there was no skull to block signals? Brian used his spiritual power to resonate with the spiritualized crystal ball inside the machine, then indirectly controlled the mechanical body through the Flame Empress subroutine within the spiritualized crystal ball, much like playing a game, only faster and more direct. However, the greatest advantage of this design was that Brian could use his spiritual power, with the aid of the crystal ball, to complete complex structural designs and mechanical processing. So while the machine was far from perfect, Brian was very satisfied, as this had been his long-cherished dream. Owen could not comment on Brian's choice, because in some ways he was also a madman. One could only say that people in this world really knew how to have fun. Brian in his iron barrel state no longer posed any threat to Owen, not to mention his current condition. The fact that the slime immersing his brain was under Owen's control was enough to put him at ease. Therefore, Owen opened up a portion of the Flame Empress's database to him. After all, he was a rare talent in the territory. Even if only his brain remained, he had to be put to use. Otherwise, the slime nutrient solution would have to be diluted to cut costs. The mountain-like sea of modern technology made Brian helplessly indulge in it. At the same time, he also discovered that the database's vastness was beyond what any human could possibly contain, which further strengthened his belief that the path he had chosen was correct. Only by ceasing to be human would he have no limits. Soon, Owen found Brian to be exceptionally useful. Without the cumbersome and complex body dragging him down, and without the various endocrine hormones that only added to his troubles, Brian was now pure rationality, rational to the point of rigidity. He was even less human-like than the Flame Empress. Clearly, there were significant issues with Brian's design and Owen's technology. However, in this state, Brian was like an alternative artificial intelligence. He never refused Owen's commands, and his research progressed as if he had an acceleration cheat. Although there were still some deficiencies, it had to be said that he was unexpectedly useful. As for why Brian would execute Owen's commands 100%, the Flame Empress provided a conclusion. First, the loss of his body and endocrine hormones led to a deficiency and erroneous understanding of self-emotions in Brian. Coupled with the fact that his body was created by Owen, he subconsciously believed that the ownership of this body belonged to Owen, and as a part of this body, he also belonged to Owen. Furthermore, upon accessing the Flame Empress's database, under the impact of massive information, his self-awareness became even weaker, and he increasingly affirmed his current state. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Brian was constantly in a state of spiritual resonance with the spiritualized crystal inside the iron barrel, and inside the spiritualized crystal was a subroutine of the Flame Empress. So unknowingly, the Flame Empress became the target of Brian's subconscious imitation. Thus his overall consciousness and thoughts were influenced and distorted, becoming what Owen desired. This explanation was far-fetched, but it made sense. Furthermore, Brian's thinking was inherently different from that of a normal person, so Owen ultimately accepted this setting with a smile and quickly put it to use. The first task Owen assigned to Brian was to create his Space Marine project. The Space Marine originated from the game Warhammer, a world of despair, a world where technology and psychic powers, science and metaphysics coexisted. The Space Marines were the main fighting force of the human empire in that universe. According to the game's data, a bare Space Marine was somewhat underwhelming, with only half a ton of strength, which wasted his large physique. He couldn't even defeat Captain America from WWAI. However, this was because Space Marines had to face complex and harsh interstellar warfare, not the wars of backward civilizations that hadn't even developed their own star systems. Facing brutal interstellar warfare, the power of the flesh alone has its limits. Coupled with the Empire's restrictions on excessive genetic modification, the Space Marines' enhancement focused on survival, so their demonstrated combat power was not strong. Of course, this was in a bare state. What soldiers go to war without equipment? Furthermore, soldiers cannot defeat a tiger with bare hands, but fully armed, as long as they maintain distance and do not run out of ammunition. No matter how many tigers come, they will die. Therefore, what truly allowed Space Marines to stand firm in brutal interstellar warfare, besides their tenacious fighting will, were the power armor and bolter, and other equipment with explosive power, which made every Space Marine a terrifying killing machine. The advantages of Space Marines went beyond this. The real reason Owen chose Space Marines as a template, besides their loyalty, was their extreme adaptability, which could be seen from the complexity of the enemies they faced. There were truly creatures flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, burrowing in the earth, human and non-human, from machines to orcs, from xenos to demons. There was nothing you couldn't imagine, nothing you wouldn't encounter, and they constantly needed to be wary of the temptations of the four lesser gods of the subspace. The world Owen was in was equally complex, with demons and gods, so building his own super soldiers based on the Space Marine template became the top choice. Currently, the entire project has just begun. Owen has tentatively divided the project into 3 parts: human modification, power armor, and bolter. In fact, this plan existed even before the head of demons caused trouble, but at that time, the conditions for research were not met. Later, the successive appearance of the Flame Empress, sprites, and the Puppet Factory gave Owen the confidence to proceed with the plan and achieve some success with the bolter and Zaku. It was precisely because of these initial results that Owen realized things were not so easy. As someone with multiple professions, his knowledge base was extensive. Theoretically, if he fully understood everything, recreating the Space Marine would be effortless. However, Owen was currently broad but not deep in various fields, lacking depth. Designing a preliminary draft based on basic knowledge and some imagination was fine, but further refinement was not possible. Now, with Brian, this shortcoming has been remedied. Owen had already completed the design of the bolter prototype, so he first handed this part over to Brian, asking him to find a way to mass-produce the bolter, and at the same time submit a preliminary plan for human modification to him. Owen didn't relax or look for women, even with free laborers. His last 2 encounters had disgusted him, and he was also worried about the safety of his territory. In such circumstances, unless forced, he really wasn't in the mood. His 2 experiences led Owen to realize that ordinary soldiers were ineffective in incidents of this caliber, so a simple expansion of the army was meaningless. Besides, the military-to-civilian ratio in the territory was already extremely exaggerated, and it was not advisable to continue expanding the army without an increase in the total population. In fact, Owen had long prepared for this situation. The secret unit established earlier was precisely for such events, and later, an even more professional route was established. However, the Flesh Church taught Owen another lesson. He was still too naive. While the route, skilled in assassination and surprise attacks, wasn't entirely useless in such situations, it would require a huge price, meaning it wasn't the right specialization. Therefore, Owen decided to emulate the Space Marine and create an elite assault team composed of super soldiers for his territory. As for who to choose for the modification, Owen selected the Teutonic Knights. In reality, the Teutonic Knights were the most fitting among all soldiers to become Space Marines, making them the most suitable base for modification. However, Owen hadn't fully decided on how to carry out the modification. Brian had many modification plans, but they all involved disembowelment, cutting off hands, and breaking legs. Owen found this modification method too bloody and completely unnecessary, so he planned to first use the T-virus to strengthen the Teutonic Knights. Previously, he was worried about the T-virus leaking, but now he wasn't. Compared to those top-ranked evil organizations, which either wanted to dedicate the world to outer gods or sell it to demons, a mere T-virus was really nothing. However, Owen didn't expect Brian to achieve results so quickly, submitting a new modification plan to him. Unlike the previous mechanical modification style, Brian, who had gained partial access to the Flame Empress's database, broadened his horizons and was immediately attracted by the Umbrella Corporation's various biochemical modifications, especially the most mature Tyrant series. The Tyrant was the Umbrella Corporation's most successful bioweapon, with multiple models developed. Even in its basic form, it possessed combat power far superior to armed soldiers, and when its restraints were removed and it went berserk, it transformed into a terrifying killer. However, the tyrant was not without flaws, especially the severe damage to memory and thought processes during its creation, which did not align with Owen's vision of a super soldier. Nevertheless, Brian had also considered this point because, after reviewing Owen's Space Marine plan, he deemed it a perfect modification and therefore did not solely focus on accumulating combat power. With the framework provided by Owen, Brian made significant revisions to the tyrant modification, first removing the second stage transformation. The tyrant's second stage transformation involved removing the limiter and letting the virus run wild. As a weapon, this was fine, but as a super soldier, it was unacceptable. After all, who would use berserkers who couldn't distinguish friend from foe as a main force? At the same time, the bodily mutation and modification were significantly reduced and restricted, retaining only the second heart and the enhanced lungs. This modification method was inspired by the Book of Flesh, but it was only a reference. Directly using it was something neither Owen nor even Brian dared to do. Even Owen couldn't find fault with this modification plan, but how to control the T-virus's mutation was the biggest challenge. If it were that easy to control, the Umbrella Corporation wouldn't have imposed so many restrictions on the Tyrant series. The Flame Empress provided a solution, using a synthesis furnace as a base, combined with a bloodline mutagen editor for biological modifications. Theoretically, this could influence the direction of biological evolution. It was just a synthesis furnace, so Owen agreed to the plan and conducted tens of thousands of experiments repeatedly in the Authority space, ultimately completing a biological modification chamber based on the synthesis furnace. Although it had been repeatedly tested in the Authority space, Owen wasn't entirely sure if it would work, while the stoic Brian, devoid of emotion, proceeded with checks as usual. During this time, he and the Flame Empress had modified his current body multiple times. Although its form hadn't changed, external equipment, such as a very useful scanning device, had been installed. This allowed Brian to see a more realistic world beyond the naked eye, so he had no interest in being human now. A Teutonic knight removed his armor and clothes and calmly walked into the biological modification chamber. Close the hatch, inject nutrient solution. Although Owen disliked using people for live experiments, he had to admit it was the fastest method. Therefore, he suppressed his unwarranted emotions and began to oversee the experiment. A large amount of nutrient solution, derived from specially made slime, was injected into the biological modification chamber. This nutrient solution was rich in nutrients and oxygen needed by the human body. Aside from breathing being a bit difficult due to concentration, it could perfectly supplement the body's required nutrients. Theoretically, as long as the nutrients were not exhausted, the creature inside the chamber could live to its lifespan limit. If therapeutic agents were added, combined with wound and foreign object removal, flesh suturing, and organ repair technologies, even if breathing stopped, as long as there was no brain death, they could be saved. In other words, if there had been a biological modification chamber before, Brian's injuries would not have been an issue at all. However, Brian was very satisfied with his current appearance, so Owen said nothing and proceeded with the next step of the experiment. As the T-virus was injected, the Teutonic Knight's expression showed no change, clearly still within a safe tolerance range. It wasn't until special light was shown on him to guide the T-virus's mutation that his expression gradually became painful. For this reason, he had to be put into a deep sleep to prevent irreversible damage to his nerves and mind from exceeding the pain threshold. The main reason for the Umbrella Tyrant series' lack of intellect was that the mutation process was too rapid and intense, exceeding the upper limit of human physical and mental endurance. For self-protection, memories were purged, and more actions were left to instinct. Currently, thanks to the unique effect of the bloodline mutagen editor, the mutation process was controllable and inducible. Therefore, in addition to basic physical enhancement, the guided mutation direction primarily focused on the heart and lungs, two important organs, causing their cells to divide and proliferate, growing two new organs. It must be said that the mysteries of the human body are truly astonishing. After limiting the mutation range, the newly formed organs perfectly integrated into the original system without much intervention. After the mutation ended, a scan by the Flame Empress revealed that the Teutonic Knight's nervous system had nearly doubled, muscle fibers and bone density had significantly increased, and cardiopulmonary function had improved severalfold. Calculations showed that after mutation, the Teutonic Knight was 2.3 meters tall, weighed 300 kilograms, had a strength of about 1.5 to 2 tons, a reaction speed exceeding human limits, and stamina dependent on his own energy reserves. Due to high metabolism, as long as it wasn't continuous bursts, such as marching, the recovery rate of physical strength was equal to the consumption. What's more, with the increase in body density and strengthening, he could ignore close-range shots from 9-caliber pistols. Bullets simply could not penetrate the thick muscle layers and tough bones. Only continuous rifle fire could be fatal. Moreover, as long as there was sufficient nutrient replenishment, non-fatal injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Such exaggerated physical qualities, combined with the Teutonic Knight's refined combat skills, meant his combat power already surpassed that of an unarmored space marine. However, on the interstellar battlefield, the enhanced Teutonic Knight was still far from enough, but as an improved version of the Tyrant, it was undoubtedly a success. The enhanced Teutonic Knights were named Limit Warriors by Owen, and they lived up to the name, each as strong as a monster. After all, Teutonic Knights were already the limit for mortals, and after the Tyrant enhancement, they broke through that limit. Although they couldn't reach the Legend realm, ordinary high-level Aura Knights were no match for them. The success of the Limit Warrior modifications greatly encouraged Owen, so after entrusting the enhancement of the remaining 9 Teutonic Knights to the Flame Empress, he eagerly pulled Brian into the power armor project. In fact, Owen already had the conditions to manufacture power armor. If he didn't consider practicality in mass production, with an intelligent core and energy core, and mastering puppetry and alchemy, manufacturing a suit of power armor was not difficult at all. At most, it wouldn't perform as well as the genuine article, but it would have all the necessary features. The problem was that a mature piece of equipment needed more than just being high-end. Practicality and widespread availability were the most important. Therefore, the inability to mass produce was the biggest issue. Moreover, crafting individual exquisite pieces was time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention requiring Owen's full involvement and consuming a large amount of progress value, making it too cost-ineffective. Therefore, Owen's next research direction was not to create the best power armor, but to create the most suitable power armor. At the very least, sprites in the Flame Empress had to be able to produce them independently, with Brian perhaps assisting at most. As long as he didn't need to be involved, that was fine. The simplest method was mechanical power armor, similar to the Marines in StarCraft. However, considering that the Teutonic Knights who would use the power armor all possessed formidable martial arts, a purely mechanical power armor was not suitable, as it would not allow them to fully utilize their combat skills and agile movements. Therefore, Owen planned to emulate the Space Marine power armor's electronic muscle fiber technology. Owen possessed similar technology, otherwise, how would Ninja Slayer have come about? The Ninja Slayer puppet itself was Owen's test of new technology, employing human body imitation technology. Thus, its metal skeleton and artificial muscles throughout its body completely mimicked the structure of the human body. These artificial muscles could be modified into electronic muscle fibers to provide additional power. However, after testing, Owen realized he had been naive. Although the muscle fibers on the puppet were based on a similar principle to the electronic muscle fibers used by Space Marines, the difference in materials and processing technology was measured in millennia. In other words, the power was insufficient to drive the heavy outer armor of Space Marine, which was comparable to an armored vehicle. Upon discovering this, Owen initially intended to create a hybrid power armor, which would involve adding a layer of mechanical power system outside the electronic muscle fibers, and then the outer armor. Then, remembering that the users were the enhanced Teutonic Knights, a group of monsters whose strength was measured in tons, he decisively abandoned this troublesome option. For these monsters, electronic muscle fibers were merely auxiliary power devices, not necessities. Next, Owen initially planned to create a prototype and gradually improve it later. However, as soon as he delved deeper into the research, he encountered another problem: how to link the artificial muscles with the user so that the artificial muscles could perfectly mimic the wearer's movements. Space Marines achieved this through a technology called the Black Carapace, an artificial implant beneath the skin, but Owen was unable to do so. This technology was beyond him, because the neural bundles extending from the Black Carapace could perfectly integrate with the user's nervous system. Therefore, despite the Space Marines wearing heavy armor, their agility and reaction speed were very high, something Owen simply couldn't achieve. The Flame Empress was already very powerful in biochemical aspects, but she also lacked this ability, and even lacked relevant technological reserves. So, if Owen wanted to research it, although he wouldn't be starting from scratch, he would face numerous difficulties. At this point, Owen even considered abandoning electronic muscle fibers and instead researching mechanical power armor. However, the Flame Empress timely presented a new modification plan, adding an intelligent core. The intelligent core could capture and collect the user's movements, forming new power operation modes, making the power armor's movements increasingly smooth. Although it was a bit troublesome, it had to be said that it was currently the best solution. After resolving these issues, with a solid foundation established, Owen decided to build a prototype. The Flame Empress took over Owen's multifunctional workbench through the Spirit Crystal Ball. After the alloy skeleton was welded, 6 high-precision robotic arms, like spider legs, swiftly wove artificial muscle fibers onto the frame, securing the electronic muscle fibers in place. After the muscle fibers were secured, a modified mechanical spine was installed on the back of the power muscle suit, serving to connect all the electronic muscle fibers. The first enhanced Teutonic Knight put on the power muscle suit prototype. As it activated, stimulated by electric current, the electronic muscle fibers immediately contracted and wriggled. Due to various issues, the force of contraction was so immense that the enhanced Teutonic Knight's face turned red. If it had been an ordinary person, their intestines might have been squeezed out. A series of tests followed, and Owen's brows never relaxed. The insufficient power of the electronic muscle fibers was only in relation to heavy armor. In reality, the contractile force generated by these things when stimulated by electricity was terrifyingly strong. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Because of insufficient control, it could only react through motion capture, but the problem was that losing control was completely normal before a power operation template was formed. Even the enhanced Teutonic Knight was bruised all over after the test, caused by the uncontrolled electronic muscle fibers. If an ordinary person had tested it, it would have ended immediately, then they would be burned or buried, saving even the need for rescue. Fortunately, the Flame Empress took over the intelligent core, accelerating the formation of the power operation template, which reduced the number of uncontrolled incidents and allowed for the next step. The already forged outer armor, manipulated by robotic arms, was fixed onto the exposed alloy skeleton of the power muscle suit, distributing the weight across the entire body. Then, equipped with a 20-bolter and chainsword, the knockoff Space Marine finally took shape. The entire power armor was approximately 2.5 meters tall, featuring an alloy skeleton lining, electronic muscle fiber power, and composite outer armor, with a total weight of about half a ton. Despite such heavy equipment, its energy demand was very small. 1 energy core could sustain daily needs, and 3 could satisfy prolonged intense combat, as energy cores could automatically restore energy, unless the combat was so intense that it required 3 energy cores without time for recovery. This was mainly because the entire armor had few additional devices and functions, and the electronic muscle fibers did not consume much energy, serving more as auxiliary power. However, the inability to mass-produce the entire set of equipment was what troubled Owen, giving him the illusion of wasted effort. But Brian and the Flame Empress gave Owen a surprise. They circumvented the numerous difficulties of this prototype and designed a set of mechanical power armor. Although it was bulky and slow and had many shortcomings, it could be mass-produced. Well, although there was a bit of a sense of defeat, wasn't this precisely why he sought subordinates? The armor powered by electronic muscle fibers was named Limit Armor by Owen, because only Limit Warriors could equip it. The purely mechanical power armor was named Iron Fist, to be used by Teutonic Knights. Thus, the territory now had 2 types of power armor, the precision fine-crafted and the mass-produced models. Redeeming Teutonic Knights worth 15 progress points and equipping them with mass-producible mechanical power armor immediately elevated their strength by a notch. If there were enough of them, they could even kill a legend, and against ordinary legions, they were a massacre, making them extremely cost-effective. Not to mention Limit Warriors who had undergone Tyrant Enhancement and were then equipped with precision-grade power armor. In a one-on-one fight, even Tsar would have trouble, and if they were focused down from long range, he might suffer a huge loss. Such a successful innovation immediately made Owen feel the charm of technology, or rather, the charm of the fusion of technology and magic. Therefore, he decided to secretly develop the territory's industry as its foundation, or rather, its trump card. Compared to the colossal empire, even with cheats, the territory could not catch up in a short time, and the empire was not foolish. They wouldn't care when it was a few thousand people, and at most pay attention when it was tens of thousands, but if it expanded to hundreds of thousands or millions, how could they allow it to continue developing? Did they really think the Imperial Border Army was just for show? However, developing technological industry was not easy, because the only person in the territory who could be called a scientific researcher was Brian. While the Flame Empress's computing power was astonishing, she could only serve as an auxiliary. Fortunately, sprites were all skilled technicians, if not master craftsmen, at least highly proficient. Mutated goblins also made good workers after simple training. So at least in basic industry, the territory had a considerable advantage, but unfortunately, high-end aspects were still limited to small-scale laboratories. In any case, Owen at least saw the direction of development. Although the prospect of industry was huge, Owen did not forget the magic school. Those little witches and sorceresses represented the future of magic professionals in the territory. Therefore, he specifically accumulated some progress points to redeem a professor. Professor McGonagall, this is Greenwood Town, where the territory's magic school is located, Owen said today, specifically coming to Greenwood Town to act as a guide for a professor. This place reminds me of the wizarding world 1,000 years ago, said Professor McGonagall, a serious-looking, older cat girl who made one think of a dean, and who had once served as a head of house at Hogwarts Magic Academy. Owen had wanted to redeem this professor a long time ago, but had been delayed. Now, with the development of the territory's industrial system, which would continuously consume progress points, he had specifically accumulated some progress points to redeem her for the long-term consideration of the magic school. As the new generation of goblins grew up, Greenwood Town became more prosperous, and its population had exceeded 2,000. However, most of them were mutated goblins and unicorn goblins. The rest were human merchants who saw business opportunities, demi-humans who were discriminated against in the Empire, adventurers who chose to enjoy their retirement life here, and also attracted some witches and sorcerers, because they discovered that there was a school here specifically for teaching witches and sorcerers. Magic professionals were also people. They would also marry and start families. Therefore, the excellent life environment and outstanding educational conditions here attracted many magic professionals to settle, and at the same time increased the number of students in the school. Professor McGonagall seemed to like it here, which was not surprising. When she was teaching, the wizarding world had already begun to decline, unlike the flourishing Greenwood Town, not to mention that there was also a magic school and lovely students here. All right, we've arrived. This is the territory's magic school, and these are the school's professors and students. They are here to welcome you, Owen said as he arrived at the school gate. Because of prior notification, Emil brought Dayer, along with the school's students and teaching assistants, to greet them, which surprised Professor McGonagall, who quickly returned a smile, showing good manners, truly worthy of being a professor from a 1,000-year-old academy. After the last assassination attempt, Emil gritted her teeth and stayed up late to upgrade the school's defense system, even inviting people from Root to help, but she was still so busy that her eyes were dark, and she had no energy to teach. Therefore, she welcomed Professor McGonagall's arrival with open arms, being the first to step forward and hug the relatively petite Professor McGonagall. "You remind me of an old friend," Professor McGonagall said with a mix of helplessness and reminiscence after her feet touched the ground, tidying her wrinkled wizard robe. Owen, standing by, merely smiled without speaking. This was precisely why he disliked redeeming these characters. It was true that the summoned people were 100% loyal to him, but they still had their own memories and thoughts, which could sometimes be troublesome. For example, Professor McGonagall, did she not secretly wish for Owen to summon the White Demon King Dumbledore, as well as the other 3 professors and Hagrid? She certainly did, and although she wouldn't say it, she couldn't help but think it. Owen was also quite helpless about this, and could only let Professor McGonagall slowly get used to the territory's magic school and familiarize herself with the professors and students here. This was still good, as Professor McGonagall's personality was steady and her experience rich, allowing her to be open-minded. If it were someone with a romantic mind or an obsession greater than life, Owen wasn't sure what they might do. Now was not the time to consider these matters. Owen began to introduce the two parties. Professor Emile is a very experienced witch. She is responsible for teaching potions, and most of the students here were rescued by her from various places. It can be said that she played an indispensable role in the establishment of this magic school. Owen briefly explained the situation of the Empire, and Professor McGonagall, who was not unfamiliar with medieval history, nodded knowingly, and at the same time felt great admiration for Professor Emile, even believing her to be another Helga Hufflepuff. Of course, this was on the premise that Professor McGonagall did not know about her relationship with Bella, otherwise, who knew what she would think. This is Professor Dare, Professor Emile's daughter, who teaches herbology at the academy and is also in charge of the school's herbology greenhouse, Owen continued to introduce. Upon hearing that the greenhouse came from Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was somewhat lost in thought, but Owen's introduction startled her awake, and feeling somewhat impolite, she quickly listened attentively. The school also has a Professor Brian, who is responsible for teaching alchemy, but he is currently conducting an important research project, so his assistant, Domi, a mage apprentice, is responsible for substitute teaching. After introducing a few witch teaching assistants, Owen realized he seemed to have no one else to introduce, as the school's talent was indeed a bit scarce. Therefore, he took Professor McGonagall on a tour of the school. Although the school did not have many students, just over 100, it had continuously expanded and renovated, transforming from the initial few longhouses into the current complex of buildings comprising an auditorium, teaching building, office building, laboratory building, library, cafeteria, greenhouse, and training ground. This had cost Owen a lot of thought, and for this, he even moved the greenhouse here. However, Dare, whose relationship with Emile had greatly eased, did not object to this. Moreover, as she mastered the spell system of Hogwarts, she also developed some interest in teaching, and she didn't have much else to do on weekdays anyway. After all, no matter how much Owen tried to get her to drink soup, she could at most spend an hour or two a day, and she couldn't just lie around for the rest of the time, so finding something to do was also good. While visiting the library, Professor McGonagall was very interested in the books there. Besides the Hogwarts textbooks she was familiar with, there were also specialized books on witches, wizards, mages, puppet masters, alchemists, and other professions. Even if it was just the basic sections, it still made the professor wish she could live there. As a professor of the school, you can borrow any books here freely, and you can also earn contribution points monthly to exchange for some special items, such as knowledge, materials, equipment, or even personnel, Owen said, hinting at something. Owen was quite generous to his own people. If Professor McGonagall could demonstrate enough value and spend some time accumulating progress points to exchange for Hogwarts characters, it was not impossible. Next was the stone tower assigned to Professor McGonagall as her residence. These stone towers were distributed around the school, forming the school's first line of defense. However, Professor Brian's assassination made Owen realize there were still loopholes in the school's defenses, so he exchanged for some golems, such as gargoyles and steel golems. I have never seen such transfiguration. It's truly a magical application, a perfect combination with alchemy, and there are still areas that could be improved. No, this part cannot be changed. It would destroy the overall transformation. Professor McGonagall held her wand, engrossed in studying the gargoyle, as this was her greatest hobby. Since there was a banquet to welcome the new professor that evening, Owen decided not to return to the castle. He changed into a vest and went to the Big Tree Cave Tavern. As a landmark of the town, the Big Tree Cave Tavern was a must-visit for outsiders because it had the best wine, the most delicious food, and the prettiest girls in the entire northern land. Neither adventurers nor merchants could resist the temptation, and Owen was no exception, especially when he learned that Greenwood Town had gathered many demi-humans. Demi-humans are human hybrids with non-human characteristics. Theoretically, half-elves, half-dwarves, warlocks, and wizards are all considered demi-humans, but humans generally refer to hybrids with animalistic features as demi-humans. As for how demi-humans came to be, it was, of course, because people couldn't control their lower halves. Otherwise, where would the hybrids come from? After all, humans are in a perpetually rigid state year-round. As long as the appearance is decent, they'll go for anyone, especially when humans gained the upper hand in the struggle for dominance with the 100 races. They were spoiled for choice, leaving behind a large number of hybrids after the war. After the war, humans found it unrealistic to kill all these hybrids. Who could guarantee that none of them were their own offspring? Even if they were hybrids, there was still some affection. Moreover, those were years when bloodlines reigned supreme, and most high-ranking individuals possessed non-human bloodlines, so there wasn't as much animosity towards hybrids. Therefore, some barren areas were allocated to settle these hybrids, as well as other races willing to join the empire, such as wood elves and dwarves, who were also granted some territory. This means that the empire was not entirely human. Besides wood elves and dwarves, a large number of demi-humans with both non-human and human characteristics also lived there. Although half-elves and half-dwarves could both be called demi-humans, what truly captivated Owen were those beast-eared girls. God knows what those humans did back then, but he was quite satisfied. As for why so many demi-humans gathered in Greenwood Town, it was mainly because human supremacy had always prevailed within the empire. Wood elves and dwarves fared better, even having rights to independent autonomy, but demi-humans did not. They were not like wood elves, who produced excellent archers, nor like dwarves, who accounted for a significant portion of the empire's armaments. Besides their physique and appearance, they truly had nothing. Coupled with infertile land, it simply couldn't support too many people, so the living conditions of demi-humans were not good. Many demi-humans chose to leave their homes to make a life for themselves outside as soon as they came of age. However, they had no special skills and faced discrimination. Working meant hard labor, and being an adventurer meant being cannon fodder. There were truly few ways to make a living. Many demi-humans could only join gangs, becoming thugs, thieves, or even working as male and female technical workers. Even then, few made it back home alive. Many demi-humans were in the first Northern Land Reclamation Group, but looking at the Northern Land now, it's clear that few survived, which shows the plight of demi-humans. Consequently, the Northern Land became a devil's den in the eyes of demi-humans. However, as the territory began trading with the outside world and attracted adventurers, many demi-humans came to Greenwood Town, and for them, it was like arriving in paradise. Greenwood Town never rejected non-humans. In fact, non-humans were the mainstream here. Therefore, many demi-humans chose to stay here, and the trend is growing. Of course, there was no guaranteed placement here. Even if demi-humans wanted to stay, they had to work hard. So those without good looks went to do manual labor, while those with good looks went to taverns or shops. The most popular was naturally the Big Tree Cave Tavern, where only the most attractive demi-humans could work as hostesses. Even if they took on side jobs, the customers there were generous. Owen had known about this for a long time and always wanted to experience it, but he never had the time. Now, by chance, he decided not to use a puppet for once but dressed up and came to the Big Tree Cave Tavern. Lively, that was Owen's first impression. Adventurers, who always lived for today with no thought for tomorrow, never stinted on themselves. Besides necessary equipment expenses, they were quite willing to spend money on fine wine and delicious food, which happened to be the territory's strong suit. Plump steaks from the nomadic tribe, fresh fish and crabs from the North Boundary River, sweet fruits and vegetables from Greenwood Town, and premium ale from Akita Town. These, carefully combined by the chefs, were so delicious that people couldn't stop eating. No one would leave here on an empty stomach. That was the Big Tree Cave Tavern's full confidence. Although it wasn't mealtime, there were still many people eating and drinking, mostly adventurers who had just returned from the underground ruins. After a satisfying hot bath, they ordered a table full of delicacies and devoured them, one after another, until there was no space left in their stomachs. Then they slumped contentedly in their seats. If there were female adventurers, they would also order a strawberry cake or fruit pudding. Owen found an empty table in a corner, and a beast-eared girl approached with a tray and a smile. "Here's the menu. What would the guest like to order?" From her beast ears and spotted tail, it was a leopard girl. The exposed arms and thighs had some scars, and her muscles were slightly defined, indicating she was an adventurer before becoming a hostess. But now she was just a hostess at the Big Tree Cave Tavern. A lamb chop, a salad, and a glass of wine. Owen casually ordered 3 items, then closed the menu and handed it to the leopard girl. "Very good, guest, please wait a moment." The leopard girl put the menu back into her small apron pocket, then smiled slightly and went to the back kitchen with her tray. Judging by her wagging tail, she was in a good mood. In fact, many demi-humans gave up their original life after coming to Greenwood Town because here they only needed to pay taxes to the Lord, and then no one would deduct their wages, no local gangs would exploit their hard-earned money, and they wouldn't be forced by so-called teammates to scout ahead. So their mood naturally improved. Before long, the leopard girl brought the lamb chops, salad, and wine Owen had ordered, and Owen pulled out a silver coin as a tip. The leopard girl's eyes lit up. She deftly tucked the silver coin into the pocket on her chest, then bent over, her rear end sticking out, and her barbed tongue subtly peeked out from her red lips, hinting to Owen that they could get a room or find a discreet place later, as she had a special skill she wanted to show him. Although Owen was tempted, he politely declined. It wasn't that he had any psychological trauma from a feline's tongue, nor was he so virtuous as to never stray, he simply didn't want to take the risk. The women at home were all thoroughly vetted, but he wasn't familiar with this leopard girl. If she got excited and gave him a claw or a bite, he'd truly have nowhere to complain. So in the end, he just impulsively stroked her tail as she turned to leave, earning him a roll of her eyes. Speaking of which, the sensation was really good. Owen savored it as he ate, then observed the adventurers in the Big Tree Cave Tavern. Adventurers, for most places, are a difficult security risk to guard against, as their overly strong curiosity and greed always stir up a lot of trouble, especially for a lord. Sometimes you don't even know if these adventurers will pop out of your own private escape tunnel. But in Greenwood Town they were quite well behaved. Although they drank and ate heartily, they rarely caused trouble, and they paid for women. When they had free time, they would only gather to play the unique Gwent cards found here. Speaking of Gwent, it's truly addictive. Not to mention adventurers, even merchants who occasionally visit here are engrossed in it, but the cards are hard to come by. Many cards require completing quests to obtain them from the Big Tree Cave Tavern and shops. Some special cards are even fiendishly hidden in the underground ruins. If not for an adventurer accidentally finding them, no one would have thought it could be played this way. As for the most precious types of cards, they are not publicly available. How to obtain them remains a mystery, even attracting thieves, but they were hung from a tree the next day and not released until they soiled themselves. Gwent, of course, came from Owen's hand, and he used some special techniques and materials. Although not expensive, it was difficult to imitate. Therefore, although some merchants imitated and sold them, anyone who had been to Greenwood Town recognized the original and scoffed at the imitations. Moreover, the Big Tree Cave Tavern holds a Gwent tournament every month, where the winner can receive a special card, attracting many people each time. However, the effort to create Gwent was for no other reason than Owen finding it fun. In fact, if he had time, he even wanted to create Yu-Gi-Oh cards like Blue Eyes White Dragon, the kind with holographic projections. But the real reason adventurers chose to abide by the rules of Greenwood Town was because they knew a group of witches lived here. This was no secret. Many adventurers even knew there was a magic school here specifically for teaching witches and sorceresses, so it could be said that this was witch territory. Causing trouble in witch territory, how foolish would that be? No one wanted to constantly worry about poison in their food and drink, nor did they want to test their resistance to curses. Furthermore, they had all been to the underground ruins and knew the power of the weapons and steel golems used by the goblins, so even if they drank too much, they dared not cause trouble. What's more, they were genuinely comfortable here. Many adventurers called this place an adventurer's paradise, and some even decided to settle here after retirement, which shows the status of Greenwood Town in their hearts. After finishing his meal, Owen stood up and walked out of the Big Tree Cave Tavern, coincidentally meeting the Roger squad at the entrance. As the exemplary adventurer team Owen had carefully selected, the Roger squad was not the strongest, but they were the most famous in Greenwood Town, still holding the title of Greenwood Town Adventurers Guild Dungeon Exploration Champion. Although there were elements of hype, the Roger squad's capabilities were also not to be underestimated. Their strength wasn't overwhelming, but their coordination was excellent, often allowing them to retreat unscathed when encountering danger, which was quite rare. Especially their tacit cooperation and camaraderie, which was exactly what Owen hoped adventurers would learn. No one liked purely profit-driven individuals. Compared to reckless lone wolves, Owen preferred adventurers like the Roger squad who valued friendship and were willing to follow rules. However, they seemed to be in trouble today. Owen frowned, deciding to ask the Goblin General first. Now the Goblin General no longer had to deal with the town's complex affairs all day long. Maya had sent many grassroots managers to help, and major matters were handed over to her. Only military aspects remained under his responsibility, so when a problem arose, he immediately led his troops there. Knowing that the goblin general had led troops to the entrance of the underground ruins, Owen frowned. It seemed his guess was correct. There was indeed a problem with the underground ruins. Owen rode his armored demon sheep towards the entrance of the underground ruins, not expecting to encounter familiar faces here, though he wished he hadn't. "Madam, you do not have a pass and cannot enter the underground ruins." After several years of refinement, the goblin general's demeanor had become increasingly steady, but facing the mother and daughter in front of him still made him feel like his head would explode. So when he saw Lord Demon King arrive, he quickly stood behind the slightly stiff-faced Owen as if seeing a savior. "Long time no see, mother and my lovely little sister." Owen somewhat regretted not bringing Shire. After all, he was facing a legend. But seeing the surrounding goblin legion and hundreds of coconut cannons, he felt much more at ease, so he greeted them with a somewhat complex expression. "It's little Owen, it seems you've truly grown up. It's time to find you a wife." Hella wore a gentle smile, as if she didn't see Owen's entire being rejecting her, and reached out to pat his somewhat stiff head. "I'm still young, no rush, hee. Oh, by the way, this is a gift for my sister." Owen quickly changed the subject, pulling out some figurines he had made when he was bored, like Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. God knows why he made the figurines like that at the time. But it must be said that Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf were able to accompany a generation's growth for a reason. It seemed his sister liked them very much, instinctively knowing how to manipulate the figurines with magic and activating Red Wolf's ultimate skill, the endless frying pan combo. Although there were only a few frying pans, they would bounce back after hitting the target, causing Red Wolf's thrown frying pans to be endless, making Big Big Wolf and Pleasant Goat scurry away, clutching their heads. Owen, having calmed down, knew that this mother and daughter wouldn't come here for no reason, so he beckoned for the Goblin General to come over. Lord Demon King, the Goblin General quickly bowed, but this title made Owen a bit embarrassed, as his mother and sister were right there. However, Owen was overthinking it. After hearing it, Hella looked at him with approval, meaning, as expected of my offspring, and his sister was simply envious. Owen, however, had forgotten his mother's nickname. Was the rebellious witch someone who cared about such titles? It was already merciful that she hadn't personally groomed him down the irreversible path of a demon king. "What's wrong with the underground ruins?" Owen asked the Goblin General to stand up and speak. "Lord Demon King, 3 days ago, the Roger Squad applied to enter the 3rd level of the ruins. They were granted permission based on their contribution points at the Adventurers Guild in Greenwood Town. However, a violent tremor occurred in the 3rd level of the ruins early this morning. The Roger Squad exited the ruins at noon and issued a warning to the stationed Goblin Legion. This is the intelligence they provided." The Goblin General handed the intelligence to Owen. The so-called intelligence was a slightly worn diary. Its cover was thick cowhide, and the pages inside were somewhat darkened parchment. Thus, despite not having many pages, it was as thick as a brick, substantial in hand, and capable of causing a severe concussion. Additionally, there were deep marks on it, like those left by knife cuts or axe chops. Clearly, at certain times, this thing could also be used as protective gear or a weapon. Although the diary was dirty, it was the Roger Squad's important adventure log, a record of every thrilling adventure and their precious memories. As a mature adventure squad, Roger would meticulously record the details of every dangerous adventure they encountered, and then have his companions analyze which parts of the adventure increased danger and which could increase their chances of survival. It was precisely because of Roger's careful prudence, coupled with his knack for learning from experience and lessons, that his squad was able to continue to this day, while squads formed in the same year as his had long since vanished without a trace. After arriving in Greenwood Town, Roger placed great importance on the underground ruins. Not only did he draw more detailed route maps, but he also made various analyses and markings, which made Owen nod repeatedly. However, the real key points was on the last page. The 1st level of the underground ruins has been 80% explored and is confirmed to be a civilian area. Therefore, although gold, silver, and jewels are occasionally collected, there aren't many more valuable items. It has now become a training ground for new adventurers, where they regularly clear out the black-backed ratmen and demon horn goblins that scurry everywhere. The 2nd level is an industrial area. Besides the pit for breeding monster girls, there are also numerous industrial zones. Although most of the equipment is currently damaged, some are still operational, such as the monster breeding center, puppet factory, and defense mechanisms. Therefore, exploring the second level of the ruins is not as safe as the first level. Instead, it is full of dangers everywhere. After all, the previous attack by the Goblin Legion caused a large number of demon horn goblins, black gel bugs, black-backed ratmen, and thorn spiders to flee into the depths of the ruins. Many were captured by the monster breeding center and sent to the puppet factory for puppetization and modification, serving as replacements for missing parts of the defense mechanisms. Some also acted as repair puppets. This means that as time goes on, the second level of the ruins will become more dangerous. However, to this day, the second level of the ruins has not caused any major trouble. After all, with hundreds of adventurers messing around, the fact that the second level of the ruins hasn't collapsed yet means those puppet repairs are quite effective. But with the discovery of the entrance to the third level of the ruins, many adventurers couldn't hold back and dedicated a lot of energy to exploring the third level of the ruins. Many people died or were injured as a result, forcing the Greenwood Town Adventurers Guild to temporarily seal the entrance to the third level of the ruins. Entry was only permitted with sufficient contribution points. The problem is that adventurers' desire to explore the unknown cannot be suppressed. Even danger cannot stop them. Therefore, after thorough preparation, the Roger Squad was the first to step into the third level of the ruins, which triggered an unknown mechanism, leading to their encirclement by frenzied modified puppets. If not for the defense mechanisms already being riddled with holes, and the Goblin Legion providing support on the second level of the ruins, they would have had no chance of returning alive. Make a copy, then return it to them. Remember to award contribution points as a high-level mission. After reading it, Owen guessed that Roger and his team must have come into contact with the true energy core of the underground ruins, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a huge commotion. Therefore, the intelligence was quite valuable, and he decided to offer some compensation. Yes, Lord Demon King. The Goblin General put away the adventure diary and nodded, indicating he had remembered. Owen lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then turned to Hela and said, "Is Mother's objective the third level of the ruins?" Although it was a question, Owen was already certain in his heart, because she was a legend, and ordinary matters wouldn't pique her interest. What could interest her was probably only the energy core of this ruin. Yes, there's very likely a magic well down there. Hela did not hide her interest in what was below, and at the same time provided important intelligence. A magic well that can automatically convert elements into magic power. Isn't that the energy core of a mage tower? Owen was surprised at first, then asked with some doubt. Magic wells were not created by mages, they merely imitated them. True magic wells originate from the ruins of the Lost Era. Hela scoffed at mages claiming the invention of magic wells for themselves. Oh, development through archaeology, he was familiar with that. Owen nodded. The Lost Era refers to the ancient years before the establishment of the human empire. Because it was so long ago, few traces remain, and written records are even scarcer. Coupled with the empire's intentional or unintentional destruction of this information, most humans do not know how they came to be, or how the Great War with the 100 races occurred. Fortunately, this ruin appeared in the remote northern lands, otherwise Owen would never have been able to claim and develop it. However, Owen still had some conjectures about the lost human history. In fact, if he hadn't had the experience of transmigration, Owen might have had other conjectures about the Lost Era, but now he felt that the humans of this world were similar to the humans of the Azure Sea world, both having inexplicably arrived in a new world. So he boldly guessed that a more powerful human world was migrating to other worlds, just like the Empire's colonization of the northern lands. Whether it was true or not, Owen's current strength was too far from knowing the truth, so he had no intention of delving deeper. However, he wanted that magic well. His current territory was like a small country preparing for industrialization, and this magic well was an oil field. Its importance to the territory was self-evident, so Owen could not give it up. At this moment, Hela suddenly lost interest, holding her daughter and riding Owen's armored demon sheep, wanting to leave. Owen very tactfully handed control over to the two of them. His sister was still holding Hong Taelang and waving at him, clearly very fond of him as her brother. After watching the mother and daughter leave, Owen could now confirm that Hela harbored no ill will towards him. Of course, she didn't have much affection either. Her curiosity about him was greater. It was the kind where if he courted death, she would at most help dig a pit and fill it, but wouldn't interfere too much. Her favorability was at most 30. This indifference was not necessarily a bad thing for Owen. At least he didn't need to worry about a legend witch wanting to harm him, nor did he need to worry about a legend witch constantly watching him. As for why Hela suddenly lost interest, it was probably because she confirmed it was a magic well. Because they are naturally endowed with magic and dislike building complex and cumbersome mage towers, witches have little interest in magic wells. However, Owen was determined to acquire the magic well, especially after one potential rival was gone. Now, what he needed to consider were those adventurers who could easily mess things up. Inform all adventurers to temporarily close the underground ruins. After confirming that the tremors have stopped and there are no signs of collapse, a large series of quests will be issued to occupy the second level of the ruins, Owen ordered the Goblin General. As for why the magic well was on the third level of the ruins, but Owen wanted to take action on the second level of the ruins, it was mainly because the exploration of the second level of the ruins was almost complete, meeting the conditions for occupation. Moreover, the magic well was on the third level of the ruins. If the second level was not completely occupied, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, being attacked from both sides, who knew how great the losses would be. Therefore, it was necessary to ensure a stable retreat. What's more, the territory needed to industrialize, and the monster breeding center, puppet factory, and defense mechanisms on the second level of the ruins were all ready-made models. Even occupying them for his own use could save a lot of time and resources. In addition, this move would also allow adventurers to focus their energy on the second level, preventing them from causing trouble that might affect his acquisition of the true target, the magic well. That's why Owen decided to issue a series of quests to occupy the second level of the ruins. You've been with me for quite some time, and you've done well these past years. It's time to improve your strength, Owen said after observing the Goblin General. Owen's words were true. The Goblin General was an old subordinate of his. Its strength was originally decent, able to contend with Teutonic knights. Now that the Limit Warrior had appeared, it was a bit behind. Plus, it still needed to oversee Greenwood Town, so an increase in strength was very necessary. And after discovering the magic well, the planned industrialization needed to be readjusted, and the demand for progress value could be delayed. Therefore, he first had the Goblin General set up the defenses, and then had him come to the castle for tyrant enhancement. I pledge to serve Lord Demon King until death, the Goblin General said excitedly upon hearing Owen's words. As a monster, there was no one who didn't long for an increase in strength, but for him, the most important thing was that Lord Demon King affirmed his efforts over the years, which made him even more excited than gaining strength. After Owen left, the Goblin General immediately arranged for the Goblin Legion to reinforce the defenses, centering around the coconut cannons, deploying potato minefields, adjusting the firing angles of the pea shooters, stockpiling more fertilizer, and strengthening patrols to prevent any adventurers from sneaking in. Years of experience dealing with adventurers made the Goblin General realize that one should never trust adventurers, no matter what. The more they were forbidden to do something, the more eager they became, especially regarding the closure of the underground ruins. He estimated that rumors of artifacts being discovered in the underground ruins would spread tonight. Although most adventurers knew this was false, they couldn't resist their strong curiosity and inner greed. After all, what if it was true? So there would definitely be some disobedient ones planning to explore the ruins at night. Therefore, defenses must be strengthened to absolutely not disrupt Lord Demon King's plan. Back at the castle, Owen pondered the Goblin General's enhancement. First, he pulled out the Tyrant Enhancement Plan previously used to create the Limit Warrior, intending to make some modifications based on it. After all, Teutonic Knights and the Goblin General were fundamentally two different species, so it couldn't be fully copied. Because Brian had previously studied the Unicorn Goblin, Owen called him over. Unexpectedly, he quickly produced a somewhat radical transformation plan, which surprisingly seemed very reasonable. While also a tyrant enhancement, the Limit Warrior, as a human, had to make choices. What kind of sense would it make for the heart to be exposed or hands to turn into large claws? Therefore, it had to be done cautiously, suppressing the process of mutation. The Goblin General was different. As an outliers, he didn't need to consider appearance or the issue of mutation. He only needed to ensure enough sanity remained, and the physical enhancement could be fully unleashed. Although Owen felt that the Goblin General wouldn't care about his appearance, he still asked, and received a reply of the fiercer, the better, preferably with 3 heads and 8 arms, and muscles so developed that his glutes could open cans, so he let loose. As the nutrient solution filled the biomodification pod, the high-precision robotic arms inside injected a larger dose of T-virus into the Goblin General's body. The injection of such a large dose of T-virus took effect in a very short time. It was already possible to observe with the naked eye the Goblin General's green muscles twitching wildly, and his bones struggling like monsters bound within flesh. A large amount of nutrients was rapidly consumed, forcing Owen to summon the Slime Queen to help secrete nutrient solution, which finally met the Goblin General's nutritional needs for mutation. Seeing this scene, not only Owen, but also Brian was surprised at how high the Goblin General's fusion rate with the T-virus was. Who would have thought that the T-virus, so dangerous to humans, would act more like a catalyst for secondary development in the Goblin General? Is the Goblin General an anomaly, or are all goblins like this? Owen suddenly asked. Perhaps the Goblin General isn't an anomaly, but more experimental data is needed to prove this, Brian replied after performing some calculations with the Flame Empress's computing power. Then proceed with the experiment. Owen would have some reservations about using humans as experimental subjects, but he had no such concerns about using goblins as test subjects, readily granting Brian permission. The mutation lasted for 3 days. When the Goblin General excitedly climbed out of the cultivation pod, Owen thought he had created the Hulk, especially with that crooked smile, which involuntarily reminded him of the short several-second gif of the Hulk and Black Widow from his previous life. Unfortunately, it was a false alarm. After testing, Owen realized he had completely overthought it. The enhanced Goblin General was strong, but not to the extent of the Hulk. At most, he was evenly matched with Captain America and couldn't even beat Spider-Man. He felt like a silver-tipped candle, despite his physique being no worse than the Hulk's. But this depended on which world. The American comic world didn't bother with logic, with all sorts of cheats flying around. In other worlds, Galactus, a top-tier deity, became a unit of combat power measurement. How could they compare? With a similar physique, the Hulk could lift mountains, while the Goblin General could only wrestle with rhinos. However, this didn't hinder the Goblin General from being among the "I'm the best below legend" category in this world. Because he wasn't a rhino, being able to equip weapons and use combat skills, he was a pure killing machine on a cold weapons battlefield. Looking at the Goblin General's data, he was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with developed, massive muscles all over his body, like city bricks stacked together, but this still couldn't obscure his thick bones. The combination of muscles and bones was not as simple as 1 plus 1. The Goblin General's strength far surpassed that of the Limit Warrior, reaching an astonishing 5 tons, and his resistance to blows was even more astounding. It was no exaggeration to say he was a bipedal rhino, basically immune to pistol damage, and light weapons lethality was also difficult to be fatal. After all, he was injected with the T-virus, and his tenacious vitality had long exceeded the scope of normal organisms. Such a strong body brought not only strength, but also defense and recovery capabilities, all far superior to those of the Limit Warrior. However, in terms of speed, reaction, and agility, the Goblin General was lacking. His massive muscles and thick bones were the biggest hindrance. In the future, he would have to find someone to scrub his back when bathing, and if he became even stronger, he would even need help wiping his behind. Let's compare the Goblin General with another successful example, the Limit Warrior. If the Limit Warrior is an all-rounder with 6-sided stats, then the Goblin General is a tanky, high HP warrior. Each has its pros and cons, but the latter's fighting style is rougher. Therefore, the Goblin General cannot use electronic muscle bundle power armor, at least not the current models. These power armors are too sensitive and require too much control to operate, making them unsuitable for the clumsy Goblin General. Even mechanical power armor wouldn't work, as a purely mechanical structure would lead to slightly delayed reactions, which would be a hindrance to him. Reluctantly, traditional armor was prepared for the strengthened Goblin General, though its durability was increased. A lot of thought went into his weapon. Owen specifically exchanged a charge blade for him. The charge blade from the Monster Hunter world has a sword and shield mode and an axe mode. After Owen's modifications, its power was even greater, making it perfect for the Goblin General. However, with the Goblin General's current Hulk-like appearance in full armor, he looked incredibly formidable. Calling him a goblin felt a bit unfitting, so Owen renamed him General Quangshu. Fortunately, he wasn't black. If he recalled General Black Beast, Owen would feel something was off. Although the reinforcement effect was unexpectedly good, it wasn't enough. General Quangshu was not skilled in combat techniques to begin with, and with his greatly increased strength, he became even more cumbersome. Therefore, Owen specifically exchanged a template for him, Liao Hua. Owen had originally planned to exchange for the Su Chu template, but considering that General Quangshu still needed to guard Greenwood Town and lead his own army, he chose Liao Hua instead. In Shu with no great generals, Liao Hua served as vanguard. This saying does not belittle Liao Hua, but rather expresses a sense of helplessness. Leaving aside the Three Kingdoms period, just evaluating Liao Hua as a person, he was worthy of a great general's talent in both civil administration and military prowess, perfectly suited for General Quangshu, who needed to stand alone. Although he had merged with the template, General Quangshu's strength was still inferior to Char's. Facing the attacks of a legendary warrior, he could only continuously defend. However, this did not prevent the territory from gaining another combat force. But for Owen, the biggest gain was his discovery that goblins were more suitable as T-virus recipients than Teutonic knights, and also much cheaper. Don't underestimate goblins, even farmers can defeat them. Yet, as a different species, they possess a proud ability. Their vitality is more tenacious, and their adaptability to the environment is extremely strong. When extremely hungry, they can even eat dirt. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the mandatory small monster for novice adventurers, precisely because of their large numbers and wide distribution. Goblins rely on their tenacious vitality and resistance to withstand the T-virus's erosion of the immune system and destructive modification of genes, transforming these changes into beneficial enhancements for their bodies. Therefore, T-virus enhancement can be widely implemented among goblins. Teutonic knights require spending progress points to exchange for, while goblins are plentiful, even to the point of waiting for them to breed. Thinking of this, Owen's eyes lit up. He eagerly brought a batch of unassimilated wild goblins from Greenwood Town and began experiments with Brian. After a series of experiments, Owen discovered that the goblin race was somewhat peculiar. The T-virus mutation and enhancement of wild goblins were uncontrollable. Some degenerated into amphibian-like monsters, some developed highly advanced brains, and some turned into ferocious beasts. This immediately alerted Owen, and he promptly destroyed all goblin test subjects. Begin the second round of experiments. This time, we will use the goblins from Greenwood Town. Owen didn't know what he was thinking, but he ultimately said nothing and proceeded with the second round of experiments. This time, the experiment was much more stable. The system goblins, which Owen summoned through the monster summoning art, could all be uniformly enhanced into 2-meter-tall green-skinned monsters. They were more like green-skinned orcs than goblins, so Owen named them strong orcs. The enhancement process for strong orcs was very stable, meaning it could be widely implemented. Their numbers were only limited by the quantity Owen could summon through the monster summoning art, making it entirely possible to form an army of strong orcs. In contrast, the goblin residents of Greenwood Town, who were assimilated from wild goblins, had far less adaptability and integration with the T-virus than the system goblins. Not only did the T-virus concentration need to be lowered, but there was also a certain degree of randomness. After multiple experiments, Owen discovered that goblins assimilated by the system had 3 enhancement templates. The first type enhanced brain nerves, increasing mental activity, meaning they became smarter and more creative. The second type had less enhancement to the brain, but their bodies became sturdier, clearly good material for physical labor. The third type, conversely, reduced their original intelligence, but their bodies became exceptionally strong. Interestingly, although the third type became simpler-minded and stronger-bodied, they did not appear foolish or prone to violent impulses. Instead, they were calm and indifferent, and their execution ability became stronger, making them natural soldiers. Scientists, workers, soldiers. Looking at the 3 templates of goblin mutation, Owen fell silent. He didn't know if this was a coincidence, but it gave him a feeling of artificial manipulation. Ultimately, Owen buried this matter in his heart and named these enhanced goblins, great goblins, and bear goblins. The experiments were mostly complete. Owen handed over the follow-up to Brian and then began preparations for occupying the second level of the ruins. The adventurer's patience was wearing thin. Fortunately, the strengthened General Quangshu was able to hold the fort. Any experienced adventurer could tell that unless a legend arrived, anyone who went in would be sent to their death, so they had no choice but to wait patiently. The Roger squad, however, was pleased with this. After all, they had almost been torn apart by the puppets in the ruins earlier. Although they escaped, they sustained many injuries. Even though Greenwood Town had many healing potions, they weren't rich enough to drink them like water. In fact, for most adventurers, minor injuries healed on their own, unless they were severe. Time is running out. Let's vote now to decide whether to take on this mission. Roger, who had recently become plump from recuperating, pinched the excess fat on his waist and decided he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he'd be useless. So he gathered his teammates who had gone off to drink, bathe, and shop. Copper Helmet, holding a wine glass, was lost in thought. Gray Cat, who had just finished her nails, was admiring her beautiful hands. Oak, flushed from soaking in the bathhouse, was too lazy to stir. Seeing his three teammates like this, Roger almost despaired, and again felt the urge to divide their belongings and go their separate ways. But he reconsidered, having nowhere else to go, and the mission's reward was very generous, so he held back. If we complete this mission, the reward can be customized. For example, a cellar full of fine wine, a series of charming witch cosmetics, or a slime made of your own. Roger watched, speechless, as his three teammates, now energized, had their equipment ready, looking as if they were just waiting for him. All right, since you all agree, then the White Fang Adventure Squad will take on this mission. Roger took a deep breath, stood up, and said with confidence, hiring the Roger Squad was Owen's decision. Although they weren't the only adventurers to enter the third level of the ruins, they were the only ones who had touched its vital points. Therefore, Owen needed them to lead the way to save time and reduce risks. However, the main force of this operation wasn't adventurers, but the updated Goblin Legion. No, now it was the Goblin Mechanical Corps. Cultivating the T-virus wasn't difficult. Flame Empress had complete data, and after Owen acquired some equipment, small-scale mass production was not an issue. And goblins using the T-virus wasn't that troublesome either. After injecting a low-concentration T-virus, they just needed to drink nutrient solution. Thus, the original Goblin Legion, after collectively using the weakened T-virus, completed a magnificent transformation, and with new equipment, their combat power increased significantly. Currently, the Corps still primarily relies on mechanization, but the vehicles are no longer the makeshift products they once were. Optimized by Flame Empresses, designed and crafted by sprites, who are all master machinists, the mechanical vehicles now in use are much more sophisticated, and even the weapons they are equipped with are no longer special plants. Plant weapons weren't bad. In fact, they were economical, environmentally friendly, and could even be eaten when necessary, offering good value for money. The only problem was that after use, it took time for the plants to grow back to replenish ammunition. For example, a coconut cannon, after firing one shot, had to wait for new coconut shells to grow back. For trench warfare, relying on numerical superiority was acceptable, but when mounted on a vehicle as a tank cannon, it was far from ideal. You couldn't just water and fertilize it after each shot and wait for the shells to grow. That would truly make the enemy wait until the flowers withered. Currently, the main vehicles of the Mechanical Corps are six-legged spider tanks with 2 arms. They are not large and extensively use the tough yet lightweight carapaces of thorn spiders throughout their bodies. Coupled with their special structure, they are very suitable for complex environments like the ruined forest. The power source isn't a diesel engine or anything similar, but steam power fueled by magic horn tree chunks. As for why steam power is used, it's mainly because magic horn tree chunks are an excellent fuel. Not only can they release high temperatures capable of melting steel, but they also have lasting power. Under controlled oxygen conditions, a single load can burn for a day and a night, meeting daily needs in low-intensity combat. Even in intense battles with increased firepower, it can sustain for half a day, far superior to diesel or anything else. Moreover, due to improved processing precision, although it's a steam engine, the output power is considerable. It's more than enough to drive spider tanks, which are only medium-sized vehicles, and even provides additional power for the mounted weapons. The powerful firepower generates a continuous supply of steam, which, after simple compression, can launch spike bullets hundreds of meters away. Although the rate of fire is difficult to increase, it can already replace conventional firearms. There are currently 3 types of spider tanks. The first type is an assault model, with steam chainsaws on both arms and a twin-barreled heavy steam nail gun, and a 40mm steam grenade launcher on its back. The second type is a fire support model, with rapid-fire steam nail guns on both arms and a 100 short-barreled steam smoothbore cannon on its back. The third type is a multifunctional model with powered mechanical claws on both arms and a semi-exposed platform on its back. It can be equipped with weapons for fire support, a crane as engineering machinery, or used for troop transport and cargo. Steam engines can not only power vehicles, but when miniaturized, can also assist soldiers, making the era of fighting with flowerpots on their backs a thing of the past. Instead, they now use steam firearms connected to power backpacks. However, when the power backpack increases firepower to provide more steam, the temperature rises rapidly. Even with extensive insulation, it's still not enough, so the steam power backpack can only be fixed to an exoskeleton, which the user then wears. This way, the user not only gains additional power output through the steam-powered exoskeleton, but also solves the insulation problem. However, these steam-powered exoskeletons are somewhat rudimentary and have significant flaws. The constant steam emission is one thing, but in combat, they need to be pressurized in advance. Therefore, Owen does not plan to equip them on a large scale. Currently, only the Goblin Mechanical Corps uses them because they are mainly stationed in the underground ruins and forests, places highly sensitive to fire and explosions, making steam-powered weapons more convenient. On the day of departure, the spider tanks were filled with fuel and water. The bear goblins, serving as infantry, also helped each other fix the steam power backpacks, which boiled water onto the exoskeleton frames on their backs. After tightening the steam pipes, they opened the valves, and as high-temperature steam was injected, the exoskeleton stood up, providing extra power. However, their primary purpose was to power the steam nail guns, assembled from metal tubes and metal bottles, in the hands of the bear goblins. The Goblin Mechanical Corps was ready to depart, and the adventurers also gathered. Approximately 200 to 300 adventurers participated in this operation. Most of them were ordinary adventurers, so even though the reward for this group mission wasn't high, they were willing to go. Adventurers are not as glamorous as imagined. Among the large number of new adventurers who join each year, at most 1 or 2 out of 10 eventually remain in the profession or survive. And most of these adventurers are ordinary adventurers, meaning they have good skills and some experience, but few have touched the realm of the extraordinary. Only elite adventurers are true extraordinary professionals, and they are the elite of the entire industry, but their numbers are truly small. Otherwise, how could they be considered elite? Start distributing supplies, General Quangshu ordered the goblin holding the supply list at his feet. Goblins are even smaller than goblins, but the shrewdness in their eyes made people not dare to underestimate them. Upon hearing the command, they immediately directed the great goblins to distribute the already prepared supplies to the curious adventurers. Every adventurer had taken on many missions, and the rewards they received were varied, ranging from eggs to antiques, a wide spectrum. However, this was the first time they had seen supplies distributed immediately upon accepting a mission, so they obediently lined up to collect them. The supplies included a backpack made of very thick and sturdy fabric, which was a good item for adventurers who were often on the road. Opening the backpack, on top were 3 brick-sized craft paper packages. Opening one, inside were 3 compressed blocks, individually wrapped in oil paper and arranged side by side, a hardtack block made of stir-fried flour mixed with butter, a meat block made of compressed shredded meat, and a dried vegetable block. These items, when boiled in a pot, could fully meet the energy needs of an adult male for a day, and because sugar, salt, and spices were added, they tasted quite good. This kind of hardtack was sold in Greenwood town stores, and the price was relatively cheap. Adventurers liked to buy 1 or 2 as reserves because they took up little space and were durable. If trapped somewhere, they could be life-saving. Besides 3 days' worth of hardtack, there was also a metal water bottle, a sleeping bag, and a first aid kit. The items weren't many, but they were all essential good things for adventurers. Every adventurer was very satisfied with them, and their morale improved significantly when they set off. After the adventurers, who were acting as scouts, entered the underground ruins, the Goblin Mechanical Corps also prepared to set off. The Great Goblin, wearing a tank helmet, nimbly climbed into the Spider War Chariot's cockpit, buckled his seatbelt, checked the dashboard, and then forcefully pulled the air valve switch, allowing fresh air to be injected into the silent steam engine. With the injection of fresh air, the magic horn tree chunk, which had only been faintly red in the low oxygen environment, was reawakened, emitting flames and releasing higher temperatures. In 2 or 3 breaths, the water boiled, producing a large amount of steam that was injected into the cylinder, pushing out and retracting the tightly packed piston, repeatedly accelerating its rhythm like an 18-year-old youth. The steam was converted into power and injected into the spider war chariot, bringing new vitality, causing the chariot, which had been crouching in place, to support itself on its 6 legs and begin to move forward as the great goblin driver stepped on the pedal. Amidst the swirling steam, the spider war chariot, moving with the in and out motion of its pistons, surprisingly agilely entered the underground ruins. It seemed that the Flame Empress's optimized design and the sprite's craftsmanship were indeed extraordinary, making steampunk look quite decent. After the spider war chariot started, the bear goblin infantry, whose steam was already fully charged, gripped their steam nail guns and marched alongside the spider war chariot, ready for battle at any moment. However, the first level of the ruins had already been explored, and most areas were planted with lantern grass. While not brightly lit, there were no overly dark places, and the danger was minimal. Therefore, the adventurers who had entered ahead went straight to the second level of the ruins. These adventurers had frequently visited the second level of the ruins. After all, no matter how large the first level of the ruins was, after being repeatedly plundered by so many adventurers, not even a single copper coin could be found there now. Thus, more and more adventurers set their sights on the second level of the ruins. Even if they just salvaged some parts from a modified puppet to prove they had defeated a puppet, they could exchange it for a meal at the Big Tree Cave Tavern. So, who would waste time on the first level of the ruins? Facing the adventurers who had scattered in all directions, General Quangshu, as the overall commander, was unconcerned. Adventurers were fundamentally unrestrainable. It was better to simply set the task and not worry about how it was completed. Moreover, General Quangshu's task was not light. Upon entering the second level of the ruins, General Quangshu's objective was very clear. The first thing to occupy was the monster breeding center. The path ahead was mostly cleared by the adventurers, and the Goblin Mechanical Corps smoothly arrived at the vast monster breeding center. However, from now on, they would have to rely on themselves. Adventurers would not accept tasks involving assault battles. The monster breeding center looked like a large-scale sewage treatment plant, or perhaps a place for storing Fukushima wastewater. Green, thick water pools were neatly arranged there, looking quite spectacular. However, there was no one here, only strangely shaped modified puppets busy maintaining the facilities, such as repairing leaking pipes and salvaging dead embryos. Whenever an incompletely developed embryo, due to a broken nutrient tube, floated to the surface and twitched, a modified puppet would salvage it, then while it was fresh, throw it into a funnel-like machine similar to a soy milk maker. After being crushed, precipitated, and having a certain additive added, it would transform into the familiar green concentrate, which was then poured into the pools as nutrients, allowing the embryos at the bottom of the water to receive more sustenance. So despite these green, thick water pools, resembling a sewage treatment plant for Fukushima wastewater, they were actually a magical version of an artificial womb. The level of technology or magic contained within them was not low. At least, the world Owen came from before his transmigration could not cultivate organisms on such a large scale. This was also the reason why hundreds of adventurers in the underground ruins could not kill all the monsters, no matter how much they fought. It was because this place was still in operation. The black-backed ratmen and demon horn goblins captured earlier had their life seeds extracted, which were then rapidly nurtured in the pools, wave after wave. As long as the nutrients were not exhausted, there was no end to the fighting. Therefore, the Goblin Mechanical Corps' primary target was this place. The Monster Breeding Center was an important part of the underground ruins defense mechanism, with a very high alert level. So, upon sensing the threat posed by the Goblin Mechanical Corps, the emergency mechanism was immediately activated. Because there was no one to control it, according to the preset emergency mechanism, a large amount of reserve nutrients was injected into the pools, and at the same time, special growth-promoting components were added without regard for measurement, causing the embryos to twitch violently. Those that couldn't withstand it died suddenly, and were then salvaged to be made into fermented juice. As a large amount of nutrients in the green, thick water pools was consumed, the monster embryos being nurtured began to be rapidly ripened. The black-backed ratmen, being the easiest to cultivate and having the shortest growth cycle, emerged first from the pools like rats from a sewer, covered in slime. They then woodenly picked up the weapons already prepared beside the pools, which were metal strips cut at an angle, similar to watermelon knives, and then charged without hesitation. The entire process required no thought, just like a preset program. In reality, this method of cultivating monsters had flaws, short lifespans, low potential, and no consciousness. There was truly no difference from flesh puppets. However, these cultivated monsters were not originally intended to be used this way. They were merely semi-finished products. Only after being modified by the puppet factory did they become finished products, capable of serving as the foundation for maintaining the operation of the underground ruins. Prepare to fire. Facing the black-backed ratman surging like a tide, General Quangshu showed no intention of acting himself, giving the order expressionlessly. The bear goblin infantry, who had long been standing by, immediately twisted open the steam valve on their power backpacks, allowing more steam to be injected into the high-pressure gas cylinders to increase the firing power. At the same time, the exoskeletons on their bodies also provided greater power output with the injection of ample steam. When the black-backed ratmen entered effective range, the bear goblins, lined up in a row, pulled their triggers. With sounds of airtight leaks, the wave of black-backed ratmen paused as if hitting a reef. The steam nail gun was equipped with a 150-round drum. As the trigger was continuously pulled, 8mm nails rapidly passed through the barrel under sufficient air pressure, easily piercing the black-backed ratmen with their excellent armor-piercing capabilities. Sometimes, more than one was pierced, demonstrating that the power of steam-powered firearms was not small, and even a knight's plate armor would struggle to resist it. However, this powerful force was provided by the pressurization of high-pressure gas cylinders and could not be sustained. When the air pressure in the high-pressure gas cylinders decreased, the range and power of the nails also began to diminish. At this point, the bear goblins unhesitatingly opened the intake valve of their power backpacks, allowing more air to enter the combustion chamber, increasing combustion efficiency to obtain more steam. However, this inevitably led to a rapid increase in the temperature of the power backpacks. Fortunately, the bear goblins had excellent physiques and commendable willpower. Even though they were sweating profusely, their hands remained steady, holding their guns and firing until the drum was empty. Fall back, cool the power packs with water, change magazines, and rehydrate. General Quangshu continuously issued commands. As for the remaining black-backed ratmen still charging, they would be handled by the adventurers who had appeared at some unknown time. Facing the tide of black-backed ratmen, the adventurers dared not provoke them, because once they showed their faces, they would be submerged by the rats' swarm and gnawed until not even bone fragments remained. Now that their numbers were greatly reduced, it would be inexcusable for them not to act, as they had taken on a quest, so they all brought out their skills, brandishing swords and spears as they swarmed forward. At this time, after the bear goblins tightened the intake valves, they cooperatively added purified water to the power packs to lower the temperature, then took out new magazines to load, and finally picked up their water bottles to rehydrate themselves. Although the steam nail guns did not produce intense noise, allowing them to fire for long periods in the relatively enclosed ruins without going deaf, both the power pack providing steam and the steam nail gun, along with the steam-powered exoskeleton, were a torment for the user, giving them the feeling of being a steamed bun in a pot. This was unavoidable. Although the underground ruins were somewhat spacious, they were still a relatively enclosed underground space, and the sound and gunpowder smoke produced by firearms alone were very unfriendly to the user. In contrast, steam power posed no such problem. The sound of gas jets was almost non-existent, and no gunpowder smoke was produced. The only issue was the high temperature. Fortunately, bear goblins had good physiques and were hardworking. If it were humans, they would have probably suffered heatstroke long ago. As the last black-backed ratman fell, the scene suddenly became quiet, but the battle was not over. Both the adventurers and General Quangshu noticed the pool boiling like water on a stove. Equally cheap demon horn goblins replaced the black-backed ratmen as cannon fodder and began to enter the battlefield, and behind them were massive thorn spiders. As for the black gel bugs, also belonging to underground creatures, their growth was inseparable from demon horn tree sap, because the flammable and explosive bodily fluids within them were secreted by devouring demon horn tree sap. Even the monster breeding center could not bypass this point. Thus the monsters cultivated did not include black gel bugs, but this was already astonishing enough. The bear goblins reformed their ranks to fire, and the spider tanks were not idle this time. A spider tank did not have only one driver. In fact, in addition to a great goblin driver, there were also a gunner and a loader. At this time, the great goblin responsible for firing sat in the gunner's seat, aimed at the target through the scope, and then forcefully stepped on the pedal. With a muffled air blast, a thicker spike was launched. Compared to the 8 caliber nail guns used by the bear goblins, the caliber of the vehicle-mounted twin-linked heavy nail gun reached 15, roughly twice as large. But the power increase was not simply 1 or 2 times. Even the tough carapaces of the thorn spiders could not withstand it, their outer shells being pierced, and strange colored tissue fluid flowing out. However, nail guns alone could not kill the massive thorn spiders in a short time. What truly sealed the deal was the 100 caliber smoothbore cannon on the fire support spider tank. Because explosives could not be loaded, the shells used by the steam smoothbore cannon were specially made. Under a metal casing, the core was a conical metal spike for armor penetration, and around the metal spike, it was packed full of small steel balls. This type of shell would instantly shatter upon hitting the ground, causing splash damage. Although the lack of explosives to increase kinetic energy resulted in low damage, it was safe enough and suitable for special environments. Moreover, this thing was not originally prepared to kill infantry, and indeed, a thorn spider hit by a shell twitched for a while and then collapsed. After the shell touched the thorn spider's carapace, the outer shell shattered, revealing the metal cone inside for armor penetration, causing armor-piercing damage, and the small steel balls packed inside instantly injected into the thorn spider's body with powerful kinetic energy, causing irreparable injuries, churning the thorn spider's insides into a mess. Even with tenacious vitality, it couldn't withstand such abuse. In short, this type of shell was specifically prepared for large monsters, especially targets with hard exteriors and soft interiors, with extreme lethality, especially these large, plump spider-like creatures that had just crawled out of the pool with their shells not yet fully hardened. They were truly one shot, one kill. Logically, the time from occupying the monster breeding center until now was not short, but no reinforcements had arrived. In reality, it wasn't that there were no reinforcements, but that they were all intercepted. The adventurers who entered first caused trouble everywhere, forcing the defense mechanism to dispatch a large number of modified puppets, scattering its forces. When they discovered the monster breeding center was under attack and wanted to gather forces for support, they were again blocked by adventurers using various methods, leaving them unable to advance or retreat. Although the modified puppets were still advancing, at the current speed, they probably wouldn't even make it in time to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, in some aspects, the destructive power of adventurers was still very great, but unfortunately, it was a double-edged sword. Used well, it could achieve miraculous effects, but if mishandled, one would cut their own throat. Owen did not intervene in this battle, but entrusted it entirely to General Quangshu. If it were before, General Quangshu would have been somewhat lacking, because he was brave but not cautious enough, only fit to be a general. But after integrating Liao Hua's template, General Quangshu couldn't claim to immediately command thousands of troops, but the current battle with several hundred people was truly nothing. Therefore, Owen confidently followed the Roger squad to the 3rd level of the ruins. Because Owen personally led this operation, not only were Charles and Emile brought along, but also 10 fully armed limit warriors followed. This force was enough for any imperial nobles to treat him with respect, but Owen still felt it wasn't enough, however, thinking that he still had puppets in Shikigami, and could cross over at any time if danger arose. Wearing the Holy Ares power armor with a thunderclap power hammer in one hand and a heavy bolter in the other, he finally decided to reluctantly venture out himself this once. At this time, the Roger squad, leading the way, now had an unprecedented sense of security. After all, a legendary warrior, a master witch, and 10 half-giant warriors were right beside them. This strength was enough not only to explore the ruins, but even to slay a dragon. However, Roger was not careless. He still maintained the squad's usual formation, spreading out to both be vigilant of their surroundings and to support each other, which was also why their squad, despite not being very strong, always managed to escape from dangerous situations. The group quickly arrived at the entrance to the 3rd level of the ruins. The entrance to the 3rd level of the ruins was not very hidden. In fact, many adventurers knew about it, as a passage wide enough for several carriages to descend side by side was hard to ignore. The only difficulty was that there were a large number of puppets here, combined with magical traps, making it impossible for ordinary adventurers to approach. Roger and his team were lucky last time because there was a problem with the defense mechanism, which allowed them to find a loophole and sneak in, but they almost died inside and are still traumatized. If it weren't for the exceptionally generous reward for this mission, Roger would not have been willing to take such a great risk. Standing at the entrance to the third level of the ruins, Nguyen Bao Bao on Owen's shoulder continuously scanned the surroundings. In fact, various scans had been ongoing the entire way, collecting a large amount of data, especially regarding the writing and architectural structure here, which made him not entirely unfamiliar with the ruins. However, Owen always lacked crucial information. After all, apart from bronze-made books like the Monster Girl Breeding Manual, ordinary books simply couldn't survive the long passage of time. Therefore, the visible written records were very limited, mostly engraved on buildings. Thinking about the engraved texts one could see on the streets in his previous life, Owen knew the extent of his findings. Thus, he still didn't know the specific origin of this ruin. But Owen had a premonition that what he wanted to know could probably be found on the third level of the ruins. Nguyen Bao Bao projected the scanned architectural structure, with some areas highlighted in red. These were critical load-bearing points that had to be avoided during combat, otherwise there was a risk of collapse if problems occurred. Although it wouldn't be a complete collapse, Owen didn't want to experience being buried dozens of meters underground, so he instructed his subordinates to remember these points. Next, the projection showed the guarding golems and magic mechanisms. There were two types of golems. One resembled an iron golem, a very clumsy metal block, but precisely because of its simple structure, even if rusty, it could operate again after simple maintenance. The other type was lizardmen covered in metal armor. These lizardmen were about 2 meters tall. Because of their large heads and forward-leaning bodies, they had a thick tail to maintain balance. Their limbs were strong and powerful, and their claws were very sharp. Furthermore, these lizardmen had undergone body modifications. 80% of their bodies were covered in a layer of metal armor. Some had their limbs directly replaced with mechanical arms, and others used magic equipment similar to firearms. It was clear at a glance that they were elite monsters. These lizardmen were clearly not underground creatures. In fact, they were the original modified prototypes stored in the ruins, dormant in egg form at the bottom of the monster breeding center's pool, densely packed and quite a sight. Fortunately, after a long period, not many were able to hatch. In reality, if these lizardmen hadn't possessed a faint trace of dragon bloodline, no matter how magical the pool water was, it would have been impossible for them to safely endure hundreds or thousands of years. After the defense mechanism was triggered last time, these lizardmen eggs, dormant for an unknown period, hatched and underwent detailed modifications. 80% of their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny silver metal of unknown texture, clearly possessing considerable defensive power. Their combat style was not purely close quarters, as some lizardmen also held weapons similar to firearms. Upon learning this information, the Limit Warrior, with a bolter in one hand and a chainsword in the other, advanced silently. As he stepped into the alert zone, the magic mechanisms activated. The so-called magic mechanisms were devices capable of casting spells. Thus, they were expensive and intricately structured, so not many that could still be used survived to the present. Even those that barely functioned had greatly reduced power. The Limit Warrior, wearing composite armor, charged forward, enduring ice arrows and fireballs, using his bolter to take out the still operating magic mechanisms one by one. This area was relatively open, and the structure was very stable. As long as the load-bearing points were not intentionally attacked, there would be no problems. Therefore, the Limit Warrior maximized the use of his bolter, and a series of incredibly powerful bolt rounds quickly destroyed all the remaining magic mechanisms in a short time. Each bolt round had the power of an anti-aircraft cannon, or even stronger, because the black gel liquid inside, after being processed by alchemy, had crystallized and would completely burn in a very short time upon hitting the target, causing air expansion and a strong shockwave. At the same time, it would release terrifying high temperatures capable of easily melting steel, and even creating a glazed layer on sandy ground. The half-abandoned magic mechanisms could not withstand attacks of this power and were blown to pieces. Owen, standing behind, was very satisfied with the power of the bolter. If it weren't impossible to mass-produce, he would dare to stroll through the Empire right now. Unfortunately, this item involved the application of alchemy, which even Brian had not yet mastered. After taking out the magic mechanisms, the Limit Warrior put away his bolter, as ammunition was limited and needed to be conserved. Putting away the bolter, the Limit Warrior activated the chainsword in his hand and charged towards the modified lizardmen amidst an ear-splitting roar. The modified lizardmen moved quickly, with those holding firearm-like weapons launching the first attack. However, these weapons were clearly not swords, which could be used as long as they survived. Thus, not many were truly functional, and the fired charged projectiles varied in size, some dissipating midway. In the end, they could only rush in for close quarters combat. The Limit Warrior expressionlessly struck his opponent. The chainsword roared as it tore through the metal armor on the lizardman's body, followed by flesh and bone. Blood plasma, flung out by the chain, could be seen spraying 2 or 3 meters away, indicating the high rotation speed. In the blink of an eye, the lizardman was brutally sawn in half, a truly gruesome process. In fact, Owen had hesitated whether to manufacture the chainsword because he felt it was impractical and far less efficient than traditional cold weapons. However, out of a certain sentiment, he overcame many difficulties and ultimately produced a chainsword. Since it didn't need to rely on the entire body for cutting, the main body of the chainsword was made as sturdy as possible to withstand impacts. And because the chain was divided into segments, some high-strength but low-toughness materials could be used, ultimately creating a terrifying weapon so sharp it was horrifying to flesh and blood. It truly cut through flesh like tofu, and the wounds were impossible to stitch up. That is, if there was still a need for stitching after being hit by a chainsword. When facing hard objects like metal, although the chainsword's saw blades were easily damaged, they could still last for a battle, and replacement afterward was very easy. After all, the saw teeth were a chain-like structure, and replacing them was no harder than replacing a chain. Most importantly, manufacturing these didn't require his personal involvement, so Owen had the Flame Empress produce a batch. After all, the modified lizardmen were reduced to scattered pieces. The golems resembling iron golems had just arrived. The Limit Warrior also knew that the chainsword in his hand was not suitable for cutting these things, so he directly dismantled all these wobbly golems with his bare hands. With their strength, this was not difficult. Owen had Nu and Bao Bao fly over to scan them. Looking at the data, he found that the technical content of these golems was not high, not even as good as the Academy faction's iron golems. The only valuable thing was the device inside, similar to a radio transmission receiver, which allowed these golems to remotely receive magic power output from the ruins as their own power source. This item was very suitable for the Flame Empress to use, because currently, in the underground city's industrial zone, both machinery and golems mostly used cheap but unstable steam power. Only a small number of precision instruments used electricity provided by steam generators. If the Flame Empress could master remote magic power transmission, it would have a huge promotional effect on the development of the underground city's industrial zone, so Owen had Nu and Bao Bao upload the data. After one battle, Roger and his companions were deeply shaken before they even had a chance to react. Both the bolter and the chainsword made their scalps tingle, especially the bolter. This thing was raised and fired, shooting far, accurately, and with great force. Ordinary people couldn't dodge it or withstand it. The dwarf Copper Helmet admitted that even a thick-skinned, heavily armored dwarf would be torn to pieces by a single shot, let alone ordinary people, who would probably be reduced to ashes on the spot. Even the relatively weaker chainsword was a terrifying weapon, as being cut or smashed to death at least left a complete corpse, but being hit by a chainsword made it impossible to piece anything back together. However, they still remembered their mission. Seeing that the battle was over, they composed themselves and continued to spread out as usual, taking the lead to explore the third level of the ruins. Compared to the first level of the ruins, which resembled ordinary ruins, and the second level of the ruins, which had a wasteland style, the third level of the ruins was the best preserved. Few damaged areas could be seen, and some artifacts remained intact, giving a general idea of its original appearance. Therefore, Owen told Roger and his team to be careful, and then had Nu and Bao Bao scan the area. They indeed found many things, especially a bronze map on the wall, which gave them a general understanding of the third level of the ruins' structure. The entire third level of the ruins was like a square with a hole in the middle, divided into 5 major areas. According to Owen's understanding and translation, these were the central area where the passage entrance was located, and the database, laboratory, resource area, and magic well in the southeast, west, and north, respectively. The central area was open plan, so although some artifacts remained, it still held little value compared to the other 4 areas, which were clearly very important. Just as Owen was hesitating about which area to go to first, the heavy metal door of the laboratory opened with a screeching metallic friction sound that made one wish they were deaf. A group of expressionless monster girls walked out from inside, leaving him stunned. All dozen or so monster girls were of the same species, fiery red long hair, crimson eyes, a pair of curved horns, and a thick tail possessing a unique beauty. Most importantly, their vital parts were simply covered with a few scales. The 2 points on top were fine, a band-aid size was enough. But the valley was right next to the full moon mountain, not something that 3 or 5 scales in a line could cover, so he was truly stunned. "They are dragonkin," Emil said with a solemn expression, feeling the aura that left a deep impression on her, and involuntarily tightened her grip on her wolf-tooth club staff. "Aren't dragonkin supposed to look like lizard men?" Owen frowned and asked, but he quickly remembered the monster girl cultivation manual. Clearly, the people who originally lived in the ruins shared a common hobby from top to bottom. It was a pity he hadn't transmigrated to that era. Otherwise, based solely on his preferences, even without the system, he might have become someone important, as he was rich in theory. However, the creator's tastes did not affect the Dragon Girl's strength. After confirming the invasion of an external enemy, these Dragon Girls seemed to activate some kind of restriction. Their body temperature rapidly rose, especially around their mouths and noses. When they exhaled, the air became distorted, showing how high the temperature was. Owen felt that even if a raw sausage were inserted, it would be cooked after being held for a while. The mere thought of this scene was terrifying, and the long halberds they held were also magic weapons. Now activated, they were wreathed in flames, clearly not to be trifled with. Facing the charging group of dragon girls, the Limit Warriors unhesitatingly raised their bolters. Amidst the huge roars, volleys of bolt shells exploded into deadly high-temperature shockwaves. However, these dragon girls were descendants of red dragons, possessing not only extremely robust physiques and agile movements, but also extremely high resistance to high temperatures. Of course, the dragon girl's fire resistance also had its limits. It certainly couldn't withstand thousands of degrees of high temperature. A true red dragon would be more fitting. The problem was that although bolt shells could release thousands of degrees of high temperature, this was only at the core, and it was maintained only by the pressure of the surrounding air that couldn't be released in time. As the shockwave diffused, the air pressure decreased, and the rate of heat loss was also very fast, 10 meters away. It was only hot enough to burn a person. Therefore, with the Dragon Girl's speed and fire resistance, as long as they were not directly hit, they would not be significantly affected. Realizing this, the Limit Warriors decisively put away their bolters and mercilessly raised their roaring chainswords to dismember their enemies. After all, they were pure warriors, unlike Owen, whose hobbies were so extensive. He was already fantasizing about forming a Dragon Girl guard, and then he could play some tricks in private, such as a Dragon Girl barbecue rack or something. However, the fierce crashing sounds quickly woke Owen from his fantasy. As soon as he regained his senses, he was surprised to find that the Dragon Girl's attributes were no worse than those of the Limit Warriors, who were several heads taller than them. They swung their flaming halberds and fought back and forth with the chainsword-wielding Limit Warriors, showing no weakness. What was worse, although the rapidly rotating chainsword possessed terrifying cutting power, the flaming halberds were also extraordinary. During the collisions, it was the blade chain that first showed damage. Although it didn't break, its durability continuously decreased. "Shar, make a move," Owen said to Shar, seeing that the Limit Warriors were about to fall into a disadvantage. Shar, Owen's trump card, nodded silently, gripping his ghost blade twin halberds. At the same time, his thigh muscles tensed, and the distinct muscles instantly protruded, displaying a sense of explosive power without reservation. Then, with a bang, it was unclear whether it was the sound of him pushing off the ground or the sound of his body breaking through the air. Before Owen could even blink, 2 dragon girls were tragically cut in half at the waist. Another was even worse off, her bones broken and tendons snapped from the impact, plastered against a distant wall, a bloody, sticky mess that hadn't yet fallen off. Owen immediately gasped. He knew Shar was strong, being his only legend subordinate, but he never knew Shar was this strong. But it was no wonder. As Owen's personal guard, Shar rarely had a chance to act, all because Owen was so cautious. The occasional skirmishes were just sparring among companions, where they couldn't go all out. Therefore, this was the first time Owen had seen Shar fight seriously, and who would have thought it would deliver such a big surprise. In reality, Owen didn't fully understand the world's power classifications, especially concerning legends. Professionals were divided into apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, and then master and the legend above them. Apprentice, needless to say, had not mastered extraordinary power at all. At most, they were ordinary people with good skills. Junior, intermediate, senior, and master were merely different levels of mastery and application of extraordinary power. The essence remained unchanged. Among the classifications, only legend was special, because legends truly embarked on their own paths, creating legends through continuous breakthroughs and tempering. However, legends were also graded. Some reached legend status in a specific attribute, while others truly achieved perfect unity of mind, skill, and body. It was like how among heavyweight boxers, some were champions, while others could only be sparring partners. Due to a lack of comparison, Owen didn't have much understanding of legends, so he didn't know that Bella could also be considered a legend, while someone like Char was called a peak legend. The move Char just performed was a limit charge, a warrior skill. Although it could only go in a straight line, its speed was incredibly fast, exceeding the normal neural reflexes of living creatures. Even the dragon girls didn't react in time, and two of them were instantly cut down by the ghost blade twin halberds in her hands, while another who blocked her path was directly sent flying. Each dragon girl possessed the physical prowess of a limit warrior, and due to their size difference, their body density was even greater than that of a limit warrior. However, facing Char, they were as fragile as rag dolls, with 3 dying in a single move. This, however, stimulated the dragon girls. As the red dragon bloodline further activated, their expressions became ferocious, their mouths stretching almost to their ears, revealing a maw full of fangs. Their tongues were not only long but also forked, and Owen could even see the fiery glow deep in their throats, like glowing red exhaust pipes. At the same time, the bestial transformation of their limbs was severe, turning into more dragon-like claws. A pair of dragon wings also grew from their backs, flapping furiously, allowing them to fly. They circled overhead, spitting out searing columns of fire. This made even Char frown. She was only skilled in ground combat and couldn't fly. The limit warriors who had been at a disadvantage earlier did not retreat to regroup. Seeing the enemy's transformation, they unanimously raised their bolters. With a series of roars, deadly bolter rounds spewed from the muzzles. Although the dragon girls could now fly, this was an underground ruins. Even if the space was relatively large, it wasn't enough for a dozen or so dragon girls to fly and dodge freely in the air. Furthermore, the bolters fired in bursts. Unable to dodge in time, 4 dragon girls were hit. The scene was gruesome. The terrifying power instantly blew apart a third of the dragon girls' bodies and roasted the remaining parts to medium well. Truly well done, Owen clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. The dragon girls were actually quite beautiful, especially when fighting. Their occasional big turns or mid-air splits were truly a sight to behold, like 2 moon rabbits swaying, opening up a new world in the full moon valley, a unique sight indeed. The sentence was a bit clunky, but it was indeed beautiful, a pity they were cooked. Of course, even though they were still hot, Owen had no intention of taking advantage. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel that black glue crystals were a miraculous product of nature and alchemy. Who would have thought that the bodily fluid of an insect from the magic horn tree forest could burn, releasing temperatures high enough to melt steel? Combined with alchemy from the heroes of might and magic world, its explosive properties were maximized, causing even the dragon girls, who were dragon descendants, to explode with a single shot. There was nothing more to say after that. In a confined space, whoever had the upper hand would slaughter mercilessly, especially when a legendary warrior and a witch casting spells were added to what was originally a relatively fair fight. The killing was even faster, and with a concentrated volley from the limit warriors, the battle ended. However, the dragon girls' vitality was indeed tenacious. Even with only a third of their bodies left, as long as their brains and hearts were intact, they could still cling to life, even if a bit roasted. Owen couldn't bear it and quickly had Char send them on their way. Crunch, crunch, heads rolled everywhere. Owen, out of sight, out of mind, had the limit warriors take the lead to explore the laboratory, which had opened its doors wide. Inside the laboratory, a special kind of crystal was used as a light source. When connected to magic power, it was extremely bright, illuminating the football field-sized area as if it were daylight. The limit warriors who entered the laboratory did not encounter any attacks. Clearly, the dragon girls were the last resort. Owen relaxed slightly, then had Nguyen Bao Bao begin scanning the surroundings, while he started examining the equipment, which integrated both technology and magic. From the marks on the ground, some equipment had been moved. Logically, these removed pieces of equipment were undoubtedly the most valuable, but Owen didn't care. He soon arrived in front of the largest piece of equipment in the center of the laboratory. This equipment was too conspicuous, standing 20 meters tall, connecting to the ceiling above and the ground below, like a cylindrical metal building. However, it certainly wasn't that simple, as most of the surrounding connected instruments clearly existed to serve it. Owen called Nguyen Bao Bao over and had her scan this instrument first. It was unclear what Nguyen Bao Bao triggered, but the base of this instrument unfolded, revealing crystal balls of various sizes embedded in a specific pattern. The ruins also used technology similar to spiritualized crystal balls, but the programs compiled in which script were very outdated. One couldn't really say outdated, only that the efficiency was too low. Each crystal ball had one program, representing one function, but lacked system integration. Given the level of technology displayed by this laboratory, this was clearly abnormal. Owen had Nguyen Bao Bao connect to the Flame Empress main system to conduct a large-scale scan of the surroundings, discovering some clues. The main system of this laboratory, or rather the ruins, was missing or had been relocated. No wonder the reactions were so rigid. Because of the previous experience in cracking the Bloodline mutagen editor, after Nguyen Bao Bao collected the programs and transmitted them synchronously to the Flame Empress's main body, the cracking was quickly completed. This thing is actually a cultivation pod. Owen was truly stunned. Such a large cultivation pod, was it meant to hold a dragon? But it was very possible. Without dragons, where would so many dragon girls come from? As the programs were continuously cracked, one by one, the crystal balls lit up with the Flame Empress's emblem, and Owen gained access to more and more information. Red Dragon Multi-Purpose Feasibility Experiment. Owen continuously browsed the experiment catalog, realizing that he truly couldn't underestimate the technological level of these ruins in the past. Moreover, Owen couldn't imagine now, after 1,000 years of development, what level the descendants of those people from the ruins might have reached. At this moment, the Flame Empress transmitted a piece of information, clearly very important, so Owen immediately clicked to view it. This was found in a crystal ball specifically used for storing information. The date stopped after this message, meaning this was the last piece of information. What exactly happened back then that even such a large ruin was abandoned? This was a question that had always puzzled Owen. The entire ruin was perfectly preserved. Aside from the bones of captive magical beasts and livestock, there were no human remains, not even pet bones, found here. This meant that the people here had evacuated voluntarily, rather than being annihilated. The question was, what exactly happened that required the emergency evacuation of everyone in the entire ruin? Perhaps I can find the answer here. Owen looked at the information, his eyes filled with curiosity. The information was unexpectedly short and simple in content, mainly a notification reminding that a void storm was imminent, and temporary immigration base 1083 was about to close, requiring all personnel to evacuate urgently. Both the void storm and the 4-digit base number made Owen deeply feel the power of the faction to which the ruins belonged. This also confirmed that humans were indeed outsiders to this world, and there was indeed an incredibly powerful human faction continuously migrating to other worlds. This place was one such example, and the world of the Azure Sea was probably the same. So the question arose, if this unknown human faction was so powerful, capable of inter-world migration, why did they leave no information behind? Given that humans 1,000 years later knew nothing of these matters, it seemed there was a problem with the human empire in Owen's world. The empire was deliberately erasing this information, though its purpose was unknown. All sorts of conjectures kept popping up in Owen's mind, but he eventually suppressed them all, because they were meaningless. This ruin has been vacant for thousands of years, and there are only two possibilities. One is that the human force, powerful enough to colonize various worlds, encountered a problem, and a big one at that, leading to them being unable to attend to their immigrant settlements in different worlds for thousands of years. This could also explain why the Empire deliberately erased this information, because only in this way could the Empire legitimately gain dominion. The other possibility is that the so-called Void Storm has not yet stopped, and even that unknown human force, despite its strength, has to continue waiting for the day the storm subsides. However, Owen knew a little about the Void Storm from the Devils. If the Void is compared to the ocean, then the Void Storm is an undercurrent. If the hellish abyss is compared to a flower of flesh and blood, then the Void Storm is the wind, and worlds are like duckweed and dust, incredibly tiny. Therefore, what is a normal fluctuation for the Void is a catastrophe for many worlds. All in all, the void storm is irresistible. No wonder that powerful human force chose to withdraw its external colonies back then. Unfortunately, even knowing this held little meaning for Owen, as he hadn't even taken a single step into the Empire, so what good was it to have a broader world laid out before him? To search for clues, to look for traces, only to be beaten to death like a monkey when he finally found them. Owen didn't believe a force capable of interworld colonization would care about a native of a colony. Anyway, Owen didn't plan to take risks. If he was level 100, at most he'd go to a level 50 monster zone with divine gear to mess around. He wouldn't go even one level higher, nor would he go if he had one less stack of health potions. That's how afraid of death he was. During the time Owen was thinking, the Flame Empress had already gained most of the laboratory's authority through Nguyen Bao Bao, so some hidden equipment also surfaced, such as rows of somewhat spectacular cultivation pods. Seeing these cultivation pods, Owen's expression wasn't very good. Hundreds of cultivation pods around contained either dragon eggs or unformed dragon girls, and all of them had already died, with only their cells maintaining minimal activity in a special culture fluid, thus preventing them from decaying into sludge. It seemed that the dozen or so dragon girls who had previously left the laboratory were probably the only ones still alive, Owen thought with a sigh. However, dragons have a very low reproductive efficiency. With so many dragon eggs and dragon descendants, even if a dragon did nothing else, it couldn't produce so many in 1,000 years, let alone 10,000. Where did the people of the ruins get them from? Just as Owen was wondering, the huge instrument behind him emitted a dry sound, and its armor like shell layers unfolded, revealing a tall, heavy crystal wall and the giant creature inside. Was this actually an oversized cultivation pod? The central part of this oversized cultivation pod used a special crystal, and the top and bottom were more like a base and a lid, so one could see what was inside at a glance, a massive red dragon. To be honest, it took Owen a moment to recognize it, because this red dragon had been artificially modified, its 4 limbs, wings, and dragon horns severed, even its dragon teeth pulled out, and its abdomen modified to resemble an ant queen. Now he knew where these dragon eggs and dragon descendants came from. This dragon isn't dead yet, a sudden voice startled Owen. After realizing who the owner of the voice was, he waved his hand, signaling the ready-to-act Charles and the Limit Warrior to stand down, then turned and said, "Didn't Mother say she wasn't interested in this place?" Owen asked Hella, who had appeared at some unknown time, his tone not fluctuating much, very calm. "For this," Hella said, holding up an egg the size of a basketball. The familiar shape made Owen realize it was a dragon egg, but it looked somewhat familiar. When he remembered, he was speechless. Wasn't this what his birth mother took from the Hydra family's treasury when she left? However, this dragon egg didn't belong to the Hydra family either. It was a trophy Hydra I had snatched from Viscount Flying Dragon. "Is this a dragon egg?" Owen asked, his tone not very certain, because it was a bit different from the red dragon eggs next to it, and much smaller. To be precise, it's a wyvern egg. If it has ample magic power and the blood of a pure-blooded dragon, it might be able to grow into a dragon. Hella, perhaps in a good mood, and unaware that the ownership of this item should belong to Owen, explained the classification of dragons to him. There are many types of dragons. According to bloodline concentration, they are divided into pure-blooded dragons, degenerated dragons, barely similar wyverns, and the lowest-grade dragon beasts. Except for pure-blooded dragons, who possess high intelligence and master draconic magic, other dragons, due to bloodline degeneration, gradually become no different from wild beasts. Despite this, dragons, as beings second only to pure-blooded dragons, are not weak in strength. No wonder Hella made a trip after sensing the dragon's might. I'll have someone send some dragon blood over," Owen nodded. With the size of this red dragon, one menstrual cycle would be enough for a brave warrior to take a dragon blood bath, so he didn't care much about it. "Don't forget to send some magic power over then. Attribute less magic power is more suitable for hatching eggs." Hella seemed to know about the ruins having wireless magic power transmission. Owen paused, but the other party was not only a legend witch, but also bore the title of rebellious witch, so it wasn't difficult for her to know something. Therefore, he just nodded in agreement. After Hella left, Charles silently came to Owen's side, head bowed in silence. "This isn't your fault. If she had hostility, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from you." Owen knew Charles was blaming himself for not fulfilling his duty of protection, but even his own increasingly astonishing intuition after merging with the ancient blood hadn't detected the slightest abnormality, so he knew it wasn't Charles's problem, and thus said. Charles nodded, but from then on, he never left his side by half a step. More and more data was sorted out by the Flame Empress, and Owen finally understood the origin of this unlucky dragon. This was a pure-blooded native red dragon, captured at the tender age of 200, then inhumanely dragged into an underground secret chamber, subjected to various tortures and training, and transformed into a ruthless breeding machine. If it were gender-bent, this process would be enough to write hundreds of thousands of words, revered as an eternal holy book by countless perverts, making an indelible contribution to the sales growth of tissues. What a pity. Owen looked up at the clawless, toothless, limbless, wingless, and bloated red dragon, and couldn't help but shake his head. Skipping over the various cruel experiments, whose table of contents alone spanned dozens of pages, Owen's gaze fell upon a top-secret project called the Cradle of Life. Even a powerful red dragon couldn't withstand all sorts of reckless and cruel experiments, so to obtain more test subjects, the Cradle of Life project came into being. Those people used something that not only sustained the red dragon's life, but also broke the dragon's reproductive limit, turning it into a breeding machine. What exactly could sustain a dragon to breed so much? Owen scratched his head, unable to understand the key to the Cradle of Life, which allowed a dragon to lay eggs like a chicken nonstop. Master, it's divinity. A voice full of magic rang in Owen's ears, reminding him that he still had a knowledgeable demon under his command. Owen summoned her. She was no longer a demon, but a Shikigami blood princess, and she had her own name, Anki. Anki, holding a thick magic book, arrived with the summons, still maintaining the appearance of a white-haired, red-eyed loli. She looked quite pleasing. Clearly, this former demon had figured out her master's preference. He wanted everything that looked good. This instrument injects the power of divinity into the red dragon's body. Unfortunately, because its vitality and life force have been continuously extracted for forced reproduction, and it's unable to collect faith, its life form cannot evolve, and it can only remain half-dead inside. As a former demon, although she hadn't seen it before, she had no lack of theoretical knowledge. Anki was not unfamiliar with divinity, so after quickly determining the red dragon's state, she said to Owen. It's divinity. Owen was truly shocked. He wasn't entirely clear about the essence of divinity, and Anki couldn't fully describe it in words, but he understood its function. It was similar to an immortal golden core, once consumed. It was the difference between an immortal and a mortal, showing how precious it was. Even more terrifying was that the people of this ruin actually used divinity for experiments. How deep must their foundation be? Owen clicked his tongue enviously, truly coveting it. Master, if you kill the target, there's a certain chance you can obtain divinity. After another careful inspection, Anki revealed important news to Owen. Although she was a demon before, now as a Shikigami, Anki naturally had to consider her master, so upon discovering this, she spoke without reservation. Hearing this, Owen was tempted, but after sensing a faint consciousness, he changed his mind. Tempted as he was, Owen did not give in to greed, because he had a system. Let alone divinity, becoming a god was only a matter of time for him, so there was no need to choose to fuse with divinity of unknown origin. Therefore, he opened his authority space and saw the red dragon within. Compared to the broken and twisted red dragon outside, the red dragon, having reshaped her appearance in the authority space, chose the form of a human female. However, influenced by Emil, who came with her, she was not only 3 meters tall but also had a comparable figure, with the unique plumpness of a mature woman in her lower abdomen, very elastic and soft, giving one a feeling of being in the clouds. Owen, retracting his gaze, cleared his throat and began to negotiate terms. Dragons are proud, especially after being captured and subjected to various treatments in an underground secret chamber. One could say their hatred was as deep as the sea. If she were intact, this red dragon would surely fly to human cities and let everyone experience the scorching heat of dragon's breath. However, after being confined in darkness for 1,000 years, even though she had seized the opportunity to fuse with divinity, her temper had been worn away. Furthermore, although Owen had a human appearance, having fused with ancient blood, whether he still counted as human was something even he couldn't say. This was also why the red dragon was willing to negotiate with him, and definitely not because she was afraid of death. While it was called negotiation, it was practically no different from surrendering, because aside from her flesh, skin, and bones, the red dragon had no bargaining chips whatsoever. Even her flesh, skin, and bones, once she was slaughtered, would be at the mercy of the other party. In such a situation, how could she, a female dragon, stand firm? Ultimately, after a series of maneuvers by the female dragon, Owen agreed to help her escape her predicament, rebuild her body, and develop a following. The only condition was that she humble herself. After the conditions were met, Owen received more information from the Red Dragon, including details about divinity. In reality, the Red Dragon didn't know the origin of the ruins either, because she was humiliatingly knocked down with little resistance. When she woke up, she was already soaking in a cultivation pod. Then came a cycle of being sedated and waking up. The worst part was that each time she woke, she either had a missing part or was pregnant. After 1,000 years of tragic immersion, her brain was filled with viscous nutrient solution, providing very few clues. However, the matter of divinity made Owen's expression change, and at the same time, he felt immensely relieved. Divinity is not attributeless. In fact, most divinity is related to its convergence. For example, if a warrior condenses divinity, then the divinity will be related to combat. If a mage condenses divinity, then the divinity might be related to many fields, as mages are involved in too many areas. Unfortunately, after 1,000 years of repeated breeding by the Red Dragon, the divinity had been contaminated. Its original attribute was to increase vitality, but now it had become easy pregnancy and fertility. If Owen were to fuse with this divinity, although he would have a house full of descendants, it would be questionable who would give birth to the children. This wasn't an unfounded worry. Divinity would cause the mortal body to transform, and anything is possible during the process of life evolution. So, what he would eventually become after fusing with divinity was something even he dared not imagine, perhaps self-production and self-consumption. Owen, having escaped a calamity, felt immense relief. At the same time, he was happy to have a future demigod as a subordinate. However, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. After closing the laboratory door, he led his people towards the database. Under Nguyen Bao Bao's decryption, the database door opened automatically. However, Owen was disappointed. Inside, apart from instruments used to read data from crystal balls, it was empty. Clearly, important data had already been taken away. However, these instruments were not bad. They were specifically used to read crystal ball data, especially the giant crystal ball reading instrument in the middle, which was obviously used for the core control crystal of the previous ruins. These could provide a lot of reference for the Flame Empress. Next was the resource area, which was actually a place for storing rare materials and equipment. However, the equipment had been taken away, leaving only some materials of not so high value and considerable size, such as mountains of high-purity crystals and mithril steel ingots piled casually to the side. Crystals are good things, especially after mastering the art of spiritualization. A large amount of high-purity crystals are needed as carriers, and this obviously saved Owen a lot of progress points. Mithril steel is also not bad. It is an alloy of mithril and steel, possessing advantages such as high strength, strong toughness, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and magic affinity. Although the mithril content in this batch of mithril steel was not high, it was still a good metal, at least. They weren't returning empty-handed. Yet these were objects that could be discarded as dispensable, which made it hard for Owen to imagine how many worlds that unknown human force occupied and how abundant their resources could be. After a moment of contemplation, Owen remembered the main event of this mission, the magic well. Only by occupying the magic well would this operation be considered a complete success. Moreover, with the magic well, many development plans for the territory could be launched. Therefore, Owen had his subordinates check their equipment, and then they arrived at the magic well's gate. Compared to the other 3 locations, which only had a single metal door, the magic well not only had 2 doors, inner and outer, but also 4 mithril golems blocking the middle as guards, showing its importance. Oh dear, this situation is a bit grim. Although Emil wasn't a mage and didn't know much about golems, she knew from experience that she definitely couldn't beat them. Owen didn't expect Emil to fight. Her strength was decent but not top tier, and as his woman's mother, she often served as an advisor, so he ignored her words and began a detailed scan using Nguyen Bao Bao. The results were not smooth. The mithril golems were enveloped in a dense magical aura, making it impossible for Nguyen Bao Bao to scan them. Moreover, due to their magic affinity, these 10 mithril golems near the magic well were like spells that were constantly refreshed and repaired, maintaining their optimal state even after 1,000 years. Coupled with the various reinforcing runes carved on their bodies, they boasted high defense, high attack, and decent speed. With the magic weapons in their hands, which had magic power contained within, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. He had initially planned to have his limit warriors swarm them, but after assessing the space between the two doors, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. He only sent out 4 limit warriors to test the mithril golem's combat power, but they suffered heavy losses in a single encounter. Because there was a magic barrier at the door, ranged attacks were ineffective. Therefore, the limit warriors actively stepped into the door area to engage in close combat. However, the magic weapons in the opponent's hands surprisingly generated a distorting field. Their sturdy chainswords shattered in an instant, and their heavy composite armor didn't last much longer. As the armor broke, the released distorting field tore through the electronic muscle bundles and the limit warrior's tough flesh, causing significant damage. Fortunately, each limit warrior possessed reaction speeds beyond human limits, allowing them to dodge vital points in time. At the same time, they pulled out their bolters and fired a shot, not caring if they might accidentally injure themselves. When the bolter round exploded at a distance of 1 meter, the limit warrior had already leaped back, aiming the thickest part of their armor, their shoulder, at the explosion point. Even so, the limit warrior's armor was extensively shattered, and their body was blown far away, charred as if burned. One could even see the melted electronic muscle bundles fused with their flesh under the high temperature, a truly horrific sight. Severely wounded, the limit warriors, though not completely incapacitated, had at most only 3/10 of their strength remaining. Their opponents, the mithril golems, however, had already repaired the damage they sustained due to the ample supply of magic power, which made Owen abandon the idea of ranged attacks. The only silver lining was that the mithril golems would not leave the door area, allowing the heavily damaged limit warriors to escape successfully. However, seeing the scene of the recent battle, Owen instinctively felt that he could fight. The mithril golem's combat skills were comparable to his, but Owen's continuously upgraded Holy Ares power armor had superior defense and strength, and the Thunderclap power hammer could inflict effective damage. Coupled with his specialized 25 heavy bolter, if he charged in, he might win a one-on-one fight. If Shire went all out, she could probably hold off too, but then there would be one mithril golem left with no one to deal with. Emil was no good. The mithril golem's magic resistance made her legs weak just looking at it. In desperation, Owen decided to return, upgrade his equipment, and then come back to settle the score. Although progress was ultimately unsatisfactory, the battle on the second level of the ruins had concluded, and the Goblin Mechanical Corps was cleaning up the monster breeding center and the puppet factory. Every adventurer who participated in the mission received generous rewards. The only dissatisfaction was that the ruins were sealed, which also made the adventurers realize that their adventurer life here was about to end, as they were adventurers who couldn't stop. Who knew that upon returning to the Big Tree Cave Tavern, they discovered a new series of tasks, exploring the Demon Horn Forest. The ruins were only a part of the Demon Horn Forest, not the whole. Owen planned to focus on developing the ruins next, so the surrounding situation definitely needed to be clarified first, which is why these adventurers came in handy. Knowing they could continue to stay here and having new series of tasks, the adventurers were overjoyed and immediately celebrated with a full package of scrubbing, drinking, and feasting. After appeasing these adventurers, Owen began to gather personnel to develop the underground ruins, as it was too wasteful not to use such a large area. Floating puppets similar to Nu and Bao Bao, under the Flame Empress's control, conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire ruins. The originally blocked waterways and collapsed areas on the first level were repaired by the Goblin engineering team. As for lighting facilities and ventilation pipes, although they were repaired, they primarily relied on plants from Plants vs. Zombies to provide lighting and air. Owen was so invested mainly because the facilities here were ready-made. After repairs, the first level of the ruins could accommodate 20 to 30,000 people, essentially an underground city, so how could he abandon it? As for the second level, unfortunately, the situation was not as optimistic as Owen imagined. Because adventurers had taken almost everything they could dismantle during their previous explorations, if it had all been sold to the Adventurers Guild in Greenwood Town, there might still have been a chance for repair. However, besides selling to foreign merchants, some were also secretly taken to the imperial border to sell, so except for some reference value, almost everything was ruined, which made Owen furious. The monster breeding center and puppet factory, which were barely preserved, revealed numerous problems after a detailed scan by the Flame Empress. Firstly, the monster breeding center could only be used to breed monsters, and the monsters produced had many flaws. Otherwise, these monsters would not have been used as raw materials for modified puppet. Just thinking about the previous massacre of those monsters by the goblin mechanical core reveals their value. In addition, the pools needed comprehensive maintenance, the equipment needed updating, the culture solution had long expired, and the raw materials were depleted. A series of problems almost made Owen directly convert this place into a sewage treatment plant. The puppet factory also faced many problems. Aging equipment was a minor issue. He could make spare parts himself. However, the low technical content made it unbearable for Owen. After a detailed scan, Owen found that the technical content of puppet engineering was not as high as he imagined. Except for a few specific technologies, he didn't think much of the others. Owen still didn't understand what kind of social structure that unknown human force had. The first level, the civilian area, still lived a life not much better than the Middle Ages. The second level had entered the early to middle stages of industry, and the third level had directly leaped to a sci-fi level. How could one make sense of this? In fact, if it weren't for the gains from the third level of the ruins providing a safety net, Owen's occupation of the underground ruins would have been a losing business. Fortunately, the infrastructure was real, and Owen could transform it into a new city, connecting it with the underground city beneath the castle to create a massive underground city. The reconstruction of the ruins will take at least 3 to 5 years, and that's taking into account the development speed of the territory. Otherwise, with the current manpower and resources of the territory, it would take at least 1 or 2 decades to repair an underground city capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, plus a nearly completely abandoned industrial zone. You can't have thousands of people doing nothing but moving bricks, right? As a long-term development and construction plan, it's not something to rush. Moreover, with the development of the territory, there will certainly be changes in between, especially with Owen's cheat-like development, so ample room must be reserved. Considering this, Owen only asked Maya and the Flame Empress to come up with a rough overall plan, followed by a relatively detailed first-phase reconstruction plan. Owen outlined a framework for the first-phase plan, not to use the power of Akita Town. Owen has always tried to separate Akita Town and Greenwood Town. While not a complete break, at least on the surface, it could confuse enemies, so the two should try to avoid getting intertwined. In fact, he was quite successful. Even merchants who frequently visit here subconsciously distinguish between the two. Even Black Hand only believed that the two sides had a cooperative relationship, especially after they discovered there was a legend witch here, which further confirmed this guess. As for the relationship between Owen and that legend witch, Black Hand didn't think it would play any significant role, because witches are famously biased towards females, considering girls as the inheritance and boys as mere accidents. So it could be a cooperation, but there was no superior-subordinate relationship. Although Owen didn't know about this, he instinctively took precautions. Besides, too many people were watching Akita Town, making it unsuitable for entering and exiting the relatively closed Greenwood Town. After setting the framework, Owen no longer interfered with the subsequent matters. He also gained a lot from the ruins and was eager to digest it. However, before going into seclusion, Owen had a temple built in Greenwood Town, dedicated to Dragon Mother Daenerys, the Red Dragon, and the temple was prepared for her to collect faith. Daenerys could be said to be a rather tragic mother dragon. In her prime youth, she was captured by a group of ill-intentioned people and subjected to various things in an underground city secret chamber. After finally escaping, her body was so damaged that it was beyond repair, and she ultimately had to humble herself to gain a chance at rebirth. Although Daenerys sold herself completely, she dumped all the trouble on Owen. Now, it's not that easy for him to obtain a complete demigod. Currently, Owen has taken out the heart from Daenerys' original body and placed it in the authority space to nurture a new body using the Shikigami method. However, what Owen wants is a demigod, not an ordinary Shikigami, so mere nurturing is far from enough. The power of faith must be used. But the power of faith is not so easy to borrow, because demigods are not gods. Although they can gather faith, it's difficult for them to efficiently absorb and convert it into divine power. Moreover, the concept of toxic incense also exists in this otherworldly realm. For a demigod, a small amount of pure faith is fine, but if the quantity is too large, it will inevitably become complex. At that point, their mind will be like a bustling water and land dharma assembly, and over time, they will either go crazy or become foolish. This is also the meaning of the existence of scriptures and priests, to unify the prayers of believers, reduce impurities, and turn complex voices into a single voice, which can make it somewhat more bearable. However, unless they are fanatics, the faith provided will always be mixed with a large amount of impurities, which is equivalent to pollution for a demigod who has not ignited their divine flame. Many demigods have gone mad because of this, and even if they eventually manage to ignite their divine flame, they inevitably become mad gods. This is also why Owen placed deaneries in the authority space. After all, although the authority was broken, the owner of the authority space was the powerful god of truth and illusion, so filtering and purifying faith is not a problem. As for Owen helping deaneries reconstruct her body, collect faith, and provide the authority space, will he suffer a double loss, since he is just a mortal and the other party is a demigod? Actually, this is Owen's cleverness, because he accidentally discovered that the authority space was actually attached to the system. Therefore, to seize the authority space, one must have higher authority than the system. If there really was someone or a god who could deal with the system, Owen wouldn't need to resist. Lying flat would be an easier way to die. The authority space protected by the system became the divine kingdom cage Owen built for deaneries, let alone not having recovered her demigod strength. Even if she recovers or even becomes a god, under the power of the system, she can only kneel and sing praises. He is that confident in System Daddy. Before going into seclusion, Owen also upgraded the town center, because the territory's population was not far from the 10,000 person limit, and goblins are prolific, so to be safe, he upgraded it first. A level 4 town center has a population limit of 50,000, enough to build a city. In addition to farmers, commoners, and citizens, nobles can now also be recruited. Compared to citizens who have only received simple education, nobles have obviously received a better education and can serve as middle-level managers, which is no small help for Maya. Unfortunately, there are few people in the entire territory who can be converted into nobles. Owen could only exchange some with progress points to help Maya and reduce her burden, as she had more and more things to worry about, especially after the town center upgrade. There were many new buildings to construct, and the overall layout needed to be replanned, as it now fully met the conditions for building a city. All of these required a lot of energy and preparation, and couldn't be done on a whim. However, the biggest change when the town center upgraded to level 4 was not anything else, but the appearance of firearms. This means that the territory has now entered the firearm era and can recruit and train firearm soldiers and artillerymen. The question is, would Owen, who can already manufacture bolters and power armor, still look favorably upon primitive firearms such as firearm soldiers, who can only fire a few shots per minute, and clumsy artillery that can only fire iron balls? The answer is yes, because the former cannot be popularized, and anyone who only talks about quality without mentioning output is a scoundrel. Even with the help of Brian and the Flame Empress, the electronic muscle fiber power armor still requires a lot of effort and time, and some key materials need to be exchanged with progress points. The overall cost is even higher than that of Teutonic Knights, making mass production impossible. Even for the simplified mechanical power armor and the vehicles and equipment used by the Goblin Mechanical Corps, 80% of the parts still require sprites to hand grind them. Small-scale production is possible, but mass production is also not feasible. In this situation, a primitive firearm army, which even blacksmiths can forge and farmers can be trained in, has an undeniable value. So, although Owen doesn't think highly of them, firearms still have a necessary existence. Moreover, cold weapon combat has high demands on warriors. Being strong and healthy is standard, and they must skillfully master combat techniques and the use of armor and blades, not to mention battle formations and cooperation. Otherwise, they are not considered qualified soldiers. But firearms are different. Whether it's Wudeller or Wusong, when holding a firearm, it's fair. Whoever gets shot will die. The demands on physical fitness are not so high, making them easier to popularize. As for artillery, although it is clumsy and has low accuracy, it can play a huge role in offense and defense. Coupled with a batch of firearms produced and stored earlier, Owen handed this matter over to Maya, letting her decide whether or not to train a batch of firearm troops. After entrusting the next steps to Maya, Owen eagerly went into seclusion. He had too many ideas in his mind, and if he waited any longer, he feared he would forget them, which would be a great pity, as inspiration is priceless. Returning to the reassuring underground secret room, Owen had expanded it again. It now covered 1,000 square meters and was divided into several areas. Besides a small garden, there was also a display area for his works. However, Owen was not in the mood to admire his works this time. Instead, he stood in front of the multifunctional advanced workbench, his hands constantly gesturing on the holographic projection, while Nguyen Bao Bao always responded promptly, modifying it according to his instructions. With too many inspirations, Owen, afraid of forgetting, could only first record the constantly emerging ideas and slowly perfect them later. But this seclusion was unexpectedly short-lived because a large-scale rebellion broke out in the empire. Tens of thousands of tenant farmers and slaves, like rampant locusts, destroyed everything in their path, and the scale grew larger and larger, even showing a trend of spreading towards the Northern Land Reclamation Group. Therefore, Maya had no choice but to bring him out of the underground to take charge. Arriving at the town center, Owen took the documents and intelligence compiled by Maya, and while drinking coffee, he frowned as he read them. After a moment of contemplation, Owen had a good idea of the situation. Similar rebellions were nothing new to the long-standing empire. They occurred approximately every few decades. Whether it was 20 or 30 years or 50 or 60 years depended on how many people died in the previous rebellion. The reason for the rebellions was also very simple: land annexation, severe exploitation, and no way to make a life, so it was difficult not to rebel. The problem is that people remember to eat but not to learn from their mistakes. Whether they are lords, nobles, manor owners, or merchants, they all desperately extract the last bit of value from the common people. As long as there is no resistance, they will exploit them to death. It is just that cold and ruthless. With such exploitation, unless they are dead, resistance is inevitable. As more and more people choose to resist, it will spread from point to area, eventually leading to large-scale rebellions. Rebellions are against the injustice of fate and to overthrow the exploiters above them. But at the same time, rebellions also hinder production, disrupt business, and damage the interests of those who benefit. So to compensate for the losses, exploitation becomes even more severe, leading to more resistance and a wider range of rebellions, which is simply a vicious cycle. So the question arises, after so many rebellions, do the upper echelons of the empire know the harm of doing this? Of course they know, and they even do it intentionally. Once or twice they could say they lacked experience, but after many times, they would have summarized and gained experience. The problem is that they know this will lead to rebellions, but they cannot avoid it. Firstly, the upper echelons cannot abandon exploitation because it is the basis of their existence. Whether it is used to develop their territory, arm soldiers, or simply for enjoyment, exploitation is the foundation that maintains their status as superiors, an unchangeable foundation. Once changed, they will cease to exist. Secondly, land resources are limited. As the population increases and the economy develops, various means of exploitation emerge endlessly. Although output is not fixed, its increase is very limited. So where does so much come from? They can only squeeze hard. When squeezed to the bottom and exploited severely, resistance and rebellion become inevitable. After all, if they can't even make a life, what do they care about the consequences of resistance? They know the reason but cannot change it, because land resources are limited. Even reducing the degree of exploitation would only delay the time of rebellion. It shows that the empire's upper echelons are not without smart people. Rather, they are too smart enough to find the root of the problem, which is too many people. Therefore, the large-scale rebellions every few decades are merely the empire's conscious metabolism, shedding the excess parts. When enough people have died and the restless ones are also gone, everything naturally returns to its original trajectory. Those who should work will work, and those who should exploit will exploit. Everything remains the same, just waiting for the start of the next round. At first, Owen found it somewhat incredible. The empire had experienced so many large-scale rebellions, yet it hadn't been overthrown. This is unscientific, but it is reasonable, because this world possesses extraordinary power, and regardless of their origin, when they master power, they already belong to the exploiting class. Occasionally, a saintly figure who betrays their class cannot stop the general trend. In this world, 1 person against 1,000, 1 against 10,000, destroying cities and lands, is not an exaggeration but a fact. In this situation, lacking spirit, organization, weapons, resources, lacking everything, a purposeless rebellion relying solely on numbers is meaningless. If it weren't for the purpose of reducing the population, a decapitation strike alone could quell the rebellion in a very short time. As for whether there would be figures like grassroots heroes among the common people, of course there would be. However, compared to the certain death of rebellion, wouldn't it be better to join the upper echelons and gain wealth and glory? In fact, killing, arson, and then accepting amnesty also exist here, and quite a lot of them. Isn't it interesting? The rebellions started for survival are, in the eyes of some, merely a stage to showcase their value. The education Owen received in his previous life allowed him to understand everything in a very short time. But just like a keyboard warrior, besides venting a few curses, it was meaningless for changing the current situation. Although Owen was not without the ability to change things, in fact, high-yield seeds, a systematic steam industry, and a portal that could cross worlds, any one of these could change everything. The price would be Owen being completely exposed, and what awaited him, he knew even by thinking with his toes. This world does not reward good intentions. Moreover, even if he brought these out, would the true beneficiaries be those at the bottom? Originally, he would just sigh, and then Owen would return to his peaceful life, but this time was different. The Empire had a new outlet for its frustrations, the Northern Land Reclamation Group. Long ago, there was an idea to send the rebellious population to the Northern Land Reclamation Group to fend for themselves. The reason it hasn't been implemented until now is simple, because with population comes development. What if the Northern Land Reclamation Group develops to become too powerful to control? Wouldn't that be cultivating an enemy for themselves? As for occupying and developing it, that's also a good idea. The problem is, to whom would it belong? Even the Emperor could not ignore the power that a Northern Land Reclamation Group could bring, let alone those northern nobles. It might even trigger a true rebellion in the Empire. Therefore, the Empire's upper echelons preferred for the excess population to die from internal strife, rather than open up the northern border region. Now it's different. After two Northern Land Reclamation Groups, the Northern Land Reclamation Group has been initially developed, and a large number of northern nobles have been ennobled. Even if a large population floods in, there will be chaos, but it will eventually return to the original framework. At that time, with the Northern Land Reclamation Group as the chessboard, each can make their moves. As for whether those northern nobles, who are mere pawns, are willing, it's as if they have a choice. Thus, in a very short time, a large number of rebels were intentionally guided through the openings left by the Imperial Border Army and flooded into the Northern Land Reclamation Group, making the situation in the Northern Land Reclamation Group, which had just begun to improve, chaotic once more. The Second Northern Territory Development Group had just acquired land and titles through various means, but they never expected retribution to come so quickly. Tens of thousands of rebels were simply something no single lord could resist. For a time, countless northern nobles lost their life or territory, with only 3 places being exceptions. Currently, there are 3 widely recognized individuals making the most progress in the northern land: Count Ferrier, Count Solari, and Viscount Hydra III. They are like 3 points, 2 at the imperial border and 1 at the north boundary river, adding a touch of embellishment to the desolate northern land. Among them, Count Ferrier monopolizes the fur trade in the northern land. High-end furs, in particular, are favored by imperial noblewomen. Coupled with Count Ferrier's enchanting beauty and social skills, she has ambiguous relationships with many influential figures at the imperial border and is close to the imperial border army. Therefore, rioters dare not cause trouble in her territory, or they would be cut down by the well-trained imperial border army in minutes. Although Count Solari is a man and lacks those innate conditions, he also controls a monopolized business, the trade of horses and livestock. Furthermore, he is a supplier of warhorses to the Imperial Border Army and has built a powerful cavalry force himself. Otherwise, how could he maintain his monopoly? Thus, he is also free from the harassment of rioters. As for the Hydra family, it had some renown when Hydra I was alive, but after his death it completely declined. It was thought to be on the verge of collapse, but unexpectedly, it experienced a revival under Hydra III. Now, its reputation in the northern land is subtly trending towards being on par with those 2 counts, especially in these turbulent times. However, many believe this is mainly because the Hydra family's territory is far enough away. Without sufficient food supplies, rioters simply cannot reach the Hydra family's territory. Moreover, rioters are unwilling to go there, as the further north one goes, the more desolate it becomes. Why would they abandon the relatively prosperous northern border region to plunder and instead run north to face the harsh winds? Therefore, for a considerable period, the turmoil will temporarily not affect the Hydra family's territory. This is where the advantage of this rising star lies. Because of these advantages, many minor northern nobles were forced to choose sides, especially those close to the imperial border. There was no other way. Under the wave of unrest, small lords with only 100 or so serfs and a dozen semi-professional soldiers in their territory were simply unable to cope independently. Besides clinging to powerful figures, they had no other choice. In a short time, the influence of the two counts greatly increased. The Hydra family's territory, being too far north, has not yet been affected, but everyone knows it's only a matter of time. Therefore, the pioneers who originally used Akita town as a springboard to establish their own territories elsewhere now have to face a choice: pledge allegiance or fend for themselves. Anyone who joined the Northern Land Reclamation Group to come to the Northern Land was either struggling to survive or was ambitious. The former had already chosen to join Akita town, while only the latter, disregarding the danger, ventured far to become a local emperor. But now they regret it. Being a local emperor is not that easy. Buying serfs costs money, and development also requires food and tools, not to mention training soldiers and buying weapons to protect themselves. Which of these doesn't cost money? If they were that rich, they wouldn't have come to the northern land to take risks. Therefore, under the threat of the turmoil, they had to consider whether to continue persevering. These people are not like the northern nobles near the imperial border, who, under the turmoil, had to quickly grasp at straws for survival. Their remote location gave them time to consider and added to their indecision. Some chose to give up, at least temporarily, bringing all their belongings to join Akita town, such as Charlie. Charlie's background was not bad. In fact, anyone who could independently develop a territory in the northern land would not have a terrible background. Unfortunately, he was an illegitimate child. When he grew up, he either had to serve as a stable boy for his legitimate brothers or be kicked out to make a life for himself. It just so happened that the Empire was forming the Second Northern Territory Development Group at that time. With a slight hint from his family, Charlie gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and brought the resources sponsored by his family to the northern land. He was a smart man and knew that while the northern border region was good, it offered no bright future. Because if you don't develop well, you will be exploited by those two counts. If you develop well, then congratulations, the level of your exploitation will be a bit higher, as you will be exploited by the Imperial Border Army. Moreover, the better places in the northern border region were already occupied, so Charlie resolutely followed the merchant caravan to the vicinity of the North Boundary River. Upon seeing Akita town, Charlie was filled with envy and fighting spirit. After much effort, with the help of his slightly ample family fortune, the land he developed was taking shape. But as the turmoil spread, Charlie knew he had to make a choice. Joining Akita town meant safety, but it also meant all his previous efforts would be in vain. His life would very likely end as a mere farmer, and his descendants might never have a chance to rise. However, numerous concerns had become insignificant under the impact of increasingly bad news. Charlie, realizing that he would have nothing if he died, finally decided to pledge allegiance to Akita town. Thus, he brought his remaining family fortune and over 200 serfs to Akita town, which had once filled him with envy. This time, however, he would not be a mere passerby, but a loyal follower. Akita town was even more prosperous than when Charlie first visited. Besides many like him who came to pledge allegiance with their family fortunes, there were also many merchant caravans. It seemed that not only was this place unaffected by the turmoil, but it had also become more prosperous, which left him somewhat puzzled. Actually, the reason is simple. Akita town is the only place within several hundred miles that sells large quantities of grain, and it's also the only place where one can buy metal tools and weapons. The importance of grain goes without saying. New pioneers would certainly not have enough time to grow their own, and transporting it from the empire was unrealistic. Moreover, clearing land and farming required ample food, so they could only buy it from Akita town. After all, Akita town is the territory with the most farmland in the entire northern land. In particular, its convenient irrigation canals ensure a good harvest even in the desolate northern land, which is why it has the surplus to sell grain. Of course, tools and weapons are also very important. Without tools, one cannot build walls. Without walls, one cannot stop bandits and vagrants. As for the role of weapons, it goes without saying, they are for their peers. However, the Imperial Border Army strictly prohibits ironware and bladed weapons from crossing the border. Even as northern nobles, the quantity of ironware they can purchase annually is very limited. Besides using their personal connections, they can only rely on smuggling. Akita Town is one of the few places that sells ironware and weapons. Although the quantity is not large and the prices are high, the quality is good, so it attracts many people to purchase. The more prosperous Akita Town became, the more Charlie felt that his choice to pledge allegiance was correct. So he gritted his teeth and went to the registration office at the town center. There were already many people there. Charlie was handed a number tag and then arranged to sit on a long bench nearby, waiting for his number to be called. A somewhat bewildered Charlie shook his head, and after clearing his mind, he started conversing with the person next to him. Everyone was discussing the terms of allegiance. Someone had come earlier to explain, but Charlie, arriving late, hadn't heard. Now he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Those who pledged allegiance were also categorized. For instance, those who had wandered there could only work in Akita Town's reclamation team and only become farmers after 6 months. However, once they became farmers of the territory, they would be allocated land and housing, which was very appealing, as being a free farmer was already a lifelong dream for many. Next were the artisans. They could receive a temporary residence permit upon arrival, but full status still required 6 months, and during this period, they could not leave their work or residence, nor could they violate the local regulations. Finally, there were pseudo-lords like them, who came with their family fortunes. They had some capital, with anywhere from 20 or 30 to 1 or 200 serfs under them. Although they did not hold a northern land title, they could not be treated as commoners. Most of them would be arranged to become farm owners, but only the land would be theirs. They would need to hire their own farmers to work it. This would cut off their path to becoming northern nobles and deprive them of the power of life and death, but the advantage was that this place was safe and prosperous. Their descendants could also attend the newly established school in town to study culture and martial arts. After graduating, if they performed well, they could join the town center or the security team, and perhaps have a chance to distinguish themselves in the future. Although he wasn't married yet, Charlie was already tempted. Since Charlie was not the first to seek refuge, there was already a set procedure in place, so the grassroots manager responsible for registration worked quickly, and it was soon Charlie's turn. "Mr. Charlie, this is your temporary identification," the grassroots manager said, handing Charlie a temporary ID made of composite material, telling him to keep it safe. "Because the number of serfs you brought exceeds 200, you have 2 choices," the grassroots manager calmly stated. The first was to convert the serfs into 500 acres of farmland, which he could use to take out a loan to buy tools and hire farmers, becoming a happy farm owner. The other option was to join the civil service, though it would be as a temporary worker for now, responsible for military settlements. Charlie chose the second option almost without hesitation. He didn't want to waste the rest of his life tilling land and collecting rent. "Mr. Charlie, you have made the right choice. Now we need to conduct a more detailed registration to arrange your duties, so please answer truthfully," the basic manager said to Charlie, taking out another registration book. Dividing the refugees was Owen's idea, because although the Level 4 town center had stronger assimilation capabilities, one thing remained unchanged: the sense of belonging. The stronger the sense of belonging, the faster the assimilation. For example, for farmers, land was their life. As long as they were given land and houses, assimilation could be completed within a month, making them loyal system residents. Next were commoners. Since they made a living by their craftsmanship, they would be loyal as long as they could live and work in peace. With the prosperity of the territory, most could be assimilated within 1 or 2 months. The only troublesome ones were those with a small amount of assets. However, after being given land and hiring farmers to work, it wouldn't be long before they became engrossed in being happy farm owners. After all, ambition tends to fade in a life free from worries about food and clothing. Poverty makes one reckless, while wealth makes one avoid risks. But there are always those who are born not liking a peaceful life and want to take risks. Their ambition refuses to beat for a calm life. In this state of mind, the town center might not complete assimilation for a year and a half, and they would become unstable factors. Therefore, Owen picked out this group of people, intending to arrange them on the edge of the territory to serve as the first line of defense. And isn't it just ambition, wealth, status, power? He could give them all if they made enough contributions. This would, in turn, increase their sense of identity and speed up assimilation, killing two birds with one stone. Coming out of the town center, Charlie followed the advice and first took a refreshing hot bath at the bathhouse, then got a haircut and shave, and finally changed into a decent, slightly luxurious officer's uniform, looking completely refreshed. Looking at himself in the mirror in the bathhouse lobby, Charlie almost didn't recognize himself and couldn't help but place his hand on the saber at his waist, appearing even more valiant. Due to his background, Charlie not only received education in literature, calculation, painting, horse riding, etiquette, etc., but also learned swordsmanship, archery, and command. After all, for the family, a bastard son with a blood relationship was very suitable to be trained as a trusted subordinate, so they were willing to invest heavily. And as a bastard son, to get ahead, he could only rely on his own abilities. Therefore, Charlie diligently learned and mastered more skills from a young age, so his abilities were indeed not bad. Otherwise, his temporary position would not have been so high, starting as a level 3 knight. Owen divided these temporary workers into 5 levels: slaves, armed pioneers, knights, gentlemen, and barons. Among them, knights, gentlemen, and barons, although merely titles and divided into 3 levels, could become permanent if they made sufficient contributions. It was because of this that Charlie was so excited and eager to seize this opportunity. Leaving the bathhouse, Charlie followed the road signs to the barracks, located next to the castle. Seeing the magnificent castle, the vast barracks, and the well-trained soldiers, Charlie was filled with envy to the point of almost drooling. Not to mention the understatedly luxurious castle, full of historical charm, just the 4 heavily guarded barracks left him dazzled. Currently, the barracks were integrated into 4 main parts: the infantry camp, cavalry camp, archer camp, and the firearm camp. The first 3 belonged to traditional arms, while the latter was newly established, and the place Charlie was to report to was the newly built firearm camp. Arriving at the firearm camp and showing his credentials, Charlie was able to enter the camp. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of bald men lining up under the instructor's scolding, but were they really holding firearms? These bald men were speculators and gold prospectors who came to the Northland seeking opportunities to get rich. Their backgrounds were varied: landless farmers, wanted criminals, escaped slaves, and even deserters. Their commonality was that they were brave, fierce, and unwilling to be ordinary. For money, for success, they were willing to do anything. They were unstable factors second only to adventurers, so Owen threw them all here for training. After signing the contract, these men had their heads shaved, were thrown into the river to be scrubbed clean, and then changed into unified military uniforms, looking presentable. However, their untamed eyes and crooked postures all proved that they were a bunch of unruly troublemakers who deserved a beating. A barracks is not a place for individuality, and no one would indulge them, especially an experienced veteran like Howard. He sneered, waved his hand, and the burly soldiers who had been waiting for a long time put down their weapons and gave them a good beating, immediately making them behave. Charlie had seen many people like this, so his attention quickly shifted to the firearms in their hands. Firearms were not a rare item. Decades ago, the Empire had massively equipped its soldiers with them. However, due to drawbacks such as complex maintenance, low accuracy, and a tendency to backfire, the once popular firearms quickly disappeared from the army. But this was not the real reason. Instead, it was because a destined disturbance caused unexpected losses to the Empire, and the most crucial reason was the firearm. A hunched old farmer, as long as he could pull the trigger, had a chance to kill a fully armed soldier who had undergone years of rigorous training, and this probability increased with the number of people. Especially in disturbances involving hundreds of thousands, if enough firearms and cannons were equipped, the destructive power that could be generated was incalculable. Even the sturdy castles of the nobility could not resist, which was intolerable to the upper rulers. Therefore, firearms quickly disappeared from the imperial ranks. However, since they had been widely equipped in the past, and the structure of firearms was not complex, some places still had them, and even finely crafted pieces became favored hunting tools for nobles. Charlie had used a firearm in his youth. Compared to the exquisite hunting rifle specifically for nobles back then, this firearm appeared much cruder. The iron barrel was about 2 feet long, and the muzzle was deliberately shaped into an open flare. With the short, thick barrel, it was easier to load ammunition, but this structure also greatly affected accuracy, range, and bullet power. Looking at the unpolished stock paired with the barrel, Charlie understood that this gun was entirely prepared for cannon fodder. The firearms currently used by the firearm battalion were certainly not made by Owen. He, who could handcraft bolters, could not stand such inferior products. In fact, these were civilian firearms produced by the Tier 4 Town Center Armory. Additionally, there were standard issue firearms for regular firearm soldiers, refined firearms for elites, and even cannons. However, no matter the type, the power of these firearms was limited, and the same went for cannons. But with bolters unable to be mass-produced, Owen could only choose to use these primitive firearms. Of course, Owen was not unable to manufacture weapons from the World War I and II eras. After all, the technology in the items used by the Goblin Mechanical Corps was not low. It's just that if he were to do so, he would face too many problems. Guns could be produced with simple assembly lines and hand-polished by sprites, but bullets could not. It would be difficult to build a bullet production line in a short time, and the propellant was also substandard. The propellant currently in use is a powdered mixture of magic horn tree chunks. While this efficient fuel can burn intensely to replace gunpowder, it inevitably contains impurities. Firearms are not sensitive to this and can fire 10 or 20 shots. More precise firearms, however, would not work. Those with a high rate of fire would likely experience a barrel burst before a single magazine was emptied. All these problems could be solved. At most, it was a matter of time. The biggest problem was the Empire. The Empire was not that simple. Owen had gained many benefits from taking over a ruin, and he didn't believe the Empire didn't have a few ruins or hidden cards up its sleeve. Even without these, the legendary mages supported by the Empire were not to be trifled with. Each possessed destructive power comparable to a strategic bomber, and if truly provoked, they could raze his territory to the ground in minutes. Therefore, firearms could be used, but they must never pose too great a threat, at least not one that the Empire would perceive as a threat. Constantly worrying about this, and that annoyed Owen, he had not failed to consider the possibility of a violent takeover. With the massive empire looming by his bedside, he couldn't sleep soundly. But even if he upgraded his town center to Tier 5, his population cap would only reach 100,000. Even if he disregarded production, logistics, and other issues, converting half of them into soldiers, equipping them with firearms and cannons, and then training a batch of elites to use World War II-era weapons and tanks, with limit warriors and witches as his trump cards, it still wouldn't be enough. At most, he could fight the Imperial Border Army, but he couldn't fundamentally harm the Empire. Because, judging from the intelligence collected daily, the Empire's population was around 50 to 100 million, or even more. So what if he annihilated hundreds of thousands of Imperial Border Army troops? Moreover, the Imperial Border Army was not made of mud. There were countless high walls and formidable passes, making them difficult to defeat. Besides, he simply couldn't afford the attrition. How many people were there in the entire Northern Territory, and what percentage of the population were adult males suitable for training as soldiers? At most 70 or 80,000, and the Empire could simply wear him down through attrition. Furthermore, while he had guns and cannons, the Empire also had extraordinary powers, organized Oranite orders, the Royal Mage Association, and legendary figures overseeing them. If they truly wanted to destroy him, excluding travel time, it wouldn't take more than a meal's worth of effort. This didn't even account for the religions that worshipped deities, otherwise he would die even faster. Under these circumstances, even with a cheat, Owen couldn't withstand it, hence, he dared not act recklessly. He had to be cautious in everything he did. Even when using firearms, he would test them out little by little, fearing he might touch the Empire's sensitive nerve. If he truly wanted to act without restraint, Owen summarized that he would need at least a population of over 1,100,000 regular troops, 200,000 reserve troops, a double-digit number of legends, a powerful religion, and a true deity. Only then would the Empire be wary and dare not easily start a war. Therefore, the task was arduous, and Owen still needed to work hard. While Owen was busy preparing for the future, a group of restless individuals in the newly established firearm battalion were busy training. Howard cracked his whip, and even if the troublemakers were defiant, they could only endure it because they had tried and truly couldn't beat him. So to avoid physical pain, it was better to obey. Hello, I am Charlie, a Tier 3 baronet. As the administrator, Charlie didn't need to carry a firearm and crawl around. At this moment, he proactively greeted the tall and strong knight next to him. Monk, a Tier 2 knight. Monk was bald and eyebrowless, with a lion-like nose and tiger-like mouth. He was very ugly, but exuded a strong masculine charm, especially his powerful physique that made his plate armor creak, making one question his lineage. Although Monk was somewhat taciturn, Charlie was eloquent, and since the two would be working together for a long time in the future, both intended to befriend each other, so they quickly became familiar. Monk came from a knightly background, but although his strength was not bad, his ugly appearance made him disliked by nobles, even becoming an object of ridicule. Finally, due to a minor incident, he was directly kicked out, which was a great humiliation for a knight. As a knight, Monk, unable to kill that scoundrel noble, felt ashamed to remain there, so he simply came to the Northern Territory and joined the military settlement. As long as he could achieve enough merits, he could become a truly enfeoffed knight, which was exactly what he had always dreamed of. Unfortunately, although his strength was good, he was lacking in other aspects, so his evaluation was only as a Tier 2 knight, unable to lead the military settlement. Although Charlie's strength was average, he was eloquent and meticulous, suitable for presiding over the military settlement, and his temporary status was above Monk's, so Monk consciously placed himself in the position of deputy. Upon realizing this, Charlie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least in the future, he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on internal strife. The two didn't have much free time. After Howard handed over the training to his son, he began to lecture them. In reality, Howard was also being forced into the role. He had not been entirely unfamiliar with firearms. Thanks to having done all sorts of hard labor while in the Imperial Border Army, he had led cannon fodder equipped with third-tier firearms. The problem was that he looked down on those miscellaneous soldiers who only knew how to fire a gun to scare people, so his understanding was limited. After receiving some information from the Lord, he studied it diligently overnight, but he wasn't sure how it would turn out. However, he couldn't show his apprehension and could only bite the bullet and speak according to what was written in the book. You want to go to the military settlement. Maya took a break from her busy schedule today to meet a young woman, intending to relax, but she didn't expect the other party to give her an unexpected answer right away. Although the blonde girl in front of her was not old, her tall and shapely figure exuded the vitality of youth, making the 40-something Maya sigh that she was getting old. Of course, it was just a sigh. After acquiring non-human bloodline, Maya's lifespan would likely be measured in centuries. In another 50 years, she would still look the same, while the other party would probably have only 2 pockets left on her chest and find it uncomfortable to sit on a sofa. Snapping back to reality, Maya lowered her head in thought, because the other party was not an ordinary citizen who could be easily dismissed. The girl named Kara was Baron Corrins's eldest daughter. She had just come of age this year and had loved martial arts over feminine pursuits since childhood, diligently training in swordsmanship and single-mindedly to become a knight loyal to her lord. Unfortunately, her father wouldn't allow it, determined to send her to the lord's castle as a maid. Now that her father was in Mara town and she had come of age, her heart began to stir, and she ran to the town center to offer her services. Corrins's daughter, you mean that little girl named Katie, right? Owen said slowly, while controlling a quill to cast spells and write something on a document, his attention partly on Maya's report. That's the little girl. She came to me today, wanting to participate in the military settlement activity, Maya said with a sigh, which reminded her of her own youth when she was just a maid in training, full of aspirations. Didn't you tell her what the military settlement was all about? Owen asked, somewhat surprised, as that thing wasn't a proper military settlement at all. I did, but she still insisted, Maya replied, frowning. After all, she had mostly refined the military settlement plan herself, and she knew perfectly well what it entailed. It wasn't something a young girl should be involved in. Forget it, 16 is already adulthood. Since she's made her choice, agree to it, but secretly send a letter to Corrins so he can relieve Katie of her duties at any time, just in case something goes wrong. Although it wasn't ideal for a young girl to participate in such a thing, Owen didn't mind. After all, this world wasn't his previous life, and even in his previous life, not all young people in all countries could fully enjoy peace and education. If she performs well, you can try to cultivate her, Owen added after some thought. Maya nodded at his words. She had a good impression of Katie. Not every girl could persist in practicing swordsmanship year-round, nor would every girl be decisive when facing dangerous choices. So if her performance satisfied her, focusing on her development wouldn't be a bad idea. Then in your name, send her a silver scale breastplate and a high-quality firearm, Owen said casually, then concentrated on the documents Maya had brought. Maya's efficiency was high, even before dinner. The temporary identity card and items were delivered to Katie's home. Katie was overjoyed to receive the identity card representing her temporary position. Even if it was only a third-rank knight, it was a good start for her. And the silver scale breastplate was excellent. It was made of mithril steel, lightweight, very flexible, and not only bulletproof, but also capable of dispersing impact force throughout the body, making it very suitable for women. The high-quality firearm, Silver Thorn, was a breech-loading rifle made entirely of metal, equipped with a scope, and had an effective range of up to 500 meters. It was 4 feet long, and if the folding bayonet under the barrel was extended, it could be used as a spear. Katie stopped eating, put on the silver scale breastplate, and took the firearm to the backyard to practice. Compared to Katie's excitement, her mother, Katie, was more worried. However, she also knew that her daughter had always been very opinionated since childhood, and this was also her long-cherished dream. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to help her pack her luggage and then wrote a letter to her husband. This was all she could do. At this time, Corrins, who knew nothing of this matter, was busy reinforcing the town walls, because the situation was getting worse and worse. As one of the transit points between the north and south, Mara town had always been well informed. Corrins keenly sensed that the current situation was about to deteriorate, so he not only reported the matter, but also actively took countermeasures. The main reason for the deteriorating situation was that the Imperial Border Army had not yet closed the opening they had previously left, resulting in tens of thousands of displaced people pouring into the northern nobles every day, becoming a source of chaos. What was the total population of the northern nobles? At this rate, within a month, the number of displaced people pouring in would exceed the local immigrant population, and by then, order would be completely gone. Under immense pressure, those northern nobles who had always held on to hope, unwilling to pledge allegiance and unable to resist on their own, could now only choose to band together for warmth. Thus, some loose noble alliances gradually emerged from the central northern nobles. They were unwilling to lose the rights they possessed, even if these so-called rights seemed ridiculous in the eyes of true nobles. Yet, like poison, they made them blind to the impending danger, instead holding on to false hope, trying to scare off enemies by relying on their proclaimed alliances. Unfortunately, their fate was already sealed. A group of people with ulterior motives banding together for warmth would be lucky not to stab each other in the back. Sure enough, as the displaced people gradually spread throughout the northern nobles, these so-called alliances proved useless. Those who were foolishly kind enough to actively help their allies were the first to die. As the news spread, everyone now knew that banding together for warmth was a dead end, so they started fighting among themselves, because annexation was the fastest way to become stronger. Now the entire northern nobles was in chaos, with no hope of calming down in the short term. And chaos always breeds evil. Evil organizations that had been operating secretly in the northern nobles gradually became more open. After all, this was not the Empire, so there was no need to worry about being caught red-handed by the Empire for inspection. It was truly a scene of demons dancing wildly. Upon receiving these messages, Owen couldn't understand what the Empire was thinking, because this would only turn the northern nobles into a chaotic land of sin, even a hidden danger to the Empire, rather than a place that could generate profit. But Maya pondered for a moment and understood, then sighed and explained it to Owen. Previously in their conception, the Empire would release a portion of the displaced people into the northern nobles, then close the opening and wait for the northern nobles to digest them. This way, in just 5 to 10 years, the northern nobles would be initially mature and able to generate profit, and the Hydra family could also develop and grow through this. However, they underestimated the Empire's appetite. Compared to slowly cultivating step by step, the Empire's upper echelons intended to have their fill all at once. The process was simple: drive as many displaced people from within the empire as possible into the northern nobles. This way, perhaps hundreds of thousands would survive to reach the northern nobles, greatly supplementing the lacking population of the northern nobles. Although this would break the original order of the northern nobles, as long as the empire intervened, pacifying everything would not be difficult. In fact, just the deployment of the imperial border army would calm everything down in a short time. By then, the population of the northern nobles would at least have multiplied several times, and they could then pick up their knives and forks to carve up the cake. To put it bluntly, the title of northern nobles promised by the empire was a joke, and the Northern Land Reclamation Group was bait. It was all a deception. Moreover, there was no need to worry about reputation issues, because the hundreds of thousands of displaced people pouring in would destroy everything, and no one would remember. Owen cursed vehemently, cordially greeting the empire's high-ranking officials, and even prepared to have his former demonic Shikigami book a super package for these bastards in hell. Originally, Owen was only worried about the impact of the arrival of the Second Northern Territory Development Group on his territory. Later, as his strength grew, he had sufficient confidence to deal with it and no longer worried. But now that it was directly the Empire taking action, confidence naturally ceased to exist, so he became anxious again, and a pot of coffee was already half empty. Noticing Owen's mood was off, Maya began to help him analyze further, because the situation was not as bad as he imagined. If only the Empire intended to intervene in the northern nobles, then they could wash up and go to sleep, or Owen could clean himself up and proactively seek out a noble family to become alive in son-in-law. The problem was that the Empire was not a single entity, but a super large composite of the imperial family, nobles, transcendents, and religions. Therefore, in a situation of mutual entanglement and checks and balances, they would rather the northern nobles rot completely than allow one party to monopolize everything. This presented an opportunity. Owen could completely muddy the waters, quietly develop himself, and at the same time, choose one of them as an ally to complete his original plan of developing himself internally and seeking allies externally, being strong on both fronts, and firmly establishing himself in the empire. It sounds simple, but it is very, very difficult to execute, and the territory must develop to be strong enough in a short time, otherwise no one will listen when he tries to negotiate terms. It seems the military settlement plan needs to be expedited. Owen rubbed his temples, which were throbbing from overthinking, and sighed as he spoke to Maya. I will transfer a batch of supplies from the warehouse and arrange for Howard to train the second group of military settlers. Ms. Maya nodded and said. Owen pondered for a moment and found an option in the town center. The town center has sub-bases, with 4 slots at level 4. Greenwood Town and Mara Town are 2 of them. To accelerate development, the remaining slots must be utilized as soon as possible. Prepare to relocate the barbarians to Wild Buffalo territory, grant them a totem pole, and rename them the Wild Buffalo Tribe. Also, notify Bella to take her marching tent and equipment. Owen decided to use the remaining 2 slots here. 1 barbarian tribe, 1 nomadic tribe, perhaps they could achieve unexpected results in the future. While Owen and Ms. Maya were busy with the grand plans for the territory's development, Kayla arrived for class, wearing her silver scale breastplate and carrying a firearm. Howard rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache at the sight of the girl listening to the lecture with them. He sighed and continued teaching. He was not unfamiliar with Kayla. After all, he and Baron Corrins were the only ones in the entire territory who had common topics, so visiting each other was common. He even tried to create opportunities for his son to make Kayla his daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, his foolish son didn't catch on, and the matter was dropped. Despite this, Howard wasn't angry. Instead, he regarded Kayla as his junior. Therefore, he didn't want her involved in this matter, but Ms. Maya had agreed, which meant the Lord had also agreed. There was no point in him objecting, so he could only ask Charlie and Monk to look after her, safely delivering Kayla to Mara Town, where her own father could worry about her. Firearm soldiers actually don't require much training, loading, shooting, maintenance, and that's it. Other training merely smooths their rough edges, teaching them to obey orders. Thus, training ended a week later, and the 3, armed with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, prepared to depart. With their backpacks, canteens, and firearm on their shoulders, and brand new ammunition boxes and bayonets at their waists, these firearm soldiers began their adventure after receiving a one-handed battle axe as a secondary weapon. First, they arrived at Mara Town, which now had a sturdy wall built around it. Thanks to the Flu network and expanded spatial pockets, a large amount of materials were continuously delivered, and with diligent farmers, civil engineering had always been the territory's strong suit. Seeing the tall walls and arrow towers, Charlie and Monk nodded in satisfaction. Although their garrison was not here, Mara Town was their logistics base. As long as the logistics base remained, even if they lost a battle, they would have a chance to return, otherwise, they would be killed while fleeing like stray dogs. At this moment, the town gate opened, and Corrins arrived with 10 cavalrymen to greet them. Charlie hurried forward. Both had similar backgrounds, but one had made a name for himself while the other was still striving, so they had a slight mutual liking and no intention of being at odds. Corrins was not afraid that the other party was there to seize power, nor was Charlie afraid that the other party would secretly play the black hand. Therefore, after a few probing remarks, the atmosphere was very harmonious. The camp prepared for you all is under construction, but the tents have been set up, so you can rest there first. I will have someone deliver the prepared food later. Corrins did not let them enter Mara Town because they were not yet part of the same system. This had two meanings. First, Corrins was the town mayor, and he needed to be responsible for the town, so he wouldn't allow over 200 unruly firearmed soldiers to enter. The other reason was that the other party had not yet been assimilated by the system. There was always a layer between them. Corrins had long been assimilated by the system, and his loyalty was constant. This was why Owen had made him the town mayor of Mara Town in the first place. However, assimilation was not brainwashing. Corrins was merely more loyal to the Lord, more amiable to the residents, and had more prestige in the town, but his way of thinking hadn't changed. He still wanted to rise in status and become a noble, so neither he nor outsiders would notice any problems. Charlie and Monk were not surprised by not being allowed into the town. They knew what kind of people their subordinates were. If they caused trouble, would they be shot or shot, so keeping a distance was best. Although the military settlement was a facade, it had everything it needed. A camp not far from Mara Town already had fences erected, tents pitched, and toilets built. Only the bathhouse, mess hall, warehouse, and prison were not yet completed. Interestingly, from arrival to departure, Corrins and his daughter never exchanged a word, not even eye contact. However, this did not mean they were estranged, so Charlie arranged Kayla's tent between his and Monk's. Both men had ambitions and were not the type to be swayed by women. Moreover, Kayla's family and connections were precisely the channels they needed most, so they absolutely could not let anything happen to Kayla under their watch. Therefore, they kept her under their noses to prevent any audacious scoundrels from causing irreparable trouble. After only one day of rest, Charlie and the other two led the firearmed soldiers to the military settlement. The so-called military settlement was, in essence, about capturing people to farm. If not for the good treatment in the territory, the chance to become regular citizens, and the distribution of land and housing, they would essentially be doing the work of a slave-catching team. But this was not easy work, because they were not capturing refugees, but rather unruly people. Give them food and refugees won't resist if they're not starving. Unruly people are different. They prefer to take things by force, even throwing people into pots to cook, making ogres exclaim at their expertise. That's why they needed to be armed. However, their luck was not good on the first day. They encountered a group of unruly people who were stewing meat, and the ingredients were very fresh. Although they had lost their limbs, they were still moaning, perhaps able to last until the next meal. Facing a group of vicious, unruly people whose eyes were bloodshot from hunger, Charlie and Monk remained expressionless. Such scenes, though rare, were not unheard of. One might think life in the Empire was as prosperous as paradise, but in reality, the Empire was the true devourer of people, leaving no bones. At this sight, only Kayla's face was pale and grim, her hands trembling. Fortunately, she didn't lose control and vomit. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to do anything but go home and be a good girl, because no soldiers would obey a female superior who had thrown up messily. Not all places are like Akita Town, Charlie said to Kayla with a touch of emotion. He had been to many places, but the most content life for residents was only in Akita Town. This was also why he didn't dare to develop land near there, because he simply couldn't prevent the serfs who wanted to escape. Prepare for battle. These unruly people cannot be kept. Execute them all. Monk, not having as many thoughts as Charlie, immediately dismounted, grabbed his battle axe, and ordered the firearmed soldiers beside him. These firearmed soldiers were quite displeased, because if they didn't capture unruly people, they wouldn't get paid. But then again, these unruly people had eaten people, and few lords like to have man-eaters in their territory. All spoils of this battle are yours to keep. There will be a feast when we return, Charlie, keenly aware of the flagging morale, immediately announced. As expected at these words, the firearm soldiers' expressions immediately changed from displeasure to eagerness. These firearm wielders were indeed restless troublemakers. Facing a considerable number of rioters who were addicted to cannibalism, they still charged forward without hesitation, their muzzles almost pressed against the enemy's foreheads before firing. Even with all the flaws of these short-barreled civilian firearms, they wouldn't fail at such a critical moment. The hot, round bullet, trailing gunpowder smoke, directly pierced the enemy's skull, shattering half of their head. Then these firearm wielders immediately discarded their firearms, picked up the battle axes given to them, and charged, hacking at anyone they saw, incredibly fierce. These were not firearm wielders, they were clearly Viking pirates. Face-to-face shooting eliminated more than half of the rioters, and the rest were surrounded by the firearm wielders and hacked into bloody messes, offering no resistance. Thus the battle ended quickly, but Charlie deliberately left one rioter alive. This was a small gift prepared for Kayla. Neither Charlie nor Monk would overprotect the young girl, allowing her to experience nothing. This was also Corrins's idea. Since his daughter had chosen this path, as a father, he could only silently support her. Otherwise, as an official baron and mayor, why would he take the opportunity to deliver food and give Charlie and Monk a good horse each, along with ample supplies? Both sides understood this tacitly. If you want to brave it, you must have the conviction to endure everything. This was the shared thought of the three men. Facing the trembling captive, Kayla's hand holding the gun was steady, but her eyes were somewhat lost. Although she had told herself repeatedly since childhood that this was an unavoidable path, and she firmly believed she would act decisively and achieve something to show her father, when the moment came, she realized she wasn't as strong and decisive as she imagined. However, Charlie and Monk were veterans. The fellow they specifically selected and left for the young girl was carefully chosen. Not only was he ugly, but the surrounding environment was also quite fitting for the atmosphere. This was a rioters' camp, without fences to prevent wild beasts, without tents to ward off the cold, only crude animal hides, a campfire, and a stolen iron pot with well-cooked meat stewing inside. What kind of meat could a group of dirt-poor rioters eat? One look was enough to tell. That unfortunate individual, missing limbs, had just been mercifully dispatched with an axe. Please, the buck-toothed, gap-mouthed, small-eyed, flat-nosed rioter knew very well that his only chance of survival lay with the beautiful young girl in front of him, so he immediately pleaded for mercy, instead of pouncing like a beast as he usually would. But Kayla was more resolute than he imagined. Just as he uttered a single word, a bullet blew off his head. The headless body of the rioter slumped to the ground, and a hidden dry ration fell from his embrace. Seeing this, Kayla's previously hurried breathing and trembling hands immediately steadied. She calmly reloaded her weapon, slung her gun, and stood behind Charlie, awaiting orders. Charlie nodded to himself, setting aside strength. Just her disposition surpassed many nobles he had seen. It seemed he had underestimated this young girl. Overall, there were more rioters with a bottom line, and those who ate people, and those who didn't were wary of each other, never mixing. So Charlie and his team's subsequent actions went quite smoothly, and they gradually captured hundreds of people. These rioters were sent to Mara town, then escorted by Bella's nomadic cavalry to Akita town, allowing the territory to gain a large population in a short time. Upon arriving in Akita town, most rioters, discovering that they only needed to work honestly for half a year to receive land, swore allegiance to the Hydra family without hesitation, becoming the most loyal subjects. Some rioters, accustomed to a life of danger and seeking to try their luck, were trained into the second and third batches of military colonists, led by Monk and Kayla respectively, continuously accelerating the pace of gathering rioters. In a short time, the territory's population exceeded 10,000, showing the sheer number of rioters pouring into the Northland. Unfortunately, apart from Owen, no other lord dared to gather such a large number of outsiders, especially restless rioters. In fact, if it weren't for the powerful assimilation effect of the town center and the deeply ingrained policies of the territory, a doubling of the population in a short time would inevitably lead to chaos. Besides that, the internal affairs system also played a significant role. The current internal affairs hall was not the 2 or 3 cats it once was. In addition to Maya overseeing the overall situation, there were system nobles serving as middle-level managers, and a large number of citizens who had transitioned to grassroots administrators were deeply embedded in every corner of the territory. Therefore, despite the population surge, everything remained under control. However, for easier management, the territory needed to be reorganized and prepared for continued population growth. First, outside the city, farmers were organized into groups of 100 households, building wooden fortresses and earthen forts, training militias, and distributing firearms and other weapons. With such preparations, even when facing regular armies, defending from the forts could hold them off for a while, allowing time for reinforcements to arrive, let alone any rioters they might encounter. Next was Akita town, which was a priority. Besides preparing for expansion, the army also had to be upgraded, otherwise it would be ineffective in the coming wave. Previously, as a foundation, all unit types valued at 1 progress point were phased out. These unit types accounted for a large proportion of the army but had never been effective enough, and now they were like a chicken rib. For example, if they encountered the current firearm militia, as long as they hit, 1 shot could take out an enemy. Of course, if they missed and were engaged in close combat, it would cost several lives. In short, unit types valued at 1 progress point were less cost-effective than firearm militias for defense, and they were ineffective in field battles. Therefore, Owen ordered them all to be trained as firearm soldiers. As for previous concerns, what was there to worry about? The major powers of the empire were about to enter the fray, and if they didn't grow some thorns, they might not even survive the first round. With a relatively sufficient population, Owen expanded the number of soldiers to 2,000 in one go. A 1,000-strong main force was led by Howard, 500 city defense force by Hogg, and a 100-strong guard team and 400 conscripted soldiers by Maya. The main force was responsible for external combat, so it had to be fast and powerful. Therefore, in addition to its large numbers, it was divided into cavalry and infantry. Main force 1,000 men, Commander Howard. Scouts 30, firearm soldiers 300, swordsmen 200. Scout cavalry 50, lancer cavalry 200, horse archer 100, cuirassier 100, knights 20. From the unit types, it was clear that siege warfare was not considered. The focus was on field battles. In fact, throughout the Northland, apart from the towns of the 2 earls near the imperial border, there were no decent structures requiring siege, so artillery was not needed. The main focus was interception battles and swift victories. The city defense force was different. Because it needed to garrison Akita town, it was equipped with a large number of firearms. City defense force, 500 men, Commander Hogg. Firearm soldiers 100, artillery 200, swordsmen 100, pikemen 100. 3-pound cannons 20, 8-pound cannons 12. As for why there were so few firearm soldiers who are suitable for defense, it was mainly due to the existence of the guard team and conscripted soldiers. Guard team 100, swordsmen 50, firearm soldiers 50, responsible for guarding the town center. Conscripted soldiers 400, shield and spear soldiers 200, firearm wielders 200, responsible for patrol and security inside and outside the town. Territory planning and army reorganization would take 3 months to complete, so the responsibility for external defense during this period fell to the military farms camp. This was not easy. The rioters were never easy to reason with, often resorting to violence first, which led to consistently high casualty rates. Even after continuously training over 1,000 firearm users, only about 600 were still alive, with over 100 of them being disabled. This was also related to the firearm users' combat style. The aggressive guys would only go for headshots at close range, then draw axes to hack people. It was even simpler than a 3-move fighting style, and such a crude combat method was the main reason for the persistently high death and injury rates. However, neither Charlie nor Monk, nor even the firearm users themselves, had any intention of changing. Though Kyla brought it up a few times, it was never adopted. Later, she learned to keep silent and led a squad of firearm users to complete many missions, clearly maturing significantly, until she encountered a monster and realized how much she still lacked. The chaos in the northern border region attracted many, such as the head of demons and the flesh church. The former sought to cultivate stronger demonized monsters here, while the latter was purely for chaos, even recklessly spreading the flesh plague everywhere. Kyla encountered a demonized monster, but unlike the rational Bella, this monster was already lost in a frenzy of continuous slaughter, its mind unclear. Yet its potential was limited. No matter how much it killed, it was still just a beast. Thus, it had no value to be exploited. After being abandoned, it wandered the wilderness and ran into a military farms camp's cleanup patrol, leading to a conflict. Although the monster was tall and strong and had sharp claws, it was not invulnerable, which was enough. The firearm user's habit of going for close-range headshots made it miserable. Eventually, the firearm users sacrificed over a dozen lives, allowing Kyla to seize the opportunity to blow off the monster's head with a specially made bullet and burn it to charcoal. It was Kyla's first time using this red bullet called Explosive Flame Bullet, so she never knew its power was so immense. Not only did it shatter a good part of the monster's body, but it also released intense flames that burned the remaining parts to charcoal. The only drawback was the excessive recoil. If not for the silver scale breastplate's ability to disperse the impact, her arm would have been unusable for at least half a month. Third Commander, a firearm user, handed Kyla a strange pebble picked up from the monster's corpse. It's a demon egg. Kyla recognized it at a glance. Earlier, the town center had issued a pamphlet listing common dangerous items and organizational markings for them to memorize, and it had indeed come in handy this time. Return to Mara town immediately. Kyla, aware of the seriousness of the situation, didn't bother pursuing the rioters and immediately chose to return the way she came. After receiving the news from Korans, Maya was not particularly surprised. The appearance of demon eggs in the northern border region was nothing new, but the Hydra territory was too far away, and those who spread demon eggs were too lazy to travel so far. By the time they discovered Akita town's good development and wanted to act, it was already too late. Neither the soldiers on the surface nor the hidden routes were people they could casually provoke. But now, because areas near the northern border region were guarded by border troops, the continuously pouring in rioters could only keep migrating further north, leading to the introduction of various troublesome things, such as demon eggs and the flesh plague. Compared to demon eggs, which could only turn one person into a demonized monster, the flesh plague was much more terrifying. The flesh plague was one of the flesh church's most infamous methods because its usage was too simple and convenient, and its scope of influence was wide, easily causing huge negative impacts, thus making it detested. In essence, this thing was similar to the T virus. It was highly contagious, but its lethality was not as high. However, this was not a good thing, because the flesh curse would cause flesh to continuously mutate like cancer cells, turning the infected into something neither human nor ghost, while also making them more contagious and aggressive, leading to the continuous spread of the flesh plague, making it difficult to contain. Occasionally, some people could adapt, but it was only temporary because the mutation would not stop. Within the Empire, due to the presence of many extraordinary individuals, the flesh plague would be discovered before it could spread and purified with relatively mature methods, thus making it difficult to cause great harm. But clearly, the northern border region lacked these. Now both Maya and Owen were very grateful for the previous military farms camp plan because it created a buffer zone for the territory. Currently, rioters approaching Mara town were intercepted by the military farms camp's firearm users. The harmful ones were killed, and the harmless ones were brought back to become part of the territory's strength. Now they also took on the important role of a firewall. The role of the military farms camp is becoming increasingly important. Not only must its scale be expanded, but it must also be strengthened. Owen frowned, suppressing something, then gave up, clasped his hands behind his head, lay in his office, looking at the ceiling, and said to Maya, who seemed to be at ease, "Are they reliable enough?" Maya could feel Owen's differential treatment of the territory's army and the military farms camp, so she asked a crucial question. Owen couldn't give a definitive answer immediately, because the military farms camp's assimilation progress was not fast. Currently, they were semi-assimilated, meaning they had a strong sense of identity with the territory and high morale, which was also why they could endure heavy casualties. Of course, this was also related to Owen's generosity. Not to mention the bounty for capturing rioters, those who achieved sufficient merit could also receive a knight title and land. Although it was an honorary title, the land was real and still had enough appeal to make them fight to the death. However, their loyalty was not absolute. Owen never dared to fully trust the military farms camp, not even equipping them with cannons. Expand the military farms camp to 3 battalions and equip them with 1-pound cannons. One will be stationed in Mara town, and the other 2 battalions will be stationed on either side of the town, forming a pincer defense to establish the Mara defense line. Owen rubbed his sore waist, first frowning, then said with determination. At the same time, get Bella's nomadic cavalry moving, setting up a net behind the Mara defense line to try and prevent rioters from breaking through the line. Owen walked to the sand table, gestured a couple of times, and told Maya to remember it so she could convey the orders once they were finalized. Next, the military farms camp rotated back to Akita town for reorganization. Their numbers more than doubled, but their strength increased rather than decreased. The 1st Battalion was led by Charlie, primarily a combination of firearm users and artillery, balanced in offense and defense, thus requiring more professional command. The 2nd Battalion was led by Monk, and due to their fighting style, they were all aggressive guys wielding a firearm in one hand and a battle axe in the other. The 3rd Battalion was led by Kyla. Being more responsible for logistics in her daily duties, her subordinates were equipped with a large number of carriages for easy transport, thus possessing the most cannons. At the same time, Mara town accelerated its construction, reinforcing its walls while also digging moats and traps, trying to create more trouble for attackers. The military farms camps on the left and right also dug moats and built chevox de frise under the command of Charlie and Monk. As for Kyla, her military farms camp naturally garrisoned Mara town. Now the father and daughter no longer bickered and cooperated tacitly, making Mara town impregnable. Another small transit town in the north was destroyed under the assault of the rioters, though these rioters were somewhat strange. Each of them was twisted and grotesque, making a Quasimodo look handsome among them. Because their appearance was too intimidating, the townspeople could only exert 3/10 of their strength, for few could hold up when surrounded and attacked by a group of demons and monsters. Unfortunately, failure was not the end, but the beginning of hell. These were carriers infected with the flesh plague. Their flesh had already begun to severely mutate. Normally, the mutation wouldn't be this fast, but they were cannibals, which caused the mutation to accelerate as if they had been injected with hormones, affecting not only their bodies, but also their minds. These mutated individuals were now like a combination of madmen and monsters. Their purpose in breaking through this town was not to plunder, but to feast. Cries and screams could not stop the red-eyed mutated individuals. They eagerly rushed into the town, whether dead or alive. It made no difference to the mutated individuals. Only by tearing into flesh could they alleviate the pain caused by their continuous mutation, and for this they would spare no cost. As fresh flesh entered their stomachs, the injuries on the mutated individuals healed rapidly, and they became more deformed and stronger. Some even grew extra organs, such as eyes, arms, or intestines. In short, they looked less and less human. This scene was observed by the 2 counts in the distance. Countess Fay Lyre, dressed in rose gold light armor and a luxurious fur cloak, rode a white steed. She stood with Count Solari, who led a troop of elite cavalry, protected by several fierce knights. Compared to the Countess's extravagant attire, Count Solari, in his silver gray plate armor, seemed somewhat unremarkable. Yet, against the backdrop of his elite cavalry, his aura surpassed that of Countess Fay Lyre. After all, even the most beautiful rose would end up as mud under an iron fist, unless the flower was poisonous. "We can't drag this out any longer," Countess Fay Lyre said with a grim expression. "Indeed, we can't wait any longer," Count Solari nodded and said. But then an awkward silence fell between them, like a middle-aged couple with nothing to say after dinner. It wasn't that they didn't know what to do next, but rather that neither was willing to speak first. Because they now had only 3 paths. The first was to retreat and hold their ground, the second was to seek aid from the Northern Border Army, and the third was to combine forces and attack. Everyone knew that retreating and holding their ground was a dead end, and seeking aid from the Northern Border Army was like climbing a tree to catch fish. Thus, they only had the third path to take. It was ironic. One was adept at social maneuvering, with admirers across the imperial border, while the other was of noble birth and closely connected to the Imperial Border Army. But under the prevailing circumstances, all of this was useless. They had clearly become sacrifices and could only rely on self-salvation. There are 3 points in the north right now. Since we are bearing such great pressure, shouldn't the other side also bear some? Countess Fay Lyre's sudden words plunged Count Solari into deep thought. I can send my cavalry to guide these mutated individuals further north, but I need bait with sufficient allure, Count Solari said. I will take care of the bait, Countess Fay Lyre said with full confidence. The curse-caster Farrier, once the second in command of the Northern Witch Alliance, was now so deeply immersed in role-playing that she had long forgotten the Witch Alliance. However, her abilities were undeniable. Being skilled in curses, she managed to concoct something when facing the flesh plague, which also originated from a cursed flesh highly alluring to the mutated individuals. Be careful, just a little of this can drive the mutated individuals mad. Only this bag can block the smell, Countess Fay Lyre, looking somewhat tired, handed a bag made of human skin to Count Solari. Taking the bag, the familiar texture of its kind made Count Solari frown, but he said nothing, though he significantly raised her danger level in his mind. This was certainly not a woman who relied on her beauty to curry favor. He never expected to discover this side of her after knowing her for so many years. She had truly hidden it well. If not for the chaos forcing her hand, who knew how much longer she would have kept it concealed. Count Solari, secretly on alert, carefully handed the bag to his most elite squad of cavalry, then watched them leave, knowing in his heart that their chances of returning alive were slim. Owen, of course, knew nothing of this, but he knew it was only a matter of time. Whether it was the mutated individuals or the hidden schemes, his territory could not avoid them, so he had made various preparations early on. And Mara Town, as the first line of defense for the territory, naturally benefited first. Witches frequently emerged from fireplaces at night and helped with construction in the dead of night. Mara Town has now built a 3-meter-high, heavy wall that cannot be shaken without siege equipment. In addition, sturdy wooden frames and arrow towers have been built on the inner side of the wall, allowing the defending soldiers to gain more advantages. A cannon position is also built at regular intervals to place artillery. Mara Town now possesses a considerable number of cannons. Although the 1-pounder's caliber is too small and its short barrel limits its range, it is still a cannon. Especially when firing grapeshot, one shot can clear out a fan-shaped area. Most importantly, this thing is not heavy. 2 people can carry it and run, which means it is essentially a large-caliber portable gun. So light and convenient, it is best suited for defensive repair, but they still underestimated the impending crisis, or rather, those two went too far. In the wilderness of the north, a cavalryman desperately whipped his warhorse, which was already frothing at the mouth. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that it was his closest comrade. Now, he only wanted to get as far away from those monsters as possible, and Mara Town in the distance was his only hope. But the sudden death of his warhorse turned his hope into a bubble, and also broke his leg. What made him most desperate was that the human skin pouch hanging on his chest had broken, and the murky flesh inside had already flowed onto him. His experiences along the way made him very aware of the attraction these flesh had for those monsters. He could no longer escape. Finally, this cavalryman went completely mad. He roared frantically, then plunged his dagger into his heart, allowing his soul to be freed. Kyla, standing in the watchtower, saw this scene through a monocular telescope. Although she didn't understand what had happened to make the other party choose suicide not far from Mara Town, she instinctively sensed that a crisis was imminent. Therefore, she both taught to heighten vigilance and went to find her father. Corrins also didn't know what had happened, but he could guess, especially when the massive group of mutated individuals appeared in the distance, further confirming his suspicion was true. These mutated individuals were all deliberately lured here by someone. Who orchestrated all this was no longer important. Corrins rang the alarm bell, and the entire Mara Town entered a state of combat readiness, while the surrounding military farms camp also sounded the call to prepare for battle. A major war was imminent. Besides the army settlement's 3rd Battalion led by Kyla, Mara Town also had 500 civilians. Because they were well prepared, these civilians had all received firearm training and were issued guns and ammunition. Hearing the alarm bell, they unhesitatingly buckled on their belts, which held fixed ammunition boxes and bayonets, then shouldered their firearms and walked out of their homes. With a full 200 firearm militiamen, plus the original 50 light cavalry and 50 swordsmen, this was already a force not to be underestimated. Corrins gained a few more points of confidence in holding Mara Town, especially since he had just called for reinforcements. All firearms to the walls, load ammunition, and prepare for battle. Artillerymen to your positions, no firing without orders. Kyla raised the gun in her hand and loudly issued the battle command. Corins, standing by, did not speak. Only after Kyla ascended the watchtower did he organize the women and children to transport more firearms and ammunition from the warehouse for logistical support. This was a father's silent support for his child. Bundles of firearms were tied up like firewood, and boxes of ammunition were stacked high like bricks. These would be delivered to the residences near the wall for loading. One firearm per person was simply not enough. Firstly, loading took too much time. Secondly, after a firearm fired continuously a dozen times, it not only needed cleaning but also cooling. Therefore, each firearm operator needed at least 3 firearms ready, and these would be loaded and prepared by their wives and children. The aberrants did not give them much more preparation time. Attracted by the flesh and blood to the point of near madness, the aberrants charged mindlessly towards Mara town. Only a small portion were drawn to the camps on either side of the town, which somewhat alleviated the pressure. Facing such a scene for the first time, Kyla's body trembled slightly because the aberrants looked truly abstract. For example, the one running at the very front had an eye that just hung down like an anglerfish. Her nerves were trembling, damn it. Moreover, long-term cannibalism without hygiene, coupled with the pus secreted by the mutated flesh, caused a strong stench of decay wherever they went, making her want to vomit. However, Kyla did not forget her duty. Once the aberrants entered the 10-meter range, she gave the order, and the 41-pound cannons gathered their fires simultaneously. Amidst the roar, even with the smoke billowing, she still saw large numbers of aberrants at the forefront being torn apart and falling to the ground. Although they were the smallest caliber cannons, their power still far exceeded firearms. Moreover, without pursuing long range, only close-range lethality, the fired grapeshot was even more deadly. Even exceptionally strong aberrants could not withstand these scorching pellets. But it was not enough. The aberrants had long lost normal thought, with only hunger in their minds. As long as they weren't dead, even if they lost limbs, they still charged forward. The cannons were reloading, now it was the firearms' turn to show their might. Firearms operators were not firearm soldiers, their only ability was to pull the trigger in the direction of the target. Whether they hit or not depended on luck. But the aberrants cooperated well, there were many of them, and they were tightly packed, making it hard to miss. After the first round of gunfire and cannon fire, at least 200 or 300 aberrants were killed or wounded, leaving a clear space in front. But it was useless. It was unknown how many aberrants had been attracted, there were hundreds just at the front, and more were continuously arriving from behind. Their numbers were simply incalculable. Fortunately, the aberrants had no command. Otherwise, if thousands of aberrants swarmed them, even with the walls, it would likely be difficult to resist. No, there are too many. While the aberrants haven't gathered yet, let Charlie and Monk enter Mara town and concentrate our forces for defense. Corins saw the situation more clearly than Kyla. He, who had not originally intended to interfere with the battle, immediately said to his daughter, "I'll send the signal right away." Kyla knew this was not the time for stubbornness, and the continuously arriving aberrants outside indeed put considerable pressure on her. Therefore, she immediately notified Charlie and Monk to come and rendezvous. The existence of the two camps could form a pincer with Mara town, but the premise was that the enemy was rational and would consider their retreat and casualties. The question was, would aberrants consider these things? Clearly not. Therefore, they had to gather their forces, rely on Mara town's tall and sturdy walls, and use firearms and cannons as much as possible to kill the aberrants, avoiding close combat. As for being besieged, as long as the walls were not breached, these were not problems. Upon seeing the signal, Charlie and Monk decisively led their subordinates to Mara town and then defended the 4 sides of the town. After integration, Mara town had 1,100 firearms operators, 600 artillerymen, 150 cannons, 50 light cavalry, and 50 swordsmen. If it were ordinary enemies, even if there were 3 to 5 times more, they wouldn't be able to take Mara town. But facing aberrants, no one dared to guarantee victory. They could only make the greatest possible preparations. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived, which greatly relieved Corin's. Emil emerged from the fireplace with a team of witches. Besides the sounds of gunfire and cannons, she heard no shouts of killing or screams, indicating that the situation was not so bad. Since they can still hold on, we won't rush to act, Emil said to Corin's after hearing about the situation in Mara town. Corin's did not object to this point. After all, it was their duty. They couldn't rely on others for everything. At least until they couldn't hold on, he didn't intend to let Emil and her group intervene. With Emil overseeing the rear, they could fight more freely, so Corin's hurriedly went to prepare for a prolonged battle. After Corin's left, Emil sat quietly, toying with the Wolf Tooth Club staff in her hand, and sighed inwardly. With the route established, the territory's intelligence network had been reintegrated, including the personnel left by the Northern Witch Alliance at the Imperial border. Therefore, although a step late, the territory still received news that this matter was related to Farrier. Even you can't do this, Emil murmured to herself. The witches beside her, upon hearing this, did not speak but nodded in unison, for they knew who Emil was referring to. Most of these witches were veterans of the former Northern Witch Alliance, having experienced the most difficult times. They could no longer tolerate anyone disrupting their current life, especially when the other party was Farrier, who held the title of co-leader but did nothing. What is most hated? Naturally, traitors. In the eyes of these witches, Farrier was a traitor. The battle would not stop for a minor issue. The fight between Mara town and the aberrants continued. However, the presence of over 1,000 firearms operators and hundreds of cannons made Mara town like a fiery hedgehog, constantly spewing hot steel, turning any enemy daring to approach into mangled flesh. Even if the aberrants were numerous, stronger, and more terrifying, without the ability for close combat, these advantages could not be utilized. They could only serve as excellent meat targets, the only difference being whether they were killed by a firearm or a cannon. Mara town's ability to gain such an advantage was inseparable from the aberrants' lack of coordination. Disorganized and undisciplined, relying solely on instinct to charge, they posed no threat to Mara town. Charlie and his men could even arrange for firearms operators and artillerymen to rotate shifts, allowing the firearms and cannons sufficient cooling time. Even a prolonged battle was not feared. Emil and her witches brought ample weapons and supplies. The firearms and cannons alone were enough for everyone to replace theirs, not to mention the mountain of ammunition. It could be said that the outcome of this Battle of Mara town was already decided. From the moment the Battle of Mara town began, Owen had been constantly watching. At this very moment, a giant one-eyed giant eagle puppet, comparable in size to a wyvern, circled several thousand meters in the sky, constantly adjusting its perspective under the control of the Flame Empress, transmitting live footage back like a satellite. This one-eyed giant eagle puppet was indeed a weapon of war, but unfortunately, there were still many problems to solve, such as signal transmission, which not only had a certain distance limitation, but also the possibility of being tampered with. Never underestimate the mages of this world. They use magical means to create many black technology achievements, such as the crystal ball spiritualization technique. Who would have thought that a crystal ball could be used as a computer, complete with holographic projection and touchscreen functions? His world before he transmigrated hadn't fully achieved this. So Owen rarely dealt with these seemingly high-precision items because they were too prone to problems, and even more terrifying, you wouldn't even know when a problem occurred. They were far less simple and direct than power armor and bolters. However, this area was considered their territory, so using it was harmless. Owen's focus right now was not on the outcome of the Battle of Mara town, but on the role firearms could play on the battlefield. The battle situation showed that seemingly primitive firearms were unexpectedly effective under specific circumstances. For example, in the current Battle of Mara town, if fought in a traditional manner, even with 1,000 or 2,000 professional soldiers defending, approximately half would have been lost, as close combat inevitably leads to the spread of the flesh plague. But with sturdy walls and sharp firearms, the mutated creatures, unable to gather and form a powerful charge, could not break through the defenses. Therefore, their continuous assaults merely became a futile sacrifice. Theoretically, as long as ammunition and provisions were not exhausted and soldiers rotated, Mara Town could hold out indefinitely. Unfortunately, the firing rate of existing firearms could not meet the demands of field combat. Forget about cavalry that came and went like the wind. Even a large number of light infantry skirmishers charging could pose a huge threat to a pure firearm army because the reloading speed was simply too slow. Even with fixed ammunition, at most 2 shots per minute, and that's for elite musketeers. Ordinary firearm militias could at most fire once a minute, and after a dozen shots, they would have to clean the barrel and cool it down. Otherwise, there was a risk of the barrel exploding. If that were all, it would be fine, but the accuracy was the most frustrating part. If one were to shoot as enemies entered range and began their charge, it would be difficult to hit even once until a blade was at their throat. That's why musketeers focused so much on volley fire. It was all to compensate for the accuracy issue. So even primitive firearms might not be able to withstand a desperate charge from an equal number of enemies in a defensive battle. Of course, such enemies are certainly not many. A typical army is doing well if it can withstand 2 or 3 layers of casualties without collapsing. Those daring to make a desperate charge through a hail of bullets are definitely not as numerous as imagined. After weighing the pros and cons, Owen found that the firearms he looked down upon actually had the feasibility of being widely equipped, because weapons cannot be judged solely on performance. The Panther and Tiger tanks of WWII Nazi Germany are examples. Initially, they dominated everyone, but later they were still overwhelmed by the armed tractors of the Soviet Union. Although Owen was somewhat helpless about this, he had no choice, because it wasn't that the territory lacked good things, the problem was the severe technological gap. The top tier of the territory's technology was the Owen, Brian, and Flame Empress combination. The integration of alchemy and technology allowed them to create black technology-level items, such as power armor and bolters. If they piled on the explosive charge and continuously enlarged the bolter round, this thing would be an unguided Dongfeng Express. The middle tier of technology was the Sprite and Goblin combination. One was a master craftsman, the other a clever little fellow. Coupled with the hardworking Great Goblins and Bear Goblins, the puppet factory and manufacturing plants built on their foundation had already reached the peak of the steam age, especially with the existence of mechanical puppets, which already had the prototype of steampunk. There's not much to say about the bottom tier of technology. It's just the blacksmith shop and arsenal of the town center, capable of manufacturing firearms and small to medium caliber artillery. The 3 levels were disconnected, with no overlap, making it impossible to bridge them. Even if Owen worked tirelessly, he could at most expand the scale of the Limit Warriors by 1 or 2 times, and still couldn't account for logistics and ammunition, thus being of no help for a true war. Moreover, the territory's advanced technological creations were heavily dependent on progress points and black gel bugs, because even with manual crafting, some high-precision items still couldn't be self-sufficient and had to rely on system exchange. The body fluid of black gel bugs was an important fuel and explosive for high-tier technology, and this was entirely limited by the territory's black gel bug farming scale. Unfortunately, black gel bugs need to feed on demon horn tree sap to grow, which makes farming them much more difficult, and their yield is hard to increase. Considering this item is a strategic reserve, it cannot be produced and used as much as needed, nor can its scale be expanded. As for mid-tier technology, it is limited by the level of the sprites and goblins. Unless decades are spent researching a system unique to them, it can only remain as is for now. Conversely, bottom-tier technology can achieve large-scale mass production with the help of mid-tier technology, such as wheels, bearings, steam engines, firearms, and artillery coming off the production line. Especially firearms and artillery, which are essentially iron pillars of varying thickness with holes drilled in them. If strength isn't a concern, a pile can be produced in a single day. And propellants are even simpler. Grind magic horn tree chunks into powder and mix them. At most, add some egg whites. The yolks can even be used to make bread. This gave Owen the idea of forming a pure firearm regular army, and the military farms camp was the ready-made foundation. Mara Town was shrouded in the lingering smoke of gunpowder for 3 full days. A large number of discarded firearms lay scattered on the ground, and 1-pound cannons were piled up by the roadside like spent fireworks, still radiating residual heat. At this moment, the musketeers, whose eyes were red from the smoke, could finally come down from the walls, stuffing food into their mouths with trembling hands, ravenously replenishing their strength. Beside them, the women, ignoring their fatigue, were busy cooking pots of hot soup to distribute to the soldiers. Now the witches have taken over here. They fly around on their flying brooms, scattering dew along the way, purifying the flesh plague brought by the mutated creatures. By the way, these witches ride flying brooms normally, with seat cushions and horizontally positioned brooms. The dew is also genuine dew, a potion with purification effects. Emile awkwardly shifted her hips, rubbing against the super-flying broom, suppressing some personal habits, and dutifully instructed the witches not to miss any spots, to prevent the flesh plague from flaring up again. The witches had studied the flesh plague of the Flesh Church. Moreover, the former Flesh Church's veteran assassin, Kima, the bloody witch now Kima, the glass jar 9-turned intestines, was in Owen's hands. All information had long been extracted, and now, when everyone summarized it, the effect was unexpectedly good. However, this method is difficult to popularize, because both the purifying potion and the fuel for burning the mutated corpses are important strategic reserves, often accumulated for a long time before they can be used once, because even the cheapest magic horn tree chunks are not inexhaustible. Demon horn trees grow very slowly. The seemingly vast magic horn tree forest has grown over thousands of years. If overused, the territory's technological system would suffer a fatal blow. For this reason, Owen was even preparing to cross-cultivate demon horn trees to prevent the territory's energy system from collapsing. Master, this is the post-war statistics for Mara Town. Maya handed the post-war report, which she had organized overnight, to Owen, who was rubbing his eyes. Owen had been living and eating in the town center's lord's office because he was worried about problems with the Battle of Mara Town. Although the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom space wasn't small, he who had always lived in the castle was still a bit unaccustomed to it. His sleep quality was poor. He didn't know if the bed was unsuitable or if Maya's movements were too big when she reported last night, but he felt a soreness in his back. Stretching his body, Owen lowered his hand to take the report, then asked Ram, who was following Maya, to brew him some coffee. He was clearly a Terminator-type combat puppet, but now, besides assisting Maya, that was all he was good for. Owen shook his head. Perhaps next time during modifications, he should just embed a coffee machine directly into his stomach. He just wasn't sure if the spout should be at the bottom or the top. He'd have to study it carefully. Drinking coffee while looking at the post-war statistics in his hand, Owen's eyes widened after just a few lines. The casualties in this battle of Mara Town were not many, only double digits, but the consumed materials would make any northern nobles faint on the spot, including those 2 earls. In one battle, over 3,000 firearms were completely scrapped, over 200 cannons, and mountains of ammunition. Even though Owen wasn't short on money, he was startled. However, after a quick calculation, Owen knew that this consumption was very normal. The service life of a civilian firearm is about 80 rounds. If properly maintained, with reduced full charges, the number of uses can increase by 50% without much problem. But if fired continuously, even with cooling time, the service life would be greatly reduced, as repeated heating and cooling of the barrel causes significant damage to the metal. And in this battle, each firearm user fired more than 100 rounds a day, so scrapping just over 3,000 firearms was already quite good. Cannons also have a service life, and no one dared to risk using them with the danger of a barrel explosion. Otherwise, few of the surrounding soldiers would likely survive. As for ammunition, the fixed ammunition used by firearms is half a tail of propellant with one projectile. 100 rounds weigh 6 or 7 caddies, multiplied by 1,000 is 6 or 7,000 caddies, and this is just for one day. In addition, the ammunition consumed by cannons was the biggest expense, more than 10 times that of firearms. It's easy to imagine how much material was consumed in this battle. Such a large consumption made Owen hesitate whether to continue forming pure fire armies. After all, these resources alone could equip a larger number of cold weapon troops. However, after looking at the casualty figures, Owen ultimately reaffirmed his previous idea, because if it were cold weapon troops facing those infectious aberrants, the casualties would likely reach 4 digits. So although a massive amount of ammunition was consumed, the results achieved were still good. In 3 days, several thousand aberrants were eliminated, and even though most arrived sporadically, achieving this result was already quite good. It was just that, comparing it to the ammunition consumed, Owen was amazed by the tenacious vitality of the aberrants. With the brains of aberrants, they wouldn't dodge at all, and crowding under the wall meant there was no issue of missing. How many shots did it take for them to die? Regardless, the military farms camp indeed performed a great service. Owen didn't play games. Large quantities of supplies were transported there, with plenty of fine wine and roasted meat, and everyone received a generous bounty. In addition, Charlie, Monk, and Kayla each advanced one rank, not far from becoming official. Next, the military farms camp would undergo rest and recuperation, with no more missions, because it was unlikely that displaced people would come for a considerable period, as the aberrants who had traveled all the way would not let go of the delicacies along the way. However, the matter did not end there. Owen liked to lay low, but that didn't mean he had no temper. If he had no strength, then so be it. He could only endure being wronged. After all, fighting to the death was simple, but the problem was that life was precious and not meant to be played with or gambled on out of pique. But now Owen had the qualification not to endure, so he should act when necessary. Only a grandson would suffer such injustice. This intelligence was sent by Black Hand. Owen picked up the intelligence on the table, read it once, and said with a sneer, "Yes, it just arrived," Maya said while tallying the supplies that needed to be sent to Mara Town next. "It seems Black Hand's reach is quite long. The battle in Mara Town just ended, and they've already found the mastermind." Owen stroked his chin, deciding to have Root strengthen its surveillance of Black Hand. "Since they are so idle, go urge them for the payment for the Book of Flesh. We've given them enough time. It's time to pay, otherwise tell them to scram," Owen said angrily. "The payment has already been sent, along with the intelligence," Maya said, then handed the tallied manifest to Owen. "Oh, this was well calculated. Black Hand truly lives up to its reputation." Owen raised an eyebrow, not really reacting to Black Hand's petty tricks, but it made him want to cause them more trouble. The Book of Flesh was sold to Black Hand, but Owen didn't ask for money, but various rare resources. Otherwise, Black Hand wouldn't have delayed the payment for so long. Unfortunately, the items Owen wanted were very valuable. Although the Book of Flesh was incredibly precious, the things it could be exchanged for were not many, barely reaching his psychological bottom line. Moreover, even though he had the items, he couldn't keep them. His previous experience on the third level of the ruins made Owen realize that while Limit Warrior were powerful, they were still just powerful and had weaknesses, especially their equipment. Whether it was the electronic muscle bundles, composite armor, or chainsword, they couldn't reach their design limits. The biggest constraint was the materials. Originally, he planned to make do with the low-grade mithril steel found in the ruins, but now with these rare materials, he could completely elevate the quality by 1 or 2 levels. However, that would be after he got his revenge. Owen clenched his fingers, sneered, then told Maya to continue with official duties while he went to Root. Root, located on the first level of the underground city, had already reached a considerable scale, both in terms of size and personnel. Currently, the area where Root is located has been expanded into 5 major zones: the Central Training Ground, the Eastern Convalescent Center, the Southern Intelligence Department, the Western Prison, and the Northern Research Lab. Its functions are already quite complete. As for personnel, besides Samui and Ren, there were also 4 expanded ninja squads and 30 witch hunters. A ninja squad consists of 1 chunin and 9 genin. Although they are not from the Naruto series, which is a wizard's forbidden spell anime disguised as ninja, they are equally elite, especially after learning the breathing technique. With stealth and an ultimate slash, very few can dodge it. But witch hunters were what Owen valued most. He even felt that the original 15 witch hunters were not enough, and had Emil select some more who had suffered terribly. Sure enough, after gaining a new life at his hands, these witch hunters had a fanatical belief in him, practically becoming death's sworn warriors. As for their strength, every witch hunter has undergone multiple enhancements: T-virus plus lesser bloodline potion plus grass potion plus witcher trial. They possess extraordinary psychic perception, powerful physical fitness and recovery, can skillfully use various weapons, concoctions, and magical signs, and have high resistance to anomalies, especially magic and curses. Equipped with mithril steel wire-lined soft armor, dragonhide bodysuits, silver swords, steel swords, hidden weapons, and concoctions, they are not as good as Limit Warrior in direct combat, but in terms of the variety of their methods, no one in the territory can compare. In some respects, witch hunters are special professionals specifically targeting magic users and anomalous entities. When they are targeted by them, even Emil feels a chill down her spine. This is also why she sighed for her former companions, because once targeted by a witch hunter, she would be doomed. Our target this time is Countess Fay Lyre, formerly the second leader of the Northern Witch Alliance, nicknamed Curse Killer. As the name suggests, she is a terrifying witch extremely skilled in curses, Owen told Samui and Ren. Is Master planning to deploy witch hunters? Samui was not unfamiliar with Farrier. In fact, all the well-known nobles and powers in the northern border region and imperial border were her targets for investigation, and she had already seen initial results. She wanted to confirm Owen's intentions. If it were just an assassination, there would be no need to deploy witch hunters. While ninjas' direct combat ability and methods are not as strong as witch hunters, they are more suited for killing. Therefore, using witch hunters, who specialize in countering magic users, had a deeper meaning. Yes, because I want to capture her alive. Owen had chosen revenge, but he hadn't lost his head. If it were other protagonists, after being tricked, they might wipe out the opponent's entire family or even slaughter a city to vent their anger. But Owen positioned himself as a lord, so he could kill people, but it had to be meaningful. Killing an important person required sufficient benefit. A simple assassination of Farrier would be meaningless to Owen. Besides venting some unnecessary anger, there would be no additional benefits, and it might even attract some unnecessary trouble. After all, she maintained quite ambiguous relationships with many powerful figures in the imperial border, and even had connections in the imperial capital. Even if it was just a show, it would bring Owen some unnecessary trouble, and the Hydra family needed trouble the least right now. However, if she were captured and subdued, the benefits would be obvious. Not only would they gain an important territory in the strategic imperial border, but they could also use her connections as a springboard to enter the empire Owen had always longed for. The only problem was how to subdue her. Even Owen wasn't very confident. Unlike those desperate witches who were down on their luck as if in hell, Farrier, also a witch, was a countess. Not only was she beautiful as a flower, but she also owned a prosperous town in the northern border region and monopolized the fur trade of the north. Her annual income, even after deducting the portion for payoffs, was not a small sum. It was unrealistic to try and subdue such a person with a few minor tricks. Master might be able to ask Madame Emile. Samui also had no good ideas for such a target, so she offered a suggestion, and Owen looked thoughtful after hearing it. Turning around, Owen went to the magic school and found Emile sunbathing in the garden. Because Domi was the only male assistant teacher in the entire school, he not only had to live alone outside the school, but could only enter the school during class and had to leave immediately afterward. So Emile simply took a full-body sunbath. To be honest, her paleness was a bit dazzling, making his eyes squint. It's about Farrier, isn't it? Lying on a specially reinforced lounge chair, Emile raised her head, glanced at Owen from the peak, calmly changed her posture to ensure the sun evenly covered her body, and then continued. After sensing the familiar curse aura from Mara town, I knew you would come. Emile was quite accurate in her judgment of people, knowing that Owen was frugal and wouldn't easily waste any usable witch. Trying to subdue her is troublesome. After all, every living witch is a huge threat, especially a witch skilled in curses. Emile raised her hand and scratched her head, the movement causing the reflected sunlight to flash continuously, making Owen squint even more. His mind was filled with, well, you know. I'll go this time too, otherwise you can only kill her. Emile sighed helplessly. After all, they had co-founded the Northern Witch Alliance, and even if their relationship wasn't good, she couldn't stand by and do nothing if she could help. That night, Emile and the root operatives arrived at her original farm. All the personnel here had been replaced by system-generated individuals, and there were underground passages, making it easy to conceal their movements. Using Root's intelligence network in the northern border region, the group silently infiltrated Farrier Town. Since it wasn't fur trading season, it was much quieter, and even the patrolling soldiers were perfunctory. Maps were already available. They only needed to check if there were any changes in the patrol times and routes. By night, the group stealthily approached the Lord's mansion, and the witch capture operation began. Farrier's Lord's mansion was located behind the town, towards the imperial border, because she often entertained guests from that direction. Because she frequently hosted banquets, Farrier's Lord's mansion was built in a style more akin to the nobles of the imperial capital, focusing on luxury and aesthetics, with gardens and statues everywhere, looking very tasteful. This was very popular with guests, but it was not conducive to defense. Moreover, to avoid revealing her identity as a witch, no witchcraft or curses were cast here, nor were there any traps. The defense relied entirely on dozens of soldiers. These are all disguises. I'm sure only a double lives here. Although Ferrier is obsessed with playing the role of a countess, her own skill level hasn't declined, so she must have a secret place to research witchcraft and curses. Emile concluded after just a few glances that this was a decoy. Ren, who was in charge of commanding the operation, raised no objections, as her intuition also told her something was wrong here. Therefore, she followed Emile's guidance and dispatched her witch hunters. As for the team of ninjas they brought, since their expertise didn't match, she assigned them to the perimeter. Witch hunters possessed the Witcher template, but also underwent ninja training. Even if their skills weren't as refined, with their high perception and superior physical fitness, they still successfully infiltrated the Lord's mansion. Their advantage over ninjas was their extraordinary perception of witchcraft and curses. Even the most subtle scent did not escape their search, and they accurately found the entrance to the underground passage hidden in a secluded corner of the Lord's mansion. Triggered witchcraft, hidden curses, and permeating special potions. Sure enough, there's a reason why it hasn't been discovered for so many years. Emile saw most of it with just a glance at the entrance. However, she didn't act next, because the witch hunters had no intention of entering through the entrance. Ren released a few small snakes. A moment later, she walked a short distance forward, hammered a kunai into the ground, and then nodded to the witch hunters. The witch hunters took out a bottle of potion and poured it onto the kunai's location. The soil there immediately dissolved like snowflakes upon contact with the potion. After pouring out a bottle of potion, the stone wall of the underground passage was already visible. Judging from the tight gaps in the stone wall, the construction was done with care, but it was useless. With Emile, a master potion maker, in the territory, plus the thousands of years of accumulated potion recipes from Hogwarts, the territory had a wide variety of potions. Therefore, if there were potions to melt soil, then potions to melt rock were naturally not lacking. This exploited people's habitual thinking, only making the main gate impregnable while forgetting to reinforce the walls. Thus, the witch hunters easily infiltrated the underground passage, and along the way, they deciphered various witchcraft and traps, successfully arriving at the voodoo lair that Ferrier had painstakingly created. Walking down the dark tunnel, although there was no lighting, Emile and the witch hunters were completely unaffected, instead calculating how far they had walked. Based on the tunnel's incline and the distance they had covered, they were clearly deep underground, which was a bit strange. Deeper underground isn't always better. Construction costs and ventilation issues must be considered. But when they arrived at a natural underground grotto, they understood why the tunnel was so deep. "I didn't expect her to find such a good place," Emile said carelessly, holding her spiked mace staff and flicking away a brightly colored scorpion that had landed on her shoulder. Calling it a good place was for witches, because the underground grotto was terribly damp, causing thick moss and tall ferns to grow everywhere. The puddles on the ground were teeming with plankton, and most critically, colorful insects and snakes crawled everywhere, making one's scalp tingle at a glance. For ordinary people, being able to walk 5 steps in this place would be considered an ancestral blessing. But for witches, it was nothing, because many things here were essential materials for casting witchcraft, curses, and brewing potions. After all, chewing centipedes and toads was a basic lesson for witches. Of course, after gaining the heritage of Hogwarts, witches had already changed these spellcasting habits that affected their appetite and health. "Ahead is the voodoo land. Everyone be careful," Emile said to the witch hunters beside her, seeing the invisible boundary line not far away. The plants and venomous insects beyond the line were more vibrant and brightly colored. The 5 witch hunters nodded, then expressionlessly gulped down a bottle of dark green potion. This would greatly enhance their resistance to poison, because the voodoo land was not a benevolent place. It was extremely deadly in consuming lives. Just as mages have mage towers and wizards have their own wizard huts, witches also have their unique territorial advantages. For example, a witch skilled in curses like Ferrier loved the voodoo land the most. She would permeate every inch of the land with witchcraft, potent poisons, and curses, creating her own special zone. Therefore, outsiders had no way to hide their tracks and would be discovered as soon as they approached. At this moment, deep in the grotto, Ferrier, who was throwing colorful mushrooms into a pot to brew potions, changed her expression. She sensed the arrival of intruders and also felt a familiar aura, an aura that made her very uncomfortable. After a moment of contemplation, Ferrier did not escape through a secret passage. Instead, she put down the brewing potion and walked towards the intruders. When Ferrier saw the tall Emile, her expression turned ugly. When she saw the witch hunters with their dual swords on their backs, her expression became as grim as if someone in her family had died. She wasn't afraid of intruders, nor was she afraid of acquaintances showing up. She was only afraid of the two groups mixing, because there was nothing more terrifying than an enemy who knew you, and if there was, it was adding the attribute of being a colleague. Emiles, you are not welcome here. Get out. At this moment, Ferrier, dressed in a black witch's robe, had shed her pretense, but it wasn't a return to simplicity, rather, it exposed another side of herself. Under the influence of magic, her eyes turned pitch black, thick eyeshadow spread to both sides, and her angry roar revealed her stark white teeth, making her look exceptionally sinister and terrifying. She no longer had the captivating charm she displayed at banquets, but this was her true self, Ferrier the Curse Killer. You've been found out, just surrender. For old time's sake, I won't take your life, Emile said, rubbing the spiked mace staff in her hand, trying to persuade Ferrier. However, there was a strange feeling of eagerness about her. It must be a misconception, right? After all, they were not only colleagues, but also co-workers, not like a certain duo and a colleague, so it couldn't be, could it? You're asking for death. Ferrier's face was not only dark now, but dense black patterns, like blood vessels, began to appear all over her body. As expected, it's a grudge. I had a premonition years ago that you would take this step. I thought that years of being a countess would make you cautious, but I didn't expect you to still do it. You are truly ruthless to yourself, Emile said with an expression that showed she wasn't surprised. The grudge was a taboo even for witches who dabbled in curses, because it was an extremely dangerous curse. The slightest carelessness could lead to a backlash, and even the soul would not be spared. However, it must be said that the grudge was indeed powerful, especially when cast upon oneself. As long as one could withstand it, they could become immortal and indestructible, capable of resurrection even if reduced to ashes. Reaching this level meant one could no longer be considered human. However, Ferrier currently didn't have the ability to take the final step, so the grudge on her was only a half-finished product. Even so, it was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Emile, however, was not afraid, otherwise she wouldn't have come along. Like Emile, Ferrier was a great witch below legend, and the two were evenly matched. In a true fight to the death, Emile might even suffer a bit. The problem was that Emile had powerful backing, which was an advantage, not to mention she also had helpers. Why don't you call out your toys? Otherwise, you won't have the chance later, Emile said to Ferrier, looking around. This was why Ferrier hated acquaintances, because they knew most of your tricks, but she still had to fight. Even now, she didn't know why Emile had come. As for the earlier remark about being found out, I've committed so many offenses, which one are you talking about? There was no need to bring out the venomous insects of the voodoo land to make a fool of herself. Ferrier directly activated the hidden undead corpses around her, and large groups of undead corpses, covered in moss and growing colorful mushrooms, crawled out from every corner. These undead corpses were Ferrier's proud creations, a fusion of corpse poison and toxic spores. Just getting close to them would cause severe hallucinations, and if splashed with their bodily fluids, one would suffer from a composite poison. The problem was that everyone was a colleague. While these things weren't exactly leftovers, they also lacked much novelty. Therefore, Emile didn't even need to act. The 5 witch hunters drew the silver swords from their backs and charged. The silver swords were not plated with silver, but a special alloy of mithril steel mixed with silver. They were not only engraved with magic seals, but also with witch runes. Therefore, while possessing the characteristics of mithril steel, they also had the effect of dispelling evil and breaking spells. Hacking at the undead corpses was like smashing cherry tomatoes with a brick, with a bursting effect. It was truly one strike per corpse. They didn't even stop chopping. Ferrier's expression grew even uglier. She had prepared 100 or 200 undead corpses here that emitted toxic spores. If they were ordinary soldiers, even 300 to 500 might not be enough to die. They even had a considerable advantage against professionals, but encountering colleagues. Witches inherently had high resistance to abnormalities, and witch hunters had been enhanced by the T-virus in the grass potion, making them even more inhuman. Forget toxic spores, they could even pick these colorful mushrooms and cook them in a hot pot without any problems. Thus, Ferrier's efforts were wasted. Although Ferrier's cursing was harsh, it didn't change the fact that she had a guilty conscience. The voodoo land was certainly not that simple. With the methods she had accumulated over the years, even if 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers poured in, or even if they set fire, she could retreat unscathed. However, the existence of the witch hunter was entirely aimed at witches, and with Emile, who was no less capable than her, Ferrier was truly out of options. The curse of resentment was powerful, but the problem was that she was stuck halfway, neither up nor down. There was a possibility of success if she truly gambled her life, but the question now was whether she should take that gamble. Ultimately, Ferrier chose not to gamble her life because Emile was the one who came. She still thought that Emile was sent by the leader, the rebellious witch, so a token resistance was enough. The leader's face still had to be given, otherwise, if Emile returned empty-handed and provoked the leader, her small frame couldn't handle it. Therefore, she obediently allowed the witch hunter to make her drink a potion that restricted her magic. Seeing this, Emile secretly chuckled to herself, because she had long guessed that Ferrier would think this way. This was also why she came along and was confident in capturing her. Before leaving, Ferrier also instructed her confidants, lest she disappear without a word and cause a big commotion. The entire process was very cooperative until she arrived at the castle via the Flu network, which piqued her curiosity, and only then did she belatedly realize that something was amiss. When Ferrier saw Owen, she was completely stunned. Her gaze at Emile was as if she wanted to kill her. After all, where would the Northern Witch Alliance get a man? And he looked like a great imperial nobles. She hadn't expected that Emile, with her big chest and big butt, was actually a traitor and had sold her out. She had trusted her so much. Ferrier's gaze made Emile a little embarrassed, so she cleared her throat and whispered, "He is the leader's son, her biological son." Ferrier, who was contemplating how to play along and find an opportunity to retaliate later, was instantly stunned. Seeing a face that bore some resemblance to the leader, she immediately believed Emile's words a bit. However, after learning that the other party was the Lord of Akita Town, Hydra III, Ferrier inwardly complained about the leader 108 times, thinking, "If you had told me earlier, I would have used the cursed flesh to trick that Count Solari fellow." Although Ferrier didn't care much about the Northern Witch Alliance, it was because she knew that the so-called alliance was dispensable to the leader, and consequently, she didn't pay much attention to the so-called third leader, Emile. However, this did not mean that she did not respect the leader. On the contrary, Ferrier feared and revered the leader, the rebellious witch Emilia, the most. Even now, knowing that the leader, transformed into Hydra, had given birth and raised children, her respect did not diminish in the slightest. Therefore, she also developed a certain degree of apprehension and ingratiation towards Owen. Owen didn't intend to subdue the other party immediately. He could subdue Emile because she was willing to cooperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't underestimate a master-level professionals. Therefore, he only signed an alliance agreement with her. It was interesting that Owen discovered Ferrier actually didn't have much ambition. Her obsession with the title of Countess, and even conquering a territory, was because she enjoyed the extravagant life of imperial nobles. So, Owen painted a grand picture for her, promising to help her become an imperial nobles and enjoy the true top-tier life of the empire in exchange for her support. Just as Owen expected, Ferrier, as a witch, also had a slight psychological issue, so she actually agreed. In fact, if Owen were willing to support her and let her fully enjoy the luxurious life of an imperial nobles, Ferrier wouldn't care about her subordinates or territory at all. This kind of thinking was clearly abnormal, but it couldn't be helped that witches, more or less, all had some psychological problems. From the rebellious witch down to the little witches in the school, all had psychological problems, and the stronger they were, the more severe they became. For example, Dayer, with Owen's provision, already had strength not inferior to Emile, but she was still addicted to the life of a canary. Furthermore, Emile, she seemed normal, but in reality, her huge size brought her immense psychological problems. If she hadn't found her daughter, her partner, and the meaning of life here, she wouldn't have been much better off than Ferrier. The most serious, of course, was Owen's mother, Hydra. She was no longer young, yet just because she was angry with her biological mother, she ran off to find a man, marry, and have children, trying to be a good mother to spite her biological mother. Is this something a normal person would do? Although she had some psychological issues, Ferrier was not a naive fool. In fact, being able to monopolize the fur trade in the northern border region and establish a foundation there showed that her capabilities were not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the Empire's insatiable appetite this time, recklessly planning to fatten up the northern border region and divide the pie, she wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. First, the area of cooperation between the two parties was intelligence, because intelligence was too important. If Ferrier had known Owen's identity in advance, she certainly wouldn't have run into this iron plate. Thinking of Ferrier's misfortune, Owen felt that investment in intelligence had to be increased. Owen was actually quite helpless, because the route had developed for too short a time and needed to cover too many aspects, resulting in a complete blank in the intelligence network except for Akita Town and a few places in the northern border region. Moreover, Owen couldn't buy some intelligence from the Black Hand, because this would reveal his own secrets. To create a mysterious background, he was working very hard, wasn't he? Ferrier's addition helped Owen a great deal, essentially becoming the territory's white glove. Some matters that were inconvenient to handle directly could be entrusted to this versatile and adept woman. Ferrier lacked only foundation. Now, with Hydra's support, she could completely break through the limitations of the northern border region and truly enter the Empire, becoming Hydra's tentacle to explore the secrets deep within the Empire. Therefore, in addition to intelligence exchange, Owen also gave her the semi-abandoned firearm and artillery from Mara Town, and had Howard help her train a firearm army. The goal was to spark a military race, sell more firearms, and completely stir up the waters of the northern border region. Ferrier didn't care how much trouble this would bring. She just liked this feeling. The attention and probing made her feel like the protagonist on a stage, so she agreed without hesitation. Of course, Ferrier wasn't foolish. Her quick agreement was because she knew Owen had a rebellious witch backing him, and no one knew better than her how formidable a legend witch was. Clearly, Ferrier at this moment attributed Owen's achievements to Hydra, but she didn't know that Owen was the one who was abandoned back then. If she knew, she would probably be even more excited, because this meant that the power supporting her was even stronger, and she could enter the Imperial Nobles' circle earlier to experience that upper-class life. Owen didn't care about Ferrier's thoughts. If she truly only wanted the life of an Imperial Nobles, Hydra could completely satisfy her, as it wouldn't result in a loss, and instead, he could achieve his goals through her. Thus, the revenge operation ended perfectly. No one was killed during the process, yet everyone got what they wanted. This was much better than annihilation. Content: Ferrier returned with a pile of luxury goods gifted by Owen and didn't sleep a wink that night, trying on dozens of clothes and countless pieces of jewelry, showcasing them all in front of the magnificent dressing mirror. She even started to consider being kept. For the next year, I will be the most dazzling one at the banquet, Ferrier said with full confidence, especially when her gaze fell upon the dazzling array of cosmetics, her eyes practically glowing. It was also her first time realizing that makeup and skincare were so complex, not at all inferior to brewing potions. However, it must be said that these items had the destructive power of a mushroom cloud for women. Ferrier, who hadn't slept all night, worked very hard and began promoting firearms the very next day, generously showcasing her soldiers who were training to use firearms and cannons. While firearms were rare in the Empire, they weren't non-existent. After all, large-scale equipping was only cancelled back then, not completely destroyed. Instead, many firearms circulated out of the army, and even now, many remote nobles like to equip a small number of their subordinates with these intimidating weapons. The effect is excellent. Often, with a single shot, those farmers immediately fall to their knees. Even the Imperial Border Army would choose to equip some patrolling soldiers, because firing a gun was equivalent to sounding an alarm. However, large-scale equipping was truly uncommon because gun barrels needed to be hand-forged, and by highly skilled blacksmiths. Otherwise, if the forged barrel had even a slight deviation, the bullet would fly to who knows where. The time and effort required for this were enough to forge 7 or 8 spearheads or 2 to 3 one-handed swords. Moreover, the service life of a firearm was too short. Excluding training, it would be scrapped after firing at most 100 rounds. If it encountered intense combat, it would be finished after one battle. Furthermore, maintaining firearms and storing ammunition had high requirements. Therefore, with numerous flaws and disadvantages, coupled with the high cost, few people would choose to purchase them in large quantities. At most, nobles would use them for hunting. But now it was different. The north was in chaos, and all northern nobles, and even some minor nobles on the imperial border, were desperately looking for a weapon to protect themselves. Firearms, which even farmers could use after simple training, were easy to train with and intimidating, making them their first choice. Even if they couldn't kill, hearing a loud bang for courage was enough. Thus, the newly opened arms trade in Ferrier Town was booming. As soon as Ferrier's arms business opened, Count Solari knew about it. As one of the only 2 counts in the north, Count Solari had always looked down on Countess Ferrier, not only because she was a woman but more so because she relied entirely on her beauty to develop connections, gradually monopolizing the northern fur trade and establishing her foundation. Therefore, he despised her from the bottom of his heart. However, her use of cursed flesh to lure away the aberrants last time made him much more vigilant, and he dispatched more personnel to Ferrier Town, which is why he discovered her selling firearms so quickly and even had someone buy a batch of discounted goods. These discounted goods were used in the Battle of Mara Town, about 5 or 6 tenths new, well-maintained. Firing them with a full charge posed a risk of barrel explosion after only a few shots, but they were fine for training with a half charge. Because they were cheap, quite a few people bought them. After all, for problems that couldn't be solved with a few shots, they could already choose to lie flat and save themselves the struggle, so they didn't mind. As for why Count Solari bought discounted goods, it was mainly because he wanted to discern the origin of these firearms. New goods could be disguised, but old goods would not. Looking at each gun, Count Solari wiped his hands with his cloak, his expression thoughtful. It's not what the Imperial Border Army uses. Where did she get her supply from? Count Solari discovered that although the quality of these firearms was average, their specifications were uniform, clearly indicating mass production. Few people had this capability. Only the Imperial Border Army nearby possessed it. However, from the style, they were not from the Imperial Border Army, but from somewhere else. But who exactly was supporting that woman behind the scenes? After considering her connections, Count Solari felt a headache coming on and simply gave up thinking, instead pondering whether to purchase a batch of firearms. Because he had an elite cavalry force under him, Count Solari preferred proactive and rapid attacks, having little interest in firearmed soldiers, who emphasized formation and moved slowly. But now the situation was getting worse, and he vaguely perceived the Empire's intentions, and his family's attitude had also become ambiguous, which gave him an ominous premonition. Therefore, as a defensive weapon, firearms were indeed necessary to purchase a batch, and most importantly, the price was not expensive. He could even accept the price for brand new ones. As Count Solari purchased a large number of firearms, Countess Ferrier even trained a firearm army, swaggering around to drive away displaced people, which immediately caused a shift in the entire northern region's sentiment. Many northern nobles and minor nobles on the imperial border came to purchase firearms, and Ferrier accepted everyone, selling to anyone who paid. In a short period, she sold thousands of firearms, providing Owen with a large amount of capital, and Ferrier also used her commission to exchange for more luxury goods from him, even including a luxurious bathroom. Such large-scale sales of firearms naturally attracted a lot of attention, but just like Count Solari, Countess Ferrier's social network was too complex. For over a decade, her connections spanned the north and the imperial border, and she even had ties to the imperial capital and several major cities, as the north's top-quality furs were the best stepping stone. Coupled with Countess Ferrier's charming and adept social skills, she had friends everywhere, and her admirers were countless. While it wasn't impossible to find the person providing these firearms through her connections, the time and cost involved would definitely deter most people from pursuing this idea, so they had to resort to other methods. Samui, who was establishing an intelligence network in Ferrier Town, suddenly returned, but after hearing her report, Owen was stunned. "Is the situation really that bad?" Owen rubbed his temples and said, "This is still too short a time. If the route were given more time, more intelligence could be uncovered." Samui was also somewhat helpless, as she clearly understood the importance of Ferrier Town for the outward development of territorial intelligence, yet the situation in Ferrier Town was so complex that even she found it tricky. Because Ferrier was immersed in the life of the upper nobility, many matters of her territory were left to her subordinates. These subordinates had all been tampered with by Ferrier. Their loyalty was not an issue, but their abilities were average, and their numbers were too few, leading to the situation where even if they wanted to do something, they had to find more people to accomplish it, thus inevitably creating a governance gap. Moreover, with people coming and going and frequent exchanges, coupled with the constant movement of powerful figures between the north and the imperial border, Ferrier Town became a place for various forces to infiltrate, gather intelligence, and collect information. Over time, almost all the merchants in Ferrier Town became informants for various forces, and they all had quite a few assistants under them. These assistants then developed more commoners to act as informants. To put it this way, if you randomly grabbed 10 people in Ferrier Town and executed them all, there would probably be some innocent ones, but if you executed 9, there would definitely be some who slipped through the net. This illustrates the sheer number of spies, agents, and informants in Farrier Town. In this city of spies, everyone had an affiliation. Some belonged to nobles, some to other forces, some were double agents, and some didn't even know who they worked for. Everyone was entangled, creating a complexity that even a joint meeting of their puppet masters probably couldn't untangle. Recently, the addition of the head of demons and the flesh church had turned it into utter chaos. Samui hadn't even fully established her intelligence network before she realized something was wrong. After a covert investigation, even she, hailing from the world of Naruto where ninjas were rampant, was shocked by the density of spies here. Indeed, it could no longer be described by numbers, only by density. Go call Farrier over. Owen rubbed his forehead until it was red, still unable to find a solution. He could only have someone inform Farrier to come. Because of the two-way mirror and the flu network, Farrier arrived quickly. However, when she received the intelligence provided by Samui, she was equally stunned, even gasping in a cold breath. Of course, she knew there were many informants in her territory, but she had never cared. Yet, Farrier had never imagined the number was so vast. It was as if everyone moonlighted as a spy. The only reason she hadn't been killed yet was because she had done well enough, much like the relationship between Motherfucker Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. Farrier's face turned green. She hadn't considered that Owen was deceiving her or had a conspiracy, because discovering the truth was too simple. Potions similar to Veritasirum were not uncommon, and she herself had many ways to pry open those people's heads to learn the truth. So the biggest problem now was how to solve it. Thus, besides Owen, there was now another person in the room scratching their head. Kill them all, arrest them all, conduct a thorough investigation. These three options were successively ruled out, because if they actually did that, it would be simpler to abandon everything and start over. Killing everyone would leave no one in the territory. Arresting everyone would offend everyone to death. A thorough investigation was impossible to start. Asking spies to investigate informants and catch moles seemed utterly unreliable. The organization in the Conan world merely watered down its alcohol. Her place, if she changed the sign, would be a tap water factory. How about we forget about it for now and solve the issues with the head of demons and the flesh church first, Owen said to Farrier, who was gulping down black tea after finishing his last cup of coffee. Farrier, who had originally been tricked into coming and semi-forced to sign the alliance, now started to feel fortunate about her past experiences. Otherwise, if she relied on herself alone, let alone solving the problem, it would be good enough if she wasn't killed. Even if she wasn't killed, revealing her identity as a witch would not end well for her. Therefore, she immediately nodded in agreement. The head of demons and the flesh church had been very active recently, and the number of people who had died in the north due to them had already exceeded 10,000. Given the situation in Farrier's town, any one of them acting alone could achieve the feat of slaughtering the entire town, let alone both of them together. Therefore, they had to be dealt with first. This is a good opportunity to reorganize and get the army in some key positions under control. Owen thought for a moment. This operation would definitely cause considerable casualties, so why not take the opportunity to put some people on the death list? Arranging for people to die was something the Root was very good at, but arranging personnel to fill those positions made Farrier continue to scratch her head, because she didn't have that many people. No, it should be said that before seeing that intelligence, she still had quite a few people, but after seeing it, she didn't, because those were just people she thought were her own, but in reality, they were not. It was too late to use witchcraft to modify them now. In her helplessness, Farrier could only borrow a batch of mid-level supervisors and basic managers from Owen to fill the vacancies in the territory's management. Although there was a hidden danger of inviting trouble, considering the complexity within the territory, what else could Farrier do? Owen was also speechless. He had originally thought he had a perfect white glove that he wouldn't have to worry about, but who knew he would have to clean it himself, even providing the soap. Without further ado, Owen granted power to the Root, allowing Samui to mobilize ninjas and witch hunters to Farrier's town to set up a killing trap. He was so anxious because he was afraid that these two factions would cause trouble. If they did, the casualties would be far more than thousands, and if Farrier's town became a wasteland, all his investments would be lost. Quietly arriving in Farrier's town via the flu network, Samui began to lay out her plans. The ninjas, being more professional, were responsible for reconnaissance, while the witch hunters checked their equipment and were responsible for the assault. The ninjas, with their deep yet subtle infiltration, only took half a day to thoroughly explore the locations of both factions. The blueprints they drew were extremely detailed, and they even found the tunnels and laid traps, all without anyone noticing. This showed how strong their professional capabilities were after further training by Samui and the ninjas. Remember the details, then wait for night to fall. Facing the fanatical gazes of the witch hunters, Samui crossed her arms. She was also full of anticipation for her first mission outside, but she still needed to wait. Originally, they hadn't wanted to wait until night. They could have just brought the team, surrounded the place, and started. The problem was that even Farrier didn't know how many trustworthy people were in the army. If the intelligence leaked and the head of demons and the Flesh Church decided to go all out, who knew how many people would die? Therefore, they could only wait until night and rely on the Roots people to act. When night was deep and quiet, the ninjas were responsible for the perimeter, while the witch hunters pulled out a pile of rocket launcher-like contraptions. These were the territory's new product, Dragon's Breath rounds. In reality, they were primitive rocket launchers, but the shells were filled with a mixture of lamp oil and black adhesive liquid, so being blown to death on the spot was the most fortunate outcome. Otherwise, one would be burned alive into crispy charcoal by inextinguishable flames. The drawback was that the range was only 150 to 200 meters, and they started to waver after flying more than 30 meters. Beyond 100 meters, no one could predict how much they would deviate from the target. Even so, they were a great weapon when used in specific places, like now. A witch hunter in a tight leather suit slung a rocket launcher over his shoulder and swaggered towards the enemy's building. This was naturally discovered by the enemy, but before they could react, the rocket launcher on the witch hunter's shoulder spewed out flames over a meter long. Because the distance was close enough, and the witch hunter used mental power to correct the trajectory, more than a dozen Dragon's Breath rounds hit their targets without fail, shooting into the building at tricky angles, a skill comparable to Owen's. As the shells shattered, the internal mixed fuel exploded into a mist, which then ignited. Then, the building, hit by over a dozen Dragon's Breath rounds, could be seen spewing flames and high heat from every crack. The entire building felt like it was melting in the inferno, indicating how high the temperature was. If it were ordinary enemies, they might even save the trouble of cleaning the battlefield, but the opponents were from the Flesh Church. While immortality wasn't a standard, their vitality was so tenacious that they wouldn't die even if beheaded or their hearts were dug out, especially since there was also a bishop of the Flesh Church inside. Causing trouble was the instinct of organizations like the Head of Demons and the Flesh Church. However, within the Empire, they were heavily suppressed. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they were afraid the Empire would take the opportunity to destroy them. But this recent turmoil in the north gave them an opportunity to cause trouble. At first, they even suspected if this was a trap set by the Empire. After all, the Empire was truly capable of sacrificing hundreds of thousands of lives to ensnare them. But thinking of hundreds of thousands of lambs awaiting their butcher's knives, and then the feel of flesh, the sweetness of blood, they couldn't hold back and sent a portion of their forces to the north. This bishop of the Flesh Church wouldn't have come so soon, but not long ago, the Flesh Church received news of the Book of Flesh appearing, and they had found out that the Book of Flesh came from the north. Therefore he came, but he wished he hadn't. At night, the bishop of the Flesh Church, who had traveled thousands of miles to get here, had no intention of resting, immediately gathering all his personnel in the northern lands to hold a bloody sacrifice. This was both a way to get acquainted and to display his authority, letting them know who was in charge, so no one dared to be late, because they knew the price of tardiness, becoming a sacrifice to the Lord of Flesh. The sacrifice was held in a secluded building. At this time, the bishop of the Flesh Church, wearing a robe that looked as if it were sewn from bacon, waited there, while the faithful, carrying fresh meat like cattle and sheep, arrived one after another. The bishop was very satisfied with the devotees' promptness, but also felt a little regretful. This place was too close to the imperial border and was in a prosperous town, making it difficult to kill too many people, so they could only make do with beef and mutton. Fortunately, the Lord of Flesh was not picky. Any creature of flesh would suffice. After placing the offerings on the altar, the bishop began the sacrifice, raising his hands, and along with dozens of fanatical devotees, circled the altar piled with fresh flesh, praising the greatness of the Lord of Flesh. The entire scene was like a slaughterhouse occupied by a group of lunatics throwing a party. According to the custom of the Flesh Church, in addition to fresh flesh, devotees would also offer a portion of themselves as a tribute to their god, and the more they offered, the more devout they appeared. For this reason, not a few devotees died during the rituals. But that was in the past. With the empire's continuous suppression, developing devotees was not easy, and self-sacrifice easily left scars on the body. If discovered, the entire region's proselytization would suffer a huge blow, so this ritual had already been abandoned. As the sacrifice progressed, just as the bishop was about to distribute blood wine to the devotees, more than a dozen dragon's breath rounds shot in. The flesh bishop's entire nervous system trembled, trying to break free from the shackles of his physical body to escape alone. This was a secret art bestowed upon him by the Lord of Flesh, allowing his nerves to extend far beyond the normal range of creatures, like steel wires, but at this moment he only thought of escaping. Danger! In that instant, the aura of death permeated the bishop's entire body. Out of instinct, he used his secret art. Swelling nerves shot out from his body, instantly piercing dozens of surrounding devotees and pulling them back as human shields. But the dragon's breath rounds were simply too terrifying. The horrifying high temperature, confined within the building, intensified. The outermost devotees carbonized in the blink of an eye before they could even scream, and as the thermal radiation continuously penetrated deeper, it also destroyed the vitality of a large amount of flesh. Feeling the deadly threat constantly approaching, the bishop made a decisive move, rolling directly into the altar. That was the Lord of Flesh's dining plate. He could use the power of the Lord of Flesh to protect himself. As for the consequences of rolling into the Lord of Flesh's dining plate, he would have to survive first to worry about that. This was definitely a very bad decision, because the Lord of Flesh was chaotic and disorderly, often acting purely on instinct. The altar was the underworld where food was offered to the god, but the food was mixed with the inedible bishop, causing the Lord of Flesh to chew a couple of times and then spit him out. Therefore, although the bishop survived, he inevitably turned into a monstrous blob. As for what it looked like, imagine putting a piece of meat in your mouth, chewing it a few times, and then spitting it out. That's it. The flesh and devotees in the altar, under the influence of the Lord of Flesh, decomposed, reorganized, and merged with the bishop, but clearly this process was not done carefully, and the appearance was simply grotesque. What was worse, after being spat out of the altar, the bishop still had to face flames of over 1,000 degrees, and fire doesn't care what you are, it bakes everything equally. The fierce and passionate flames greedily licked every inch of the monster, constantly sapping its vitality. At this moment, the monster was left with only the instinct to survive. Struggling under the scorching flames, it crashed through the brittle walls and escaped, like a fire dragon, though the fire brought not might, but deadly harm. Immediately upon reaching the outside, the monster's nearly collapsing flesh began to reorganize again, shedding a large amount of inactive flesh. While its body became elongated, its surface was also covered with a thick scabrous shell, and it grew hundreds of legs and an even greater number of arms, resembling a giant centipede. Owen, seeing this scene through the one-eyed giant eagle, almost blurted out, "Is that you, National Master?" But realizing no one in this world would understand, he swallowed the words back. He coughed, put down his coffee, and Owen continued to watch, instructing the Flame Empress to perform data analysis, as this was very important information. After all, he didn't believe the Flesh Church would give up so easily. They would have many more dealings in the future, so the more detailed the intelligence, the better. Facing the centipede monster, which could cause nightmares for a lifetime with just one glance, the witch hunter remained expressionless. These witches' bodies were originally severely twisted, leading to a distorted mental state, just a step away from being inhuman crones. Even after their bodies were remade, their mental state was far from normal, so they were completely unaffected by the scene before them. They calmly put away their swords, took out their flying brooms, left the ground, abandoning close combat. Instead, they circled in the night sky, then shouldered their rocket launchers, using dragon's breath rounds to add more fuel to the monster's fire. Considering the troublesome nature of the Flesh Church and the existence of the Flesh Plague, Owen had prepared a large number of dragon's breath rounds for the witch hunter. So, the witch hunter, riding a flying broom, transformed directly into an armed helicopter, whooshing and firing dragon's breath rounds, constantly keeping the centipede monster engulfed in flames. The centipede monster, unwilling to face death, struggled constantly, trying to escape, thus setting fire to many surrounding buildings and causing immense panic. After all, such a large human centipede scurrying around could wake someone in their coffin, and no one expected to wake up in the middle of the night to such a nightmarish scene. Thus, they instinctively fled in all directions, causing even greater panic. Damn it, I told you we shouldn't have let the flesh church people stay here. This sentiment came from countless people awakened by the scene, but there was nothing to be done. Although no one liked the flesh church, not a single person who dared to stand up against them was still alive. So those who were still alive had chosen to keep quiet, but now they regretted it. Helplessly to preserve their wealth and status, these people, no matter who was behind them, whether one, two, or even more individuals, at this moment had no choice but to act, organizing people to fight the fire and restrict the flesh monster, which was at the end of its rope, from running wild, wishing it would just die quietly. They were so proactive not because of loyalty to Farrier, but because they clearly understood that once they lost Farrier City, they would lose everything. In the Lord's mansion, Farrier, who should have been worried and angered by someone causing trouble, elegantly held a cup of black tea on the terrace, coldly enjoying the scene before her, showing no signs of distress. Her once proud town now seemed like a joke. Besides the name, what connection did the entire territory have with her? In a town full of spies, she, the Lord, was still enjoying her life. Every time she thought of this, the anger in her heart burned more fiercely than the flames before her. Farrier at this moment was like an honest person who encounters a scoundrel and even raises her children for her. She was thoroughly enraged. It was already good that she hadn't helped light the fire. Anyway, at worst, she would be taken care of. Hadn't Emile and her daughter now not only lived a respectable upper-class life, but also looked radiant and well-off, making her feel jealous. However, facing her unaware confidant who came to report, Farrier still had to play her role. So she unenthusiastically gave orders for the soldiers to suppress the unrest, and she also prepared to appear to stabilize the populace. Farrier's current mindset is quite interesting, because everything she had been proud of for over a decade turned out to be for the benefit of a group of people. Although she hasn't completely given up, her heart is filled with the feeling of "I'm tired, let it all be destroyed," because she really can't muster the energy to start over again. To vent her emotions, Farrier not only became one of the black hands behind this incident, but she also personally wrote a death list. Now this list has become a death warrant. In the gradually chaotic town, the people on the list are dying in various coincidental or unfortunate ways, making room for the people Owen sent. To avoid suspicion, the ninjas responsible for the action secretly incited chaos and randomly killed some unfortunate souls, making it impossible for anyone to trace, as there were simply too many suspects. Even before the ninjas acted, clever people took the opportunity to kill their rivals and frame others. As the chaos spread, more and more people had this idea and acted on it. The assassins and killers in the town were no longer enough. Everyone had more than one list in hand. Sometimes one moment they were hiring a killer, and the next they became a new target. In such a chaotic situation, the clues left by the ninjas became unimportant. Now, even if Sherlock Holmes came, he wouldn't be able to find the murderer, because there were simply too many murderers in this hellish place. In the style of a comic, it was like little black figures scurrying everywhere, and Conan would wear himself out. There were simply too many murders that night. Apart from the Flesh Church, the operation to eliminate the head of demons was also not going smoothly. Compared to the numerous Flesh Church, the head of demons was much smaller in scale. A few warlocks were crammed into a residential house, but because they were cautious in everything, they discovered the impending threat in advance. After all, demons still have a great advantage in intuition, so they escaped in time. However, they never expected that the ninjas had already tampered with their escape tunnel. As a result, they stepped on a landmine, and one died on the spot while two were severely injured. The three surviving demon warlocks were ruthless. They didn't escape immediately because they knew very well that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Just running away would definitely lead to death. Therefore, they unhesitatingly sacrificed their three companions, body and soul, to the demons, summoning dozens of demons and activating the monsters hidden nearby, causing even greater turmoil. With human intervention and accidents, Farrier Town was unknowingly pushed towards destruction. 1/3 of the buildings had already been destroyed, and countless civilians fled in panic, yet many still fell into the hands of flesh monsters and demons. It wasn't until dawn that everything finally subsided. Sitting on the terrace, Farrier listened expressionlessly to the bad news brought by her sweating confidant. Nearly half of the entire town was destroyed, with hundreds of casualties. The management suffered the most severe losses, almost completely wiped out. One might think the management was on the front lines last night, but in reality, after arranging assassinations, they immediately faced assassins arranged by others, and not just one wave. It could be said that the workload of local assassins last night was the sum of the past 3 years. This was awkward because everyone had previously tacitly inserted their people into Farrier Town, and things had been peaceful. Who would have thought that last night everyone somehow had a telepathic connection and wanted to eliminate some competitors? As a result, one person lit a fire, another added kindling, and a third poured a bucket of oil, and things got out of hand. Samui silently indicated that these were all things she should do. Although there were mutual assassinations last night, due to the varying skill levels of the assassins, this effect would not have been possible. However, with the help of more professional ninjas to fill in the gaps, more than half of the management could now attend funerals. The remaining ones, even with the lightest injuries, would need several years to recover. For the severely injured, if disabled people could be re-employed, they might have hope of returning to their positions and shining. However, this was clearly impossible. Farrier, on one hand, used a large amount of money and food to select suitable people from the displaced population to replenish the town, and on the other hand, posted notices to recruit talent. The administrators Owen promised her mingled among the spies newly sent by various forces, becoming members of Farrier Town, and quickly helped her manage the large influx of people. Displaced people are not so easy to accommodate. Besides needing enough money and food, one also needs to be able to control them, otherwise they will inevitably suffer the consequences. There was no shortage of money and food. Farrier's private coffers were quite substantial, and Owen also provided food. Let alone 1,000 or 2,000 people, it would not be a problem to feed the entire town's population. After giving these people a hearty meal, the administrators didn't give them time to rest and immediately sent them to work. Soldiers with firearms stood by, supervising their work. They weren't being unkind by doing this. It's just that people tend to overthink when they are full. These were already displaced people. If they conspired to rebel, whether they succeeded or not, Farrier Town would probably be lost. So they ate and immediately worked until they collapsed into sleep, woke up, ate, and worked again, not giving them time to think. Once the houses were built, following Owen's example, property and farmland were directly distributed. Only those with nothing to lose are fearless. So once they had fixed assets, these so-called displaced people became law-abiding citizens because they cherished the property they had dreamed of their entire lives. Farrier Town stabilized at an astonishing speed and quickly recovered its vitality. Some secret minor actions also gradually subsided because they couldn't find an opportunity. However, Hydra's support for Farrier did not end, and the aftermath of this event would not end so simply. Neither the head of demons nor the Flesh Church were the type to swallow their losses silently. Not retaliating would simply be a disgrace to the prestige of their evil organizations. And this was what Owen hoped for. Now, as long as Farrier didn't fall, these hatreds would be firmly attracted to her, and the territory would be able to seize the opportunity to develop, absorb more people, and complete its renewal. To this end, Owen specially dispatched a small team of ninjas and 10 witch hunters to be responsible for her personal safety, and also sent Howard to help her reorganize the soldiers and train a purely firearm army. As Owen expected, the rapid development of Farrier Town attracted a lot of attention and concern. Due to Farrier's complex interpersonal relationships and an unknown number of admirers, it was difficult to ascertain the supporting forces behind her. This attracted even more people, not only out of curiosity about Farrier, but also about what happened that night. To wipe out a Flesh Bishop, dozens of Flesh Church members, and several demon warlocks of the head of demons in one night was definitely not something an ordinary organization could achieve. Even the Black Hand dispatched a group of elites to Farrier Town. After Owen learned of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to develop his territory with peace of mind. Although a few thousand aberrants had recently turned everything in their path into dead land, thanks to the continuous influx of refugees into the northern border region. It didn't take long to fill this empty space. The refurbished military farms camp once again began their hunt. The good ones were kept, the bad ones were killed, and the territory's population growth re-entered the fast lane. Thanks to a robust internal political system, a powerful army, and Owen's benevolence, the assimilation of the refugees was swift. Even the restless ones were easy to handle. The military farms camp was the best place for them. Didn't Charlie, Monk, and Kyla get one step closer to becoming regular citizens? With precedents set, no matter how restless, unless they were inherently chaotic evil, they would all choose to strive within the existing framework. After excluding these unstable elements, the rest were easy to arrange. Those who could farm went to farm, those who could herd went to herd, those with skills went to work, those who wanted to be soldiers went to join the army, and those who believed they had talent could even recommend themselves at the town center. However, even with this diversion in Akita town always having surplus capacity, the population influx in a short period was still too large. The town could not accommodate them all and had to disperse them outwards. Rebuilding towns was not realistic. A Tier 4 town center only had 4 town slots, which were already given to Mara Town, Greenwood Town, Nomadic Tribe, and Wild Buffalo Tribe. Therefore, Owen categorized the wooden fortress and earthen forts outside the original towns. 100 households formed a bastion, and 300 formed a fort, constructing wooden fortress and earthen forts. In essence, these were villages, but all adult males were militiamen, issued firearm, and regularly trained. This way, they could withstand a siege from a regular army for a certain period. However, mere categorization was not enough. These places also needed administrators. Owen had a flash of inspiration and brought out the honorary positions from the military farms camp. On this basis, he offered a big carrot to the newly arrived population, dividing the territory's ranks into serf, farmer, commoner, gentleman, knight, and baronet, with the latter two divided into 3 levels. Gentleman corresponded to a citizen, referring to farmers and merchants with modest assets in the territory. They had money but no power, hence their desire for recognition, so Owen gave them the vanity they needed. Gentlemen did not have many privileges, but Owen stipulated that farmers and commoners should yield to gentlemen and remove their hats as a sign of respect. In other words, everyone nodded to them, and they didn't need to queue. Being able to satisfy the vanity of this group, gaining gratitude and support without any additional cost, Owen praised himself. A knight did not require you to be of true knightly birth. It was a military position outside the military system, primarily responsible for training the militia in the area under their management. A baronet's status was higher than a knight's, similar to a village chief. Their duties included assisting the territory in managing the local farmers, such as organizing production, collecting taxes, labor services, and issuing announcements. No one dislikes power, even if it was hard work. They still relished it, especially since the grand vision Owen painted included all of them, so they all diligently fulfilled their duties. The stability of the territory accelerated development, and Maya was already preparing to build a city. As for Owen's previous concerns, the empire's magnates were about to feast, so what was there to worry about? Developing one's strength as quickly as possible was the hard truth. It took Owen several years to understand this point, but thanks to his previous low profile, the empire's attention was now focused on the more mature and fertile northern border region, rather than the remote area near the North Boundary River, because the distance in between was simply too far. Even riding day and night, it would take several days, a caravan would take half a month, and walking was a matter of life and death. Before the emergence of large-scale, cheap transportation methods, such development was completely unprofitable. So unless they discovered the truth about the rich fruit of Akita town, their attention would not be drawn here for a short time. Therefore, Owen still had time, and it was the best time for development. Firstly, there was the foundation laid before: iron ore, fuel, stone, timber, industry, talent, and grain, all sufficient to support the territory's rapid expansion. Secondly, Farrier Town had just caused a huge stir, and the Countess acted as if she had powerful backing. Not only did she spend a large amount of money and grain to recruit refugees and train firearm troops, but she also held grand banquets one after another, inviting everyone to attend, displaying her luxurious clothing and jewelry. The delicacies provided during these events contained a large amount of spices, and the fine wines were rare and exquisite. Whether they tasted good was another matter. The items themselves were truly expensive. Even ordinary nobles could not afford these, or if they could, they would not be willing to use them for such a low-tier banquet because they were not worthy. Now everyone was speculating which powerful admirer the famously beautiful Countess Ferrier had gained. In comparison, even the rebuilding town and the firearm troops being trained were not important, let alone the remote Hydra territory. Thirdly, Mara Town, the military farms camp, and the nomadic tribe formed an inescapable net between the northern border region and the Hydra territory. Refugees came and did not return, providing a large amount of labor while also keeping the territory isolated from the outside world. Thanks to these advantages, Maya could completely let go and replan the territory, starting with the construction of city walls. Owen had hesitated about building city walls because the stone needed for the previously planned city walls came from the underground ruins, which could be directly dismantled. However, now the underground ruins would be the focus of the next stage of development, so they certainly could not be directly demolished to build city walls. Doing so would be completely counterproductive. Fortunately, with the mining of iron ore in the wild buffalo territory, a large amount of stone also accompanied it. For this, the Flame Empress increased the construction of the underground tunnel connecting the territory to the wild buffalo territory's iron ore mine. The original tunnel was more like a pipeline, as no one needed to drive, thus, the trains transporting ore were miniature. Anyway, the transported iron ore did not need to remain intact, so building it too large was unnecessary. However, stone was different, so expansion became inevitable. After expansion, the underground tunnel from Akita Town to the wild buffalo territory could now accommodate small trains driven by goblins, capable of transporting 10 to 20 tons of goods at a time. If running day and night, the transport volume would be considerable. Although witches using bags of holding, transported via the Flu network, were faster, bags of holding could not yet be manufactured within the territory and could only be exchanged by Owen. Coupled with the current need to supply resources to Ferrier Town and long-term considerations, Owen still agreed to continue the plan to expand the underground tunnel, ultimately reaching the standard of a double railway. The puppet machinery factory in the underground city was also working overtime to produce excavators and cranes. The quantity did not need to be too large, but it was enough to increase the project progress by more than 10 times, although it required a large amount of steel. The development speed of Akita Town shocked some outsiders who were stranded there, including many merchants with long-term vision. Especially after the town center announced the class divisions, these people, who had money but no power, could not tolerate this. Those with capital quickly set up businesses, and those without capital tried to find ways to join in. After assimilation, these people were at least commoners, most were citizens, and some even had noble potential. Their addition further enriched the territory's talent reserves. Interestingly, while the territory was bustling, Owen had nothing to do. There was nothing he could do. Maya handled major affairs, and the established management handled minor ones. There were truly few things that required his decision, so Owen, with nothing to do, decided to go to the Azure Sea to see how far the exploration had progressed. Although Owen had returned to his original world, he had not given up on the Azure Sea. After all, it was an undeveloped new world, a low-mystery world with not much resistance. Not exploring it thoroughly would be like licking only the lid of a yogurt cup, a complete waste. He had to explore it deeply, meticulously, and repeatedly, licking it clean to be worthy of his abilities. Therefore, Owen had visited twice during this period, accelerating its development while also arranging exploration missions. After his experience in the underground ruins, Owen was very curious whether similar ruins existed in the Azure Sea. Thus, he had people explore the origin of humanity in that world to see if they could find another ruin. Owen was well aware of how many benefits a ruin could bring. Even scavenging could make one rich. Naturally, he was very diligent. Counting the time, even if they hadn't found anything this time, there should at least be some clues, Owen thought. Thinking of this, Owen couldn't sit still. Seeing that there wasn't much for him to do in his territory, he packed some things and went to the Azure Sea through the teleportation gate. Gradually accustomed to the sensation of crossing, he opened his eyes again to find himself standing in front of the teleportation gate. The 10 samurai guarding it immediately knelt down, then escorted their lord back to the Tenshukaku. The Tenshukaku had now been upgraded to level 3, looking somewhat impressive, and city walls had also been built around it. Although a bit miniature, it was already quite good for an island. Outside the city walls were neat rows of farmlands and villages, where thousands of eastern farmers toiled diligently. The climate here allowed for 3 harvests a year, completely satisfying the territory's needs without Owen needing to cheat, even with a large surplus. He truly wondered how the wild people, who also lived in a tropical climate, managed to live like wild people. Were they brainless, or was their evolutionary path stuck? Everything here was good, the only regret being that the Tenshukaku capped at level 3, with a population limit of only 5,000. This made Owen somewhat disappointed, as it prevented him from using human wave tactics. However, the number of wild people on Boar Island, renamed Hydra Island, was inherently limited, and a batch had been killed before, resulting in the current population of the territory being just over 2,000. Most of them were needed for labor to complete production tasks, with the rest serving as soldiers and sailors. Currently, the Tenshukaku could recruit Ashigaru, Hatamoto, and Samurai, corresponding to troop types with combat power of 1, 3, and 5 respectively. The advantage was that they didn't require progress points, only gold to recruit. The disadvantage was that they were weaker compared to troop types of the same level. But this wasn't important, because in a world dominated by the ocean, the main fighting force was never the landlubbers, but strong ships and powerful cannons. Compared to before, the territory now had 3 more ships. Besides 2 scimitar destroyers, there was also a new capital ship, the Storm, a third-rate battleship with 80 cannons. Originally, Owen didn't plan to exchange for a large and useless battleship, but after learning some of the situation in the Azure Sea, he still exchanged for this battleship. Currently, this battleship was driving away nearby sea beasts and banshees, while also conducting training to quickly form combat effectiveness. Unexpectedly, it just happened to encounter an envoy from Queen's Island. A brand new battleship, it seems we all underestimated this one. This time, the envoy was still Abigail, but she appeared more tired than before, suggesting that things hadn't been going smoothly for her recently. Thinking about it, saving a 3rd princess was a great achievement, but bringing back a 3rd princess who tried to rebel and was discovered to actually be a man was courting death. She was still fortunate, being the queen's confidant, and given that the 3rd princess was a member of the royal family, it was understandable that she couldn't handle the situation. Therefore, although she was under considerable pressure, that day would eventually pass. Shilia was the truly unlucky one. Shilia, who returned alive, could be said to be the biggest scandal of the Queen's Island royal family. Even if the queen loved him, love would also disappear, let alone he was now a ticking time bomb, so she had to consider whether to let him die of a cold or fall to his death from the stairs. The queen's undisguised gaze sent a chill down Shilia's spine, but he was unwilling to die just like that. So he exaggerated Owen's strength and then said that he was valued by the other party, who intended to take him as a student. The royal family's secret black magic book falling into the other party's hands was already enough to give the queen a headache. Upon hearing about the other party's strength, the queen couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although the Queen's Island royal family no longer practiced black magic, it didn't mean they knew nothing about magic. The more she knew, the clearer the queen was about how powerful a person who could control that black magic book truly was. So she went with the flow and sent this troublesome 3rd princess to him, considering it Queen's Island's sincerity. As for whether he would eat or use him, they didn't care. This was also the reason for the Queen's Island envoy ship's visit. However, even Owen didn't expect that little imp Shilia would think of using him as a shield. Compared to Shilia, who was still being closely guarded in the ship's cabin, Abigail was meticulously recording information about the battleship before her. Humans in this world had already mastered the construction of battleships, but no matter in which world, building such a large ship was still a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, especially in this world where land was scarce and mostly islands. And how much productivity could an island have? Therefore, building a battleship like the Storm would not only require the strength of the entire island, but the construction time would also be measured in years. not to mention the heavy cannons required for a battleship. It could be said that it was all money, so a single battleship also represented the comprehensive strength of a faction. Even if Queen's Island had more than one battleship, after seeing this brand new battleship, Abigail resolutely decided to maintain a considerably high level of respect for Owen. One should know that the last battleship Queen's Island built was 5 years ago, and they still hadn't fully recovered. The fact that the other party could independently build a battleship was itself a manifestation of powerful strength, so they proceeded according to the standards of visiting a nation. When Owen received news of the Queen's Island envoy's visit, he knew that his subordinate's exploration of human origins had been exposed. Otherwise, the other party would not have offered a portion of Queen's Island's library as a gift, all of which were books about human origins. Clearly, Owen's subordinate's actions had attracted the attention of Queen's Island. However, this didn't surprise Owen. After all, his subordinates responsible for gathering information were a bunch of bandits, with no sense of confidentiality whatsoever. A few drinks later, they wouldn't know anything themselves, let alone keep secrets. In reality, Owen didn't care about the leakage of information. On the contrary, this was the bait he had thrown out. See, isn't someone taking the bait? Owen naturally would not refuse cooperation with Queen's Island. Because comparatively, the people of Queen's Island were the local experts, they possessed more and more comprehensive information regarding human origins. Cooperating with them would save a lot of time. However, he also didn't expect the other party to be so sincere as to offer a princess as a gift. Although she was nominally there to be his student, what was actually going on, one could only say that those who understood, understood. "I'll gladly accept this gift," Owen said calmly to the Queen's Island envoy from the High Tenshukaku, enjoying the meticulous care of the Eastern maids. His gaze swept over Shulia, clearly indicating that the gift also included her. Neither Abigail nor Shulia objected. One was in awe of his power, and the other needed him for her survival. Negotiations require one party to yield. After Abigail, representing Queen's Island, dropped her overbearing attitude as a major power, the two sides quickly finalized their exploration cooperation. Soon after, she returned to report to the Queen, leaving only the third Princess Shulia behind. Owen initially didn't want to take this student. After all, he wasn't a real pervert. He had no interest in anything like cut sleeves or sharing peaches. Moreover, this one was ambitious and wanted to usurp the throne, which made things even more troublesome. But upon closer thought, it was quite interesting, wasn't it? So he genuinely planned to teach her something, just to pass the time. "How have things been going lately?" Owen asked Shulia, who, despite not being accustomed to kneeling, maintained her princess-like demeanor after dismissing the maids. "Terrible," Shulia said honestly. Her life had indeed been quite terrible because both her mother and sister wanted to kill her. If she didn't still have some use, she would have long since died from various small accidents. "Terrible is good because you chose the wrong path," Owen said with a slight smile. "You think I'm not qualified to be queen?" Shulia laughed, but the madness hidden in her eyes could engulf her at any moment. This was her sole obsession. If it were denied, her life, her very existence, would be meaningless. "No, I mean you chose the wrong profession," Owen still said calmly. Shulia's current madness was not enough to make him take her seriously. A mad warlord can drag thousands into hell, but the rage of an incompetent person is meaningless. After all, not every madman is called the Joker. "I am a mage, a wizard, an alchemist, a puppet master, a summoner, but that doesn't prevent me from being an excellent lord," Owen said, using himself as an example, serving Shulia a bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Although not explicitly stated, Shulia immediately understood Owen's meaning. After comparing it to her own experiences, she drank that bowl of chicken soup. Both of them had obtained a black magic book. She almost lost her life, while he gained the respect of Queen's Island. What was the difference? The answer was power. If she was strong enough, she could occupy an island and become queen herself. Who would dare to object then? "Teacher, I want to learn spells," Shulia said, kneeling on the ground like the maids, showing submission while also revealing her ambition. For this, she would pay any price. Owen couldn't help but curl his lips, but he was serious about teaching, starting with physical modification. Owen carried a modified synthesis furnace with him, capable of everything from synthesizing materials to bloodline fusion and genetic modification, hence it was called the universal furnace. Ambition is a good thing, but it must be matched by corresponding power. To possess great power, one must have sufficient potential, and bloodline fusion is the best and fastest method. Owen said to Shilia, releasing the miniature universal furnace and restoring it to its original size. I entrust everything to teacher. Shilia knew, even without thinking, that she would definitely be tampered with once inside, but the question was, did she have the right to refuse? With no other choice, Shilia smiled and thanked Owen, then walked into the cold, heavy universal furnace. Owen checked the progress bar and began selecting synthesis materials for his student. The versatile T-virus was the first to be arranged, then Owen fell into a dilemma of choice for what to select next. As the progress bar's upper limit increased, more and more games were unlocked, giving Owen an ever-growing number of options. The problem was that he hadn't played many of these games at all, and wasn't even very familiar with their plot backgrounds, leading to most games remaining idle. Therefore, when choosing bloodlines for his student, he kept returning to the few familiar games. This one it feels like it will be very exciting, Owen said, stroking his chin and chuckling mischievously as he selected the fusion bloodline for Shilia. It was called a universal furnace, but it was more like using the system to strengthen the other party, so there was no danger whatsoever. The bloodline fusion would be completed very quickly. Shilia, who emerged from the universal furnace, was breathtakingly beautiful, shining as if she were glowing. I feel very strange and very comfortable. Shilia kept touching herself, and her expression was very subtle, especially when she explored downwards. The bloodline fused into you is called Vila. They are natural magical creatures, the embodiment of charm, and their beauty surpasses even that of legendary elves, Owen said with a hint of pride, revealing the bloodline he had chosen for his student. Whether it was powerful or not was another matter. It was certainly fun. As magical creatures, Vila are very similar to succubi, equally beautiful, equally full of charm, and naturally possess magic, mastering the ability to shapeshift. However, they do not easily engage in deeper interactions with the opposite sex. Vila can change their appearance, even transforming into animals, especially when angry. They can turn into fire-breathing harpies. In some respects, Vila have quite a temper. As natural shapeshifters, gender holds little meaning for Vila, which is why Shilia's expression was so subtle just now. Now, her last obstacle to becoming queen no longer existed. These are textbooks. If you don't understand anything, you can always ask me, Owen said to Shilia, producing Hogwarts spells textbooks. His attitude, which had previously been indifferent, became a bit gentler. After all, everyone is attracted to beauty, and he was no exception. Being good-looking is an advantage, so although he was not affected by her charm, he inevitably gave her some preferential treatment. The choice of the Hogwarts magic system for Shilia was well considered. Firstly, her Vila bloodline came from that world. Additionally, while Hogwarts spells may not be incredibly powerful, they are highly versatile and can be used as long as one possesses magic. Moreover, they cover a comprehensive range of aspects, even including space, time, and causality. However, to what extent Shilia could grow was not important to Owen. She was merely a casual move. For now, her management abilities were more useful. Shilia, who aspired to be queen, even when often treated as the queen's pet, secretly studied and carefully observed how the queen managed. Thus, managing a territory of over 2,000 people was no challenge for her. She was quite happy to do it. But seeing Owen's indifferent demeanor, Shilia seemed to understand something else. She no longer focused all her energy on territory management, but settled down to learn spells. While Shilia was busy studying, Owen had already meticulously scanned the books sent from Queen's Island and was constantly searching for places that matched the records on the collected sea charts. Due to the passage of time, even Queen's Island, which had existed the longest, only had a partial understanding of the secret of humanity's origin. According to the current legends, the first humans were lost in this unknown sea in a boat, but in the books on Queen's Island, the first vessel humans took was not a wooden sailboat, but a ship that could fly. However, this spaceship encountered a storm and crashed into a very dangerous place in this world, forcing the survivors to build ships to leave, and even then, they suffered heavy losses, leading to a break in their heritage. Following the legends and the books from Queen's Island, Owen set his sights on the only continent in this ocean. The Orc continent, a rather crude name, and from the name alone it was clear it did not belong to humans. In reality, this was true, as humans had tried countless times to land on the Orc continent in the past, but had never succeeded. It wasn't because they were blocked by the orcs. On the contrary, those orcs were quite welcoming to humans. The main reason was that the living environment there was simply too harsh. The accurate name for the Orc continent should be the Wild Continent. According to limited records, a large number of giant beasts lived there, each a moving natural disaster, and the most terrifying were the lizardmen living in the endless swamps and forests at the center of the continent. These lizardmen possessed their own civilization and kingdom, and their numbers were extremely vast. The so-called orcs were merely slaves and sacrifices for the lizardmen, which is why the orcs were so welcoming to the arrival of humans, as they could help share the pressure, and humans were dexterous and skilled at making tools, all of which the orcs desperately needed. Besides this, the wild continent was surrounded by constant storms and inhabited by a large number of sea beasts, making it difficult just to get close, let alone occupy it long term. In fact, whenever any situation arose, the landing humans would face the dangerous predicament of being unable to advance or retreat. For this, humans had paid countless lives, yet to this day, there was not a single stable colonial settlement, and even those lucky enough to survive could only hide and seek. Owen estimated that among the few ships, only Swiftwind and the Storm were able to withstand the storms and turbulent sea beasts around the wild continent. The other ships probably couldn't endure it. However, to be safe, Owen decided to wait until the traversal energy was fully charged before departing. In case of danger, he could escape in time, and additionally, the accumulated progress points during this period could be exchanged for a powerful subordinate. As the progress points continuously increased, Owen began to select suitable exchange targets. Due to the quantity, it was indeed difficult to choose. After accidentally clicking on Monster Hunter, Owen immediately remembered Dragon Mother Daenerys, who was idle in the authority space. Currently, she was living quite comfortably, although the faith provided by Greenwood Town and Hydra Island was not much. After being filtered by the authority space, it was like sewage turning into pure water, making the long-deprived Dragon Mother drink it like sweet dew, extremely content, and completely unwilling to come out. Because he couldn't stand anyone being more idle than him, Owen exchanged for a female fire dragon and then threw her into the authority space for Dragon Mother to modify. A strange yet inferior bloodline, Dragon Mother Daenerys said with disdain upon seeing the female fire dragon, which was larger than a dump truck but had 2 wings and 2 feet. Dragons placed great emphasis on bloodline. Only pure-blooded dragons could obtain the inheritance from their bloodline, while creatures like the female fire dragon could only be considered wyverns, only slightly better than dragon beasts, let alone bloodline inheritance. They hadn't even mastered dragon speech, and the only difference from wild beasts was that they looked more like dragons, which was undoubtedly a disgrace to the dragon race, so Dragon Mother's attitude was not surprising. However, since it was a task assigned by her benefactor, Dragon Mother wouldn't fail to distinguish between priorities, even if she was a demigod. 1,000 years ago, even if she wasn't a demigod, as the most hot-tempered red dragon among the pure-blooded dragons, she wouldn't have given a human a second glance. Instead, she would have roasted them to medium rare with a snort for a snack. Unfortunately, a millennium of confinement had long made Dragon Mother see the light. She felt that her current situation was quite good, not only having a safe dwelling, but also a steady stream of pure faith. If things continued this way, becoming a god was only a matter of time. However, this did not mean that Dragon Mother would develop ambitions because of this, nor would she underestimate Owen, much less dream of becoming the master herself. Are you kidding? Unaffected by divine temptation, and able to wield the authority space of a true god as a mortal, would such a person be ordinary? Dragons are merely arrogant, not brainless, so Dragon Mother didn't believe that. It was more likely that he was an avatar of a true god, so she planned to diligently cling to him and wait for Owen to help her ascend. Therefore, she would still conscientiously complete the tasks Owen occasionally assigned, and thus began to carefully examine the female fire dragon, which was like a quail before her. The physical strength is not bad, it can barely withstand my essence blood, Dragon Mother said with an expression that implied she was doing it a favor, reaching out and dripping a drop of essence blood into the female fire dragon's body. At this time, Dragon Mother had no physical body. Her current appearance was merely an illusion created by the authority space, but the heart containing all her essence blood was here, and it was also the core for her future reconstruction of her physical body, so if it weren't for Owen's sake, she would not waste a drop of essence blood on a wyvern. Receiving a drop of a demigod dragon's essence blood, although not enough to completely transform the female fire dragon, was sufficient to allow it to advance further. Its already enormous body swelled another size, and its body surface was covered with a thick layer of red dragon scales, and a pair of cone-like dragon horns grew. Unfortunately, it still had 2 wings and 2 feet, and did not break through the limitations of its bloodline. Even so, it was enough. Besides its venom, the female fire dragon's fiery breath became even more lethal, and its already strong body broke through the upper limit of a wyvern. Some weaker, pure-blooded dragons might not even be its match. Dragon Mother was slightly satisfied with this, because from now on, her consciousness could attach to the female fire dragon's body, thereby enjoying the scenery of the outside world. As for her true body going out, having been imprisoned for 1,000 years, she refused it from the inside out. She barely maintained her life by looking at the outside scenery through the female fire dragon. Regarding Dragon Mother's thoughts, as the owner of the authority space, Owen could perceive some of them, and this was precisely the thinking he instilled in Dragon Mother through the authority space. No one would really think that he didn't do anything when Faith passed through the authority space, right? How could that be? Dragon Mother was a demigod, and under his cultivation, the chance of her becoming a god was not low. Such a great treasure could he let her escape. He would definitely use whatever means he had, but comparatively, his methods were more clever and more greedy than those of the people in the ruins. He wanted not only her body, but also her soul and will to become his shape. So he would start with her inner fear, cultivate Dragon Mother into a homebody, then deeply imprint his mark on her, and finally he could do hehe. Just as Owen was preparing to go to sea, the ancient blood suddenly boiled, almost causing him to lose control and cross over again. However, he had a premonition that this crossing was not random, as he clearly felt a coordinate. Owen, not understanding what was happening, struggled to suppress the surging ancient blood while checking his body. Suddenly, he saw the portal glowing. Only then did he realize what had happened. A widely broadcast spatial coordinate. Damn, who's that powerful? Owen was stunned, first cursing, then rushing to the portal at top speed. He placed his hands on it, stabilizing the boiling ancient blood while also carefully sensing something. Most importantly, he was covering the portal's mark to prevent revealing its location. Regardless of how a portal is made, the principle is similar. Its basic functions are teleportation and positioning. Therefore, even though Owen created it by referencing multiple systems, it still established a connection with this world's teleportation points. That's not quite right. It should be that a nearby teleportation point broadcast its location and frequency, which any device with teleportation capabilities could receive, using it as a marker to cross over to that teleportation point. Only when the constantly fluctuating light of the portal subsided did Owen lower his hands and fall into contemplation. Aside from the portal he created, the only other teleportation points in this world were likely the spaceships that brought the originators of humanity to this world. The current problem was whether the teleportation node was accidentally triggered or a deliberately set trap. To be honest, Owen was indeed tempted. He might be cautious, but that didn't mean he didn't have the urge to take a risk, especially when the danger was not great. He wanted to embark on a small adventure, like a true adventurer, to satisfy his hidden inner impulse. Considering that the mysticism of this world was not high, and besides firearms and cannons, the only things that could threaten him were those giant beasts, coupled with his ability to cross dimensions at any time, he became even more tempted. Thinking that his numerous trump cards were not to be underestimated, Owen gave some instructions and happily put on a set of equipment he had prepared long ago. He wore a mental headband, an electronic muscle suit under armor, a loose wizard's robe over it, a silver sword at his waist, and a chicken leg-shaped staff in his hand. He was just missing a white beard to charge into an orc horde and unleash his power. However, this attire was secondary, mostly for a certain sentiment. The most important thing was his own attributes. The attribute panel was not static. Owen could not only adjust it, but also lean towards specific functions. The previous attribute panel was too cumbersome and complex, so Owen decided to simplify it, also making it easier to respond in the manner of a mage. However, upon seeing the armored demon sheep mount and Kneasel pet in the attribute panel, Owen couldn't help but frown. Because he hadn't summoned or used them in a long time, both were now unable to keep up with his progress. After some thought, Owen took out a dragon egg and some mithril steel, fusing them with the armored demon sheep. The dragon egg could no longer hatch, but its inherent value remained. At the very least, as a synthesis material, it was still a great tonic for the armored demon sheep. After fusing with the dragon egg, the armored demon sheep's body became larger, and its thick horns became somewhat ferocious. Its already bad temper grew even more volatile, occasionally spewing a stream of flames that blackened the ground. However, the improvement in strength was evident. If the previous armored demon sheep could only smash through a wall, the current mithril dragon sheep could now go head-to-head with an armored vehicle. As for the Kneazle he had raised on a whim, its purebred appearance didn't match his aesthetic, so it had always been kept in the castle and cared for by house elves. He would only occasionally remember to pet it. Since he had good materials, Owen fused it with an Alu from Monster Hunter, transforming it into a meter-tall catfolk. Unexpectedly, its appearance dramatically changed after the crossbreed. The Alu Kneazle was surprisingly cute, so Owen, in a good mood, named her Alu. Although the name was a bit perfunctory, her cuteness and feel were genuinely good. Owen almost couldn't put her down. However, Alu are not merely pets, they are also good helpers for monster hunters. Besides helping to pull carts and collect loot, they can also assist hunters in combat and recovery. Owen stroked his chin. Because of her cuteness, he uncharacteristically generously exchanged some good things for Alu. After doing all this, Owen opened the much simplified attribute panel. Name Owen, age 23, profession mage wizard mana 600,600. Leadership 35, martial prowess 30, intelligence 60, politics 40, charisma 70. Specialties mysticism, ancient blood, authority fragments. Skills elementary telekinesis, intermediate mental power, intermediate meditation, elementary alchemy, elementary air magic, intermediate spells, intermediate onmyodo, elementary runology, elementary witchcraft, elementary demon lord aura, elementary monster summoning art. Equipment electronic muscle suit under armor, steel mage robe, unicorn sword, brave staff, mental headband, holy Ares power armor, thunderclap power hammer, master crafted heavy bolter, master crafted high-speed chainsword, portable universal furnace. Mount Mithril Dragon Sheep. Pet Alu. Shikigami Steel Fist, Giant Scythe, Female Fire Dragon, Slime Queen, Minotaur Minus, High Priestess Emil, Demon Centaur Bella, Blood Princess Angie, Dragon Mother Denaries. Puppets Top Hat, Ninja Slayer, Zaku, Nuan Bao Bao, One-Eyed Giant Eagle. Numerically, Owen's attributes had increased, but they were only decent, far from first-rate. However, his skills were extraordinary and quite extensive. And this was already simplified, not even subdivided, otherwise it would be at least several thousand characters. This was the result of his years of hard work. Besides these, his equipment was equally magnificent, not to mention his numerous puppets and Shikigami. To say he was a one-man army might be an exaggeration, but to deal with him, one would need an army. Full of confidence, Owen teleported himself through the locked node. To his surprise, he was dumbfounded the moment he opened his eyes. Based on the intuition brought by the ancient blood, Owen knew that he had not left the world he was in before, he had merely traversed a certain distance. However, the scene before him startled him. He was currently in a beautiful, fairytale-like valley, filled with unseen plants and birds and beasts. Beneath his feet was an ancient teleportation array continuously releasing spatial markers. However, he had no time to study these, as he unexpectedly discovered a small town in the valley. Besides some humans, many beastkin also lived here. They were not the violent green-skinned orcs, but subhumans with animalistic appearances who lived like humans. They wore fitted clothes and skillfully attracted customers, doing business in a slightly accented common tongue. Their targets were people like Owen, who emerged from the teleportation array. Owen was first startled by the bustling small market, made up of makeshift tents and stalls. Then he saw all sorts of people dressed as adventurers constantly calling out to friends, which made him feel bewildered, as if a scene from a game had come to life in reality. Silver scale breastplate, 5 gold coins apiece, limited quantity, first come, first served. The hooded vendor, afraid of being recognized, vigorously hawked the shiny, flimsy, fishy-smelling silver scale breastplate he held, but apart from a bunch of kids, no one else gave these genuine fish-scale armors a second glance. Healing potions, excellent healing potions. 1 bottle is 1 life. If you don't buy it, just tell your fortune, good people will be rewarded. The witch, with her ugly face exposed, cackled as she clutched a crystal ball, hawking strange, suspiciously colored, bubbling potions in front of her, but few dared to approach. After all, witches were notoriously temperamental, and who knew what reason she might have to curse you. Thunder Warhammer high-quality replica artifact, starting at 100 gold coins. The tall, burly Minotaur blacksmith vigorously swung a warhammer thicker than a human calf, demonstrating its power to passing adventurers. The problem was, this thing weighed nearly 100 pounds, which human could wield it. Just carrying it out on an adventure would be exhausting. Pet eggs on sale, buy one get one free. A beautiful blonde young lady with a basket slung over her arm hawked colorful pet eggs everywhere. However, those in the know could tell these pet eggs were just picked up from outside. At most, they would hatch lizards and snakes. As for whether they were poisonous, one would have to experience it firsthand to find out. Raptor Squad recruiting, super strong survival ability, takes care of people, mages welcome, warriors scram. 3 female adventurers of different styles were recruiting teammates, but unfortunately, mages were too few, and males with ulterior motives were too many, making them so angry they set their dogs on people, causing a chaotic scene. 100th anniversary of the Manly Men's Guild. Join now and receive a secret blend of oil to make your muscles shine brighter. A group of hairy berserkers, clad only in bearskins and thongs, displayed their robust physiques while smearing beast oil on themselves, making their muscles gleam. However, few dared to approach. Occasionally, burly men carrying battle axes and warhammers would stop to watch, only to be dragged away by their pale-faced friends or teammates, fearing they might go astray. Seeing these scenes unfold before him, Owen, though filled with questions, didn't stay put, as it would make him too conspicuous. Plus, people kept appearing from the teleportation array behind him, so he nonchalantly walked along the stalls, trying to blend in. Soon, Owen noticed that the currency used here was still gold, silver, and copper, and their styles varied greatly, with their value primarily estimated by weight and purity. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, at least his money was usable. Then Owen discovered that the situation was not as complicated as he had imagined, because someone proactively came forward to help explain the situation, clearly indicating that there were many people like him who were visiting for the first time. According to the detailed information, it was divided into a brief introduction to copper coins, a detailed explanation of silver coins, and a fawning over gold coins. So, with just a few gold coins, Owen learned a lot of useful information, then bid farewell to the tour guide girl whose mouth had gone dry. Through the girl, Owen learned that this teleportation node was not the first to open, however. Initially, it opened once every 100 years, lasting only 1 day each time. Aside from trapping a few unlucky souls, it hadn't served any significant purpose. Later, at some unknown point, it began opening once every 10 years, lasting for a month each time. Many who came here were able to return alive, and thus it gradually gained some renown. It was also from that time that more and more orcs and humans from that world discovered this place, and relying on the safe zones cleared by these outsiders, they gradually settled down, forming the town before them. In recent years, the frequency of the teleportation array opening has become more and more frequent, almost once a year, hence the bustling small market next to the teleportation array. As for the people present, they were adventurers and merchants from different worlds, their only commonality being that they had all discovered the teleportation array. This truly opened Owen's eyes. He had thought he was unique, never imagining that transmigrators had become so numerous. However, Owen also noticed that the origin of humanity in the worlds these people came from also had issues, and some people were aware of this and were also searching for the origin of humanity. Unfortunately, they were either unwilling to elaborate or were equally clueless, even with many inaccuracies, so Owen quickly lost interest. After all, this matter wasn't that important to him. As long as it posed no threat to him, the origin of humanity made no difference. Although this teleportation was not quite what he had imagined, Owen had no intention of returning immediately, because this place perfectly matched his fantasies of adventure. Just from Owen's meticulous crafting of Greenwood Town, it was clear that deep down he also harbored a dream of adventure, especially since he had set his sights on an adventurer squad and intended to join them for an exciting adventure. Thanks to Owen's noble demeanor, mage attire, and generous spending, he was quite popular. At least the 3 members of the Raptor squad were very satisfied and enthusiastically introduced themselves. The leader of the Raptor squad was named Ya, a long-legged, busty, wild-looking brunette beauty who revealed fangs when she smiled. Her profession was a hunter, moonlighting as a veterinarian. She kept a forest wolf, was skilled in traps and close-quarters combat with daggers, and also in neutering pets, a skill reportedly honed on her family farm back home. The vice captain was Bai, a fair-skinned, beautiful, curvaceous blonde elf, wearing simple armor that looked somewhat defensive but was utterly useless. She carried a bow and arrows and wore a rapier, appearing as a radiant yet peculiar ranger. The remaining member was a petite ratkin assassin named Jai. It was unclear how she grew up, but she was furry and soft, with large eyes, round rat ears, and a slender, pink tail. She didn't look like a sneaky rat, instead, she seemed rather cute. "Want some dried fish?" Owen, with a smile, pulled out dried fish and dangled it in front of Jai, not caring about her ratkin identity. After all, her good looks naturally made him see her in a different light. Jai disdainfully turned her head away. She was a ruthless ratkin assassin who killed without batting an eye, not a domesticated pet. Mere dried fish, who was he looking down on? Jai, silently munching on a cheese cream stick, kept her head down, as if this could hide her from her two companions' strange looks. Little did she know this was like burying her head in the sand, but this cheese was simply too good. "We never expected a mage to actually join," Ye said, handing Owen one of the fruit juices they had ordered at a stall, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Although mages are magic users, compared to warlocks who enjoy adventure and wizards who travel, they prefer to stay home doing research. It's common for them not to leave their homes for a year at a time. Therefore, apart from some mage apprentices, official mages rarely make appearances, let alone become adventurers. Although the Raptor Squad was recruiting mages, in reality, they had only intended to find a mage apprentice. They were well aware of how small the chances were of encountering an official mage, and even smaller were the chances of one being willing to join their squad. The two parties introduced themselves. Compared to Owen's somewhat vague statements, the Raptor Squad was more direct. After all, they were just adventurers, and one couldn't expect them to have a high-level perspective on the overall situation, let alone a sense of confidentiality. Thus, Owen learned a lot about their world. However, after listening, Owen somewhat understood their directness. The world where the Raptor Squad resided did not have a unified empire, but rather multiple kingdoms coexisting, including nations formed by many non-human intelligent races. If humans couldn't get along, let alone nations. Because of their mutual opposition, every kingdom couldn't relax and was quite dedicated to cultivating strong individuals. Coupled with the prevalence of adventurers and professionals, their world saw an endless stream of powerhouses. Over thousands of years of history, legends were countless, and demigods frequently appeared. To this day, several demigods are still confirmed to exist. To invade such a world, setting aside whether it could succeed, the cost alone would be enough to deter anyone. From this perspective, the world where the Raptor Squad was located was a higher tier than the world Owen had previously inhabited. However, this couldn't be certain, because to this day Owen had not yet stepped into the Empire's territory, and he only had a superficial understanding of this vast empire. Who knew how many secrets this bloated and corrupt empire concealed? Perhaps it was even more terrifying than the world where the Raptor Squad resided. In any case, it was a fact that powerhouses in the Raptor Squad's world were more active, especially in terms of adventure. Every discovery of a new teleportation array would bring a wave of exploration, attracting many high-level adventurers and even demigods to participate. In contrast, the kingdom's attention to this was not very high, because it was impossible to colonize and occupy new worlds through teleportation arrays. Setting aside that only a few people could be teleported each time, the consumption alone was something no country could bear. However, for demigods it was a good place, because in such a world they could collect faith without any scruples. Of course, the downside was that the laws of such worlds were generally incomplete. Collecting faith was easy, but the difficulty of igniting divine fire increased by more than 10 or even 100 times, so it was a trade-off. The Raptor Squad was very lucky. The teleportation array connecting to this world was located in an underground collapse in a corner of a forest, discovered by Jai by chance. So until that teleportation array was exposed, only they could come to this world. As for why Yer and her team wanted to find a mage teammate, they told Owen after signing a temporary teammate contract. "You found a tomb suspected to belong to a legendary mage." Owen didn't show excitement upon hearing this. Instead, he frowned. Because of Brian, Owen was not completely ignorant of the mage community. It was precisely because he knew that he showed such an expression. Mages were a rather reclusive group of people. Because they needed stable mental power to cast spells, they would avoid communication that could lead to emotional attachments. Coupled with their years of immersion in research, the older and stronger the mage, the colder and more ruthless they became. After reaching the legend realm, they almost acted with a way of thinking completely different from ordinary people. Therefore, after a mage died, they would either bury everything they had or prepare trials and await those destined to come. But the most terrifying were those who transformed themselves into undead. They had completely abandoned all bottom lines, and no one could predict what consequences they might cause. Moreover, a legendary mage would often use his mage tower as a tomb, even without anyone presiding over it. Trying to break in was a matter of 9 deaths out of 10. The Raptor squad also understood the dangers of a legendary mage's tomb, but giving up would be too regrettable, so they planned to find a mage to cooperate with and try to break through. If they couldn't, they would just have to sell the information. Let's see how things go with this matter. Owen pondered for a long time, but did not give a clear answer. Ya, as the captain, nodded upon hearing this, because she also knew that their limited knowledge and past experience as 3 people could not make an accurate judgment. So they still needed a professional like Owen to go and see the site. Next, you introduced Yaogu Town to Owen. They were not visiting here for the first time, and Jai was even a local native, so they were quite familiar with the place, even owning a house there. However, Owen refused to go back and stay with them, opting instead to wander around the town. The population sources of Yaogu Town were quite complex, mainly local demi-humans, which are intelligent races with beast-like features, such as Jai. There were also descendants of humans from this world who tried to colonize the wild continent but failed, and intelligent beings from other worlds who accidentally entered the teleportation array early on but couldn't return. They collectively formed this unique town. Owen, who had personally built Greenwood Town, was very fond of Yaogu Town, which had a similar style, and he always had a feeling that this place was a hidden gem, like Chicken Island from Kung Fu Hustle. The person selling meat on the street might be a sword saint, the one selling maps at the corner might be a grand archmage, and the person furtively buying unhealthy picture books in the alley might be a legendary assassin. In short, anything was possible. Leaving his territory, leaving numerous guards, and walking on unfamiliar streets, Owen suddenly felt a sense of freedom, as if he had broken free from all constraints. However, Owen did not indulge in this feeling, because just as billionaires sometimes envy the simple happiness of ordinary people, it would be absolutely impossible for them to give up their vast wealth to toil for daily necessities. Adventure was good, but being a lord was even better. Owen could still distinguish between the two and had no intention of seeking hardship. This one experience was enough. As he walked, Owen suddenly found himself in a strange alley where most of the people coming and going were men, with only a few women. Is this the authentic, exotic world of customs, men and women? Owen was shocked. Although he had more than one woman, he had never actually been to such a place in 2 lifetimes, so he couldn't help but feel tempted. Of course, Owen didn't want to try anything. He mainly wanted to experience the atmosphere. Yes, just to experience the atmosphere and satisfy his curiosity. This was also human nature. Understandable. Owen cleared his throat. As he stepped into the alley, he hesitated whether to put on a lewd, regular customer's face or maintain the stern face of a gentleman. Before he could decide, he was attracted by the first shop. Myomiel, the name reminded Owen of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, but when he looked inside, wow, he saw a cat girl lounging on a long counter with a hint of seductive charm. Seeing Owen peeking in, she narrowed her big, captivating eyes as if she wanted to bewitch him. Unfortunately, cat ears were fine, but a cat girl that looked like the white cat from Tom and Jerry was out of the question. It was then that Owen realized his bottom line was surprisingly firm, which was commendable. However, Owen was truly an eye-opener next. Besides real cat girls, there were also bearded female dwarves, busty cowgirls, mermaids who could only live in water, and even winged people with human bodies and bird claws. Ignoring Owen, who was excitedly engrossed in exploring the customs of the other world, the 3 members of the Raptor squad arrived at Jai's home, a hobbit hole under a large tree root, carrying large bags of food. Because Yaogu Town is inhabited by a large number of demi-humans, the living environment is diverse. For example, the cliffs on both sides of the valley are mostly home to winged folk and goat folk, while some freshwater merfolk and frogfolk live in the ponds and streams. Similarly, there are unique residents both in and under the trees. After greeting the squirrel maiden, who was drying nuts upstairs, and delivering some snacks to the mole auntie next door who had poor eyesight, the three opened the small door between the tree roots and entered Jai's cozy little home. The cave between the tree roots was not as dark and damp as imagined. There was a small window at the top, ensuring good ventilation, and a special mud plaster on the walls effectively isolated the dampness from underground. It was a bit cool, but once the fireplace was lit, the last bit of chill was dispelled. Although she hadn't been back for a long time, the cave was exceptionally clean, and an unassuming but warm little flower pot sat on the small windowsill, indicating that someone often came to help clean. This was not surprising. As a member of the rat clan, Jai came from a very large family, with dozens of siblings. Although many had died or gone missing due to various reasons and accidents, there were still over a dozen siblings living in Yagu town and nearby, and they had long since married and had children, making the family even larger. Therefore, even though she hadn't returned for a long time, her small house was still very well maintained. Sitting in front of the fireplace, the three divided the food they had bought and discussed Owen while eating. As experienced adventurers and women, how could the three members of the Raptor squad so easily trust someone? In reality, the number of men they had tricked was beyond counting. However, they were not an exception but the norm. Therefore, many seasoned adventurers would not easily provoke female adventurers, because often, once a conflict arose, male adventurers would fight, then go drinking arm in arm, while female adventurers would rarely directly attack you. Instead, they would subtly trick you, tricking you so thoroughly that you would regret it immensely. So while it seemed the three had said a lot earlier, upon careful reflection, there was almost no truly valuable information. Instead, they used it to gain some goodwill and trust from Owen, which is not something a naive person could achieve. Our luck is really good this time. We actually encountered a big fat sheep, Ye said straightforwardly, tearing at the roasted meat in her hand with large bites, not caring that the grease was dripping onto her thick frontal armor. After a casual wipe, she said it casually, looking like a bandit. However, it was rumored that Ye had indeed worked as a robber for a period before becoming an adventurer, only to change careers when she found it boring, and then discovered that it highly overlapped with her old profession. Don't make it sound so bad, and he's not just a simple big fat sheep, Bai said with a meaningful smile, elegantly sipping juice and arranging the fruit in front of her. All right, we all know you're the smartest among us three. Just say what you found, Ye said, raising her greasy hand to pat Bai's shoulder, but Bai avoided it with a look of disgust, though she still spoke. Do you think he's very handsome, very polite, very well-mannered, and very elegant? Every time Bai said very, Ye nodded, but you didn't realize that he's not human, at least not a pure-blooded human. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses a very high purity and quality of elven bloodline. As she said this, Bai's eyes gleamed, and her drooling expression almost made you unable to watch. Elves' appearances can easily deceive people. For example, Bai looks like a naive person, but in reality she is an experienced individual in every sense of the word, having dealt with more men than an average person has had pimples on their face. Therefore, upon seeing Owen's handsome face, she was instantly smitten, and after sensing the purity of his bloodline up close, her affection surged like a tide, almost making her perform a duck sit on the spot and moisten the ground. An elf, besides being good-looking, I really didn't notice anything else, but his scent is indeed very clean, cleaner than yours, Ye said, stunned for a moment. Get lost? Bai rolled her eyes at Ye, very displeased. What was she working so hard for? Wasn't it to improve her bloodline through selection, not some random escapade? Jai continued to lick her cheese cream stick, not interested in their conversation. In fact, besides eating, she had little interest in anything else and completely ignored the two who were talking animatedly. After some discussion, the three finally reached a consensus, concluding that Owen was a good person and could be trusted. This conclusion was not based on looks. Ye's intuition was astonishing, Bai's perception was strong, and Jai had non-human instincts. Even a devil might not be able to hide their true self without a single flaw in front of the three of them. Although they confirmed that he was a good person, whether the cooperation would continue still depended on his abilities. Therefore, the three members of the Raptor squad would not directly take Owen to their destination. Instead, they would deliberately take a detour and test him before leading him to the destination. As for whether they would share the spoils equally afterward or directly kill him and seize his wealth, that would depend on whether he could meet their demands. Everyone was a mature adventurer, no one would make decisions based solely on personal preference. As for killing and seizing wealth, they only needed to find a reason, such as him asking for too much or having ulterior motives towards them. As long as the reason was plausible, no one would seriously question it. Even finding a reason was only to retain their adventurer qualifications. Otherwise, people dying in the wilderness was perfectly normal. It seemed cruel, but how many adventurers were soft-hearted? If you didn't want to die, you could only harden your heart and send others to their death. If it comes to the last step, I'll be the one to do it, Bai said, licking the juice from the corner of her mouth, sounding a little impatient. Why, I like handsome guys too, okay? And it's rare to meet someone with such a clean scent, you said, putting down the clean-picked bone, dissatisfied. Because I'm more attractive than you, Bai said, crossing her arms, making her magnificent assets appear even more spectacular, then slightly raising her head and speaking with confidence. I also have plenty of admirers, no less than yours, you said, tugging at her neckline, revealing the tip of the iceberg of her even more substantial assets, which suppressed Bai's increasingly arrogant demeanor. Is that so? I thought those were all your drinking buddies, Bai retorted mercilessly. After all, Ya's personality made it too easy for men to treat her like a brother, and a few drinks later, they would become inseparable, missing out on so many good opportunities that even Bai felt speechless. Ya awkwardly chugged a mug of ale. Who made those men such poor drinkers? Bai smugly watched Ya back down, then turned to see Jai still licking her cheese cream stick. Seeing her happily wiggling her pink long tail, Bai's face flushed slightly, and she grabbed the bewildered Jai and walked into the room. Jai, lend me your tail. Bai's urgent tone made Jai's fur stand on end. She suddenly remembered past experiences and flailed her limbs, trying to break free, but all she saw was his helpless expression. Finally, she watched in despair as the door closed. In the early morning, Owen, looking refreshed, emerged from the alley, showing no signs of fatigue, embodying the youthful vigor of a rising sun. This wasn't due to Owen's skills improving. Rather, although he had stayed inside all night, he hadn't done anything. He had merely satisfied his curiosity about Beastkin with animal ears and enjoyed the local specialty performances, such as fox songs, snake dances, and bird leaps. It was truly an eye-opener, and he secretly thought that Xuanzeng must have received similar treatment back in the day. As for why Owen chose to emulate Liu Zaihui last night, it was mainly because there were too many like-minded people, and he didn't like joining in the fun, especially when it felt like a crowded bus, not to mention the safety concerns. This wasn't him talking nonsense, it was mainly because, although beastkin are similar in size to humans, their physiques are vastly different, like cat girls. Felines are natural predators. There are almost no creatures of the same weight that can defeat them. So even though a cat girl may seem delicate and soft-bodied, if she truly gets angry, one slap can teach you a lesson. What's more, who can claim to accurately gauge a cat's temper? Besides, he was scheduled to depart with the 3 ladies of the Raptor Squad today. If he had big dark circles under his eyes and unsteady steps, everyone would know what he had been up to last night, which would not be conducive to maintaining his good image. Thus, Owen made a difficult choice, to be the Liu Zaihui of his generation. In fact, Owen even wondered if Liu Zaihui had read strange tales from a Chinese studio. Otherwise, any normal man would not have been able to resist. Walking on the street, feeling a bit hungry, Owen looked for a place to eat breakfast. The town also had breakfast vendors, but Owen wasn't interested in grilled lizardmen or insect combo meals. He only ordered the special fruit thick soup, but couldn't even manage one bite, giving it to a small sheep person drooling nearby. In the end, he solved the problem with his own dry rations. They had agreed to meet at the town's animal pens yesterday. Owen asked for directions and walked out of town. The animal pens were essentially a place to keep mounts. As for why they weren't called stables, it was mainly because this world was special. There were no horses. Therefore, mounts were diverse, and some were fierce and prone to injuring people. For safety, they were all kept in sturdy animal pens. The animal pens were on the outskirts of the town. Owen didn't walk far before he saw them. Although it was still early, many merchants and adventurers were already preparing to depart. The variety of mounts made Owen feel a bit overwhelmed. After asking around casually, Owen learned that they were going to collect the specialties of this world. Because too many peers had gathered in the town, competition was too fierce, and profits were naturally diluted. So some bolder merchants hired adventurers to purchase goods from other indigenous settlements. Because the farther they went, the more dangerous it became. Everyone was racing against time to acquire specialties from closer settlements. Owen wasn't interested in these things. He was more curious about the mounts here. There were three main types of local mounts: stone-jaw beasts, landstriders, and velociraptors. Stone-jaw beasts resemble ankylosaurs, but without a meteor hammer-like tail. They are characterized by heavy lower jaws, a thick and broad body, and stout limbs. Their size is comparable to a short-legged Asian elephant, giving them strong carrying capacity and decent stamina, making them suitable as pack animals. The only problem is that stone-jaw beasts eat a lot. Although they are herbivores and don't cost much money, it also means their nutrient absorption efficiency is lower. Therefore, they spend most of the day eating, which is the only way to meet their needs. So even with help feeding them, it still takes a lot of time to harvest plants. In contrast, landstriders are the most cost-effective. As omnivores, these large ostrich-like landstriders are famously not picky eaters. Grass, fruit, grains, insects, mice, and snakes are all on their diet. Furthermore, they are fast and agile. Aside from a slightly lower carrying capacity, they have almost no drawbacks, making them very suitable for travel. As for velociraptors, they are both handsome and fierce in appearance, with cunning and cruel temperaments. Even ordinary adventurers might not be able to defeat them, making them excellent mounts. The biggest problem is that they are carnivores and have a considerable appetite. This means that if the rider cannot provide enough food, they have to let it hunt for itself. As for whether it will return or when, that depends on luck. Owen had just learned a bit about the situation when the raptor squad arrived, in the process of securing their luggage onto their landstriders. He simply rode his mithril dragon sheep over to meet them. The enhanced dragon sheep was the size of a bull, covered in a layer of intricately carved mithril steel armor with mysterious patterns. It was clearly extraordinary, at least enough to awe the three members of the raptor squad. Mithril steel for a mount. His eyes turned red. She knew that mithril steel, as an excellent magic alloy, was always in high demand with no supply. Even if it were available, the price would be beyond her means. It looks like a piece of mithril steel light armor with the same pattern, Bai said, her eyes a bit hazy. She looked as if she'd be willing to swap places with the dragon sheep. Only Jai was the most innocent, her eyes fixed on the cheese cream stick Owen casually pulled out, completely ignoring her two envious teammates. Swallowing their saliva, the three of them, Ye, Bai, and Jai, positioned Owen in the middle and set off. As soon as they left the valley, Owen felt a cold wind blow. Looking up, he realized the valley was located within the mountains, and the elevation here was clearly not low, with many peaks covered in perpetual ice and snow. Turning to look back at the valley behind him, Owen guessed there might be geothermal activity there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unaffected by the outside world. But in comparison, Owen was more interested in the upcoming adventure. The merchants and adventurers who had departed earlier had already scattered along the small paths. After a while, only the four of them remained. The terrain became lower and flatter, indicating they were leaving the range of the mountains. Along the way, Ye wasn't idle. Many times, she had to leave the group to scout ahead. Bai explained to him that although lizardmen and most large beasts dislike cold environments, there are always exceptions. Therefore, pathfinding and reconnaissance are essential. Owen was not unfamiliar with these things. In fact, whether developing territory or building an army, he placed great importance on intelligence and scouts. To this end, he not only established the route, but also maintained a considerable number of scout cavalry in the army. Damn it, I found troll footprints and droppings, and more than one. We need to be careful from now on and try not to make too much noise, Ye said grumpily upon returning, clearly disliking trolls very much. Trolls are ogre-like monsters, larger and dumber than ogres. When extremely hungry, they eat anything, including pebbles, but this doesn't prevent trolls from being the most hated monster by adventurers. An adult troll is over 3 meters tall and weighs several thousand pounds. Its mere movement can pose a fatal threat to most creatures, not to mention that trolls can use simple weapons, such as broken tree trunks. The troll's astonishing destructive power is just a trivial reason why adventurers dislike it. The most important reason is that trolls have no value from head to toe. Unless a lord offers a bounty for killing trolls invading their territory, most adventurers choose to ignore them because the cost-effectiveness is too low. Winning brings no benefits, and losing means no future, so they avoid them if possible. It was indeed powerful, managing to escape the danger zone before the troll-s discovered them. This way, even if they wanted to pursue, they couldn't catch up. Owen saw those clumsy big fellows from a distance. Even sitting there, they were like small mountains, and just looking at them, he knew how immense their power was. If not for the trolls being too foolish, with their physical advantage, they would undoubtedly have the potential to be an overlord, but unfortunately, heaven gave them powerful bodies but took away their brains. Hearing the angry roars of the trolls behind her, Ye was very happy, because she had once again tricked those stupid big fellows. However, the trolls were just the beginning. As the terrain became flatter and the surrounding vegetation grew more lush, dangerous situations became more frequent. Fortunately, Ye and her companions were indeed experienced and solved the problems without Owen having to lift a finger, which allowed him to focus his energy on other aspects. In fact, Owen had long discovered that the environment here was very special because it retained a large number of ferns. After digging through his past life's knowledge in his mind, Owen could only conclude that ferns were more compatible with dinosaurs. After all, who would study this for no reason? Besides, the prosperous period of ferns had passed hundreds of millions of years ago. What the real situation was, no one could say for sure. They could only guess based on the information they currently had. As for whether it was reliable, it was like someone traveling back in time to provide evidence. Wouldn't they still have to listen to the experts? Owen was fortunate enough to come to another world, but unfortunately, due to his limited knowledge, he couldn't conduct in-depth research. He just felt that the oxygen content here was a bit high. If it weren't for the fact that none of the few people were ordinary, they might have suffered from oxygen poisoning. No wonder there are so many troll beasts here, Owen suddenly realized, because the larger the body, the higher the oxygen demand, otherwise it would be impossible to meet the consumption of such a huge body. Not every troll is like a dragon that can survive even in a volcano. However, oxygen doesn't appear out of thin air. Owen consciously began to collect the plant species here. Once cultivated, they could serve as oxygen generators for the underground ruins. In fact, Owen had already discovered that compared to satisfying his own little bit of adventurer fun, he was more like an explorer. It was too early for colonization now, but if the teleportation array here were connected to Greenwood Town, he could gather a lot of information through those adventurers to prepare for colonization. As for the problem of high teleportation costs making colonization unprofitable, Owen was not without a foundation in this world. The strength of Hydra Island was still a bit lacking now, but the problem was that he had a cheat. As long as he strengthened it, it would be no problem to use it as a vanguard. Of course, these were just Owen's immature ideas for now. How to implement them would depend on the subsequent investigation. Ye and her two companions were not surprised by Owen collecting these ubiquitous plants. Magic professionals are notoriously problematic, sorcerers are wild, warlocks are strange, and mages are difficult. Sorcerers are wild because their emotional management is very poor. It's common for them to cast fireballs at the slightest disagreement, always feeling like they're just missing a Sharingan. Warlocks are strange because they are overly suppressed, silent, and mysterious, making it difficult for people to have a good impression. However, the difficulty of mages is truly hard to describe. It's difficult to get started, difficult to progress, and difficult to break through. It's never been easy from beginning to end. In fact, this is normal. Both sorcerers and warlocks rely on their bloodline. They are born with magic power. All they have to do is learn how to use it. It's like a rich second generation starting a business. They don't need to consider how to make a comeback after losing money, but rather to learn from their mistakes and keep trying. Can ordinary people be the same? One loss basically means spending the rest of their life working to pay off debts. How many have a second chance? Mages are the same. To put it bluntly, they are ordinary people. It's difficult to awaken spiritual power through meditation, difficult to use spiritual power to resonate with elements, difficult to construct magic models through runes, difficult to research, difficult to innovate, and even more difficult to break through. It can be said that this is a profession that belongs only to geniuses. Those with slightly inferior minds can only be mage apprentices for life. Only true geniuses can get started, and every legendary mage is a Leonardo da Vinci-like figure. Are there many such people? Not many. Therefore, the vast majority are stuck as mage apprentices, eventually dying from reckless breakthroughs or in their teachers' experiments. This shows how difficult the mage profession is. Precisely because it is difficult, mages will not miss any opportunity. These seemingly ordinary plants in Ye's eyes might play a decisive role in some aspects. As for what role, that is not something they can know. By the time Owen finished a round of collecting, it was almost dark. Yer and her companions had already set up camp, which involved clearing a space, lighting a bonfire to heat water. As for tents, they were not suitable for the current environment because there were too many dangers here. Tents, besides providing a little psychological comfort, would only reduce their perception and reaction, so they simply didn't set them up. Owen frowned. He was no longer the unlucky young noble who cried in the cold castle. After getting used to the noble life, making him sleep outdoors was really difficult for him. Come out, Slime Queen. Use the skill Underground Castle. Owen didn't care about revealing a trump card, so he summoned the increasingly large Slime Queen. As soon as the mountain-like Slime Queen appeared, his hair stood on end. Bai put her hand on her bow and arrow, and Jai's reaction was the most direct, disappearing into the bushes in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Owen's command, the Slime Queen, like drilling into a floor drain, silently seeped underground. Its powerful corrosive and digestive abilities allowed it to easily hollow out the ground and then support and reinforce it, so it was completely undetectable from the surface. Come in, Owen waved to Ya and her companions, whose hair was standing on end, while a glowing hole had silently appeared at his feet. Damn it, I never knew Slime S could grow so big. Ya continuously rubbed her arms, muttering at the same time. Bai and Jai's expressions were similar. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Slime S, precisely because they had, and were familiar with the attributes of Slime S, they understood how terrifying such a large Slime Queen truly was. Slime S can be immune to some physical attacks, but limited by their own weakness. Even an ordinary person picking up a wooden stick can deal with them. After all, Slime S are not immortal or liquid metal terminators. Once a large part of their body is scattered, Slime S will also die. Not to mention methods like burning and salting. In short, there are many ways to deal with a slime, which is usually only the size of a soccer ball. But when a slime becomes as large as a small mountain, it can only be described as terrifying. Its massive size renders physical attacks completely ineffective, because even a troll cannot shatter a large part of a super large slime's body in one go, and a gelatinous slime's recovery is not much more difficult than water droplets merging. As for energy attacks, apart from a legendary mage, other professionals simply cannot evaporate a mountain-sized slime. Even a legendary mage would have to specialize in destruction. This shows the horror of super large Slime S, which also made Ya and her companions wary of Owen and begin to doubt whether their previous plans still had a chance of success. None of these thoughts were expressed by Ya and her companions. Instead, they swiftly packed up their camp and led their mounts into the cave entrance one by one. Owen wasn't entirely sure how big the Slime Queen was, because the slimes he summoned had long since become part of the Slime Queen, and as long as there was enough food, slimes would continuously divide and reproduce, with no apparent limit. Currently, the Slime Queen had undoubtedly split off countless slimes to reproduce in this food-rich area, and who knew how many sizes larger she would be when they returned. Even after splitting off so many, the Slime Queen's body was still enormous. After hollowing out the underground in one go, 3 main areas were formed. One was the stables near the cave entrance, used to house the ostriches and dragon sheep. The space was wide, and slime maids were responsible for feeding them, all with concentrated feed. The central area was the largest, with a circular living room at its core, surrounded by a kitchen, storage room, restroom, and bathroom. The final area consisted of 4 independent bedrooms. All areas, including the furniture within, were formed as part of the Slime Queen, which meant they were essentially inside the Slime Queen's stomach. If anything went wrong, they would likely be digested in minutes, leaving not even a speck. Ya and her 2 companions were very aware of this, so their smiles were a bit forced, feeling like they had been invited to spend the night inside a giant beast's belly. It was quite thrilling. But people are curious, and Ya and her 2 companions were no exception, unconsciously exploring everything here. The walls here were made of a material similar to reinforced plastic, hard yet full of toughness, firmly supporting the underground space. The floor and tables and chairs were similar to rubber, a bit soft, a bit springy, but the further in they went, the firmer they became, like rubber-coated steel batons. What Ya and her 2 companions liked most were the sofas. One could sink into them, as if lying on a cloud. This was the Slime Queen's adjustment of her body's hardness, which was not difficult for the current Slime Queen. She could even dispatch some slime maids as internal service personnel, so they didn't need to lift a finger for eating, drinking, or cleaning. The slime maids even introduced some of the facilities here, such as the faucets, flush toilets, and bathrooms. Although they were truly inside the Slime Queen, the water source was legitimate, high-quality purified water collected and filtered by the Slime Queen from underground. It was perfectly fine to drink directly from the faucet. Furthermore, in extreme circumstances, the Slime Queen could even convert underground organic matter into nutrient fluid, so they wouldn't starve even without carrying any supplies. After eating and drinking their fill, Yo and her companions followed the slime maids to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then returned to their respective rooms. As for gathering to discuss how to respond, don't be silly, they were currently in the other party's stomach. Discussing how to deal with the other party here, even a typical idiot wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, they only exchanged brief gestures and movements while showering. Previously, his attention had been drawn by the impending adventure. Now, Owen had somewhat come to his senses and realized he had been a bit judgmental. The Raptor squad was not as innocent as he had imagined. Actually, this was quite normal. If they were truly naive and sweet, these three would have long since met their demise. They wouldn't be living such comfortable lives. With this realization, Owen naturally became more vigilant. Among the three, Ye the captain and Bai, the vice-captain, posed no real threat to Owen. The greatest threat, surprisingly, was Zhai, who seemed like a pet. As a ratfolk, Zhai was about 1.2 meters tall and weighed 20 kilograms. Her strength was not great, and her speed was only average, but her reactions were exceptionally agile. Coupled with the racial advantage of being boneless, she was a natural assassin. Owen estimated that if Zhai launched a sneak attack within 3 meters, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time. However, this didn't mean Owen had no means of dealing with her. The simplest solution was Alu. After all, she was a mouse, so having a felon keep an eye on her would suffice. Early the next morning, when the early rising Zhai saw the feline carrying a prepared breakfast, her entire body stiffened, and she even felt an urge to fall to the ground and play dead. Catfolk Yo and Bai, who got up one after another, were stunned. They hadn't seen her before. Her name is Alu, and she's my personal attendant. Owen, who was the last to get up, said calmly after brushing his teeth and washing his face, sitting at the dining table, eating the eggs and bacon Alu had fried, and picking up bread and milk. Yurenbai nodded blankly, then looked at Zhai, who was still in a stiff state, with sympathetic eyes. Although beastkin have reduced their beastly nature and increased their rationality, natural enemies still don't get along. The ratfolk have the most say in this because there are simply too many creatures that eat mice, eagles in the sky, cats on the ground, and snakes in holes. Among them, the most terrifying are cats, who are simply the sworn enemies of mice. Zhai finished breakfast with tears in her eyes, and after going outside, she burst into tears. If there was anything more terrifying than a mouse and a cat being in the same room, it was eating at the same table. Countless times, the feline unconsciously extended her fork towards Zhai, and when she came to her senses, the regretful look in her eyes made Zhai shiver. Yurenbai had no choice but to comfort Zhai, who was trying to escape back to the town, and finally decided to abandon those small probes and take him directly to the mage's tomb. Clearly, what they had found was not a fat sheep, but a dragon in sheep's clothing. Now that the other party was smiling and treating them politely, they should quickly kneel and accept it, lest the face given by the other party fall to the ground, and then it would not be as simple as just kneeling. Next, Owen enjoyed special treatment. The service was truly excellent, and everyone who experienced it spoke highly of it. As for the details, they won't be elaborated upon. Of course, while the process was enjoyable, who benefited was entirely a matter of individual perspective. Did they really think that only women were at a disadvantage in such matters? As they delved deeper, Owen discovered changes in animals in addition to plants. The mountains and outer regions were dominated by mammals, but as they went deeper, ferns became more abundant, oxygen levels gradually increased, and both temperature and humidity rose. This led to a decrease in the number of animals, while some dinosaur-like creatures became more common and grew larger in size. Owen had already released the Nguyen Bao Bao to facilitate the collection of various data, primarily on various dinosaur-like creatures, in addition to plants. Dinosaurs had long been extinct in Owen's previous world, and now that he saw them, even if they weren't as magical as dragons, he was still filled with curiosity. However, as data was collected, Owen discovered that the dinosaurs of this other world were not ordinary. The simplest examples were the velociraptor and pterosaurs. In his previous life, the actual velociraptor was not very large, let alone capable of being ridden. But the velociraptors of this other world looked like miniature Tyrannosaurus rexes, stronger and fiercer. Therefore, not only were their combat abilities astonishing, but they could also become excellent combat mounts. In his previous life, pterosaurs were very dependent on terrain because their flight relied on gliding, so their nests had to be in high places. However, the pterosaurs of this other world could actually take flight by climbing trees and leaping, which greatly broadened Owen's horizons. Be careful, there's a velociraptor pack nearby. You sniffed, her expression instantly changing drastically. If you were to list the things she disliked encountering most, a pack of velociraptors would definitely be in the top 3. Velociraptors are natural hunters, strong, agile, cunning, ferocious, and adept at teamwork. Even a hunter like you would absolutely not want to face such opponents. No, it's lizardmen, true to her elven heritage, had excellent eyesight, but this news was even worse than a velociraptor pack, because his most hated foe, ranking first on her list, was lizardmen, followed by giant beasts and velociraptors. Velociraptors prefer to hunt cooperatively, but due to the density and quantity of prey, their numbers cannot be too large, from 3 to 5 individuals to a maximum of 20. Anymore, and cooperative hunting becomes inefficient. They also don't relentlessly pursue prey, so as long as one runs fast and avoids being surrounded, combat can be avoided. Lizardmen, however, are different. They are the true rulers of the wild continent, not only occupying the most resource-rich central regions of the continent, but also under the influence of outsiders, establishing their own kingdoms and tribes. Their population and organization have exploded, making them increasingly terrifying. The beastkin, who barely managed to survive, were forced to hide in the cold mountains, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers year by year. Furthermore, lizardmen still maintain the tradition of blood sacrifices to their gods, and they particularly favor outsiders like them. Therefore, once they are discovered, they become uncontrollably excited and completely disregard their own casualties. I sensed the scent of faith. The Dragon Mother's voice reached Owen's mind through the authority space, causing him to stir. It seemed he would need to investigate the lizardmen's faith. If there wasn't a true god behind it, then to avoid waste, he would let the Dragon Mother take over these unowned faiths. Owen was helpless about this. Although he promoted the Dragon Mother's faith in Greenwood Town and Hydra Island, those believers only worshipped her out of respect for him. Simply put, Owen was their primary object of faith, so all believers were generalists, the kind who burn incense for any god they encounter, providing very limited faith. Lizardmen are numerous and their faith is primitive. It's important to know that the more primitive the faith, the purer it is, making them the god's favorite lambs. If planned properly, there might be a chance to acquire a new territory for faith, and also to develop the wild continent, extending the territory's sphere of influence there. Ever since learning that the world was not unique, Owen had planned to establish bases across the myriad worlds. Only in this way could he cut off one head and grow two, ensuring that no matter what kind of blow he suffered, it would be beneficial and harmless to his forces, like pruning excess branches and leaves. This was the essence of a qualified Hydra. Soon, Owen had no time to worry about these things, because they were about to be surrounded. The lizardmen were familiar with the terrain and had set up traps early. With blockades from all directions, even you felt immense pressure. Left with no choice, you dismounted her ride and sprinted with her long legs, running even faster than the ground birds, leading the charge. However, this would consume a lot of your stamina, and facing an enemy encirclement, this was clearly not a wise move, but only by doing so would they have a chance to escape the lizardmen's pursuit. At this moment, the raptor squad truly displayed the strength of excellent adventurers. Ya, as a hunter, crouched like a wolf and sped at the front, avoiding traps while accurately judging the lizardmen's encirclement direction, always managing to lead the squad through gaps in the encirclement. If he was the lead hound, then Bai was a good hunter. Her arrow shooting frequency wasn't fast, but it was very accurate, and she was skilled at seizing opportunities. She aimed either at the lizardmen hunters about to block Ya, or at the lizardmen riders encircling from both sides, gradually obstructing and confusing them, maintaining a fragile balance in their cat and mouse chase. Jai also made Owen change his perception of her as a pet. Her agile movements and light posture allowed her to maintain balance even on a galloping ground bird, and she skillfully used a hand crossbow, hidden weapons, and poison. Clearly, she was an absolutely competent assassin. However, these alone were not enough to escape the lizardmen's pursuit, unless luck was on their side. But Owen felt that these three hadn't truly gotten serious yet. Although unspoken, they were waiting for him to make a move. Attack acceleration. Owen hadn't forgotten that he was a mage. So instead of summoning Shikigami and puppets to launch a counterattack, he simply cast the basic level 1 air magic, attack acceleration, and then vanished into the distance, leaving the encircling lizardmen to watch helplessly as they disappeared from sight. After breaking out of the encirclement, he was panting like a dog, but still had to continue circling. Clearly, the hunter's ancestors had summarized many useful experiences with their lives. "Are all lizardmen this crazy?" Owen asked Bai, who was adjusting her bowstring while comforting the dragon sheep that hadn't had enough running. "They've always been pretty crazy, but this time it's just our bad luck," Bai said with some helplessness, clearly knowing something more. "The Voodoo clan and the matriarchal clan are preparing for war. We've encountered their vanguard," Zhai said calmly, appearing from nowhere. "You got news?" Bai asked, brushing weeds off Zhai. "Yes, I saw traces left by the ratkin nearby, so I went to inquire about the situation. It's not good. Those ratmen are preparing to migrate to avoid the war between the two lizardmen clans," Zhai said with a frown. "Migration isn't as simple as just walking some distance, nor is it like camping. After leaving their complex caves and familiar environment, attrition is inevitable, and a bad outcome means heavy casualties. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose to migrate, which also shows that the conflict between the two lizardmen clans is not just a simple skirmish, but a true war." "Are these two lizardmen clans very powerful?" Owen, who was plotting something, asked. "Powerful doesn't even begin to describe it," Bai sighed, explaining to Owen. "Initially, while lizardmen were divided into different tribes, they all bore the title of matriarch, meaning they were still in a matriarchal society. This was also related to the fact that female lizardmen were larger and stronger. However, with the opening of the teleportation array, external forces invaded this world, dividing the lizardmen into different factions, primarily the Voodoo, Bloodskull, Blackclaw, and the most ancient matriarchal clans. From their names, it's clear that the first three lizardmen clans are formidable characters, and what's more, it was 3 against 1. Even though the matriarchal clan was the most ancient and largest, it couldn't withstand the relentless harassment of 3 strong opponents. Before long, it was forcibly split into 3 parts: the wood matriarch in the forest, the water matriarch near the river, and the mountain matriarch at the foot of the mountains. The Voodoo clan was attacking the mountain matriarch, and they were the aggressors. This was not good news for Ya and her companions. It wasn't that Ya and her companions were bleeding hearts, worrying about the mountain matriarch. It was because the mountain matriarch's existence was the barrier for the mountains. Once this barrier was lost, the beastkin in the mountains would face the more aggressive Voodoo clan. That's simple enough. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we don't want to face the Voodoo clan, then we should just support the Mountain Mother clan, Owen said indifferently. The 3 of them, including Ya, looked at each other and realized that this was indeed the best solution at the moment. The mountains are the beastkin's only refuge now. There's no retreat. But they definitely can't defeat the Voodoo clan, otherwise they wouldn't have hidden in the mountains, relying on the low temperature and low oxygen environment to prevent a large-scale lizardman invasion. The problem is that the Mountain Mother clan isn't very aggressive, and facing the Voodoo clan's relentless pressure, they've adopted a hands-off attitude towards the mountains. But if it were the Voodoo clan, who love blood sacrifices, they would probably be dragged out of even underground hiding places to be bled. So now they can only choose to cooperate with the relatively moderate Mountain Mother clan to resist the Voodoo clan's invasion. As for post-war issues, they'll have to wait until they can survive first. This matter has little to do with adventurers like Ya, but if Yaogu Town were occupied by the Voodoo clan, they probably wouldn't be able to come back, nor would they dare to, which is why they were so proactive. The outbreak of war between the 2 clans disrupted the plans of adventurers who had specifically come here. Even those merchants who valued money over life began to consider whether to flee early, lest they lose their lives without earning any money. Owen was also considering what to do next. As for adventuring, he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, down the mountain, the 2 major clans had dispatched many velociraptor riders and lizardman hunters to fight each other. Going down the mountain now would be pure suicide. So after arranging a time with the 3, including Ya, who were busy delivering messages, he contacted Maya through Emil and asked her to provide a plan. Although she already had some understanding of her master's mystery and capabilities, directly going to another world to claim territory and planning to participate in the war between 2 major indigenous forces was still somewhat beyond Maya's capacity. However, years of full control over the development of the territory had made Maya grow considerably, and with the assistance of the Flame Empress, she quickly came up with an initial plan. Due to a lack of too much information, the plan Maya provided was very simple, because the simpler it was, the less likely it was to go wrong. That was to form a Beastkin Legion, then participate in the battle between the two clans as mercenaries, and incidentally engage in arms dealing. Owen stroked his chin, thinking it was a good idea, but he currently had no suitable personnel under him. He alone couldn't sustain this plan. Personnel wasn't actually too big of a problem. Both Hydra Island and the underground ruins had teleportation gates, and a batch of personnel could be teleported over at any time. The problem was that the teleportation gate had a limited teleportation capacity, and due to design flaws, it required Owen's traversal energy to maintain the spatial channel, so unlimited teleportation was impossible. After much consideration, Owen ultimately decided to teleport personnel from his original world. Although teleporting from Hydra Island, which was in the same world, would consume less energy, Owen still chose to teleport powerful subordinates from his original world because Hydra Island simply didn't have any capable subordinates to offer. As a choice, Owen began to consider whom to teleport over. Teleportation was not without cost. In addition to durability and load capacity, energy consumption had to be considered. The most common method of teleportation was to use external magic power, but this required time to accumulate, so it could only be used periodically, just like the teleportation array in Yaogu Town. This method was not very convenient, so one could also use magic stones or one's own magic power to activate it, which was fast and convenient, but the further the distance, the greater the consumption, and ordinary people really couldn't afford it. With this in mind, Owen built the teleportation gate on the 3rd level of the underground ruins, directly connecting to the magic well of the underground city, obtaining a continuous supply of magic power. Theoretically, it could be kept open for a long time and teleport a large number of people. In reality, however, it wouldn't work, especially for cross-world teleportation. The longer the spatial channel was maintained, the more variables there would be. With the slightest change, who knows where one would be teleported to, being thrown into the void as a dried corpse was not impossible. Furthermore, both teleportation arrays and teleportation gates have a load capacity. Keeping them open for a long time can easily lead to overload, and overload is not something that can be fixed by simply replacing a fuse. Therefore, spatial teleportation must be as brief as possible, like a bullet. After arranging the personnel, Owen went to the teleportation array, intending to open the spatial channel, but found that he needed to queue up because many outsiders were busy returning to their own worlds. This reaction was normal. They came for adventure and wealth, not to participate in a war. Of course, some people chose to stay because the mayor of Yaogu Town had issued richly rewarded quests. Seeking wealth in danger exists everywhere. Owen saw the mayor of Yaogu Town for the first time and didn't expect her to be a Gorgon. Clearly, she was also an outsider, but for some unknown reason, she chose to stay here and became the mayor. Gorgons are very rare magical creatures, and with intelligence higher than humans, they are the objects adventurers least want to provoke, especially this Gorgon mayor. She has grown to a very high degree, and even though her eyes are wrapped with runic cloth, a faint gray light still emanates, making anyone facing her feel their body gradually stiffen. This feeling was definitely not good. No wonder she wasn't usually seen, and no wonder she could become the mayor of Yaogu Town as an outsider, because she possessed this strength. Owen watched with great interest as she gave a speech, the content of which was about defending their homeland and safeguarding their interests, and she tried to persuade outsiders to stay and contribute to the town. The effect of her words was mediocre, but the rewards she offered were indeed tempting. The mystique of this world is indeed not high, but that doesn't mean it's a barren place. On the contrary, this continent produces valuable resources such as mithril, adamantine, and magic crystals. Some have even discovered treasures like star iron, which even demigods covet. The former demon blood Princess Angie once told Owen that she suspected this world was originally a fragment of a shattered higher world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to nurture resources of such quality. Moreover, this wild continent conceals deeper secrets, evidenced by the fragments of the god of truth and illusion's authority. These secrets are still too far from Owen, unless the dragon mother grows up. After the crowd dispersed, Owen activated the teleportation array, locking onto the teleportation gate located in the underground ruins. As magic power was consumed, Maya, Emil, 20 witch hunters, and 10 limit warriors emerged from the teleportation array. Owen's traversal energy was largely depleted, and the magic well of the underground ruins also needed time to recover and accumulate magic power. In other words, Owen would have no reinforcements for a short period. A good town, if the intelligence is accurate, it indeed has value for cooperation. Maya evaluated Yagu town as soon as she arrived, and the result was quite good. Then let's go talk to the mayor. With her help, our actions will be much smoother. Owen didn't intend to participate in the war between the two clans by himself. Using leverage is the most cost-effective approach. Surely the mayor doesn't want to lose her town either.